Chapter 1. Rebirth. After her rebirth, Shen Wantang found her greatest pleasure in eavesdropping on the quarrels between her elder sister, Shen Mingxian, and their biological mother, Qi. At that moment, Shen Mingxian was sobbing and wailing. I've said it before, I do not wish to marry the heir to the Ning Wang. I would rather die than marry him. If you force me, I swear I'll end it all. How intriguing it was that her legitimate sister mentioned this time. Could it be that she had a previous occasion? Had she, too, experienced rebirth? In her past life, Shen Mingxian had married the heir to the Ning Wang and enjoyed 2 prosperous years, but the ending was tragic, bringing ruin to the entire Shen family. Shenner, what is the matter? Hadn't we agreed before? Why the sudden change of heart? Qi asked anxiously. You have met the heir, you even praised his handsome appearance and noble demeanor. Why the sudden reluctance to wed? Mother, he has become a monk. He abandoned everything for a wretched woman and turned to a monastic life. What purpose would my marriage serve? Am I to live as a widow? Shinner, it is precisely because he has taken vows that our Shen family can barely grasp this marriage proposal. Otherwise, do you think the esteemed heir of the Ning Wang would deign to marry a daughter of the Shen family? He is a true royal, beyond the reach of ordinary people. I do not care whether he is an heir or a royal, marrying him would be a path to my demise. I might as well die now. With her declaration, the room erupted into chaos once more. Shen Wantang's mind drifted back to her previous life. The heir to the Ning Wang, Xiao Qingyuan, was a man of deep devotion, fixated on a girl from a humble family, insisting he would marry no one else. The Ning Wang Fei, at her wit's end after a year of impasse, finally sent someone to propose. However, on the day of the proposal, it was revealed that the girl was already 4 months pregnant, and the identity of the father was unknown. The Ning Wang Fei nearly fainted from the shock, while the Ning Wang was furious and reported the matter to the emperor. The girl's father, a low-ranking official, lost both his reputation and his position, ultimately sending his daughter to a convent. Shortly after, Xiao Qingyuan followed her into monastic life. The Ning Wang Fei, upon regaining consciousness, immediately began arranging a new marriage for her son. She lowered her standards, seeking only a girl of virtuous character and a respectable family background. Even with her lowered expectations, she struggled to find a suitable match. Xiao Qingyuan remained infatuated, often visiting the convent to bring her nourishing meals. While the world openly praised his devotion, behind closed doors, they mocked him for wanting to father a child with a woman of dubious virtue. An reputable family would dare to marry their daughter into the family of the Ning Wang. However, not everyone was so concerned with their reputation. The Shen family was willing to forge a connection. Shen Wantang's father, Shen Guanyin, had been in mourning for 3 years following the passing of the family patriarch. Upon returning to the capital, he discovered his position had been filled and struggled to reclaim his former post. Though he held a modest rank as a 5th-grade official, he was determined not to lose it. He endeavored to cultivate connections, but to no avail. Thus, he entertained the idea of a marriage alliance with the Ning Wang's family. Given their close ties to the emperor, a favorable connection could lead to his reinstatement or even promotion. Many sought to ally with the Ning Wang, but none had daughters as graceful and serene as those of the Shen family. After meeting the 2 sisters, the Ning Wang Fei chose Shen Wantang as her daughter-in-law, not only for her grace, but also because she bore a striking resemblance to the girl who had captured Xiao Qingyuan's heart. However, such a prestigious position should not have been within the reach of a mere illegitimate daughter. Her biological mother, Qi, employed underhanded tactics to ensure that the marriage proposal was transferred to her legitimate daughter, Shen Mingxian. A decade had passed since Shen Wantang's rebirth, yet she vividly recalled the splendor and pride of her sister's wedding day. The ruby tiara sent by the Ning Wang's household glimmered atop her head, casting a radiant glow in the candlelight, emphasizing her opulence. She caressed the pearls adorning her wedding gown, feigning concern. Sister, I am marrying into the royal family for your sake. Though the heir is handsome, he has become a monk. You would merely be left alone. How pitiable. Allow me to endure this burden for you. Truly, my sister is fortunate. Mother is kind and has already found you a good match. Though the family is humble, you would rule the household, unencumbered by anyone's judgment. With father to support you, even as a concubine, none would dare belittle you. Alas, I am different. The Ning Wang's household is a pinnacle of prestige. I shall be considered a royal consort, bound by decorum at every turn. There is no time for ease. I envy you. Your wedding will be a simple affair, while I am burdened with extravagance. There can be no mistakes. Look at this gold crown, beautiful, yet so heavy. Another shrill cry jolted Shen Wantang from a reverie. She heard Shen Mingxian still lamenting. This marriage was meant for Shen Wantang. Why must I suffer for her? Let her marry, not me. She was increasingly agitated by her daughter's tears. If you refuse the Ning Wang's household, where else could you go? Is there a more favorable match? The heir cannot remain a monk forever in less than 2 years. He will surely return. You are being foolish now, and you will regret it later. I will not regret. You can force Shen Wantang to marry the Ning Wang. I choose to wed Liao Yoha. Marrying him would be my greatest fortune. At this, Shen Wantang could not help but smile. The maid, Duan, looked at her in confusion, lowering her voice to inquire, Miss, why do you smile? Who is this Liao Yoha? Do you know him? Know him? Their acquaintance lasted a full decade. The Liao family was the good match that her biological mother, Qi, had chosen for Shen Wantang. Liao Yoha came from humble beginnings. Once so impoverished he could not afford to travel to the capital for examinations. It was Shen Wantang who sold her dowry to support him in his pursuit of education. Fortunately, Liao Yoha proved to be an ambitious man in the very next year after their marriage. He passed the imperial examinations and enjoyed a meteoric rise, swiftly, ascending from a local magistrate to the esteemed position of Dali Temple Minister. Within a mere decade, he had advanced 4 ranks, becoming the youngest Dali Temple Minister in the history of the Great Feng Kingdom. His remarkable ability to solve difficult cases even led him to uncover foreign spies within the court, earning him multiple accolades from the emperor. The 7th princess had taken a liking to him, seeking to marry him, and the emperor even tested Liao Yu's loyalty by probing into his marital status. Yet, Liao Yoha declined, citing his existing marriage. Until her rebirth, Liao Yoha had only Shen Wantang as his wife. Even without children, he never took a concubine or a secondary wife, remaining steadfast in his devotion, known for his integrity and righteousness. Many envied Shen Wantang for her good fortune. A man like Liao Yoha, who achieved success yet remained faithful to his first wife, was nearly impossible to find. Furthermore, Liao Yoha had even rejected the princess for Shen Wantang, standing up for her when the princess attempted to make things difficult for her. Many compared Shen Mingxian, and her one was born legitimate, the other illegitimate. One married into the illustrious Ning Wang's household, while the other wed a lowly scholar. Yet, a decade later, the illegitimate Shen Wantang thrived, basking in her husband's protection and favor, even garnering envy from the princess, while the legitimate Shen Mingxian faced dire consequences for driving the heir to the Ning Wang to madness over his beloved and ultimately perished in prison after being punished by the Ning Wang's household at that time. A popular saying circulated in the capital: when marrying, one should wed a Liao man, for fortune, health, and enduring affection abound. Shen Wantang smirked. Surely her dear sister had been ensnared by that very rhyme, genuinely believing that marrying Liao Yoha was a stroke of good fortune. If it were not for her assistance, could Liao Yoha have repeatedly solved extraordinary cases? Could he have unearthed the traitors within the court? Could he have ascended to the position of Minister of Justice by the tender age of 29? Not to mention, once Shen Mingxian married into the Liao family, the hardships of their life would be more than sufficient to fill her cup. After he succeeded in the imperial examination and took up the post of county magistrate in a remote and impoverished area, life would become even more arduous. Had it not been for Shen Wantang seizing the opportune moment to rescue an elderly matron, whose son held an official position in the capital and secretly aided Liao Yoha in gratitude, Liao Yoha would never have been able to return to the capital. Chapter 2. Do you know Liao Yoha? 1 month later, under the persistent wailing of Shen Mingxian, she successfully replaced her engagement and is now set to marry Liao Yoha, while Shen Wantang will be wed into the Ning Wangfu. The two families have exchanged invitations, and throughout this process, Shen Wantang had no say, nor was her opinion ever sought. Shen Mingxian, having attained the marriage she desired, felt utterly elated. She donned a new peach-red gown and, accompanied by her maid, entered Shen Wantang's small courtyard with a beaming smile. "Oh, dear sister, still practicing your calligraphy? What good does that do? No matter how beautiful your writing, it cannot compare to a good marriage. Shen Wantang set aside her brush and quietly regarded her. So, does that imply that your writing is subpar? Yet you will marry well? Of course. Shen Mingxian suddenly lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. I can read fortunes. Do you believe me? I can predict your fate, as well as my own. Shen Wantang replied, Really? I do not believe in such things. Fate is not something to be calculated. It is forged step by step through one's own endeavors. What does it matter if you change your engagement? In my past life, I bloomed amidst adversity, and in this life, I shall thrive in the opulence of the Ning Wangfu. Shen Mingxian fancied herself marrying the formidable Liao Yoha, unaware that true strength had always resided in Shen Wantang. Typically, Shen Mingxian would bristle at such retorts from Shen Wantang, but today she merely chuckled. Sister, do you think you are fortunate to marry into the Ning Wangfu? Now you speak to me with such audacity. Let me be frank. The wealth of the Ning Wangfu will have no bearing on your life. The young master will do anything to bring that nun back home, lavishing her with affection. And you, consumed by jealousy and hatred, will meet her demise. The young master will grow to despise you more, and ultimately, the Ning Wangfu will cast you into prison, where you will suffer until your last breath. Listening to her recount her previous life with such fervor, Shen Wantang wore a perplexed expression. Why would she harbor jealousy and hatred toward none? If the young master adored her, so be it. Wasn't it already common knowledge? Even without her rebirth, she understood how deeply the young master cared for the girl who had entered the convent. Why couldn't and Amp, Oppos, Tishan Mingxian present any useful insights? Something she was unaware of? It was tiresome to hear the same narrative repeated for an entire month. Shen Mingxian, oblivious to Shen Wantang's expression, continued undeterred. She believed that her rebirth granted her an inherent advantage over Shen Wantang, and this time, no matter how fiercely Shen Wantang struggled, she would not succeed in marrying Liao Yoha. With eager anticipation, she exclaimed, Do you know Liao Yoha? Of course you cannot. He is the husband I have chosen, and in the future, you will envy me immensely. No, not just you. The entire capital will envy me. This time, I am determined to marry him. Shen Wantang picked up her brush once more, resuming her practice. Marry away, marry away. Let us see how long your joy lasts. Liao Yoha has a grand surprise awaiting you. After Shen Mingxian finished envisioning her future, she turned to find Shen Wantang seemingly oblivious, engrossed in her writing. With a dismissive pout, she scoffed, Bookworm, all you do is read and write. One might think you are preparing for the imperial examination. Speaking to you is utterly dull. You possess no sense of fun. With that, she flicked her handkerchief and strode out, secretly gnashing her teeth. In the last life, you were fortunate enough to stumble upon such a splendid marriage. This time, as you enter the Ning Wangfu, I look forward to seeing how you survive. Shen Wantang heard her words, but did not take them to heart. How could one not thrive in the Ning Wangfu? It was an excellent place to live. Shen Mingxuan's failure to thrive, there was her own doing. Aware that Xiao Qingyuan was infatuated with the girl who had become a nun, Shen Mingxian still forced her to her death. The Ning Wang and his wife had refrained from acting against her, yet Shen Mingxian had outright taken her life, leaving Xiao Qingyuan no choice but to seek revenge. After Shen Mingxian departed, Du Jiao looked at Shen Wantang with concern. Miss, are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of marrying into the Ning Wangfu. The young master has become a monk. With whom will you exchange vows? Many will surely mock you. Shen Wantang laughed and playfully tapped the maid and Oppos' nose with her brush. What is there to fear? The young master becoming a monk is rather splendid, is it not? At night, I will have the entire bed to myself, with no one to wrestle for the covers. It will be just like a home, quite comfortable. Du Jiao stamped her foot in frustration. You have a child's mentality. After marriage, one must share a bed with their husband. If not, it will lead to serious problems. You seem to understand quite a bit. Are you perhaps wishing to marry as well? Du Jiao's face flushed crimson. I have no such intention. I will serve you for life. I shall not marry. Observing her blushing, youthful face, Shen Wantang sighed inwardly. In her previous life, after Liao Yoha took office in Yushui County, Du Jiao had succumbed to illness due to the unfamiliar climate and passed away. She was a servant left to her by her mother, not particularly clever or astute, yet fiercely loyal, having accompanied her since childhood. Shen Wantang grieved and blamed herself for a long time after her passing. However, this time, she need not marry Liao Youhe, nor would they go to Yushui County. Du Jiao's life could be preserved. Once she had established herself in the Wangfu, she could find a suitable husband for Du Jiao, ensuring her a happy and fulfilling life. Miss, have you noticed that the eldest lady has been acting strangely? It's as if she is possessed, constantly speaking of her past life and predicting when others will die and how. It's quite frightening. Shen Wantang continued to write. Did she mention you? Well, no. But a month ago, she did say that Aunt Guan, responsible for cleaning the outer courtyard, would catch a cold and die in half a month. And indeed, half a month later, Aunt Guan passed away. Du Jiao shivered slightly. Miss, could it be that the eldest lady truly has the gift of fortune-telling? Otherwise, how could she be so accurate? Perhaps she can predict certain people's fates, Shen Wantang mused. If she genuinely possesses such abilities, her refusal to marry the Ning Wang's young master while insisting I do so might be an attempt to harm me. Shen Wantang nodded. She does indeed wish to harm me, yet she is still too inexperienced. I am not among those whose fate she can foresee. Du Jiao tilted her head. Miss, I feel you seem a bit different. In what way? I cannot quite articulate it, but you appear exceptionally serene and more charming. If I were the Ning Wang's young master, I would surely be enamored with you. Shen Wantang chuckled. You are quite mistaken. The young master only loves that one. The young master only loves that one. And yet you smile? Do you not feel sorrow? I do not feel sorrow at all. In time, you will understand. Love is the most unreliable thing in this world. As long as one avoids it, life can never be too wretched. Chapter 3. The disparity in betrothal gifts. The date for Shen Mingxian's wedding was soon settled. Fearing that prolonged anticipation might lead to uncertainties, she chose an auspicious date in the near future, the 18th of August, signifying that she had merely 1 month until her marriage. In contrast, Shen Wantang's wedding was scheduled for September 20th, a month later than Shen Mingxuan's. The household buzzed with activity, with a constant flow of people coming and going. As Shen Mingxuan's wedding day approached, her courtyard was already filled with dowry boxes. However, Qi Shi stood in the yard, her expression far from pleasant. Xuania, although your father hold a modest official position, we are still a family of some standing. The Liao family is truly unreasonable. Their betrothal gifts amount to merely 6 sets. And the wild geese they sent during the proposal were not even live ones, but wooden carvings. How pitiful is that? Do you have any idea how people outside are mocking you? Shen Mingxian looked at her mother with displeasure. Mother, could you refrain from being so short-sighted? A lesser betrothal gift is but a trivial matter. While it may appear that I am at a disadvantage now, once Liao Youhe ascends in rank and favor, I shall enjoy boundless blessings. In due time, those who mock me will be silenced, and they will all envy my fortunate match. Even princesses may vie for my husband then. Qi Shi sighed heavily. While you are confident that Liao Youhe will rise in status and gain the emperor's favor, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Shen Mingxian, brimming with confidence, reassured her. Mother, rest assured and place your heart at ease. Everything I have said will come to pass. Otherwise, why would I agree to marry Liao Youhe, whom I have never met before? This thought struck Qi Shi as rather enigmatic. Liao Youhe had originally been a suitor she selected for Shen Wantang, along with several other candidates, either elderly widowers or roguish libertines. She had intentionally presented these options to Shen Guanyin, knowing he would favor Liao Youhe for Shen Wantang. However, this was a secret known only to the two of them. Shen Wantang and certainly Shen Mingxian were unaware. Yet, here was Shen Mingxian naming Liao Youhe without hesitation, even displaying intimate knowledge of his background and family. Thus, when her daughter claimed to have lived a previous life and returned to relive it, Qi Shi found herself somewhat convinced. Yet, belief did not quell her discontent. Her tone dripped with bitterness. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Look at the betrothal gifts for Shen Wantang. They amount to a staggering 108 sets. The Ning Wangfu values her highly. Even your father treats her differently, almost worshipping her. She is merely a lowly concubine's offspring. Yet she dares to aspire to become the rightful wife of a prince. It makes me want to retch. Why should she be entitled to such a splendid match? In my opinion, even if you were to reject it, she should not benefit from it. She deserves to endure hardship, to be tormented by a wicked mother-in-law and sister-in-law, not to revel in the luxuries of the Wangfu. Shen Mingxian recalled the days of scorn and confinement she had suffered at the hands of Xiao Qingyuan, the torment of being gnawed by rats and plagued by fleas in the prison, and the nightmare of being beaten and humiliated by the guards. She spoke coldly. How do you know she will enjoy a life of luxury in the Wangfu? The Ning Wangfu is no place for a human being. The seemingly amiable Ning Wangfei is, in truth, a venomous woman. She relishes imposing rules on her daughters-in-law, delights in making their lives difficult, and unfairly unleashes her frustrations on the new brides when her son is led astray by a nun. Once Shen Wantang marries into that family, she will know no peace. Moreover, there was the Ning Wang himself, who prided himself on his noble lineage and looked down upon families like theirs. I once made a minor mistake, and he nearly had me killed. He values human life as little more than grass. Shen Wantang has always been unruly. Once she enters the household, she will undoubtedly commit numerous blunders, and the Ning Wang will soon have her beaten to a pulp. Yet, the most intolerable of all was the heir. It was as if he were under a spell, cherishing that nun who bore an illegitimate child as if she were his most prized possession, forbidding even a whisper of disparagement against her. Should anyone dare to speak ill, he would fly into a rage. Furthermore, he detests anyone resembling that nun. Anyone with even a hint of similarity sullies his idealized vision and faces dire consequences. Ironically, Shen Wantang bears the closest resemblance to her. Mother, do you truly believe Shen Wantang will fare well after marrying into that family? Do you still think she will enjoy a life of luxury in the Wangfu? Qi Shi was gripped by fear at her daughter and Appo's words. Could it be that these were her own past experiences? Had she truly suffered so greatly? Was the seemingly splendid Ning Wangfu, in reality, a den of predation? Suddenly, Qi Shi felt a wave of relief. If Shen Wantang could not enjoy happiness, it would be best if the Ning Wang and his heir ruined her beauty. After all, her visage was strikingly similar to that of her mother, the vixen. Shen Guanyin had been so bewitched by that vixen that for 7 long years, he had remained ensnared in her charms, neglecting all others. Qi Shi had endured 7 years as a living widow until she finally put an end to that vixen's life, after which Shen Guanyin returned to the main courtyard to dine and rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Guanyin was bestowing paternal affection upon Shen Wantang, the illegitimate daughter. I remember you, like your aunt, have a passion for reading and writing. Here, take this inkstone for your use. Shen Wantang accepted it, saying, "Thank you, father. And this jade bracelet, a keepsake from your grandmother, is for you as well." Shen Wantang graciously accepted it, bowing her head in obedience. Since the marriage to the Wangfu had been settled, Shen Guanyin began to shower her with gifts. Regardless of what he presented, Shen Wantang received it all. Her room was now filled with numerous valuable paintings and exquisite ornaments. In her previous life, when Shen Wantang married Liao Yoha, Shen Guanyin had merely gifted her a book titled The Woman's Code, instructing her to honor her in-laws and serve her husband, with no further gifts. Yet now, he was giving her all the items he had once bestowed upon Shen Mingxian, which had allowed Shen Mingxian to survive for half a year in the prison by bribing the guards. After presenting his gifts, Shen Guanyin routinely cautioned Shen Wantang. It is said that a married daughter is like spilled water, but my daughter, Shen Guanyin and Appo's, is not. Even if you marry into the Wangfu, you will always remain my daughter. At first, those words might lead one to believe he genuinely cared for her. Yet Shen Wantang was aware that he had not finished speaking. Indeed, he continued, "You must remember that the Shun family is your true home. You must always prioritize supporting your maternal family. Your brothers and I are your greatest pillars of support. If I rise, you shall find confidence in the Wangfu. If your brothers succeed, your worth in the Wangfu will increase. First, the Shun family, then the Wangfu, and lastly yourself." Shen Wantang maintained a demeanor of obedience. "I shall heed Father's words and keep them in my heart." Chapter 4. The struggles with the stepmother. Shen Guanyin nodded in satisfaction. "You have always been sensible and obedient. As your father, I take great comfort in this. Once you marry into the Wangfu, you must continue to uphold this virtue, showing proper filial respect to your in-laws. When necessary, do speak kindly of me in the presence of the prince. After so many years, I remain at the 5th rank. It is time for me to advance. Shen Guanyin had repeated similar sentiments no less than 8 or 10 times, and Shen Wantang could recite them by heart. Yet he persisted, seemingly fearful that she would not advocate for him after entering the Wangfu. Shen Wantang agreed verbally, but did not take it to heart. In her previous life, Shen Guanyin had given the same admonitions to Shen Mingxian, who had indeed sought a higher position for him from the Ning Wang. The Ning Wang, infuriated, not only denied her request, but also confined her for a month. However, Shen Mingxian felt no remorse. As soon as her confinement ended, she rushed to the Ning Wang's study to pry into confidential documents, later transcribing them to send to Shen Guanyin, hoping he would use the information to rise in rank. Yet, the documents were intercepted by the Ning Wang, who, upon reading the letter, was consumed with rage. He punished Shen Mingxian severely, nearly taking her life. When Shen Mingxian returned home, she wept to the Shen family, claiming she had merely made a minor mistake. How could she be subjected to such public punishment? After all, she was the future princess consort, not a mere servant. The Ning Wang's treatment of her was utterly disrespectful. At that time, Shen Wantang thought her sister foolish for daring to demand a position from the Ning Wang just days after her marriage, and for delivering confidential messages to their home. It was as if she were courting disaster. Shen Wantang was determined not to repeat Shen Mingxian's mistakes. Whether Shen Guanyin was promoted mattered little. Her priority was to thrive within the Wangfu. After receiving 2 more items, Shen Wantang exited Shen Guanyin's study. She handed the items to Duan, and together they made their way to their small courtyard. Passing by Shen Mingxian's residence, they encountered her escorting Qi Shi out. Qi Shi, eyeing the items in Duan's hands, realized that Shen Guanyin had once again bestowed gifts upon Shen Wantang, igniting her jealousy. Coldly, she demanded, "What does Duan have? Let me see." Duan instinctively took a step back at her icy demeanor. However, Shen Wantang smiled at Duan, saying, "Show mother the dowry father has given me." Only then did Duan approach and present 4 items to Qi Shi. To Shen Wantang and Appo's dismay, Qi Shi immediately seized the 2 most valuable pieces, declaring, "This bracelet's color is far too old-fashioned for you, and this gold hairpin is outdated. I shall exchange them for 2 more suitable items." In her past life, Shen Wantang had suffered a similar fate. Qi Shi had used a comparable excuse to take away several pure gold ornaments left to her by her birth mother, replacing them with worthless hollow silver hairpins. She had taken 5 and returned only 3. Now reborn, Shen Wantang would not allow herself to be so wronged again. Otherwise, her rebirth would have been in vain. With calm resolve, she replied, "Mother, this is Father's gift to me, a token of his heartfelt affection for his daughter. How could I disdain it as old-fashioned? Moreover, I find them quite delightful." Saying this, she boldly reclaimed the items from Qi Shi's hands. "As these gifts from Father, I shall take great care of them. There is no need for your assistance, Mother. However, should you have any jewelry more suited to me for my dowry, I will be most pleased. I shall surely inform Father that you have also generously provided me with a portion of my dowry." Qi Shi stared at her in disbelief. The once quiet and inconspicuous illegitimate daughter now dared to retort and reclaim items from her grasp. Teeth clenched, she hissed, "I have no dowry to give you. You are but an illegitimate daughter. What your father has given you far exceeds the standard for someone of your status. Are you not satisfied? Beware of your greed. It may lead to your downfall." Shen Wantang handed the reclaimed items back to Duan, nonchalantly stating, "Though I am an illegitimate daughter, I am to marry into the Ning Wangfu. If my dowry is too meager, it reflects not only upon myself, but also upon the entire Shen family. With my sister soon wed, she need not worry about losing face, but I wonder about the reputations of mother and my 2 brothers. Who would wish to marry into the Shen family if we are perceived as ungracious? If you were to provide me with an additional portion of my dowry, it would enhance your own reputation." Qi Shi, ever concerned about her image, turned pale at this remark. "Enough. When have I ever treated you harshly? When have I been miserly? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Shen Wantang feigned innocence. "Mother, why are you so upset? These are not my words, but those of outsiders. Please do not take offense. They may not know the truth, but I do. You have always treated me kindly, and I have received everything that my sister has." Qi Shi scoffed and stormed away. Seeing their mother leave in anger, Shen Mingxian glared at Shen Wantang. "Ever since your engagement to the Ning Wangfu, you have grown increasingly arrogant, daring even to speak back to mother. You must not think that marrying into the Ning Wangfu grants you any protection. Dear sister, you worry too much. I do not think that way. Shen Wantang, you need not be so presumptuous. The Ning Wangfu will teach you a lesson. Do not come crying back when that time comes." Shen Wantang felt a laugh escape her. She wanted to remind her sister that the Liao family would also teach Shen Mingxian a lesson, and she should not cry when that time arrived. However, she saw no need to enlighten her elder sister, who was lost in her own inflated sense of superiority, believing herself to be the chosen one, disregarding everyone else. Shen Wantang soon returned to her small courtyard with her maid. Upon her arrival, Yinfeng, Qi Shi's confidant, appeared. She tossed a box down before Shen Wantang, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Second, miss, this is a dowry prepared especially for you by the madam. Be cautious with it. The hairpins inside are newly crafted and sharp. Do not injure yourself or blind your eyes, or else you may not marry into the Ning Wangfu, as they would certainly not accept a blind woman as the prince and amp. Oppos, as consort." Shen Wantang opened the box, and indeed, it contained quite a few pieces of jewelry, both gold and silver. Clearly, Qi Shi had made a significant sacrifice for her own reputation. Chapter 5. Shen Mingxian after marriage having gained such substantial benefits. Shen Wantang was utterly indifferent to the sarcastic jibes of old Madame Yin. The mere thought of how much Qi Shi would suffer upon realizing what she had given her brought a smile to her lips. "Rest assured, madam, I shall be cautious. I will neither poke my eyes out nor injure my hands. Please convey my gratitude to my mother. Once I am wed, I will surely speak highly of her, so that the world may know of her kindness and benevolence," treating her stepdaughter as if she were her own flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, old Madame Yin had nothing more to say and merely snorted before turning to leave. Duwan, aware of Qi Shi's stinginess, gazed at the jewelry in the box with sparkling eyes. "Miss, you truly are remarkable to have convinced the madam to bestow upon you a dowry. These items are indeed of considerable value." In truth, Shen Wantang did not regard these trinkets highly, but the thought of Qi Shi's anguish brought her joy. She casually handed the jewelry box to Duwan. "Put these away. They will serve as rewards for others in due time." Duwan, clutching the box in astonishment, exclaimed, "Miss, such exquisite jewelry, and you wish to reward others?" "Indeed. Once I am at the Wang residence, I shall require assistance. Those who are obedient must be rewarded. The Wang residence is not our home. A few coins or some loose silver will not suffice. Expenses will be plentiful once I arrive." Shen Wantang had no intention of pretending to be wealthier than she was, yet she understood the importance of being generous when the time came for rewards. Otherwise, she would lose the goodwill of those around her, and no one would be willing to assist her in the future. Money could indeed move mountains, and in this world, silver was the most potent currency, nothing else compared to its efficacy. Opening another box, she extracted land deeds and account books. The deeds were left to her by her aunt. They were not something she had brought from her maternal family, for had her family possessed any influence, she would not have been reduced to a concubine status. While her father had been alive, he had favored her greatly, bestowing upon her many valuable gifts. She had returned half to her maternal family and kept the other half, which she had accumulated over the years to purchase land. The account books were her own, not her aunt's. 2 years prior, she had partnered with her cousin to open a fabric shop, where she contributed both capital and intellect while her cousin provided the labor. By now, they had earned a substantial profit. Now that she had been reborn, she possessed intimate knowledge of the fabrics that would soon be in vogue in the capital. It was time to open several more shops. In the years she had spent under her legitimate mother's roof, life had been exceedingly difficult. She was often deprived of silver and seasonal garments, at times even lacking a properly fitting dress when stepping out. However, after establishing the shop with her cousin, her financial situation had improved, and life had become more bearable. Soon, the day of Shen Mingxuan's wedding arrived. When Shen Wantang visited her room, She found her already adorned and ready. Unlike her previous life, she was devoid of the extravagant ruby crown and the luxurious wedding gown adorned with large pearls. She appeared considerably dimmer than before. However, she still wore an air of arrogant satisfaction. "Why have you arrived so late, sister? Do you think my marriage is beneath you?" Shen Wantang observed her quietly. In both lives, she had never regarded Shen Mingxian with any seriousness. Shen Mingxian was simply too foolish and short-sighted, lacking even the qualifications to be her rival. Yet, Shen Mingxian continued to lecture her. "Sister, do not be so short-sighted. You believe you can marry into the Wang residence and have thus become arrogant. My husband, Liao Youhe, may be unknown now, but he will one day be renowned throughout the capital, the dream of countless young women. In the future, when you find it impossible to survive in the Wang residence, you may find yourself begging me for help." Shen Wantang chuckled. Sister seems quite confident in her husband. I shall wait and see how he achieves fame in the capital. After 10 years of marriage, who could possibly understand Liao Youhe better than her? No one, not even Liao Youhe himself, knew him as well as she did, let alone Shen Mingxian. If Liao Youhe, now with a new wife, were to gain renown once more, she would write her name in reverse henceforth. Before long, many women began to arrive. Despite some secretly mocking Shen Mingxian for marrying a poor scholar instead of a high-ranking official. However, they all wore pleasant expressions, uttering auspicious words. The auspicious hour has arrived. With a resounding call, Shen Mingxian was draped with a bright red veil. Firecrackers erupted as a crowd surged into the courtyard. "Ah, the groom has arrived." The groom was indeed handsome, exuding the demeanor of a scholarly gentleman. Shen Wantang lifted her gaze and, through the throng, caught sight of Liao Youhe clad in bright red wedding attire. He appeared strikingly handsome, and today, as he celebrated his marriage, his spirits were high, radiating joy as he conversed with the guests, evidently pleased with the union. Yet, one could not help but wonder, if he were to realize that this marriage would lead him down an entirely different path in life, would he still harbor such satisfaction? Soon, Liao Youhe received his bride, and after bidding farewell to their parents, they set off for the Liao family home. At that moment, the Liao family resided in a small county outside the capital, not yet having moved into the city. Shen Wantang recalled how, in her previous life, she had endured a long, bumpy ride in a small sedan chair, only to switch to a donkey cart after leaving the capital, suffering greatly until she finally reached the Liao residence, feeling as though her bones would shatter. The sweltering weather made the carriage feel like a steam room, nearly causing her to faint from the heat. She had not dared to eat or drink along the way, uncertain of when they would arrive. As a bride, she could not relieve herself en route and had to endure. This time, it was Shen Mingxian's turn to experience hardship. Indeed, she suffered greatly, and 3 days later, when she returned to her family, she appeared noticeably thinner, with dark circles under her eyes and a sallow complexion. Yet upon seeing Shen Wantang watching her, she immediately straightened her back and lifted her chin, fearful that her sister would discern the difficulties she had faced in recent days. Unbeknownst to her, no amount of concealment would suffice, for Shen Wantang had experienced all that she now endured. Qi, upon seeing her daughter transformed into such a wretched state merely 3 days post-wedding, was both astonished and heartbroken. She hurriedly took Shen Mingxian to her quarters and inquired about her condition. "Xian, what has happened? Why have you lost so much weight? Has he been too rough with you at night?" Shen Mingxian shook her head. "Mother, we have yet to consummate the marriage." "What? Why is that? Mother-in-law forbids it." "What?" Qi was both shocked and furious. "How can she prevent you from consummating your marriage? Does that old woman intend to meddle in such matters as well?" Speaking of this, Shen Mingxian felt a surge of resentment. She says that Youhe has yet to pass his exams and should not indulge in romance, claiming it would be inauspicious to consummate the marriage before he achieves success. Chapter 6. Abed Qi, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Old hag, you speak nonsense. I have lived all these years and have never heard such drivel." Shen Mingxian retorted with bitterness, "She is indeed spouting nonsense. Youhe possesses immense fortune and is destined for high office. It is impossible for him to lose such fortune merely due to consummation. However, Yoha is exceedingly filial and unwilling to defy his mother. Hence he still sleeps with his two younger brothers, while I share a bed with his two sisters and their mother. What? She could scarcely believe her ears, her fury causing her to pound the table. When she initially sought a match with the Liao family, it was with the intention of marrying off Shen Wantang, deliberately choosing the least favorable options. She had gone to great lengths to inquire about Liao Yoha, who was reputed to have an exceptionally formidable mother, known for her fierce demeanor throughout the county. He had 4 younger siblings to support, and although Liao Yoha had some scholarly accomplishments, he was overly obedient to his mother, allowing her to dictate all matters. Such a family would surely not provide a good life for Shen Wantang. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, she had never imagined that it would be her own daughter who would end up marrying into that family. Moreover, she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Liao Yoha and Amp, Appo's mother would prohibit him from consummating his marriage, and that he would acquiesce to her wishes. Although she was aware of the Liao family's dire financial straits, she had not anticipated that they were so impoverished that they could not even provide a private room for the newlywed couple, forcing the bride to share a bed with her mother-in-law and 2 sisters-in-law. What kind of world was this? This was intolerable. She must send someone to confront that old hag. Shen Mingxian, however, waved her hand dismissively. Mother, do not be upset. Though I may endure hardship now, in the future, I shall enjoy prosperity. Soon, everyone in the capital will envy me for having married such an excellent husband. She felt as though her daughter had lost her senses. Unable to restrain her tears as she exclaimed, "This is not merely hardship. It is unbearable suffering. Why must you marry him? Even if you do not wish to wed into the Ning Wang residence, marrying a member of a reputable official family would be far better than this. I raised you with such care, not to see you subjected to such indignities." Shen Mingxian gritted her teeth defiantly. "Humph, you know nothing. No one could be better than Liao Yoha. Things will improve. This current suffering is merely temporary. Enough of this talk. Do you have any food? I have an Appo's tea eaten properly in 3 days." She was taken aback and quickly called for refreshments, anxiously inquiring, "Are you not even receiving meals at the Liao household? Did I not provide you with a substantial dowry? If your mother-in-law refuses to let you eat, you must secretly arrange for someone to buy food for you." I tried, but she confiscated everything, distributing it among my younger brothers and sisters-in-law. I have not received a morsel. Shen Mingxian ground her teeth in frustration. I had a fierce argument with them yesterday, even coming to blows, but they all acted like ruffians, denying that they had stolen my belongings. She felt dizzy upon hearing this. Outrageous. This is utterly shameless. We must report this to the authorities. Your dowry is your personal property. They have no right to take it. Shen Mingxian shook her head. We cannot report them. That would irrevocably offend Yoha, and I will need his support for a better life in the future. Yet even so, he has not spoken a word to me since last night. He is clearly upset with me. How could he be upset with you? It is his family that has stolen your dowry. He should be protecting you. Liao Yoha claimed that his younger siblings were too well-behaved to steal my dowry, insisting that it must have been my maid who took it. Upon hearing this, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. She wept, "My unfortunate daughter, what kind of man have you married?" Shen Mingxian tried to reassure herself. "I am not unfortunate. I will be the envy of all as Madame Liao. Everything I endure now is worth it. Shen Wantang is the one truly suffering." At that moment, the truly unfortunate Shen Wantang sat in her small courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze while eating grapes, listening to her maid, Du Jiao, animatedly recount the events of Shen Mingxian and Appo's life in the Liao household. The eldest young lady and Appo's dowry had been seized by the Liao family, and not only could Xiao Yao and her companions not reclaim it, but they were also accused of stealing the young lady and Appo's dowry, with the Liao matriarch threatening to sell them off. Upon returning, Xiao Yao and her companions rushed into the kitchen, weeping as they stuffed their mouths with food, as if they had gone days without sustenance. Even the elderly room matron wept upon her return, lamenting how hard the eldest young lady's life had been, having to share a bed with her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law at night. Xiao Yao and room matron were both handmaidens given to Shen Mingxian by Qi, and besides them, there were several other maidservants. The intention was to provide Shen Mingxian with ample support to assert herself in her new household. It seemed, however, that Shen Mingxuan's authority had not been established. Rather, she had been subdued. Shen Wantang smiled at the thought. She had always believed Shen Mingxian to be foolish for bringing so many handmaidens and dowries, only to end up living in such a manner. In contrast, she herself had brought only 2 handmaidens and 1 matron. It had managed to command the respect of the Liao matriarch and had all 4 of Liao Yoha and Amp, Appo's siblings addressing her as sister-in-law, eagerly vying to assist her. Children from impoverished families are often quite easy to win over. All she needed to do was provide a list of tasks and indicate the rewards in silver upon completion, and they would compete to get the work done. On her second day as a bride, she had instructed the matron to procure timber, and by evening, the Liao siblings had constructed a sturdy bed according to her design. The children had never imagined they could actually build a bed, and they all gathered around it, grinning widely, their sense of achievement peaking upon seeing the finished product. Furthermore, as Shen Wantang rewarded them according to their efforts, they were overjoyed, as if it were a festival. Initially, the Liao matriarch had disapproved of her spending and the way she had her children laboring at hard tasks, intending to reprimand her. However, all the children spoke in her defense, even confronting the matriarch, their voices rising in unison to silence her. That very night, Shen Wantang slept on the new bed, no longer squeezed into a bed with the matriarch and sisters-in-law. Upon seeing her designs and the completed bed, Liao Yoha treated her with much greater courtesy. While others might not appreciate the significance of her designs, he, being educated and somewhat knowledgeable, recognized their value. To construct a bed, it is not enough to merely understand the basic structure. One must also grasp the intricacies of mortise and tenon joints. Even someone who has observed bedmaking would find it impossible to produce blueprints or direct others in the construction. The mere fact that Shen Wantang could accomplish this revealed to Liao Yoha that she was an exceptionally intelligent and wise woman. Chapter 7. The entire capital gasped in shock. Liao Yoha felt a pang of sympathy for his younger siblings, who toiled tirelessly to prepare a bed for Shen Wantang. Their hands blistered and drenched in sweat. He intended to admonish Shen Wantang, but upon witnessing her generously distributing silver to his siblings, he opted for silence. The youngest, little 5, merely 11 years old, had done the least amount of work, merely shuttling wood back and forth, yet Shen Wantang still rewarded her with 2 taels of silver, more than sufficient for their family and Appo's sustenance for over a month. Little 5, elated with her newfound wealth, paid no mind to her blisters, dismissing them as inconsequential. Having suffered them many times before at home, she clung to Shen Wantang's arm, affectionately calling her sister-in-law with a sweetness akin to honey. And when the elderly matriarch scolded Shen Wantang, she was the first to defend her. After sharing the trials Shen Mingxian endured, Duan hurriedly exited the courtyard to gather more news. A short while later, she returned, her face flushed with excitement. "Miss, they say the eldest young lady quarreled with the young master, and he refuses to speak to her. Furthermore, they have yet to consummate their marriage." Shen Wantang shot her a glare. "How could you pry into such matters? Speak quietly, lest others overhear." As she spoke, she popped a grape into Duan's mouth, hoping to silence her. Duan munched on the grape, squatting before her. "Miss, the entire household is already aware. You are the last to know." Shen Wantang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Was she truly the last to learn? On the surface, it seemed so, yet she had long been aware that Liao Yoha and Shen Mingxian would never consummate their marriage. The real question was, how could Shen Mingxian allow this matter to become common knowledge? Such notoriety would surely invite ridicule from many. In her previous life, Shen Wantang had never consummated her marriage with Liao Yoha, yet no one in the Shen household was the wiser. Moreover, during their visits, Liao Yoha had treated her with utmost respect and care. Quarreling? In a decade, he had never once raised his voice at her. Yet, Shen Mingxian had managed to ignite discord within just 3 days of marriage. Shen Wantang shook her head. The quality of one and Appo's life is determined by one and Appo's own efforts. Shen Mingxian mistakenly believed that her change in marital fortune would lead her to a life of envy, yet she was gravely mistaken. Mastering the art of managing a man is a delicate skill. Some possess an innate talent, while others spend a lifetime without grasping its nuances. Before she knew it, a month had slipped by, and Shen Wantang was preparing for her second grand wedding. This time, a resplendent ruby crown was delivered into her hands. On the eve of the wedding, the matron sent by the Prince of Ning bid farewell to Shen Wantang. "Second miss, my duties are complete. I shall return to the royal residence. Tomorrow, when we meet again, I must address you differently." Shen Wantang smiled, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Granny Quan, for teaching me etiquette and propriety. When I arrive at the royal residence, I hope you will continue to guide me." She then summoned Du Wan, who presented a delicate box. Shen Wantang accepted it and placed it into Granny Quan's hands. "As you have served as my etiquette teacher, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will not disdain it." Granny Quan looked at her in surprise. After half a month of instruction, she had formed a very favorable impression of this second miss. Intelligent, beautiful, composed, and grounded. At times, she felt that this young lady was not like a typical 16-year-old girl. She seemed to possess a wisdom that surpassed many elders, detached from worldly concerns. To her astonishment, the young lady had even prepared a gift, and with such a fitting rationale. A token of appreciation made the gesture all the more appropriate. Granny Quan accepted the box, bowed respectfully to Shen Wantang, and then took her leave. Upon exiting the Shen residence, she opened the box, revealing a simple yet weighty gold hairpin. "Satisfia, Granny Quan Nudda." This second miss truly possessed the qualities of a rare orchid, and such a gift would not be considered ostentatious, nor would it be regrettable to remold it if needed. She swiftly returned to the Prince of Ning's residence to report to the princess. Sitting in a grand chair, the princess inquired, "How was she?" Granny Quan answered with utmost respect, "Your Highness, she is honest and straightforward, with a simple mind that is far from foolish. She is striking in appearance, yet remains humble, and though of humble origins, she is neither timid nor weak. Your Highness has a discerning eye, having chosen an exemplary bride for the young master." The princess was taken aback. Granny Quan had been by her side for many years, and she understood her strict standards better than anyone. It was unexpected for her to speak so highly of a mere branch family daughter. Could the girl truly be so remarkable? Once married, the princess would surely find out. Granny Quan would not exaggerate. Shen Wantang must have been concealing her talents, which explained her previous obscurity in the capital. Hearing this, the princess finally felt reassured. "I seek nothing more than for her to be honest and straightforward. Yuan has been bewitched, led astray by a woman of dubious character, bringing shame upon our household. If he were to marry another with ulterior motives, our residence would become the biggest laughingstock in the entire capital." In truth, the household had already become a subject of mockery. The princess had avoided public appearances for quite some time. She understood that Granny Quan had a keen eye for people, and this time, she was certain Shen Wantang would not disappoint. Perhaps the young master would finally settle down, for she could not fathom why he chose to pursue someone so similar to the previous folly. A dignified heir to the Prince of Ning had forsaken his future for such a person. There was no hope for him. The princess, enraged, coughed violently, prompting Granny Quan to step forward and soothe her. Once the irritation in her throat subsided, the princess produced a pure gold token engraved with a tiger pattern. "If Shen Wantang is indeed as you say, I shall do everything in my power to assist her. Take this token and summon the young master back to me." Utilizing this token indicated that she did not intend to issue a genuine invitation. Granny Quan respectfully accepted the token and departed. The following day, a shocking event unfolded that left the entire capital in disbelief. In a display of devotion to the woman he loved, the young master of the Prince of Ning donned a bright red wedding gown and rode a magnificent steed to the Shen residence to claim his bride. Crowds gathered to witness the spectacle, murmuring amongst themselves, "Am I hallucinating? Is that truly the young master of the Prince of Ning on that horse? Surely, he must have sent a brother. How could you be so foolish? The young master has no brothers. He is the sole son of the prince. The only relative of his generation is the crown prince. Would the crown prince come to fetch a bride? But he professed his love and renounced the world for her. Did he not? Come now. Men are fickle. They change their hearts swiftly. Just yesterday, he was lamenting for another, and today, He is marrying someone else. Why be surprised? It may not even be a change of heart. The young master's infatuation is well known throughout the capital. Surely, the prince must have pressured him. Chapter 8. The one I do not wish to marry. Before the bridal procession had even arrived, the Shen family had already received word that the crown prince of Ning, Qingyuan, had returned from Fazed temple, personally coming to escort the bride. Shen Mingxian, who had hurried back to witness the spectacle, abruptly stood up upon hearing the news and struck the messenger boy across the face, exclaiming, "Impossible! The crown prince cannot be here to collect the bride. You are lying." The messenger boy, taken aback by her fierce demeanor, knelt down, covering his face with his hands. "I am not lying, miss. What I say is true." He had initially thought this news a boon and had rushed back for the chance of a reward, only to find himself punished instead. Shen Gvanyan faunet, Xuan und Amp, Apos, Ea. What are you doing? Today is your sister and Amp, Apos, joyous occasion. Why must you resort to violence? Qi Shi, standing nearby, shot her daughter a stern look, signaling her to behave appropriately in the presence of many guests. She pulled her daughter behind her and, with a fa ade of happiness, said, "It is wonderful that the prince has come to escort the bride. Inin, quickly reward him." Inin produced 2 pieces of silver and handed them to the messenger boy. The lad, merely 13 or 14, had his cheeks swollen from Shan Mingshuan's slap, tears brimming in his eyes. Clutching the silver tightly, he thought of buying medicine for his ailing mother. He dared not let his tears fall, bowing deeply to express his gratitude for Qi Shi and Apos' generosity before hastily exiting. Not long after he left, the bridal procession arrived, led by the strikingly handsome yet cold Xiao Qingyuan. The moment Shen Mingxian laid eyes on him, her pupils dilated, and her face turned pale as she gasped, "Impossible! How could he come?" Shen Guanyin frowned again. No one had anticipated the prince's arrival, yet no one dared voice such thoughts. He quietly admonished Shen Mingxian, "If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Go to your room and do not embarrass us." He was eager to maintain a good relationship with the prince and could not afford to offend him at this moment. Meanwhile, Shen Wantang, waiting in her chamber for the procession, was also surprised to hear from Du Wan that the crown prince was personally here to collect the bride. In her previous life, the crown prince had not come to the Shen household. On the day of his wedding to Shen Mingxian, he had been at the temple, and the one who came to escort the bride was merely one of his subordinates, while a rooster had served as the stand-in for the ceremony. He would not return home for another year. Beneath her bridal veil, no one could discern her expression, but she felt a twinge of regret. She believed it would have been better if the crown prince had not returned. His presence could complicate her life. If he remained absent, she merely needed to win the favor of her mother-in-law, the Princess of Ning, for a tranquil existence. With his return, however, she would inevitably gain an additional burden. Shen Wantang understood that the catalyst for this change could only be herself, not anyone else. Had she known she should have performed poorly in front of old Madame Quan, she would have done so. It was she who had praised her to the princess, compelling the crown prince to return for their marriage. It was truly ironic. She had desired old Madame Quan's assistance to curry favor with the princess, not to woo the infatuated crown prince. Who cared if he returned home? Wasn't it better to live leisurely with the princess? The cacophony of firecrackers and drums suddenly interrupted Shen Wantang's musings. Soon, supported by Quan Fu, she exited her small courtyard, bid farewell to her parents, and was carried by her elder brother to the bridal sedan. Throughout the journey, she could only see the shoes of the infatuated man, who clearly had no desire to marry her, remaining silent the entire time. With the sounds of celebration, they arrived at the Ning Prince and Apos' residence, where they paid their respects to heaven and earth before being ushered into the bridal chamber by a throng of attendants. However, when it came time to unveil her face and partake of the marriage wine, the infatuated man suddenly spoke amidst the urging of the matchmaker. "She is not the one I wish to marry. Whoever desires her may unveil her, for I shall not do so." A chill of awkwardness enveloped the once lively bridal chamber at his words. Guests exchanged glances, all feeling that the crown prince had overstepped. Their gazes towards Shen Wantang brimmed with sympathy. She must be on the verge of tears. On her wedding day, The groom refused to unveil her and proclaimed that she was not his choice, leaving her with no dignity, a profound humiliation she would carry for a lifetime. Even the usually articulate matchmaker found herself at a loss. She had never encountered such a rebellious groom. Amidst the crowd, only Shen Wantang remained composed and serene, though her veil concealed her expression. After uttering his words, Xiao Qingyuan turned and left abruptly. The onlookers hastily dispersed, leaving behind only the maids and matrons of the prince's residence, along with Shen Wantang's own attendants. The room fell into a stifling silence. Shen Wantang raised her hand and unveiled herself, calmly surveying the room before addressing the remaining guests. "Thank you all for your efforts today. Please take your leave and rest." Showing no signs of distress, she unveiled herself with tranquility, her demeanor unruffled, and her voice steady. Clearly, the newlywed daughter-in-law was as old Madame Quan had described, steadfast and composed. Madame Chai recalled the princess and Appo's instructions and approached, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, I am Madame Chai, formerly the stewardess at the Princess and Appo's side. I shall serve you henceforth. These four are first-class attendants of the prince's residence: Qin Xin, Qiyu, Shu Xiang, and Huai, dedicated to your service." The four maids stepped forward to pay their respects. Shen Wantang took note of them and instructed Du Wan to reward them. "Is there anything the new princess requires?" A faint smile graced Shen Wantang and Appo's lips. "Thank you, madam. I am indeed feeling a bit hungry." Madame Chai, impressed that she could still smile in such circumstances, thought to herself that most would have wept or created a scene. Yet here she was smiling. She acknowledged her and exited with the maids. Left in the room were only those whom Shen Wantang had brought from her family. Among the four maids and a matron she had brought, she trusted only Du Wan. The others were all of Qi Shi and Appo's ilk, and their intentions were far from benign. "Du Wan, you stay. The rest may withdraw." The three maids looked toward Madame Jean, who remained unmoving, her face filled with discontent as she scolded, "Second miss, why did you not retain the prince? You ought to have expressed your dissatisfaction, so he knows you are not to be trifled with. Remaining silent will only make him see you as a pushover, and he will regard you with even less respect in the future." Shen Wantang replied coolly, "It seems to me that Madame Jean does not regard me highly at this moment." Madame Jin's brows furrowed. "What do you mean by that, second miss? I'm only looking out for your best interests." Chapter 9. Mastering the art of control over Granny Jean during her time in the Shen residence. Granny Jean had a penchant for directing Shen Wantang with an iron hand. Even upon her arrival at the Wangfu, her behavior remained unchanged. In her previous life, the maid assigned to accompany Shen Wantang was not Granny Jean, for she had married a mere scholar of humble means, resulting in her entourage being of lesser quality. Now that she was wed to the royal family, Madame Qi, fearing that an ordinary maid would fail to manage her, had deliberately dispatched her trusted confidant, Granny Jean. True to her reputation, on the very night of the wedding, Granny Jean began her scheming. In the previous lifetime, Shen Mingxian had wept uncontrollably for an entire night after an incident involving a rooster during the wedding ceremony. No amount of consolation had sufficed, leading to a reprimand from the princess the following day, and she returned to her chamber in tears, her eyes swollen by the third day when she returned home. Granny Jean must be concerned that I might incur the disdain of the young master, hence her encouragement for me to make a scene. Shen Wantang remarked with a tone devoid of emotion. "It is indeed a first for me to hear of a maid of honor instigating the bride to weep on her wedding day. Others advise the bride to maintain harmony for a blissful life. Yet Granny Jean seems most unconventional. Since you are so unique, perhaps you should take on the role of a chorus maid. You need not enter the inner chambers anymore." Granny Jean's expression shifted dramatically. "Second miss, how can you be so oblivious to propriety? I am merely advising you to win the young master's favor. When have I ever instructed you to create a ruckus? Furthermore, I was sent by the madam. Even if you disregard my face, you must consider hers." Du Wan, standing beside Shen Wantang, seethed with indignation. "Granny Jean is an elder of the Shen household, yet you still dare to refer to her as second miss. Shouldn't you address her as young master's wife? The young master's wife has ordered you to withdraw, yet you refuse, lacking all shame while expecting the young master's wife to show you respect. Why should she? Simply because of your age? Never before had Granny Jean been scolded by a mere maid, and her face flushed with humiliation as she raised her hand to strike Du Wan. Suddenly, Shen Wantang rose. Granny Jean intends to discipline my maid? In that case, I shall not hold back. I will teach you a lesson about your son. Granny Jean's pupils dilated in fear, her hand halting midair. What do you mean? My son has nothing to do with this household. Xiu Lu, Shen Wantang said merely a name, causing Granny Jean's complexion to drain of color as she staggered back several steps. Her face pale, she trembled and stammered. What are you saying? I do not understand. Not understanding is inconsequential. If you remain compliant, your son may yet live. However, should you continue to act recklessly, the truth will inevitably come to light. Granny Jean was uncertain of how much Shen Wantang knew, but she could not afford any risk. With her son about to marry the daughter of scholar, a promising future lay ahead, and it must not be jeopardized by Shen Wantang. While Granny Jean was visibly shaken, the other maids, including Du Wan, remained oblivious to their conversation, having never heard of Xiu Lu. Yet, witnessing Granny Jean's transformation from arrogance to subservience revealed that this was indeed her Achilles heel. I am merely the maid of honor to the young master's wife, and thus I shall heed her every command. I was simply too anxious earlier, fearing that the wedding night would not proceed smoothly, which would be inauspicious. Hence my thoughtless words that offended the young master's wife. It is getting late. I implore the young master's wife to rest well. For tomorrow you must meet with the prince and princess, and you will need your strength. I shall take my leave now. With her head bowed in respect, she turned and exited. The other three maids, having witnessed Shen Wantang's swift handling of Granny Jean, dared not oppose her and hastily followed Granny Jean out. After their departure, Granny Chai entered with food, saying nothing before quietly leaving again. Shen Wantang, having risen before dawn and toiled throughout the day with hardly a drop to drink, felt both thirsty and famished, and immediately began to eat. Du Wan, being Gamed, had a bit more freedom today and had already eaten. Curiously, she asked, young master's wife, who is Xiu Lu, why was Granny Jean so frightened by that name? She was a maid in the Shun household. A maid? I grew up in the household and have never heard of her. You have not heard of her because she disappeared shortly after entering the household. Her disappearance is related to Granny Jean's son? Indeed. Du Wan gazed at Shen Wantang with awe and admiration. Young master's wife, how do you know everything? I notice you rarely leave the house. In this lifetime, her outings were indeed limited, but in her previous life, she had donned male attire and accompanied Liao Yoha to investigate cases and examine corpses. All the remarkable cases solved by Liao Yoha were, in fact, her achievements. He was a scholar, rigid and bookish, lacking adaptability, while Shen Wantang was far more perceptive and agile, thus becoming his advisor. Her first significant case was the massacre of Xiu Lu's family. 3 years ago, Xiu Lu vanished along with her grandparents, parents, uncles, and siblings, a total of 13 souls. Calculating the time, it was nearly due. Xiu Lu's brother was returning from battle. In November, the soldiers of Defeng would triumphantly return, having achieved a great victory under General Hua, expanding their territory and earning accolades for the entire nation. Xiu Lu's brother, having bravely fought for 3 years, would be honored by the emperor upon his return as a 5th-rank Wu Yi general. However, upon returning home, he would find his entire family mysteriously missing. How could this be? The case quickly stirred the entire capital, prompting the emperor to order a thorough investigation, demanding accountability for the valiant soldiers. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and much evidence had vanished. Those responsible for the case in the Dali Temple changed repeatedly, yet no one could solve it. It was not until 2 years later, when Shen Wantang returned to the capital with Liao Yoha, that she inadvertently uncovered clues to the case, leading to its resolution. Consequently, Liao Yoha gained great fame and entered the Dali Temple, acquiring real power. However, this time, Shen Wantang had no intention of assisting Liao Yoha. The case must be resolved, yet she planned to credit the achievement to Princess Ning. After all, her own reputation mattered little. It was better to provide her mother-in-law with some tangible benefits. The entirety of the Ning Wangfu had lost face due to the young master's actions, and should the princess manage to solve a major case, it would surely restore some dignity and bring her joy. Shen Wantang made up her mind and took another spoonful of the bird's nest porridge. This porridge, crafted with exquisite ingredients and perfect timing, was evidently prepared with great care. Her mother-in-law treated her well. Chapter 10. Witnessing the infatuation of a great romantic that night, Shen Wantang slept soundly. How could she not? The Wang residence was far more opulent than the Shen household, with a wedding bed that was both spacious and sturdy, adorned with layers of exquisite silk bedding and infused with the fragrant aroma of agarwood. Lying upon it was a delightfully soft and comforting experience, a far cry from her nights at the Shen family home. As for her newlywed husband, Shen Wantang found it difficult to summon him to mind. The following day, Shen Wantang rose early. After completing her grooming and attire, she took Dojuan and Granny Chai to meet her mother-in-law. Upon announcing her presence, she was ushered in by Granny Quan, who had previously instructed her in royal etiquette. Granny Quan addressed her with courtesy. The young lady of the heir is invited. As the curtain lifted, Shen Wantang straightened her back, adjusting her expression as she stepped inside, feeling as though she were about to meet a superior. Seated at the head of the room were Prince Ning and the princess. Following the proprieties taught by Granny Quan, Shen Wantang knelt on the cushion, offering her respects. Daughter-in-law greets father and mother, wishing you both good health. Next, she accepted the tea brought by Granny Quan and presented it to Prince Ning. The teacup was scorching, yet Shen Wantang remained poised, holding it aloft without the slightest tremor, seemingly impervious to the heat. After a lengthy pause, Prince Ning finally accepted the tea, blowing gently on it before taking a sip. The same ritual was repeated for the princess, during which Shen Wantang held the tea for an even longer duration, unwavering in her composure. At last, the princess took the tea and sipped. A soft voice from above commanded, "You may rise." "Yes, thank you, mother." Shen Wantang stood upright, maintaining a respectful stance beside her. The princess appeared quite pleased with her adherence to decorum, noting that she was indeed more composed than Granny Quan had indicated. "From this day forth, you shall be the young lady of the Ning Prince's residence. It is imperative that you conduct yourself with propriety, harbor no untoward thoughts, and do not bring shame to the Wang family. Yes, daughter-in-law will heed mother's teachings." Shen Wantang understood the true intent behind the princess's words. She was evidently wary of the daughter of a ninth-rank official who had caused a scandal. The young woman had become pregnant before marriage, and to this day, no one knew the identity of the child's father, rendering the entire Wang household the subject of public ridicule. The princess was cautioning her against any entanglements with other men. In truth, Shen Wantang longed to assure her superior that throughout her 2 lifetimes, she had remained untainted, viewing men merely as stepping stones. Any notion of entanglement was utterly impossible. Alas, such sentiments could not be voiced. After the admonition, the princess presented her with a meeting gift. Shen Wantang, stunned, lifted her gaze from the ornate box that Granny Quan had offered. "Mother, this is exceedingly lavish." Inside was a treasure trove of exquisite jewelry, each ruby the size of a pigeon's egg, with a bottom layer of lustrous pearls, all perfectly round and the size of longan, gleaming in a delicate golden hue. The princess waved her hand dismissively. "It is merely a gift for you to enjoy. If you like it, I have more to give you on another day. You suffered yesterday, and you need not take to heart what Yuan said. You cannot go to the Asian temple to become a monk now. Once your father has dealt with him for a few days, he will obediently return to live with you." Evidently, the princess was already aware of the incident from the previous day when Xiao Qingyuan refused to lift the bridal veil. Shen Wantang handed the weighty box to Granny Chai, respectfully stating, "Thank you, mother, for such a precious gift. However, I did not feel wronged yesterday. The heir is well-educated and remarkably talented, with unmatched looks and an honest disposition. It is a tremendous fortune for me to be wed to him. My humble status is not worthy of the heir. It is he who has made a sacrifice." Prince Ning nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, my son is as splendid as his bride describes." The princess's expression softened. She was pleased with this daughter-in-law, who spoke with grace and possessed a noble heart, her demeanor calm and devoid of resentment. A rare quality indeed. Granny Quan, Please fetch the bangle I received during my last visit to the palace. I recall it being too delicate for me, yet it would suit the young lady perfectly. Granny Quan complied, returning with another box. This time, the princess herself opened it, taking Shen Wantang's hand and slipping the jade bangle on her wrist. It fits perfectly. You truly are destined to wear it. Enjoy it. Gazing at the radiant, translucent jade bangle encircling her wrist, Shen Wantang developed a newfound appreciation for the princess's generosity. The bangle was undoubtedly a rare and exquisite gem, and the princess had given it to her with such ease. She resolved to speak highly of the romantic heir in the future and to closely align herself with the princess. That will suffice for today. You may return now. The Wang residence is not governed by many rules. As long as you and Yuana live well together, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. Shen Wantang respectfully acquiesced and then departed with Granny Chai. As they exited the main courtyard, Dojuan, who had been waiting outside, quickly followed suit. Leaving the main hall, the trio traversed a covered corridor, returning to their quarters. Upon entering the room, Shen Wantang halted abruptly. To her astonishment, lying across her grand bed was a tall man, her husband, the renowned romantic of the capital, Xiao Qingyuan. However, he was bound tightly, unable to move. Granny Chai was equally taken aback by the sight of the heir in such a predicament, but quickly regained her composure, setting down the box and ushering the astonished Dojuan out of the room. Shen Wantang remained in place for a moment before retrieving a pair of scissors and approaching the bed. Xiao Qingyuan, eyes closed, coldly uttered, "Get out. I do not wish to see you." "My lord," Shen Wantang and Amp. Oppo's voice was clear and melodic. "I merely wish to help cut the ropes binding you. If you do not wish to see me, simply keep your eyes closed. Once I have freed you, I shall leave, allowing you to depart." Xiao Qingyuan opened his eyes. "You intend to help me escape?" Upon seeing Shen Wantang's expression, he was momentarily taken aback, yet his anger flared anew. "Do not think that because you bear some resemblance to Yen Luo, you can assume the role of my wife. I tell you, no matter how alike you may appear, you are not her. There is no need for you to employ tricks to win my favor. I will only ever marry Yen Luo. I will not even glance at another woman. Indeed, I understand. Now get out." His voice rose in frustration. "The wedding yesterday was not of my choosing, and do not presume that my participation signifies my consent to this union. I was coerced into it. Had I refused, they would have executed Yen Luo. Everything I did was for her, and it has nothing to do with you. I understand, my lord. It was indeed a burden for you." Shen Wantang's demeanor remained remarkably calm, a stark contrast to his agitation. Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her. "Why do you respond so calmly? Do you wish to emulate Yen Luo's aloofness? I assure you, it will be of no use. Do not imitate her. It will only serve to deepen my aversion to you." Chapter 11. Does she truly favor you? Shen Wantang had never encountered Chu Yen Luo. In her previous life, she spent the majority of her time in a convent, and although she was later brought back to the Ning Wangfu by Xiao Qingyuan, she seldom ventured outside. However, those who had seen her attested that she possessed extraordinary beauty, often clad in white garments, resembling an ethereal fairy untouched by the dust of the world, exuding an elegance and aloofness that rendered her almost untouchable. Shen Wantang considered herself an ordinary person, one who cherished wealth and indulgence. She harbored grudges and sought revenge when wronged, lacking any celestial demeanor. At that moment, she was adorned in red, making it impossible for her style to align with that of Chu Yen Luo. Xiao Qingyuan and Amp. Oppo's comment about her imitating Dongshi was utterly perplexing. Yet, Shen Wantang remained unperturbed, her tone calm as she replied, "I have never met the prince's beloved, thus emulating her is out of the question. Please refrain from unjustly accusing me." As she spoke, she lifted a pair of scissors. A flicker of alarm crossed Xiao Qingyuan's handsome face. "What do you intend to do to me? Even if you were to kill me, it would be in vain. I shall never harbor feelings for you." Emotionless, Shen Wantang lowered her hand and severed the ropes binding his hands. Next, she addressed the bindings on his feet and subsequently those encircling his body. Once she had completed her task, she set the scissors down and quietly retreated. Xiao Qingyuan stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. After a considerable pause, he rose, took the discarded ropes, and made his way outside. Outside, a throng of maids and matrons awaited him. He scanned the crowd, yet failed to spot Shen Wantang. She had indeed kept her word, cutting the ropes and then evading him. Xiao Qingyuan felt a peculiar discomfort. Previously, his mother had arranged numerous maidens to help him forget Yin Luo. Each of these maidens bore some resemblance to Yin Luo, and daily, they attempted to ascend to his bed, employing various means to entice him, creating serendipitous encounters. No matter how he scolded them, they continued to pursue him, believing that a hint of Yin Luo's likeness would win his affection. Now, encountering someone who actively avoided him was quite an anomaly. Furrowing his brow, he exited the courtyard and approached the princess. Upon seeing him, the princess displayed no warmth. Who permitted you to leave your chamber? Which fool untied your ropes? Quan Mama. Expel the servant who released him from the Wang Fu. Just as Quan Mama was about to depart, Xiao Qingyan interjected coldly. It was she who untied me. The princess glared at him. Who is she? Xiao Qingyuan, having no knowledge of the name of the woman he had married, turned to Quan Mama. What is the name of the woman who just entered? Replying to the young master, the young mistress is the second miss of the Shen family. Her given name is Wantang, derived from Apos. Cold red petals fall upon the chilly pond, adorned in the evening pear rain, and Apos. I inquired about her name. Why do you offer such an elaborate explanation? The princess's expression softened slightly. So, it was the young mistress who released you. Hadn't she just stated that she would expel the servant who untied him? Then hurry up and do it. She irks me. Impertinent. The princess slammed the table in anger, causing the teacups to clatter. Wantang was personally chosen by your father and me as your bride. She is not a mere servant. No one in the Wang Fu is permitted to untie your ropes except your betrothed, for she is your legitimate wife and the future mistress of our Ning Wang Fu. If you wish to expel her, I might as well expel you. If you dare seek out that nun again, I will have your father strip you of your title. Xiao Qingyuan and Apos. S expression was as frigid as ice. If stripped, then so be it. Do you think I care for this title? I have no interest in such empty accolades. My only concern is Yin Luo. She is my everything. The princess, consumed by rage, seized a teacup and hurled it at his head. Leave? Xiao Qingyuan did not flinch, allowing the teacup to strike him. Blood trickled down his forehead, yet he remained upright. I do not want Shen Wantang, no matter how much she resembles Yin Luo. She is not her. I desire Yin Luo. I wish to marry her, for only she deserves to be my wife. The princess trembled with fury. Yin Luo, Yin Luo. All you think of is Yin Luo. That woman has long since entangled herself with another man, bearing his child. She is shameless, unworthy, and yet you wish to pursue her? Such a scheming woman. I would rather die than allow her into our home. Xiao Qingyuan retorted loudly. The proposal was my own choice, not Yin Luo's urging. She did not wish for this child. She was forced. Who claimed she was coerced? She clearly consented. Otherwise, how could she bear a child? Do you think we of the Wang Fu are fools? I have had inquiries made. She engaged in an affair for 6 months, and, upon becoming pregnant, hoped for that man to marry her. She never intended to terminate the pregnancy. She merely wished to use the child to secure a marriage into a prominent family. Do you truly believe your reasoning holds merit? Besides the palace, is there any family in the realm higher than the Ning Wang Fu? She would not marry me, even if I wished it. She is not the type to seek power and wealth. She is the purest and most virtuous woman in the world. Mother, do not defame her. If she were pure and virtuous, she would not have engaged in premarital relations, nor would she have borne an illegitimate child. The princess was seething. You have already brought shame upon the entire Wang Fu for the sake of such a person. Should you marry her, your father and I will have no face to show in the capital. If you wish to be a father to that illegitimate child, you must first consider whether your father and I consent. Xiao Qingyuan and Apos, as eyes burned with emotion. She has suffered greatly. If I abandon her as well, she will have no path left to tread. She is kind-hearted, thus she could not bring herself to terminate the child. After all, it is a life. If you persist in your delusion, I will not hesitate to ensure that both lives vanish. Mother, leave and live well with the young mistress. Bear her a son or daughter. I am not entirely opposed to that nun living, but I do not like her. Do you believe she likes you? The entire capital is mocking you. Do you think any woman would be willing to marry you? If Shen Wantang were not forced by her family to marry, do you think she would choose a fool like you? The princess gritted her teeth. Is Yin Luo the only one who suffers in this world? Is she the only one deserving of pity? On the day of your wedding, you did not unveil her, did not perform the rites of marriage, and abandoned your bride. She has been the subject of gossip and ridicule. Does she not deserve sympathy? Your actions mirror those of the man who caused Yin Luo's current plight. Even so, have you ever heard Wantang utter a word of grievance? She knew that by untying your ropes, you would leave her to seek out Chu Yin Luo. Yet she still helped you free. Does such magnanimity and grace not merit your proper treatment? Chapter 12. A fondness for gold and silver trappings, Xiao Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. His heart had been solely devoted to Yin Luo, and he had never truly considered Shen Wantang's predicament. Now, upon reflection, he realized that he had inadvertently pushed another innocent woman to the precipice. The princess understood her son better than anyone. Though he often appeared cold and distant, he possessed a tender and compassionate heart. Otherwise, he would not have shown such concern for the pregnant Chu Yin Luo. She pressed on. This morning, Wantang came alone to serve tea. I instructed the old matron to prepare scalding hot tea, and when she grasped the cup, she burned her hand yet remained steadfastly kneeling. Did she not feel pain? Did she not feel wronged? Yet she bore it all, for she was sensible, understanding the greater picture and knowing when to advance or retreat. What, apart from her beauty, does your beloved Chu Yin Luo possess? She feigns superiority, employing schemes and machinations, fully aware that they would lead you astray, yet she clings to you tenaciously. Yuan und Apos, can you swear to heaven that you chose the monastic life without her subtle encouragement? Were it not for her personally seeking the abbot of Fazed Temple, she would never have allowed you to truly become a monk. At this moment, your head would be shorn, and you would indeed be a monk. Xiao Qingyuan turned his face away. Yin Luo and Apos' suggestion of me becoming a monk was merely a whim born of frustration. She did not genuinely mean it. As for Shen Wantang, I can offer her compensation, but I cannot be her husband. And how do you intend to compensate her? I have not yet determined how. I will address that later. I wish to ask my mother when she will release Yin Luo. She is with child and cannot endure any shock. Moreover, she requires nourishing food, and I wish to care for her personally. Can you return her to me? The princess's expression darkened. Such devotion. One might think she carries your child. While her previous words were harsh, she had never intended to take Chu Yin Luo and Apos' life. Otherwise, her son might resent her for eternity. For such a trivial matter, to sever the bond between mother and son was not worthwhile. Her intention was merely to compel her son into marriage. I can release Chu Yin Luo, but you must accompany Wantang home tomorrow, providing her with the respect she deserves, as well as upholding the dignity of our royal household. Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he turned away. The following morning, he appeared before Shen Wantang. I will accompany you home. Shen Wantang lifted her head. Thank you, young master. You need not thank me. My return is solely for Yin Luo, who is now my mother and Apos' custody. Only by fulfilling this obligation will she return her to me. Shen Wantang was not surprised. If he willingly chose to accompany her, that would have been unexpected. After she had prepared herself, she exited and entered the carriage. Xiao Qingyuan followed, deliberately distancing himself from her, as if she were afflicted by a plague. After a moment, he frowned and spoke. On the day of our wedding, I acted inappropriately, causing you to be ridiculed. That was not my intention. I was overwhelmed with anger when my mother had Yin Luo taken, and I unfairly vented my frustration upon you. Shen Wantang had not anticipated his willingness to explain. Perhaps the princess had spoken to him, so he could still heed her words? She gently shook her head. It is of no concern, young master. I understand you have your difficulties. Having never loved anyone, Shen Wantang found it difficult to fathom why Xiao Qingyuan would choose to follow Chu Yin Luo to the grave. But it was evident that his affection had deepened to a profound extent, leading him to contemplate ending his own life. In this life, she was wed to Xiao Qingyuan and wished for him to live long. For how could the royal household endure otherwise? If he were to perish, he must leave behind an heir. As for which woman would provide that heir, she was indifferent, for she had no intention of bearing children herself. Observing her calm demeanor, Xiao Qingyuan recalled his mother and Appo's words. Do you believe she truly cares for you? Previously, he thought her aloofness was a facade, but now he began to suspect that it was genuine. She might indeed harbor no affection for him. With this realization, he felt inexplicably at ease. Even stealing a few glances at Shen Wantang, she did bear a slight resemblance to Chu Yanluo. However, Chu Yanluo was more demure and pure, while Shen Wantang exuded a vibrant allure, particularly on this occasion of her return home, adorned in a somewhat extravagant manner, with a ruby hairpin that bestowed a sense of regal opulence. He shook his head. You are not truly akin to Yanluo. She would never concern herself with such material trappings, nor would she adorn herself with such a cacophony of embellishments. Shen Wantang paid little heed to this romantic fool. Naturally, she would dress elegantly for her return. The headpiece she wore was a gift from the princess, devoid of superfluous adornments. What a misguided notion this romantic had. Nevertheless, since you have an affinity for such gold and silver trinkets, I possess a considerable collection in my storeroom. Feel free to select whatever you desire as a form of compensation for me. Shen Wantang looked at him, astonished. Are you serious? Naturally, after all, Yanluo has no interest in such things, and they would serve no purpose left unused. As he spoke, he handed her a key. Shen Wantang accepted it. Her earlier judgment retracted. This romantic fool was far from foolish. She would gladly accept all the gold and silver trappings he could offer, for she delighted in their accumulation. Noticing her undeniable joy, Xiao Qingyuan hastily added, My intention in providing you these is not because I harbor feelings for you. It is merely my mother and Appo's directive for me to compensate you. My heart belongs solely to Yanluo. I will certainly bring her back to the royal household. I have long promised Yanluo that I would only treat her with kindness in this life, and when her child is born, I shall raise it as my own. I will not bear children with another woman. Shen Wantang, absently fingering the storeroom key, nodded. Yes, understood. The storeroom of the Prince of Ning. What treasures might it hold? Should she consider emptying his storeroom entirely? This would alleviate her concerns for the latter half of her life. How fortunate it was to marry into the royal household. Her mother-in-law was generous, and her husband regarded wealth as inconsequential. In merely 2 days since her marriage, she felt as though she had grown wealthier, diminishing her ambition to expand her shop. In contrast, when she wed Liao Youhe, his family had been impoverished, relying solely on her dowry to support their household. Once her dowry was exhausted, she was forced to work tirelessly, and in the first year of marriage, she had grown noticeably thinner. Now, having been wed to the royal household for just 2 days, she felt as though she might have gained weight. Xiao Qingyuan, realizing he had spoken at length without eliciting any response from Shen Wantang, felt a sense of frustration. It appeared that the key was far more captivating to her than he was. Did she comprehend his declaration that he would not father children with another woman? He intended to convey that it was impossible for him to father children with her, hoping she would relinquish such aspirations. Chapter 13. Returning home, Shen Wantang certainly understood the implications of Xiao Qingyuan's words. No one was more aware of his infatuation with Chu Yanluo than she. However, who would willingly bear his child? The act of childbirth has historically been fraught with peril, claiming the lives of countless women throughout the ages. In her past life, she refrained from this risk, and in this life, she harbored no intention of tempting fate. In her previous existence, she had not borne children for Chu Yanluo either. The carriage arrived at the Shen residence at a leisurely pace. Xiao Qingyan was the first to alight, leaving the maid sent to greet them momentarily stunned. Why, young master? Shen Wantang followed suit, and soon witnessed Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's icy demeanor as he questioned, Why does the Shen family lack any semblance of decorum? You return home, and only a mere maid is dispatched to receive you? Though he held disdain for Shen Wantang and did not recognize her as his wife, the fact remained that she had indeed wed into the royal family. Upon her return, she should be regarded as the princess consort of the Ning Wangfu. How could the Shen family treat her with such negligence? Was this an affront to Shen Wantang or a slight against him? Xiao Qingyuan? Or perhaps, was it indicative of the Shen family and Appo's disregard for the royal family, due to his own shortcomings? Watching the maid rush inside to announce their arrival, Shen Wantang softly remarked, "Young master, you may not be aware, but I am merely a concubine in my family. Having a maid to receive me is already quite generous. In my previous life, I had not even that privilege. It was only after she aided Liao Yoha in his rise to prominence that she returned home to a formal reception, complete with the head steward and a line of attendants. The worth of a woman is often measured by the success of her husband. If the man one marries lacks merit, even the closest kin may look down upon her. Conversely, if he possesses great abilities, her family will regard her with newfound respect." Eager to curry favor, Shen Wantang had experienced the fickleness of human relationships and remained indifferent to such displays. Yet, the young master, at merely 19, was evidently displeased. He had not endured the hardships of life and remained proud and unyielding. "Yes, you are a concubine, but you are now part of the royal family. Your return reflects upon the royal lineage. Their lack of respect is tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, what was so shameful about being a concubine? Did she truly hold herself in such low esteem? Was she satisfied with merely a maid to greet her? Such complacency was beneath her. Yinluo, too, was a concubine, yet she carried herself with pride, believing herself deserving of the finest. And yet, was Shen Wantang's situation any better? She was sent to a nunnery after becoming pregnant through an illicit affair. Where was the pride in that? Shen Wantang did not belittle herself. She simply acknowledged the harsh realities of their world. Concubines were inherently viewed as inferior, whether in familial status, access to resources, or prospect for marriage. This hierarchy extended even to the imperial family, where only the legitimate heirs could ascend to the throne. Xiao Qingyuan, a legitimate son and the sole male heir of the Ning Wangfu, had been cherished and pampered throughout his life. He could not fathom the plight of a mere concubine from a humble family. His sheltered existence shielded him from the bitter truths of life, leading to his impulsive decisions. Though she harbored her own thoughts, Shen Wantang remained courteous. "Young master, the treatment I receive from my family is directed at me, not you. They likely assumed you would not accompany me home, hence the lack of formal reception. However, once you enter, they will surely extend their warmest hospitality." So the Shen family delights in playing favorites? They wear one face when I arrive, and another when I am not present? His words struck a chord, yet he remained perplexed regarding the matter of Chu Yanluo. Shen Wantang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are correct." Her prompt acknowledgement left Xiao Qingyuan momentarily taken aback. "You accept this? You do not even attempt to defend your family?" There was nothing to defend. Her family and Appo's decision to marry her off to the royal family was a transparent indication of their ambition for power and wealth. What respectable family would willingly offer their daughter to a man driven by love to the point of renouncing the world? Marrying him would mean enduring an existence akin to widowhood. Though she refrained from voicing this sentiment, Xiao Qingyuan surmised her thoughts, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Was Shen Wantang expressing disdain for him? Ignoring his irritation, Shen Wantang urged, "Young master, please enter." Yet, he remained steadfast, refusing to budge. "I will not enter if no one greets me inside. If they choose to neglect me, I shall not darken their door today." Was the noble young master throwing a tantrum? Or was he seizing this opportunity to express his reluctance to accompany her? Shen Wantang shook her head, realizing he was indeed difficult to please, his moods shifting like the wind. It was no wonder Shen Mingxian had exhausted every effort to gain his favor in her previous life, only to meet a tragic end. Reluctant to leave him alone outside, Shen Wantang remained by his side, though she found herself irked by Qi and Appo's lack of consideration. Her return home was met with nothing more than a course maid. It was a clear indication of their disregard for her. Utilizing Xiao Qingyuan's status as a means to pressure Qi was not without merit. After all, high marriages brought a sense of reassurance, allowing her to wield the power of the royal family. Passers-by paused to gawk at the unusual sight of the newlywed Ning Wang's young master being left unattended. Isn't that the newlywed son of the Ning Wang? How curious that he is left standing outside. Could it be that the Shen family was displeased with his abandonment of the bride on their wedding night, and thus sought to humble him? Yet, having accompanied his bride home, it seemed unlikely he would be treated with disrespect. As whispers grew louder and the crowd thickened, Xiao Qingyuan remained undaunted. Accustomed to his solitary path, he typically paid no heed to the opinions of others. However, he turned a glance at Shen Wantang, sensing she might care about the surrounding chatter. To his surprise, she appeared utterly unfazed, as if she were oblivious to the murmuring crowd. Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow. How convincingly you feign indifference. You are merely imitating Yanluo, yet your mimicry falls short. And this is not about avenging you. I simply detest the Shen family and Oppos as mannerisms. Shen Wantang chose silence, subtly distancing herself from him. His lack of understanding was troubling, as she feared his proximity might diminish her own intellect. Chapter 14. Why is it different from the previous life? Within the Shen residence, Shen Mingxian had not returned to her in-laws since the day of Shen Wantang's wedding. Life in the Liao family was unbearable, and naturally, she preferred to remain in her maternal home. However, she was not foolish. She understood the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship with Liao Youha. If their relationship soured, even if he were to attain great success in the future, he would likely not treat her well. Thus, she took the initiative to converse with Liao Youha, coaxing him to stay at the Shen household, which eased their previously frosty relationship. Qishir had originally hoped to take this opportunity for the couple to consummate their marriage, but to her surprise, Liao Youha remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, indifferent to her beautiful daughter, despite being arranged to share a room and a bed. She was filled with frustration. You have been married for over a month, and he still refuses to consummate the marriage. How utterly archaic. This has already become a topic of gossip. Do you know how others are mocking you? Shen Mingxian, enjoying the comforts of her home, replied, Mother, let them laugh for now. In the future, when they envy me, Liao Youha will surely live up to his name and become renowned. Future. You keep talking about the future, but you do not comprehend how distant it truly is. I do not care about some distant future. I simply wish for you to live well now, to live in a way that makes others envious. Do not worry. Liao Youha will surely pass the imperial examination next year. When that time comes, I will accompany him to his official post, and when we return, no one in the capital will dare to speak ill of us. Are you certain? Can he truly pass the examination? Of course I am certain. In my previous life, he passed the examination. Did I not mention this to you? But you also said that the son of a Ning Wang would never come to propose, claiming Shen Wantang would lose face. Yet what happened? The son did come to propose. Shen Wantang not only did not lose face, but instead gained it. Shen Mingxian scoffed. What face did she gain? On her wedding day, did the son not leave without lifting the veil? Everyone knows about it. She has been utterly humiliated. As for the son coming to propose, that was merely an unexpected occurrence. No one knows what he was thinking. Clearly, he and Shen Wantang could never consummate their marriage. It is normal for some things to differ from my previous life. They cannot be identical. However, the final outcome will undoubtedly remain the same. Xiao Qingyuan will perish, and Liao Youha will rise in rank, ascending to the position of Minister Justice. Qishir opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. She was unsure whether it was more embarrassing that her daughter had been married for over a month without consummation, or that Shen Wantang had not been unveiled. In any case, the Shen family was the subject of ridicule, drawing laughter from all quarters. As Shen Mingxian nibbled on a snack, she added, Watch closely. This time when we return to the family home, Xiao Qingyuan will not accompany Shen Wantang. His eyes are only for that wretched nun. Shen Wantang will return all alone, pitiful and forlorn. In her previous life, she too had returned alone, for Xiao Qingyuan did not acknowledge her as his wife. He was still entirely devoted to pursuing Chu Yanluo. Just then, a young maid rushed in, panic evident on her face. Not good. Madam, something terrible has happened outside. Before she could finish, Qishir interrupted coldly, You ill-omened wretch. My daughter is perfectly fine here. Who taught you to barge in uninvited? Who instructed you to speak such inauspicious words? Inin, slap her. Upon receiving the command, Inin stepped forward and dealt the young maid 2 sharp slaps across the face. The maiden amp, Oppo's pale cheeks swelled instantly, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She fell to her knees, trembling and bowing her head, crying, Madam, I will never do it again. I understand my mistake. However, Chi was in a foul mood these days, and the maid had crossed her path, prompting her to unleash her wrath. Why are you crying? Who permitted you to cry? It was only 2 slaps, yet you weep as if attending a funeral. Are you cursing me to die early? Inin, strike her again. Keep hitting her until she learns her lesson. Inin took a wooden board this time and struck the maid fiercely until her clothes were soaked with blood before finally ceasing. The maid, barely alive, lay on the ground, twitching slightly, her breaths shallow. Shen Mingxian furrowed her brow. What is the meaning of this? You have made such a mess. The floor is stained, and the smell of blood is unbearable. Is this not even more inauspicious? Chi cast a glance at Inin. Why did you strike her so hard? You flicktenet xuanea. Quickly, throw her out, then light some incense to mask the odor. Inin promptly ordered the maid to be carried out and had the floor cleaned, while incense was lit. Soon, the scent of blood was covered. Yet Shen Mingxian remained dissatisfied. What kind of lesson is Inin teaching the maid? Rushing in here to shout about calamity, does she not realize how it sounds? One would think something dreadful had occurred in the household. Inin hurriedly replied, Miss, this maid has only been with us for half a year. She is still being trained. She has only done menial work in the courtyard and has never entered the house. Today, she was sent to meet the second miss returning home, but unexpectedly, the second miss had not yet arrived. Shen Mingxian waved her hand dismissively, mocking, surely my half-sister won't be coming back? The son would never accompany her home. On the night of the wedding, he did not lift the veil and openly declared before all the guests that he had no desire to marry her. How utterly humiliating. Were I in her position, I would have no face to return home. As she spoke, the curtain was lifted and Shen Guanyin entered with a dark expression. He addressed Chi The son is accompanying Wantang home, yet there is not a single person to greet them at the door. Is this how you manage the household? You are going to ruin me. Chi was taken aback. What did you say? The son has returned with Wantang? Shen Mingxian sprang to her feet. Impossible. This cannot be. Xiaoqing Yuan should be with Chu Yanluo right now. The son is standing at the door as we speak. And you still claim it is impossible? Shen Guanyin was infuriated, wishing to slap both mother and daughter. Hurry out to welcome them. He stands at the door while a crowd outside gossips. My Shen family is becoming the laughingstock of the capital. If Ning Wang learns that we have left his son out there, my career is finished. Chi's body stiffened. We are the elders. Even if he is a son, there is no reason for us to go out to welcome him. Shen Mingxian and Amp. Oppos. S face turned pale. How can this be? Why is it different from the previous life? What on earth has gone wrong? Chapter 15. Everything is at the husband's command. Shen Guanyin was seething with rage, his voice thunderous as he exclaimed. What nonsense are you spouting about past lives? There is no such thing as a past life. I believe you have lost your mind. What are you still doing here? Go out and welcome the young master. And where is Liao Yoha? He consumes the resources of the Shen family and is of no use whatsoever. You should also go out and greet him. Everyone in the Shen household who can breathe should go out to welcome him. Those who refuse may leave. The Shen family will not support worthless individuals. Having said this, he strode out first. Chi, aware that her husband was genuinely furious, felt a pang of anxiety and hurried outside. After a few steps, she realized her daughter was not following and quickly turned to urge her. Hurry out to welcome the young master. Your father hopes for the Prince of Ning to assist him in regaining his position. Quickly, In Manga, go summon the son-in-law and ask him to welcome the young master. And the eldest and second masters. Tell them to stop reading and come out to greet the young master. The courtyard of the Shen family was suddenly bustling with activity as all the members rushed out. When Shen Guanyin reached the entrance, he nearly fainted at the sight before him. Outside, a throng of people had gathered, including neighbors who had all come to see the commotion. At the forefront stood the young master of Ning, his handsome face marred by an icy glare. Upon seeing them emerge, Xiaoqing Yuan remarked with a sardonic tone, So the Shen family still has living beings. I thought I had wandered into an empty estate, waiting for half an eternity without so much as a soul in sight. Shen Guanyin felt utterly humiliated, his fair complexion turning crimson. We were busy preparing the banquet, and did not realize the young master had already arrived. Please come in. Tanger, how could you be so foolish? Why did you not invite the young master in? In this sweltering heat, how can we leave the young master standing outside? That would be most improper. As he invited Xiao Qingyuan in, he chastised his daughter, Shen Wantang. Shen Wantang merely lowered her head, silently standing behind Xiao Qingyuan, embodying the same quiet demeanor she had maintained throughout her 16 years in the Shen household. However, Xiao Qingyuan was not pleased. What an imposing authority you wield, Shen Daren. Reprimanding your daughter in my presence? Do you wish to reprimand me, but lack the courage, so you take it out on her? Is your rebuke directed at her or at me? He had no intention of returning to the Shen family, and he was even less fond of Shen Guanyin's sycophantic nature. Now, Shen Guanyin had unwittingly placed himself in a precarious position. Your Grace, you have misunderstood. I assure you, that was not my intention. It is simply that you are of such esteemed status, and it is utterly inappropriate for Tang not to invite you in. I merely felt compelled to speak to her about it, not to speak ill of you. Sweat drenched Shen Guanyin as he stood helplessly at the entrance, unable to coax the stubborn young master to step inside. The bystanders eagerly strained to catch every word exchanged between them. He could already envision the scandalous rumors that would circulate throughout the city by the morrow, painting him in a most embarrassing light. He urged again, "Young master, please." Kumin. Qishir also smiled ingratiatingly. "Yes, young master, do come inside. We have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, and now that you are here, it brings us such joy." Yet Xiao Qingyuan stood resolutely as if his feet were nailed to the ground, his lips moving swiftly with acerbic wit, eagerly anticipating my arrival. "Hardly. You left just a maidservant at the door and did not even open it. Is this how you express your eagerness for my visit? That maidservant saw me and darted back to report, yet I was left waiting outside for half the day before anyone emerged. Was this a deliberate slight?" Qishir and Appo's expression shifted as she realized why that maidservant had hurriedly dashed into the main house. Misled by her daughter and Appo's words, she believed Xiao Qingyuan would not come. So she never anticipated the maidservant's alarming report. Fuming, she cursed the maidservant in her heart for being so careless. The young master had arrived, yet she failed to inform them, causing the entire Shen family to lose face. However, this was not the moment to berate the maidservant. The priority was now to find a way to invite the young master inside. What maidservant? Qishir feigned ignorance. Could it be the one at the door? I did not see her. Please forgive us, young master. We are too lenient with our servants, allowing them to become somewhat unruly. That maidservant did not report your arrival to me. Perhaps she wandered off to play. I shall certainly discipline her later." Having said this, she approached Shen Wantang and affectionately grasped her hand. "Tanger, the young master has been standing outside for so long. Why haven't you assisted him inside? You are usually the most sensible and astute, yet now you seem as if you have lost your wits." Shen Wantang looked up and caught the warning glint in Qishir's eyes. A cold smile flickered in her heart. She was already married, and Qishir still sought to intimidate her. She quickly lowered her head, responding with utmost deference. "Mother, did you not teach me to obey my father while at home and my husband after marriage? Now that I am married, I shall naturally heed my husband and Appo's wishes." As she spoke, she discreetly withdrew her hand from Qishir and Appo's grasp, edging closer to Xiao Qingyuan. Upon hearing her refer to him as her husband, Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's brows furrowed, discontent brewing within him. Who permitted her to address him in such a manner? Shen Wantang bowed, embodying the humble obedience expected of a concubine. "I am here. Young master, please give your commands." Xiao Qingyuan had intended to assert that the term husband should only be reserved for his beloved Yen Luo. As he had neither unveiled her nor consummated their marriage, she had no right to use that term. Yet, upon glancing at the crowd that surrounded them, he found himself at a loss for words. This Shen Wantang was rather pitiable, reduced to such a state of subservience. Should he publicly chastise her further? The scandal could destroy her reputation, leaving her with no choice but to end her own life, a fate that was not beyond possibility. After all, Yen Luo had attempted to take her life on several occasions due to slanderous gossip, and had it not been for his timely intervention, she would have long since perished. Though he did not acknowledge Shen Wantang as his wife, He had no desire to see her suffer a tragic fate due to his actions. Thus, he decided that the situation had reached a suitable conclusion. He had neither truly returned to the family, nor had he dishonored Yanluo. Satisfied, he turned with a grim expression and waved his sleeve, returned to the estate. Shen Wantang maintained her obedient demeanor. Yes, young master. As Xiaoqing Yuan ascended into the carriage, Shen Wantang followed suit without a moment and oppose. Hesitation, subservient and demure, appearing as if she possessed no autonomy whatsoever. The members of the Shen family stood in stunned silence. Not only had they failed to invite the young master inside, but they had also managed to provoke him into leaving. If the new son-in-law departed in such a manner, what future would the Shen family have? Young master, please wait. Chapter 16. Does she not have any temper at all? Shen Guanyin hurriedly stepped forward to intercept, Your Highness. We have prepared food and drink at home. It would not be too late for you to dine before departing. Tanger, why do you not persuade His Highness to disembark? The carriage could not proceed. Xiaoqing Yuan lifted the curtain and coldly commanded, "Mog, why are you dawdling like your namesake? I'm already aboard, and yet you hesitate to drive? Anyone obstructing the way shall be met with my whip." Mog immediately cracked his whip upon the ground, striking mere inches from Shen Guanyin's feet. Shen Guanyin went pale with fright and retreated several steps. The onlookers gasped, for the son of the Ning king, known for his infatuation with the Chu family's daughter, had a reputation as a romantic, but few recalled his notorious arrogance. Everyone instinctively parted, and the royal carriage sped away, disappearing at the far end of the night peace lane. Shen Guanyin seethed with anger, his face a mask of humiliation. He wished to curse Shen Wantang, but she had already departed, leaving him voiceless. Thus, he directed his ire towards Qi Shi. This is all you're doing. Hurry back. What disgrace. Having spoken, he strode hastily towards home. Qi Shi could scarcely fathom how a simple visit could escalate into such chaos. She hurried back into the courtyard, anxiously calling, "In Mama." Close the door. In Mama complied, and the crowd, disheveled and disheartened, dispersed to their respective quarters. Only Shen Mingxian remained, frozen in place, her face as pale as a ghost, murmuring, "Impossible. How could Xiaoqing Yuan accompany Shen Wantang back home? He did not accompany me. How could he possibly do so for her? Impossible." No one heard her words, save for Liao Yoha, who stood nearby. Prior to the wedding, at Shen Mingxian and Appo's request, Liao Yoha had met with her, during which she had boastfully declared her ability to foresee the future, claiming that if he married her, he would surely succeed in the imperial examinations the following year. He had doubted her, confident in his own abilities after years of diligent study, believing he would succeed regardless of whether he married Shen Mingxian. Nonetheless, as the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, she represented the best match available to him, and thus he had readily agreed. After their marriage, he learned through her incessant boasting that she did not possess any foresight. In her own words, she had lived a previous life. Though she never explicitly stated it, he pieced together her narrative of a past existence. In that life, he had married Shen Wantang, the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, while Xiaoqing Yuan had wed Shen Mingxian. Liao Yoha furrowed his brow. He had observed Shen Wantang for quite some time and found himself more inclined to marry her. Her gentle and graceful demeanor was simply comforting to behold. In contrast, Shen Mingxian was too ostentatious, flaunting her supposed knowledge despite lacking substance, and her arrogance was grating. Moreover, her predictions had proven unreliable. She had claimed that the son of a Ning king would not come to propose, yet he did. She asserted that he could not possibly accompany Shen Wantang home, yet here he was. She had foretold that he would spend the next year as a monk at Fazed Temple, yet he had already returned to secular life. She insisted that his affections were solely for Chu Yanluo, yet he had clearly shown concern for Shen Wantang today. Liao Yoha bypassed Shen Mingxian and retreated to his room, determined to immerse himself in his studies, for he had begun to fear that the future might contradict Shen Mingxuan's claims, jeopardizing his chances of success in the examinations. Meanwhile, inside the royal carriage, Shen Wantang consciously seated herself as far from Xiaoqing Yuan as possible. "Your Highness, please speak. I have already warned you. The person I intend to marry is not you. My father and mother recognize you as a daughter-in-law, but I do not. Thus, you have no right to address me as an amp. Amp, oppos, husband and amp, oppos. Indeed, your highness is correct. I was presumptuous. I shall refrain from such titles henceforth, no matter the occasion. You must never address me in this manner. In this world, only Yin Luo may call me that. It is my fault. I apologize, your highness. Moreover, do not always adopt such a humble demeanor. It lacks any semblance of authority and is quite irksome. Shen Wantang's heart stirred. He disliked the meekness. She feigned even greater humility. Your highness is right. Xiao Qingyun gazed at her submissive posture, wishing to speak further, yet found himself rendered speechless. Did she truly possess no temper? Was she made of cotton? Engaging in a battle of wills with a fierce tiger could demonstrate his strength and prowess. But what could he prove by contending with a mere ball of cotton? Continuing to chastise her would only serve to highlight his bullying. He fell silent, leaning back against the carriage, feigning sleep. He had not rested in 2 days due to his father's relentless demands. By the time they arrived at the royal residence, he had genuinely succumbed to slumber. Shen Wantang did not awaken him, but disembarked alone. Mog lifted the curtain and, upon seeing his master asleep, hesitated before deciding against waking him. His master had been worn thin by his father's relentless pressure. After 2 days and nights without rest, he deserved a moment of sleep. Meanwhile, the princess consort, upon hearing of Shen Wantang's return, was taken aback. When she saw Shen Wantang enter to pay her respects, she inquired, "Why have you returned so soon? Could it be that Yuan and Amp, oppos, has changed his mind and refused to accompany you?" Shen Wantang smiled gently. "No, mother. You misunderstand his highness. He did accompany me home. However, as no one was there to welcome us, he stood outside for quite some time, perhaps feeling that my family did not value me, and thus resolved to bring me back. Mother, his highness appears cold, yet his heart is soft and warm. He is truly standing up for me, and I am exceedingly grateful to him." The princess consort was momentarily stunned. For the past 2 years, the outside world had criticized her son, calling him foolish and dim-witted, even praising a woman with an illegitimate child. This was the first time she had heard anyone speak well of him, nearly bringing her to tears. She grasped Shen Wantang's hand. "Good child, you still speak on his behalf. He is a reckless fool, born of me. How could I not know? He likely still harbors feelings for that girl from Jisan Monastery, which is why he hesitates to enter the Shen family doors." Shen Wantang did not shy away from the truth. His highness is a man of deep feelings and loyalty, remaining true to his heart. If he were to fall in love with every woman he met, that would indeed be disastrous. Regardless, I have returned home. The duration of my stay is inconsequential. Chapter 17. The crown prince brought her back. The princess consort was well aware that the Shen family regarded Shen Wantang, their illegitimate daughter, with indifference. Initially, she had her sights set on her, but her legitimate mother, Lady Qi, insisted that Shen Wantang was already betrothed. Thus, she settled for Shen Mingxian, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. However, Lady Qi shamelessly returned to declare that she could not defy the will of the royal household and had annulled Shen Wantang's engagement, allowing her to marry into the royal family. The princess consort was infuriated by Lady Qi's capriciousness, yet she was undeniably fond of Shen Wantang. After a lengthy search, she had found no one who resembled Chu Yanluo as closely as Shen Wantang did, and she was reluctant to lose a potential daughter-in-law who might bring her son back to his senses simply because of Lady Qi. Therefore, she ultimately agreed to revert to her original choice, Shen Wantang. From that moment on, her disdain for Lady Qi grew immensely. Observing Shen Wantang now, it seemed she harbored no lingering affection for the Shen family. Her swift departure from their home appeared to bring her joy. This was precisely what the princess consort desired, a daughter-in-law who could wholeheartedly embrace life in the royal household, thus ensuring her commitment to her son. She cherished the idea of having a daughter-in-law who treated the palace as her own home, for it would grant her peace of mind in entrusting the royal affairs to her in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, the princess consort bestowed upon Shen Wantang a plethora of gifts. As she saw her leave with a joyful demeanor, a long-lost smile graced her face. The crown prince and Amp, Apos, S consort, was both obedient and cheerful, her countenance perpetually adorned with a hint of mirth, as if no troubles existed in the world to vex her. This brought a sense of expansiveness to the princess consort's own heart. Since Xiao Qingyuan had taken a liking to Chu Yanluo, the princess consort had not smiled in quite some time. Now, with her smile restored, the old matron, Mama Quan, breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "Your Highness speaks the truth. The crown prince in Apos, S consort, possesses a unique aura that calms the spirit and expands the heart. You have truly gained a treasure. Such a figure is destined to be a perfect match for the crown prince." The princess consort nodded in agreement and then inquired, "Where is the crown prince? Why has only the crown prince's consort returned? Is he not with her?" "I shall inquire at once," Mama Quan replied, departing. Moments later, she returned with the news. "Your Highness, the crown prince was exceedingly fatigued and fell asleep in the carriage. The crown prince's consort did not wish to wake him, so she came to pay her respects alone." The princess consort understood that her son had been exhausted by his husband's demands over the past few days, and fatigue was inevitable. The crown prince and Apos, S consort, is indeed considerate of that scoundrel, she mused, but it is a pity that the scoundrel does not reciprocate such thoughtfulness. "Do not fret, Your Highness. They have only just wed. The crown prince has yet to adjust. In time, he will surely learn to be attentive to the crown prince's consort," Mama Quan consoled. "One can only hope. I seek nothing more than for him to lead a normal life. My greatest fear is that he will stubbornly choose a life of seclusion, forever accompanying that nun." Meanwhile, after returning to her quarters, Shen Wantang took a brief respite before changing into more comfortable attire. She then took a key and led her attendants to Xiao Qingyuan and Apos' storeroom. Mama Chai followed closely behind, both astonished and delighted. The crown prince has entrusted the key to his private treasury to the crown prince's consort. It is evident that she holds a place in his heart. This storeroom is filled with his treasures, which he seldom allows anyone to enter. Shen Wantang merely smiled shyly, saying nothing. Even if Xiao Qingyuan were to develop a heart, it could only harbor feelings for Chu Yanluo. Upon opening the storeroom door, she was dazzled by the array of rare and exquisite treasures. In her previous life, she had encountered many fine items, but none compared to the splendor before her. Indeed, marrying into a prominent family afforded her opportunities that the offspring of humble origins could never attain, no matter their efforts. In her past life, she had toiled relentlessly to elevate Liao Yoha to the esteemed position of chief minister of the Dali Temple, barely scratching the surface of wealth. Yet now, having just married, she found herself nestled within affluence without lifting a finger. In the storeroom, she left the rare items untouched and chose only pure gold trinkets, instructing Mama Chai and Dujuan to take them away. While the rare items would be difficult to sell, gold could be melted down and sold, providing her with the capital to expand her shop throughout the entire Daofeng region, which she could only dream of achieving 5 years later in her past life. She could now accomplish with ease. However, since spending Xiao Qingyuan's money required a measure of discretion, she generously gifted Mama Chai a gold bracelet adorned with 5-colored tourmalines that she had been eyeing. Mama Chai was taken aback. "This is too precious, Your Highness. I cannot accept it," Shen Wantang insisted, pressing the bracelet into Mama Chai's hands. "Mama, I have heard that you cared for the crown prince during his childhood, and he still holds you in high regard. I believe you would not begrudge such a bracelet, especially when there are so many here. Wealth can sway hearts." Though Mama Chai feigned refusal, she cherished the bracelet immensely. Having spent her life as a servant in the royal household, she harbored hopes that her descendants would not share the same fate. To rise above, one must possess wealth. Without it, all calculations are futile. Clutching the bracelet tightly, she spoke with an even more respectful tone. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you and the crown prince." Her words signified that she had already placed Shen Wantang above Xiao Qingyuan in her esteem. After all, it was Shen Wantang who had bestowed the gift, not Xiao Qingyuan. Shen Wantang was pleased with Mama Chai's attitude as she surveyed the wealth within the storeroom, nearly bursting into laughter. How delightful it was to acquire Xiao Qingyuan's possessions, winning the loyalty of Mama Chai without spending a single coin. This transaction was undeniably advantageous. After moving some items back to her quarters, Shen Wantang discreetly gifted Dujuan a gold bracelet as well. Though not as ornate as the one given to Mama Chai, it was a substantial weight. Dujuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you are too kind. I will serve you as a humble servant in this life and the next." Shen Wantang gently lifted her, wiping her tears with a silk handkerchief. If there is a next life, do not serve as a humble servant. Instead, be the daughter of a wealthy family. In the past, she had never believed in the concept of reincarnation, yet now it seemed she had indeed experienced it. Perhaps Dujuan would too. Throughout the day, her courtyard was filled with joy as she rewarded the other maids and servants, who all sought to win her favor. In the evening, after finishing her dinner and perusing a book, the head maid, JingCheng, hurried in, her expression grave. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince went out earlier and has just returned. However, he did not come back alone. He has brought with him the one who has been living as a nun at JingCheng Temple." Upon hearing this, the surrounding people gasped in unison. What? The Crown Prince brought her back? How is that possible? Did she not proclaim her intention to remain a nun for life? Did the prince and princess consort truly agree to let her enter? Did they not drive her away? And she is pregnant with an illegitimate child. How could the Crown Prince be so foolish? Would it not be better for him to live happily with the Crown Prince and Oppos as consort? Chapter 18. Seeking Mother. Please summon physician Zhou. The maidservants were quite indignant on behalf of Shen Wantang, and even Granny Chai displayed some irritation. However, there was no trace of anger or resentment on Shen Wantang and Oppos' face. Instead, she wore a look of mild confusion. In her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had desperately pleaded with Chu Yanluo for over a year before she reluctantly agreed to accompany him back to the royal residence. Why then? Had this time transpired so much sooner? Could it be that the recent marriage exchange had inadvertently altered certain circumstances? Granny Chai, go outside and ascertain the situation. How could the heir suddenly bring someone back? Granny Chai nodded in response and stepped out. JingCheng, observing her mistress's composed demeanor, could not help but ask, "Your Grace, are you not worried? Shouldn't you go see the heir yourself? After all, you are his legitimate wife." There was a statement she refrained from uttering. It had only been 3 days since their wedding, and the heir had already brought his cousin into the household. Was this not a blatant affront to the heir's wife? Who could swallow such a slight? The other maidservants looked at Shen Wantang with curiosity, awaiting her response. Yet, Shen Wantang merely smiled serenely. "You have just stated that I am the heir's legitimate wife. Regardless of whom he brings back, she will ultimately amount to nothing more than a concubine. Every family has several concubines. Why should I be concerned?" In truth, she harbored a wish for Xiao Qingyuan to have more concubines, as it might provide him with a son. After all, she herself had no intention of bearing him a child. In her previous life, while investigating cases, she had encountered many unfortunate women who perished due to childbirth. At that time, she had even felt some gratitude towards Liao Yoha for not touching her, sparing her from the perils of childbirth. Upon hearing her response, the maidservant's sighs reflected admiration. Truly, she was the heir's wife selected with care, exhibiting grace and wisdom, living with clarity and openness. If the roles were reversed, they would find it impossible to maintain such composure. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was tense on Xiao Qingyuan and Oppos' side. He had brought Chu Yanluo back to his quarters and had shut the door, refusing entry to anyone. The king of Ning, enraged, forced the door open and immediately struck his son. "You reckless fool! Who permitted you to bring her back?" The royal consort gazed at Chu Yanluo, who lay on his bed with a pronounced belly, and felt faint with anger. "Yuan und imp, Oppos, tell her to leave. How can you tolerate a woman carrying a bastard child in your bed? Don and Amp, Oppos, do you find it filthy?" Despite the slap, Xiao Qingyuan stood his ground, blocking his parents from approaching Chu Yanluo. Yanluo has been destabilized. She has fainted and is bleeding. She is in grave danger. Am I to stand by and watch her die? The king of Ning seethed. A self-degrading wretch. Let her die. In an amp, Oppos. It's not as if you caused her pregnancy. Why do you feel the need to save her? Do you not find the royal residence shameful enough? If Yanluo dies, I cannot bear to live. As long as she draws breath, I shall remain alive. If she descends into the underworld, I shall follow her. I cannot forsake her. I do not care whose child she carries. Our esteemed royal residence can surely support a child. I speak not in jest. I am sincere. If anything were to happen to Yin Luo, I would accompany her, for that is my promise. Did not father teach me to uphold my promises? Did not mother instruct me to harbor compassion? The royal consort began to weep, having cherished this only son, raising him as a treasure. She had never anticipated that one day he would wound her heart for a woman. You honor, the values we instilled in you were not meant for such circumstances. Had the woman you loved possessed even a modicum of propriety, your father and I would not oppose you. She sobbed previously. I had even agreed to propose to the Chu family on your behalf. Your father and I have made considerable concessions. But this woman is utterly unacceptable. How can we welcome her? If her own family, the Chus, have rejected her, how can she be anything but sent to a nunnery? Yuan and Amp, Oppos, awaken to reason. I implore you, do not let her deceive you. Xiao Qingyuan knelt upright. Mother, I am fully aware. Yin Luo has not deceived me. She is the finest woman in the world. If you do not believe me, spend time with her, and you shall see her integrity surpasses that of any other. There is no need for concern. Moreover, the fact that even the Chu family has forsaken her means she has nowhere else to go. I cannot abandon her when her life is at stake. I beg you, mother, please summon physician Zhou to treat her. The royal consort swayed, almost collapsing, but was steadied by the king of Ning, who was taken aback. You wish to summon physician Zhou. He is the head physician for the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Even favored concubines must present grand tributes multiple times to request his presence. How dare you request such a renowned physician for this shameless wretch? Xiao Qingyuan was acutely aware of physician Zhou and Oppos, as esteemed position and the difficulty of summoning him. Yet, he knew that without physician Zhou, it was unlikely anyone else could save Yin Luo's life. Renowned for his unparalleled skills, particularly in preserving pregnancies, if he could be summoned, both Yin Luo and her child could be saved. He bowed deeply to the royal consort. I beseech you, mother, help me summon physician Zhou. The last time he had bowed to her was to request that she propose to the Chu family. After nurturing him for 19 years, he had only bowed to her twice, both times for Chu Yin Luo. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged through the royal consort, and darkness enveloped her vision as she fainted. The king of Ning, alarmed, swiftly caught her. Ingzhen, quickly, fetch a physician. He could no longer concern himself with his son, hastily lifting his wife and rushing out, ignoring Xiao Qingyuan and Amp, Oppos, as calls. Xiao Qingyuan knelt there, his handsome face marred by guilt and anxiety. He had not intended to provoke his mother to such an extent, but how else could he ensure Yin Luo's survival? Uncertain of his mother's condition, he felt as if his heart were being gnawed by ants. He rose to check on her, but just as he took a couple of steps, a pained groan emerged from the bed. He halted and looked over. Chu Yin Luo slowly opened her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Heir, am I about to die? Chapter 19. How could she possibly know acupuncture? Upon noticing that she had awakened, Xiao Qingyuan hurried to her side. Yuan Luo, do not worry. I will ensure your safety. I shall summon the royal physician at once. As he spoke, he made to leave, but Chu Yuan Luo grasped his arm firmly. No, there is no need to call for anyone. There is nothing in this world that I yearn for anymore. I owe too much to the heir. My heart is heavy with guilt. The kindness you have shown me can only be repaid in another life. Xiao Qingyuan felt a pang of anguish. Do not speak such nonsense. You shall be fine. A solitary tear slipped from Chu Yuan Luo's eye. I am aware that you have married. Congratulations, my lord. Ultimately, I am unworthy of you. Please let me leave. I am out of place here and would only burden you further. You are not unworthy of me, nor have I taken a wife. Xiao Qingyuan was desperate to reveal the depths of his heart. That choice was made by my mother, not I. My heart belongs solely to you, Yuan Luo. Do not go. Stay in the palace where I can care for you. The quiet retreat is far too austere for your recovery. Rest assured, once you regain your health, I shall marry you. A flicker of hope shone in Chu Yuan Luo and Oppos' eyes. Is what you say truly sincere? However, the princess will never consent to our union. I do not wish to cause you distress. I am not distressed. I fear only that you may refuse to be my wife. I do not wish to refuse. My lord, it is merely, I feel unworthy of marrying you. Xiao Yuan had pursued her for a long time, and this was the first time he had heard her express any willingness to wed him. His heart soared with joy as he grasped her hand tightly. If you are willing to marry me, I shall take you as my bride. I always believed you had no feelings for me, but now I see that you do. Wait here. I will summon the royal physician immediately. With that, he rushed out. In the Shaoguang courtyard, the princess lay in bed, her complexion pale as paper, her breathing faint, and she remained unconscious. Prince Ning sat beside her, panic rising within him as he noticed her breaths growing shallower. Where is the royal physician? Have you summoned him? Why has he not arrived yet? Old Madame Quan and Oppos. S expression was tense. Your Highness, he has already been summoned and should arrive shortly. Yet how could the physician arrive so swiftly? It would take at least a quarter of an hour for him to reach the palace. Just then, Shen Wantang entered. Upon hearing that her mother-in-law had fainted, she hurried over to check on her. After greeting Prince Ning, she quietly asked old Madame Quan, "Did mother faint out of anger?" Old Madame Quan nodded. Yes, indeed. Has she experienced similar symptoms before? There was one occasion when she fainted after becoming furious. Shen Wantang felt a sense of urgency. After examining her mother-in-law's complexion, she turned to Prince Ning and said, "Father, I have studied acupuncture. If you permit, I can administer a few needles to mother, which may hasten her recovery." Prince Ning was taken aback. You know acupuncture? Yes, my maternal grandfather once operated a pharmacy. While it was true that her grandfather had run a pharmacy, Shen Wantang had not learned acupuncture from him. Rather, she had sought out a master in her previous life for investigative purposes, where acupuncture was but a fraction of her education, which also encompassed pharmacology and forensics. Father, the situation is critical. The longer she remains unconscious, the more difficult it becomes to revive her. Even if she is revived, there may be lingering effects that could severely impair her health. I implore you to allow me to administer acupuncture. With her experience from a past life, Shen Wantang understood the potential ramifications far better than Prince Ning did. Though he was unaware of the serious aftereffects the princess might endure, she was not. She could not fathom why the princess had fallen ill 2 years earlier than expected, but she knew that neglecting timely treatment could have dire consequences, as it had nearly cost her mother-in-law her life in her previous life, leading to a partial paralysis despite her eventual recovery. Prince Ning looked at his wife, whose complexion had shifted from pale to a sickly hue, and clenched his fists. Do you truly know acupuncture? Can you genuinely save the princess? I can, father. With no better options available, Prince Ning resigned himself to the gamble, gritting his teeth. Very well. Proceed with the acupuncture. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yuan burst in. Father, you must not. How could she possibly know acupuncture? You cannot entrust Mother's life to her. The physician will arrive shortly. We must wait. Upon seeing him, Prince Ning and Oppos' expression darkened. How dare you speak? Who was it that drove your mother to this state? Get out of my sight. The farther, the better. Father, it was my fault that mother was angered. I accept any punishment you wish to impose. But you cannot gamble with her life. Just because she claims to know acupuncture does not mean she can heal. How can she possibly understand the intricacies of medicine at her age? Why can we not wait for the physician? Waiting for the physician may be too late. Prince Ning bellowed. Can you not see that your mother is on the verge of losing her breath? He then turned to Shen Wantang. Do not heed his words. Proceed with the acupuncture and save your mother. Initially hesitant, Prince Ning was resolute now. He believed that whatever his son supported, he should oppose, and whatever his son opposed, he should embrace. His son had not made a single correct decision in recent years. Thus, contrary to his son and Oppos' counsel, the outcome was sure to be favorable. Shen Wantang naturally followed Prince Ning and Oppos' directive, disregarding Xiao Yuan as she beckoned to Zhu Wan, who promptly presented her with a set of needles. These were custom-made for her after her rebirth, and she had not anticipated that her first patient would be her mother-in-law. Upon hearing of the princess's fainting spell, she had instructed Zhu Wan to hastily bring the needles, and thankfully, they had arrived just in time. Shen Wantang felt the princess and Oppos' pulse and deftly inserted the silver needles into various acupoints on her head. Bai Wei, Tu Wei, Tianju, Fengqi. With each needle, the princess and Appo's complexion visibly improved, and her breathing began to stabilize. As the final needle was placed, the princess suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, then slowly opened her eyes. Prince Ning was overjoyed, his eyes glistening as he called out, "Ingzhen, you are awake." Old Madame Quan and old Madame Chai, both astonished and delighted, could hardly believe that the newly married daughter-in-law possessed such medical expertise and knowledge of acupuncture. Their previous doubts about her vanished in an instant. Fu Huan, with her head bowed, was equally astonished. Having accompanied Shen Wantang since childhood, she was well aware of her mistress's capabilities, or lack thereof, in acupuncture. How could she be so skilled? Unable to comprehend this enigma, Zhu Wan chose not to dwell on it. She would keep her mistress's secrets forever. The most shocked of all was Xiaoqing Yuan. He gazed at Shen Wantang in disbelief, his expression shifting dramatically. He could not fathom how someone who appeared so humble and unassuming could possess such extraordinary medical talents. Chapter 20. Starting tomorrow, the young lady of the house will be managed by the heir apparent. Shen Wantang was indifferent to Xiaoqing Yuan's opinion of her. Her primary concern lay with her mother-in-law's condition. She gently wiped the blood from the corners of her mother-in-law's mouth with a silk cloth and softly inquired, "Mother, do you feel any better now?" The princess nodded slightly, surveying the surroundings, quickly grasping the situation. "Did you save me?" However, Shen Wantang did not take credit for her actions. While gathering her acupuncture needles, she replied, "I administered acupuncture to you, which brought you back to consciousness. Your condition was critical, and I had to act boldly. Thankfully, you have awakened. Rest assured, my father has already sent for the royal physician, who will arrive shortly." The princess reacted similarly to others. "You can perform acupuncture?" Shen Wantang cautiously answered, "I have learned a little." Once she had packed away all the needles, she stepped aside while Grandma Quan assisted the princess in rinsing her mouth and drinking a bowl of ginseng soup. At that moment, the chief steward of the palace hurriedly arrived with the physician. However, it was not the esteemed director of the Imperial Medical Institute, Physician Zhou, whom Xiaoqing Yuan had hoped to see, but rather Physician Qin, who regularly attended to the Ning Wang and the princess. He was not skilled in gynecology, but excelled in internal medicine. Physician Qin felt the princess's pulse, his expression turning grave. "May I ask, Your Highness, has any other physician seen the princess before my arrival?" Ning Wang glanced at Shen Wantang and replied, "Indeed, someone has treated the princess with acupuncture, which is why she has awakened." Physician Qin nodded solemnly. "So, it was, fortunately, the treatment was timely. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The princess has awakened, but her pulse is weak. Had she not received prompt care, she could have suffered lasting afflictions, and it might have been difficult for her to awaken again." Ning Wang felt a jolt of shock and turned to Shen Wantang once more. The others in the room also gazed at her, finally comprehending the significance and urgency of her earlier intervention. Seeing everyone's attention on Shen Wantang, Physician Qin found it somewhat curious but knew she was the newly married daughter-in-law of the Wang family, so he refrained from lingering. After diagnosing her pulse again, he stepped outside to write a prescription before departing. Before leaving, he remarked, "Your Highness, I do not wish to conceal anything. My medical skills may not be as high as the physician you summoned previously. I cannot eradicate the princess's illness. You may need to invite that physician back for further treatment. Perhaps he can achieve a complete recovery. Otherwise, the princess must focus on recuperation, avoiding any stress or anger." Once Physician Qin departed, the expressions of those present towards Shen Wantang shifted to one of respect. Although Physician Qin was not as renowned as Physician Zhou, his skills were commendable, which was why he had consistently treated Ning Wang. Yet, if even he acknowledged that Shen Wantang surpassed him in medical expertise, it indicated her remarkable talent. The princess directly grasped Shen Wantang's hand, speaking warmly, "Good child, I owe you my life this time. Otherwise, whether I would have survived remains unknown. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you." Shen Wantang smiled gently, replying, "Thank you for your kindness, mother. It is my duty to attend to you, and it is also due to my father and aunt, Appo's, as trust in me that I dare to act. I am young and a woman. Anyone would think me mad for suggesting acupuncture. Ning Wang had not anticipated being praised by his daughter-in-law. He did not genuinely place his trust in her, but felt compelled to act when his wife and aunt, Appo's, condition was dire and her breathing alarmingly weak. He nodded at the princess, saying, I did not give it much thought. You appeared gravely unwell, and since you oppose your treatment, I thought that anything he opposed must be for the best. So I hastily allowed you to proceed. The princess found her husband's reasoning somewhat amusing, yet she could not smile. It was a small understanding she and her husband had reached over the years. Whatever their son opposed was generally for the better, while what he favored was often detrimental. She looked at her son, her gaze frosty. Yuan, I believe I have raised you without any shortcomings. Why do you insist on my demise? Is it that I, your father, and the entire Wang household do not compare to a Chu Yanluo? Xiao Qingyuan's face turned pale. Mother, I never wished for your death, nor did I anticipate this outcome. I merely care for Yanluo and wish to bring her home, thinking you, who appears stern but are soft-hearted, would allow her to reside in the Wang residence. Upon hearing this, the princess felt a chilling wave of disappointment. She found herself questioning the value of raising a son who seemed less considerate than his daughter-in-law. Weary, she waved her hand dismissively. I nearly lost my life because of her. Had it not been for Tang and Amp, Appo's, I would likely have already departed to the underworld. Therefore, regardless of how you interact with Chu Yanluo, in my eyes, there is only one heir apparent in the Ning Wang residence, and that is Tang and Appo's. In the future, she shall be the sole mistress of this household. Physician Qin has advised me to rest. Starting tomorrow, I shall entrust the household management to Tang. Anyone who dares to defy her shall be expelled from the Wang residence. Xiao Qingyan opened his mouth to speak, but, upon seeing his mother's pale, bloodless face and trembling hands, swallowed his words. He truly loved Chu Yanluo, but he was not devoid of filial piety. He could not disregard his mother's health. He sought a balance where his mother and Chu Yanluo could coexist harmoniously, rather than engage in a bitter struggle. Soon, the princess lay down, utterly exhausted. Everyone, please leave. I'm tired. Shen Wantang bowed respectfully before exiting with Du Jiao and Grandma Chai. As she passed by Xiao Qingyuan, she did not even glance at him, walking straight past. No sooner had she returned to her quarters than Grandma, Quan, followed closely behind. She held a box, presenting it with great reverence. Young lady of the house, the princess has sent you the keys and account books for managing the household. Starting tomorrow, please take charge. Shen Wantang hesitated slightly, saying, Grandma, I can help her recuperate. But as for managing the household, perhaps it would be better for Mother to handle it. After all, I have just entered the family and am quite young. Grandma Quan Smila Driasuringli. Do not worry, young lady of the house. Grandma Chai will fully assist you. If you have any questions, you may ask her. She has always been the princess's right hand and would not have been chosen to guide the young master's upbringing otherwise. There is nothing in this residence that she does not understand, so you may confidently take charge. If you still feel uneasy, the princess has also said that you may seek her help if you encounter difficulties. Chapter 21. Xiao Qingyuan's apology. It was only then that Shen Wantang accepted the steward's keys and account books. Granny Quan completed her task and soon departed. The maids, Qin Xian and Shu Xiang, gathered around, their expressions a mix of shock and admiration as they looked at Shen Wantang. Lady, the princess truly holds you in high regard. She entrusted you with the keys so swiftly. One exclaimed, Indeed, lady, in our capital, this is unprecedented. Other brides must wait at least half a year to gain such authority. You have been here for merely 3 days and have already become the lady of the house. Anyone would envy you. Yet, Shen Wantang maintained a demeanor of serene composure, showing no signs of pride or anxiety over managing the household. After all, in her past life, she had already mastered the art of stewardship. However, managing such a grand estate as the royal residence would undoubtedly prove more challenging than before. She touched the keys. Feeling a sense of solidity, she had established her footing within the palace, and the future appeared promising. Nonetheless, She was taken aback by how quickly she had earned her mother-in-law and Appo's trust and authority over the household. In her previous life, Shen Mingxian had never been granted such power. She had often returned to her family, lamenting that the princess treated her as an outsider, preferring to manage the household herself despite her illness. The maids, lost in their own joy and congratulations, were interrupted by a small maid who hurried in to report, "Lady, the young master has arrived." The room fell silent. Shen Wantang gently spoke, "Please invite the young master in." As her words fell, the small maid lifted the curtain, and Xiao Qingyuan entered. Granny Cha promptly led the maids out, ensuring the couple would not be disturbed. This marked the first time since their wedding that Xiao Qingyuan had taken the initiative to enter this courtyard. Inside, the two remained silent for a prolonged moment. Outside, several maids whispered among themselves about the reason for Xiao Qingyuan's visit. Could it be that the young master has recognized the lady's merits and has come to consummate their marriage? One speculated, "It must be so. In my opinion, the lady is exceptionally beautiful, far more captivating than that nun. There is no reason for the young master not to be fond of her." Another chimed in, "Not only is she lovely, but she is also quite talented. Have you seen the books she reads? They are complex and profound. Yet she annotates and comprehends every single one. If the young master indeed consummates the marriage with her, will our household not welcome a young master soon?" Someone else inquired eagerly, "Oh dear, hurry to the kitchen and prepare water. Lots of it." Within the room, Shen Wantang remained oblivious to the elaborate speculations of her maids. She rose to pour tea for Xiao Qingyuan, noticing his repeated hesitations to speak. She began to discern the purpose of his visit. However, as he remained silent, she refrained from initiating conversation herself. After all, he harbored no fondness for her and might even view her as an intruder in his life. Should she speak first, he might misconstrue her intentions as affection for him, which would not bode well. Xiao Qingyuan had hoped Shen Wantang would take the initiative to converse, but after waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, he found her merely standing with her head lowered, as if they could remain in that stillness forever. He felt a surge of anxiety and, out of desperation, finally spoke, "Shen Wantang." The moment he began to speak, he felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. How peculiar was that he felt overpowered by a woman who appeared so meek and unassuming. Having initiated the conversation, Shen Wantang could not leave him hanging. She slightly bowed and said, "Young master, please speak. I have brought Yin Luo back. You must be aware of this." "Yes, I am aware. I wish to inquire. Since you were able to awaken my mother, could you possibly help Yin Luo? What ails her? She has been traumatized, suffering from severe abdominal pain, and is also bleeding. She fainted this evening. In her previous life, Chu Yin Luo had lost her child. However, her miscarriage had not occurred at this time or within the royal residence. It had transpired at JingCheng Temple, orchestrated by those arranged by Shen Mingxian, who had drugged her, nearly resulting in a double tragedy. Yet, since the marriage exchange, so many circumstances had changed that it was futile to predict Chu Yin Luo's condition based on past experiences. "Young master, I am not skilled in preserving pregnancies. I fear I may be of little help. You should seek a physician who specializes in this area for Miss Yin Luo." Shen Wantang was uncertain about Chu Yin Luo's current condition. If it were not severe, and she managed to heal her, Xiao Qingyuan might not express gratitude, leaving her with no benefit. Moreover, it could even provoke her mother-in-law and Appo's resentment. Conversely, if she failed to heal Chu Yin Luo, she might end up repeating the tragedy of the past, causing her to lose the child and suffer lasting harm, potentially leading Xiao Qingyuan to harbor deep resentment against her. Chu Yin Luo would also blame her, as they had both loathed Shen Mingxian intensely in their previous life, employing countless schemes to undermine her, turning her into a figure of ridicule throughout the capital. Shen Wantang wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. In facing Xiao Qingyuan's dilemma, the wisest course of action was to protect herself. Even if she could assist, she must assert that she could not. Moreover, it was absurd that Xiao Qingyuan sought her, the young mistress, to treat the woman he had brought from outside, instead of consulting a qualified physician. "I have already sent someone to summon a physician skilled in preserving pregnancies, but they may take some time to arrive." Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's tone was tinged with sincerity. I observed your adeptness in acupuncture earlier. The results were immediate, and my mother awakened at once. I thought you might be able to assist Yin Luo, at least with a few needles to help her stop the bleeding. Consider it a favor owed to you. In the future, should you find yourself in need, I will assist you in whatever way I can. He believed that such an offer was compelling enough that no one would refuse. However, Shen Wantang remained unmoved. With her head still bowed, she respectfully replied, I genuinely appreciate the young master's offer, but I must regretfully decline. Acupuncture is not a panacea. My mother and Appo's condition was indeed suitable for such treatment, but Miss Yin Luo and Appo's situation does not permit it. If the young master doubts my words, he may inquire upon the physician and Appo's arrival. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's eyes, yet he recognized that seeking Shen Wantang and Appo's help was indeed inappropriate. Thus, he did not feel anger at her response. He turned to leave, pausing at the door to apologize. I apologize for previously questioning your medical skills. It was narrow-minded of me to judge by appearances. Shen Wantang softly replied, It is nothing. It is only natural for the young master to harbor doubts about someone he does not know well. I thank you for saving my mother. You are too kind. It was my duty, Xiao Qingyuan remarked, observing her calm demeanor, which prompted a shift in his perception of her. He began to understand why his mother had chosen her as the young mistress. She seemed truly exceptional. Chapter 22. The child in her womb is gone after Xiao Qingyuan departed. Granny Chai led the maids back into the room to attend to Shen Wantang. After a moment of hesitation, JingCheng could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Lady, why did the heir come and leave so quickly? Is he not staying with us at Wudong Courtyard tonight? Shen Wantang, aware of her penchant for gossip, decided to share the details, as it was not a significant matter. She smiled and replied, Naturally, he will not stay at Wudong Courtyard. He came to see me because I had awakened my mother and wanted me to provide acupuncture to Chu Yin Luo to ensure the preservation of her pregnancy. What? The heir actually expects you to help that woman preserve her pregnancy? Is he out of his mind? JingCheng and Granny Chai exchanged incredulous glances, while the other maids stared in shock. They were aware of the heir's eccentricities, but had not anticipated such an outrageous request. How could a legitimate wife be asked to tend to a concubine's ailments? No, that was incorrect. The woman from JingCheng Monastery was not even a concubine, merely a woman of ill repute. Wasn't this an affront to her dignity? It was fortunate that the heir and Appo's wife had a generous temperament. Otherwise, a woman of lesser patience might have flung a cup of hot tea in his face, or worse, erupted into a furious confrontation, berating him soundly and expelling that Chu Yin Luo from their residence. The night passed swiftly, and in the morning, Shen Wantang rose early to pay her respects to the princess. Upon assessing her condition, she noted that her complexion had improved significantly since the previous evening. She then returned to her own courtyard to assume her role as the steward. As she prepared to summon the estate's managers for introductions, JingCheng hurriedly entered the room. Lady, the child of the woman from JingCheng Monastery is gone. Shen Wantang looked up. The child is gone? Are you certain? How can this be possible so soon? Shen Mingxian did not administer any medicine to her this time. How could the child just disappear? It is true. It was confirmed by physician Su, who examined her. I discreetly offered him a bribe and learned a secret. The miscarriage was not due to shock, but rather an abortion pill. At this revelation, Shen Wantang was genuinely taken aback. She took an abortion pill? Who would give that to her? JingCheng shook her head. Physician Su did not know. She refused to divulge anything when asked, and eventually pretended to be unconscious. However, I suspect she consumed it herself. After all, how else could she capture the heir and Appo's heart while carrying an illegitimate child? She must have become anxious upon learning of his impending marriage. Otherwise, she would not have brazenly followed him to our estate. You are unaware, she had been quite proud before. After being sent to JingCheng Monastery by the Chu family, the heir visited her almost daily, eager to bring her to the royal residence. Yet she refused, claiming it was improper. Essentially, she wanted the heir to formally marry her with great fanfare. Now, she has orchestrated a miscarriage to elicit his sympathy. allowing her to be brought back to the royal residence directly. Shen Wantang could not help but chuckle at Qin Xin and Appo's astute deductions. You should consider a career at the Dali Temple for crime solving, as you seem adept at piecing together the truth. Indeed, despite not having been reborn, Qin Xin had likely surmised the underlying reality with remarkable insight, showcasing her intelligence, a testament to why the princess had chosen to nurture her. Yet, if Chu Yanluo had indeed taken the abortion pill herself, it added a layer of intrigue to the reason behind her miscarriage in the previous life. Perhaps Shen Mingxian had been unjustly blamed. The culprit may have been Chu Yanluo herself. Noticing Shen Wantang's smile, Qin Xin grew anxious, stamping her foot. "Lady, why are you still smiling? The woman from Jisan Monastery is not someone to be trifled with. I am not deceiving you. The princess has suffered at her hands. You must think of a way to expel her from the royal residence. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly cling to the heir with all her might." Shen Wantang was well aware that Chu Yanluo was no ordinary adversary. After all, she was capable of carrying another man's child and ensnaring Xiao Qingyuan so thoroughly. "Do not worry. It is not yet time for me to intervene. Moreover, if I were to expel her, would the heir no longer favor her? He might very well choose to accompany her out as well." Qin Xin paused, contemplating the implications. That does seem plausible. Even residing in a nunnery did not hinder Xiao Qingyuan's pursuit of her. He even renounced his vows for her sake. As Qin Xin calmed her thoughts, she realized that her earlier panic had nearly led to a grave miscalculation. "You are right, lady. Your foresight is truly admirable, and I was too hasty in suggesting a rash course of action. Thankfully, you did not heed my advice. Otherwise, it could have created a rift between you and the heir." Shen Wantang did not perceive any fault in her. Qin Xin only wished to help her win Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's heart. However, she had no desire to wrestle him away. Her life was already quite satisfactory, tranquil, and comfortable, without any need for upheaval. "Go on about your business, continue your inquiries, and if you require silver, seek it from Duan. I will reimburse you for the money you provided to Physician Su. Duan, please give Qin Xin 20 taels." Qin Xin beamed with delight. "Thank you, lady. This intelligence-gathering endeavor has proven fruitful. Your generosity is indeed commendable, and I am fortunate to be in your service." Duan stepped forward a hand over the silver, and Qin Xin joyfully exited. "Lady, if you spend money so liberally, we shall quickly deplete our funds." Duan lamented, for during their time at the Shen household, they hardly spent 20 taels in an entire year. Yet here at the royal residence, their daily expenses exceeded 100 taels. It was quite alarming. Shen Wantang reassured her. "Do not fret over the silver. It must be spent when necessary. Who would be willing to assist me if I were miserly? Rest assured, I earn silver quickly. In time, we shall have an abundance." In her previous life, she had shared a similar mindset with Duan, having grown accustomed to hardship. Even after acquiring wealth, she hesitated to spend it, leading to the loss of several capable managers she had painstakingly trained as they were lured away for higher pay. Even when her health deteriorated, she could not bring herself to spend lavishly on the best ginseng and bird's nest for her recovery, opting instead for self-administered acupuncture, enduring the pain until it became unbearable. Ultimately, her health waned to the point where she required copious amounts of medicine, and unbeknownst to her, a single bowl went awry, resulting in her untimely demise. Why skimp on expenses? In the end, her demise would only benefit Liao Yoha. Thus, she now harbored a sense of vengeful spending. She retrieved a silver ingot and pressed it into Duan and damp Appo's hand. "Have the kitchen prepare 2 additional dishes for us at noon. I crave bamboo fungus and drunken fish. Additionally, arrange for a bowl of 8 treasure porridge to be sent to the princess, as it is suitable for her recovery." Duan accepted the silver and complied with her instructions. The morning swiftly passed, and by noon, the additional dishes had been prepared, leaving Shen Wantang thoroughly satisfied with her meal. Just as she finished eating, Granny Quan arrived, her face alight with joy. "Lady, the princess was quite pleased with the 8 treasure porridge you sent. She has instructed me to present you with vibrant fabrics she acquired in the palace for your garments." Upon finishing her statement, she waved to the accompanying maids, who proceeded to pile several bolts of fabric onto the table, stacking them high. Chapter 23. Young Master. You are out of money. It was merely a bowl of porridge delivered to the matriarch, yet she generously returned with ample provisions. Shen Wantang expressed her gratitude with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Mother, for your kindness. Your generosity makes me wish to bring porridge to you every day." The old matron and Appo's smile deepened. "Feel free to send it over. There are plenty of exquisite items at the Wang Fei and Appo's place, and she is quite troubled with where to store them." While laughter and camaraderie filled one side, the atmosphere in the Xinghe courtyard was bleak. Chu Yanluo lay on the bed, her complexion pale and tears brimming in her eyes. "Young master, has my child truly gone?" Xiao Qingyuan looked at her with compassion. "It's all right. There will be others in the future. The most important thing now is for you to recuperate. Please do not cry." He reached out to wipe her tears, but she turned away. "If the young master does not wish to marry me, then please do not touch me. You should know better than anyone that my life has been ruined after being forced by another." Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's hand froze in midair. "Yanluo, if you are willing to marry, I will certainly take you as my wife. But if you wish for me not to touch you, I can refrain from doing so for a lifetime. Do not fear. I'm not like that beast who caused your pregnancy." Chu Yanluo gazed at him, managing a sorrowful smile. "What nonsense are you speaking? You are already wed. How can I marry you? Can you simply cast aside your wife? I can divorce her. I never liked her. It was my mother who forced me into marriage. At that time, you were taken by my mother's people, and I feared for your safety, which is why I had no choice but to agree to the wedding." "Young master." Tears streamed down Chu Yanluo's face as she struggled to sit up, wanting to voice her thoughts, but her strength failed her, and she collapsed onto Xiao Qingyuan. He held her tightly, yet refrained from placing his hand on her waist, fearing to offend her. Supporting her with his arm, he anxiously asked, "Yanluo, are you unwell again? I shall summon the royal physician immediately." Chu Yanluo gently shook her head, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her voice a mere whisper in his ear. "There is no need for a physician. I am not unwell, just a bit weak. I will be fine after a moment." Her breath brushed against Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's ear, causing it to redden instantly. A tingling sensation spread from his ear throughout his body, rendering him momentarily weak. Yet, he sensed that Chu Yanluo did not intend to provoke him. He suppressed the sensation and helped her back to bed. "Rest for now. I will have someone bring you something to eat. That would be troublesome for you, young master. Is there anything in particular you wish for? The bird's nest soup you sent to the temple last time was quite refreshing. I wonder how it is made? I am uncertain of the preparation. It is simply made in the kitchen at home. If you like it, I can have them prepare it again." Xiao Qingyuan replied, calling in his servant, Moji. "Go to the kitchen and fetch a bowl of bird and damp. Appo's nest soup." Moji left, but returned empty-handed moments later. Xiao Qingyuan frowned. "Where is the bird and damp? Appo's nest soup? The kitchen says it is no longer available, young master." Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened. "Not available? That is impossible. The residence always has these supplies. Do they think I am unaware?" Moji, looking distressed, explained, "The kitchen steward said that if you wish for it, you must provide silver to purchase the bird and Appo's nest. Previously, you showed little interest in such delicacies. Now that you seek it, it is evident it is for Chu Yanluo, so they are unwilling to accommodate." Xiao Qingyuan realized the kitchen was indeed targeting him and Chu Yanluo. Anger surged as he stood up. "I have never heard of needing to pay for bird and Appo's nest soup before. Now that my mother has placed Shen Wantang in charge, she dares to ask for silver? Does she truly consider herself the young mistress?" Chu Yanluo sat up again. "There is no need for you to feel troubled. This is likely Shen Wantang and Appo's deliberate targeting of me. I shall leave the Wang Fu and return to the temple." Xiao Qingyuan hurriedly sat beside her. "What foolishness is this? As long as I exist, you shall not return to that temple. It is no place for a person. Just lie down. It is merely a bowl of bird's nest soup, and I will have Moji purchase it. There is no need. I did not truly desire the bird and Appo's nest soup. I merely mentioned it casually. I did not expect to be targeted. Perhaps I have underestimated the situation. Young master, I shall take my leave now. May we meet again if fate allows." As she spoke, she supported herself and stood, but after taking a few steps, she collapsed again. Yinluo. Xiao Qingyuan was startled and quickly caught her. Why must you be so stubborn? You declare you will leave without any hesitation. Do you not have the slightest attachment to me? Chu Yinluo leaned into his embrace, tears flowing anew. She hesitantly reached out to touch Xiao Qingyuan's face, then abruptly withdrew her hand as if startled. You're the finest man in this world. I just do not wish to burden you. You do not burden me. Xiao Qingyuan lifted her back to bed, instructing his servant, Moji, go to Qingyuan Tower and buy me the finest bird's nest. I want Yinluo to have her fill. Moji extended his hand. Master, the silver, please. Xiao Qingyuan's face darkened. Is my silver not all with you? Why do you still ask me for it? Master, the 1,000 taels you entrusted to me has all been spent. Last night, just for summoning Physician Qin. It cost 50 taels. The day before, you gave 500 taels to the temple head to bring Miss Yinluo from the temple. And the day before that, you spent 120 taels on delicacies for her recovery. Enough. Xiao Qingyuan interrupted, his expression cold. If the 1,000 taels are spent, simply draw another 1,000 from the account. What is there to debate? I do not wish for Yinluo to feel that I meticulously calculate each expenditure on her. Master, do you forget? Now, the young mistress manages the household. You must have her approval for any expenditures. Xiao Qingyuan paused. How could it be her again? It all circled back to Shen Wantang. He stiffly turned to the beautiful and sorrowful Chu Yinluo, speaking gently. Yinluo, please wait for me. I shall return shortly. Chu Yinluo feigned ignorance of his intentions, nodding lightly. Once he left, the sorrow on her face vanished. She touched her abdomen, relieved that the wretched child was gone. She had long wished to rid herself of the child, but had not found the right opportunity. Compared to her past life, this child held far less utility. She had initially intended to use it against Shen Mingxian. However, she had never anticipated that upon her rebirth, the one marrying Xiao Qingyuan was not Shen Mingxian, but rather Shen Mingxian and Appo's half-sister, Shen Wantang. Chapter 24. The royal treasury owes 900 taels after such a significant change. Chu Yinluo naturally sent someone to inquire about the reason. She soon learned that Shen Mingxian was boasting everywhere, claiming she could foresee the future. She even proclaimed that the inconspicuous scholar, Liao Yoha, would rise through the ranks and become the youngest minister of justice in the Great Feng dynasty. Chu Yinluo couldn't and Appo's helped but scoff. It turned out she was not the only one who had been reborn. The very person who had caused her demise, Shen Mingxian, had also returned. This was splendid news. She could finally avenge both her new and old grievances. As she contemplated her plans to deal with Shen Mingxian, she turned over, dismissing the presence of Shen Wantang, who had been exchanged into the family. Shen Mingxian, being the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, was not even her match. How could a nondescript, illegitimate daughter like Shen Wantang pose any threat? In her previous life, her death at Shen Mingxian and Appo's hands had merely been a stroke of misfortune. This time, she was determined that such accidents would not occur again. She would surely eliminate both Shen Mingxian and Shen Wantang and secure her position as the heir's consort of the Ning Wangfu. What a foolish girl Shen Mingxian was, making such grand claims after her rebirth. Such a monumental secret was best kept hidden within the confines of one and Appo's mind. A dull ache began to throb in her lower abdomen, filling Chu Yinluo with immense frustration. It was all Xiao Qingyuan's fault. During his pursuit of her, he had never revealed his true identity, even dressing in the garb of a servant. This had led her to mistakenly believe he was merely a handsome servant, not worthy of her regard. Had he declared his status early on, she would not have been driven to conceive a child and force a marriage to the eldest son of the Wen family. When she finally discovered his identity, it was far too late. In Wutong courtyard, Xiao Qingyuan stormed in with an air of indignation, addressing Shen Wantang. What do you mean by this? Shen Wantang looked up from a towering stack of account books, her expression slightly bewildered. Your Grace, what is the matter? Are you still pretending? Why did you not allow my servant to collect the bird and Appo's nest soup? Mother entrusted you with the management of the household, and this is how you perform? Arbitrarily withholding food from my Xinghe courtyard? If you cannot manage, then relinquish the responsibilities back to Mother. Your Grace has misunderstood. I have not withheld any provisions from your courtyard. According to the rules of the Wangfu, you are entitled to bird's nest soup daily. Then why did my servant not receive any from the kitchen? They even told me to purchase the bird and damp Oppo's nest myself. Shen Wantang hesitated for a moment before instructing Granny Chai. Granny, please summon the head of the kitchen and inquire about this matter. Granny Chai complied and soon returned with the kitchen overseer. Shen Wantang, possessing an exceptional memory, had already memorized the names of the various household managers after only one introduction that morning. Gao Dashin, the young master, claims that he was denied the bird and damp Oppo's nest soup and instructed to buy it himself. Is this true? Gao Dashin replied respectfully, Indeed, it is true. Your Grace. Why is this so? Your Grace, this was a specific instruction from the princess. She stated that anything you wish to eat need not be purchased with your own silver, as it will all be charged to the kitchen's account. However, the young master must purchase his own food, as he has expressed a desire to live as an ordinary person. Thus the princess has honored his wish and allowed him to be self-sufficient moving forward. Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened at this revelation. So, in his own home, he was expected to pay for his meals? Suddenly, Granny Chai interjected, Your Grace, since this is a directive from the princess, it is unrelated to the young mistress. The young mistress is diligently managing the household. In the future, if you have any concerns, please afford her some respect and inquire privately. Your public accusations could lead others to perceive her as unjust, stripping her of her standing, despite the fact that this is not her fault. Xiao Qingyuan regarded Granny Chai, who had been his devoted caretaker since childhood. Their bond was profound, yet he had previously dismissed her for opposing his union with Chu Yanluo, and she had been sent away in his anger. It was only through his mother's intervention that she had returned. After sending her away, he had felt regret, but with Granny Chai and Oppo's disapproval of Yanluo, he had no choice but to distance himself. Now, hearing her defend Shen Wantang, he felt a mix of discomfort and recognition of her wisdom. He realized he had misdirected his anger at Shen Wantang. Turning to her, he noticed her calm demeanor, entirely unperturbed by his unjust accusations, as if she had long grown accustomed to misunderstanding and rebuke. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. She had been scolded without the means to retaliate or even shed a tear. After a moment of silence, he awkwardly said, Shen Wantang, I apologize. I misunderstood you. Shen Wantang replied with serene composure, It's quite all right, Your Grace. Would you still like some bird and Oppo's nest soup? I have yet to eat my portion today. I can send it to you. Her graciousness stirred a sense of guilt within Xiao Qingyuan. He shook his head. No need. You should keep it for yourself. I shall have my servant purchase some. The servant beside him murmured, Master. The silver Xiao Qingyuan shot him a glare, his complexion slightly pale. Cough. Shen Wantang, I require 1,000 taels. Please advance it from the accounts. Shen Wantang's attendant, Duan, gasped in shock, her eyes wide. How could the young master demand 1,000 taels so casually? Did he treat silver as if it were worthless? Shen Wantang also found his request excessive. Yet rather than refuse, she asked Granny Chai, Granny, according to the royal household's regulations, what is the monthly allowance for the young master? Granny Chai responded, Your Grace, the young master's monthly allowance is 100 taels. Furthermore, he has already withdrawn his allowance for this month, which amounts to more than 100 taels. He has taken 1,000 taels. Thus, the young master currently owes the Wangfu 900 taels. Xiao Qingyuan exclaimed, What did you say? My monthly allowance is only 100 taels? I owe the estate 900 taels. Yes, Your Grace. This is impossible. I have always spent more than 100 taels each month. I've spent as much as 10,000 taels before. Previously is not now. The prince and princess have not cared about your past expenditures. However, you have explicitly stated that you do not wish to fulfill the responsibilities of the heir. Since you refuse to be the heir and shoulder the duties that come with it, naturally, you cannot enjoy the monthly allowance. Granny Chai continued unhurriedly. This was a direct order from the prince. Moving forward, you will no longer receive a monthly allowance. Please settle the outstanding 900 taels promptly, while previous debts are forgiven. Fuming, Xiao Qingyuan flung his sleeve and strode out. If I don't take it, then so be it. Do you think I rely on the monthly allowance to survive? I have more than enough silver. Chapter 25. I'm unlike those superficial women, Shen Wantang observed Xiao Qingyuan being driven away in frustration and could not help but ask Granny Chai, Granny, will we truly not provide the young prince with his monthly allowance anymore? What about his expenses for food and clothing? Rest assured, young lady, Granny Chai replied. The prince and princess have resolved to discipline the young prince. There will be no further allowances. The expenses for Xinghe courtyard need not be considered either. If the young prince possesses any capability, he should earn his own money to support that ungrateful cousin of his. Shen Wantang nodded, feeling relieved at the thought of no longer having to manage Xiao Qingyuan's expenses. While perusing the accounts earlier, she was astounded to discover the vast sums he spent monthly. He claimed to spend merely 10,000 taels, which was an incredibly modest figure. Last month alone, he squandered 540,000 taels. Moreover, there were no records detailing his expenditures. Each time he requested money, the accounts clerk would unfailingly comply, without question. It was only natural. After all, he was the heir to the Ning Wang Fu, the sole son of the Ning Wang and Wang Fei, with immense wealth at his disposal. If not for him, then whom else should the riches be spent on? Shen Wantang recalled the mocking words Xiao Qingyuan had directed at her on the way back home, disparaging her fondness for gold and silver trinkets, suggesting that she delighted in adorning herself with such material possessions. Now she understood that Xiao Qingyuan did not disdain wealth. Rather, he had lived in such opulence that he had lost all sense of its value. She wondered how the seemingly aloof and refined Miss Chu would react upon learning that Xiao Qingyuan was entirely penniless. Craving a bowl of bird's nest soup? She should procure it herself. Lacking money? She ought to earn it herself. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan returned to his courtyard with a sullen expression. However, despite his bravado before leaving, he found himself utterly broke, unable to afford a bowl of bird's nest for the woman he cherished. He lingered at the entrance, hesitating to step inside, without bringing back the burdened Appo's nest. He felt he could not face Chu Yanluo. His servant reminded him, "Young prince, do you not have your own treasury? It is filled with your personal belongings. You could easily pawn something to acquire funds." Xiao Qingyuan perked up at this realization. Indeed, I still possess my treasury. He regarded the servant with appreciation. Moji, fetch the key to the treasury. We shall select some items. Moji hesitated. My lord, have you forgotten? You entrusted the treasury key to the young prince consort. We must retrieve it from her first. Xiao Qingyuan froze, gradually recalling the incident. He felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Did I give her the key? Indeed, my lord. And she has yet to return it? Correct. Did she take items from my treasury? Yes, I heard she took quite a few. This is outrageous. Has she mistaken my private treasury for her own? Xiao Qingyuan's irritation grew. I should not have heeded my mother's advice to offer her compensation. She has likely emptied my treasury. She is insatiable, excessively greedy, and utterly shameless. My lord, it is a snake swallowing an elephant. Moji scratched his head, noting that the young prince was quite flustered and his words were jumbled. Xiao Qingyuan gave him a light smack on the head. Do I need your instruction? Yes, I spoke out of turn, Moji replied, rubbing his head cautiously. My lord, shall we request the key back from the young prince consort and retrieve the items she has taken? Xiao Qingyuan smacked his head again. Of course. We must reclaim the key, but what are the items? I promised her compensation and allowed her to select some treasures from the treasury. To ask for them back now would be utterly embarrassing. I have never reclaimed anything once given away in my life. Yes, I was narrow-minded. As they conversed, the doors suddenly swung open from within. Chu Yanluo emerged, adorned in white. Her long hair cascaded down, and her face, pale from her recent miscarriage, only enhanced her beauty, adding a touch of vulnerability that stirred a protective instinct in men more than her previous ethereal elegance. A gust of wind swept through, causing her skirt to flutter and her hair to dance lightly, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, leaving Xiao Qingyuan utterly captivated. My lord, she greeted. Yes, he replied, momentarily dazed. The young prince has returned. Why not come inside? Oh, I am too ashamed to enter. Xiao Qingyuan felt a rush of embarrassment. He had never imagined he would find himself unable to procure even a bowl of bird's nest soup. He quickly regained his composure and expressed concern. Yin Luo, why have you come out? You should return and rest. You need to recuperate properly. Physician Qin stated you require at least a month of good rest. My lord, I am not so fragile. Although I do feel some fatigue and weakness, I can endure. Unlike those who feign delicacy, exaggerating the pains of childbirth to elicit sympathy and affection from men, I do not require such attention, she added with conviction. Xiao Qingyuan gazed at her with newfound respect, his affection deepening. I recognize that you are unlike those superficial women. You never seek to please men, always remaining true to yourself. Chu Yin Luo, brimming with pride, declared, I indeed differ from those superficial women. A woman should not depend on anyone in this world. She should rely on herself. I have always looked down upon those who sell their souls and bodies for mere riches. I, Chu Yin Luo, would never stoop to such a level. Xiao Qingyuan was increasingly impressed by her integrity. Yin Luo, you are the most ambitious and unique woman I have ever encountered. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Chu Yin Luo smiled softly again, her gentleness illuminating the moment. My lord, encountering you is also the greatest blessing of my life. However, I believe I heard you mention the key to your treasury was taken. Has it been emptied? Is there any way I could assist? Xiao Qingyuan, fearing she might misunderstand, replied stiffly, It is nothing. I shall retrieve the key shortly. But if your treasury has already been emptied, what use is the key? She urged. My lord, you are pure of heart. Do not let those with ulterior motives deceive you. Protect what is rightfully yours. Xiao Qingyuan nodded thoughtfully. You are correct. I am the rightful master of this estate. Should anyone steal from me, I must expel them from the Wangfu. Retaining dishonest servants poses a significant threat. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of inspiration. He could take this opportunity to confront Shen Wantang, exposing her greedy and shameless act of emptying his private treasury, and subsequently cast her out of the Wangfu. In doing so, would he not be free to marry Yin Luo? Chapter 26. Another misunderstanding. With this thought firmly in mind, Xiao Qingyuan felt a pressing urgency and said to Chu Yin Luo, please return to the room and await my return. I shall retrieve my private treasury key and expel the intruder who has taken residence. Thus, Yin Luo awaited favorable news from the heir. After expressing her thoughts, she watched as Xiao Qingyuan hurriedly left the courtyard with his attendant, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Indeed, Shen Wantang proved to be an inconsequential, illegitimate daughter. Upon her entrance, she audaciously seized Xiao Qingyuan's treasury key and began to empty his vault. Such an inexperienced individual, upon encountering the treasures within the treasury, must have been utterly bewildered, having likely never laid eyes on such rare and exquisite items. It was no wonder that dealing with Shen Wantang was considerably easier than confronting Shen Mingxian. With just a few words, she had set Xiao Qingyuan into motion to chase her away. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan stormed once more into Wudong courtyard. Shen Wantang, upon seeing his grim countenance, Shen Wantang was perplexed, unsure of how she had offended him again. She rose calmly and inquired, Your Grace, is there something amiss? You have taken my treasury key. Why have you not returned it? Everything within is my private property, and you have neither the authority to dispose of it nor to keep it for yourself. I am aware that the contents belong to you, Your Grace. I have merely taken a few items of gold and silver that you might find trivial. I have not touched anything else. Impossible. I have heard from my servants that you have removed many items from my treasury. Which servant made such a claim? Might Your Grace bring them here to confront me directly? Xiao Qingyuan turned to his attendant. Whom did you hear this from? Bring them here to expose her deceit. The attendant hesitated. I merely overheard. Xiao Qingyuan felt an urge to kick him, but recognized that now was not the time to deal with the servant. He extended his hand toward Shen Wantang. Return my treasury key. Your Grace, your treasury key has already been taken by my mother. What? That is my treasury key. Why did you give it to her? Shen Wantang appeared bewildered. Is there still a distinction between Your Grace and my mother? Furthermore, my mother requested your treasury key from me, and I could not refuse her. However, rest assured, she has not touched anything in your treasury. She only instructed the chief steward to inventory your belongings to prevent any loss without your knowledge. If you're concerned, you may inspect the treasury. The chief steward has likely not completed the inventory. At this, Xiao Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. He clenched his fists, feeling somewhat stifled. Of course, I will inspect the treasury. If I find it emptied, you shall be expelled from the Ning Wangfu. I will not harbor individuals of poor character. Shen Wantang slightly lowered her head and bowed. Your grace may verify as you wish. With a cold snort, Xiao Qingyuan turned and departed with his attendant. The pair quickly made their way to the treasury, where the chief steward was indeed overseeing the inventory of the items within. The room was filled to the brim with gold, silver, jewels, ancient texts, paintings, jade, agate, and more, a veritable feast for the eyes. The attendant could not help but exclaim, "Your grace, your treasury has not been emptied. All the treasures remain." "Then why did you say she emptied my treasury?" "Your grace, this is an injustice. I never said that. Did you not say it yourself?" The attendant muttered softly, before continuing, "It seems the lady of the house is not as we presumed. Perhaps you have wronged her on multiple occasions." "Silence. Do you think I require your commentary?" Though Xiao Qingyuan spoke harshly, he could not shake the feeling that he had unjustly accused Shen Wantang several times, which felt inappropriate. He was not typically one to falsely accuse the innocent. What had changed recently? Shen Wantang, on the other hand, displayed an admirable temperament, allowing no fault to be found. Despite his repeated misunderstandings, she remained composed and spoke to him with kindness. It was indeed rare. No wonder his fastidious mother held her in such high regard. The chief steward, noticing his arrival, hurried to greet him. "Your grace, you have come to check if anything is missing from your treasury?" Xiao Qingyuan glanced at him and inquired, "What has Shen Wantang taken from me?" "Your grace, not much at all. Just a few outdated and worthless gold bracelets and hairpins. The valuable treasures remain untouched by the lady." The chief steward appeared puzzled. "Your grace, did you not expressly permit the lady to take those items? Did you not give her the key?" Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation. "Nonsense. How could she have stolen my key? It was naturally given by me. Are you then retracting your permission? Planning to reclaim the items you allowed her take? Preposterous. Which of your eyes saw me retract my words? It is merely a handful of worthless items. If she has taken them, so be it. Would I truly be so petty as to want them back? Is the chief steward intentionally vexing me? Do you wish to be dismissed? Forgive me, your grace." Xiao Qingyuan found the chief steward to be an obstruction, pushing him aside as he circled the treasury, finally picking up a vibrant blood coral ornament. He recalled that this item was a tribute from a small nation in the South Seas, claimed to be their national treasure. After enjoying it for a few days, the Empress had gifted it to him, knowing he admired it. Surely, selling this would provide a substantial amount for Yinluo's delicacies. Just as he was about to leave with the blood coral, he was halted by the chief steward. "Your grace, you cannot take this." Xiao Qingyuan glared. "Do you dare obstruct me? This is my treasury. I shall take whatever I please. Step aside." Yet the chief steward, who typically bowed and scraped, suddenly stood his ground. "If your grace insists on taking it, I shall have no choice but to report to the Wang and Wang Fei. I doubt you will manage to exit the Wangfu with it. No shop in the city would dare accept such an item." Xiao Qingyuan, accustomed to being treated with deference, felt his expression darken. "Are you threatening me?" "I do not dare." Though he protested, the chief steward clearly held him in contempt. Today he would take it, for it rightfully belonged to him, and no appeal to his father would deter him. "Step aside. If you block my path again, I shall ruin you." The chief steward, unwilling to confront him directly, soon yielded. Xiao Qingyuan cast a cold glance back at him as he stepped outside, but after taking just 2 steps, he paused. At the entrance stood a woman clad in white, exuding an ethereal grace that rendered the treasury's treasures dull in comparison. Chapter 27. The master is also blind. The ethereal woman spoke softly, "My prince." Her melodious voice brought Xiao Qingyuan back to his senses. He hurriedly stepped forward, filled with concern, and said, "Yinluo, why have you come out? Did I not ask you to rest well in the house? Do not worry. I shall send someone to procure the finest bird in Appo's nest for you." Chu Yinluo struggled to divert her gaze from the countless exquisite treasures around her. In her previous life, she had longed for these items, only to be cruelly deprived of them by Shen Wantang. In this life, she vowed to claim all the treasures within her reach. I am quite well, my prince. Truly, I'm not so fragile. I merely came out to find you, as you had not returned for quite some time. The bird's nest soup was merely a casual suggestion. You need not concern yourself with it. Had I known it would cause you such distress, I would have refrained from mentioning it. It was never my intention to trouble you. Neither is it a trouble nor a burden. Xiao Qingyuan felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, especially before the woman he cherished most. She had merely desired a bowl of bird's nest soup. Yet he had busied himself for so long that he had not even seen a trace of it. Observing Chu Yinluo and Appo's pale complexion, he felt a pang of pity, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Allow me to escort you home. The sun is strong outside. We must not let it harm you. Chu Zanlu note that. Casting one last glance at the trove of priceless artifacts before walking beside Xiao Qingyuan, her head held high as they returned to the Xinghe courtyard. Along the way, they encountered numerous maids and servants, all of whom displayed shock upon seeing her, some even forgetting to bow to Xiao Qingyuan. As Chu Yinluo observed their astonished expressions, pride swelled within her, and her demeanor grew even more haughty. Regardless of who gazed upon her, she offered not a single glance in return. They were undoubtedly marveling at her exceptional grace and breathtaking beauty. She had often witnessed such astonishment in others and Appo's faces during her childhood and had grown accustomed to it. No one could escape her enchanting allure. Every man would be captivated by her, while women would harbor jealousy and secretly slander her. Xiao Qingyuan believed their astonishment stemmed from Chu Yinluo's unparalleled beauty, and thus he generously overlooked their lack of decorum. He longed to take her hand, yet feared her ire. Such a noble woman would surely consider it inappropriate for him to hold her hand in public. His hand clenched and unclenched, but in the end, he dared not touch her, merely drawing closer. To his surprise, Chu Yinluo seemed unperturbed by his proximity. She even turned to smile at him. Xiao Qingyuan was entranced and could not help but voice his innermost feelings. Yinluo, you are truly exquisite, stunning beyond compare. Even the maids and servants in the manor are captivated by your beauty. They have never encountered a woman like you, and each is astonished. Chu Yinluo wore a calm expression. My prince, you flatter me. Appearance is but the least significant aspect. It is a woman and Appo's inner knowledge and refinement that truly matter. If I possess an empty mind, then no matter how beautiful I may be, I am but a meaningless piece of wood. Xiao Qingyuan sighed. You are indeed unlike other women. They spend their days competing for beauty, pouring their efforts into attire and adornment, utterly ignorant of the importance of enriching their inner selves. Each person has their own aspirations, and it cannot be said that they are entirely in the wrong. After all, they must rely on men for their entire lives, and thus they must labor in their appearance to win their hearts. But I have no such need. Not far behind them, Emoji wanted to roll his eyes. This Chu Yinluo was putting on an act. If she truly did not need to rely on men, why was she still lingering here? Her shameless presence in the prince's residence painted a different picture. Only their naive master could be so easily deceived, believing that the maids and servants were astounded by Chu Yinluo's beauty. Yet, he had just heard them express shock at her audacity to stroll about the manor with the prince. Their master was indeed blind. The newly arrived princess consort was far more beautiful and graceful than this Chu Yinluo. The key was that the princess consort was pure and innocent. Having no past entanglements with dubious men, her character being exceptionally rare, and she was skilled in healing, deeply favored by the princess. However, Emoji could only grumble these thoughts internally, daring not to utter a word before Xiao Qingyuan. After all, Granny Chai had served as a cautionary tale. Granny Chai had once leveraged her position as the prince's wet nurse to expose Chu Yinluo's hypocrisy and disgrace, even chastising the prince for his poor judgment, which had led to embarrassment for the entire manor and caused the princess to faint. Yet, the prince seemed bewitched, refusing to heed her words. After reprimanding Granny Chai, he had banished her from the residence, declaring he never wished to see her again. If someone like Granny Chai could be expelled, Emoji certainly dared not challenge the prince. If he were to be cast out, who would care for his younger siblings back home? Although the prince was blind to certain truths, he was nonetheless generous in his spending. Mog did not wish to jeopardize this hard-won position. In fact, aside from Granny Chai, there had initially been 2 other maids, along with 2 scholars and 2 young servants, all of whom had been dismissed after Xiao Qingyuan became acquainted with Chu Yanluo. Mog remained solely due to his unwavering loyalty, always aligning his thoughts with the prince's desires, acting promptly upon his commands, particularly regarding matters related to Chu Yanluo. He never contradicted the prince. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Mog followed his master back to the courtyard, where he was handed an exquisite piece of blood coral. Go find a pawn shop and exchange this for 10 pounds of the finest bird's nest for Yanluo. Remember, it must be the best. Mog gazed at the resplendent blood coral in his hands, his heart trembling. Master, the quality and size of this coral are unparalleled in the entire capital. The pawn shop may well refuse to accept it. Blood coral is revered as the essence of the sea, growing at an incredibly slow rate. A single piece can take hundreds, if not thousands, of years to mature. The vivid hue and purity of this particular coral render it even more precious, leading to the saying that 1,000-year coral is worth 1,000 reds. This specimen, presented as a tribute from the Southern Ocean Kingdom, is amongst the finest of the finest. Over the years, Mog had encountered many treasures alongside Xiao Qingyuan, but he had only seen one similar piece of blood coral. When an object is of such exceptional quality, the risks associated with pawning it escalate considerably. Any pawn shop capable of accepting such a prized item would be backed by powerful figures, who would likely recognize it as a tribute and fear the repercussions of accepting it. One might even lose their head for such an action. Chapter 28. Young master, could you lend me a hand? Upon hearing the servant and Appo's words, Xiao Qingyuan struck the lad's head with considerable force. How could a pawn shop refuse to accept it? They would undoubtedly take it if there is profit to be made. Even if the pawn shop hesitates, do you not have other avenues for selling it? The black market on East Street dares to accept anything. Why not sell it there? But this blood coral was given to you by Her Majesty. Enough chatter, go quickly. If you do not return with bird and amp, Appo's nest today, I shall cast you out. The servant, Muji, trembled in fear and, despondently clutching the blood coral, trudged outside. Chu Yanluo, witnessing this scene, felt her heart bleed. That was a priceless treasure, worth far more than 1,000 taels of gold. An exquisite rarity. How could Xiao Qingyuan allow the servant to sell it just for a mere exchange for bird's nest? In that moment, she wished to tell Xiao Qingyuan that she had no desire for bird's nest. She would rather have a blood coral. Leaning against Xiao Qingyuan, she casually brushed against him and asked, "Young master, is that truly blood coral? It appears rather intriguing. I had no idea such things could grow in the sea." Feeling her proximity, Xiao Qingyuan was elated and inquired, "Yanlu, do you fancy blood coral?" "Not exactly fancy. It merely appears quite unique." Xiao Qingyuan immediately called out, "Muji, return." Muji hurriedly dashed back, clutching the coral. "Master, have you changed your mind? Are we not selling this treasure?" Xiao Qingyuan snatched the blood coral and placed it in Chu Yanlu and Appo's hands. "We shall not sell it. Yanlu finds it interesting, so let her keep it." Muji, Kuden, and Amp, Appo's helped but glance at Chu Yanlu, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of greed in her eyes. "Oh, how quickly you succumb. Already beginning to seek possessions from the young master? Is this not a departure from your lofty principles? How could a mere piece of blood coral break your facade?" Of course, Chu Yanlu feigned reluctance before accepting the blood coral. Suppressing an eye roll, Muji murmured, "Master," regarding the silver. Xiao Qingyuan pondered for a moment and then removed a jade pendant from his person. "Sell this." Muji quickly caught the pendant, desperately imploring, "Master, this cannot be sold. This was personally carved by the emperor upon your birth, bearing your zodiac. If this is sold, my life shall be forfeit." Xiao Qingyuan, exasperated, retorted, "If I cannot sell this, then what can I sell? Am I to sell myself instead?" Muji cradled the pendant as if it were a sacred decree. "Master, offer me some gold or silver items. Those can be sold easily." Xiao Qingyuan glared at him. "Do you think I am like Shen Wantang, a commoner? I possess none of those mundane trinkets. Only someone like Shen Wantang, lacking worldly experience, would crave gold and silver. Away with you. Do not taint my ears or Yinlu's with such trivialities. Chu Yinlu furrowed her brow slightly. Young master, does Shen Wantang have a fondness for gold and silver? Xiao Qingyuan nodded. Indeed, she is quite ordinary in her tastes. I know you are different, above, such material desires, which is why I never present you with such things to offend your eyes. Chu Yinlu could not help but interject. It is not that they offend me. Gold and silver are indeed mundane, but these items. Seeing her frown deepen, Xiao Qingyuan quickly reassured her. Rest assured, I shall dispose of all those vulgar items, giving them to Shen Wantang. She deserves nothing more than such trivialities in her life. You, Yinlu, are a woman of the highest virtue. You shall receive all my love, while Shen Wantang will never obtain even a fragment of it. Chu Yinlu nearly choked on her own blood at this proclamation. Xiao Qingyuan intended to bestow all his riches upon Shen Wantang? On what grounds? Had she known, she would never have fashioned herself into a paragon of virtue. She had effectively shot herself in the foot. Noticing Chu Yinlu's displeasure, Xiao Qingyuan kicked Mu Ji. Why did you mention gold and silver, tainting Yinlu's ears? Get out. Procure a bird's nest for me. If you cannot find it, do not return. Mu Ji, having received the kick, persisted. Master, the silver. Xiao Qingyuan was increasingly distressed by the mere mention of it. No. But master, bird's nest is not inexpensive. Without silver, who would sell it to us? Do you not have the ability to extend credit? Simply charge it to the Wang Fu S account. Go quickly. With no other option, Mu Ji turned to leave. Before he departed, he cast a deep glance at Chu Yinlu, who was cradling the blood coral. Chu Yinlu noticed the look in Mu Ji's eyes. It was far from friendly. Once Mu Ji had departed, she leaned closer to Xiao Qingyuan, lightly brushing her fingers against his. Young master, I feel a bit fatigued. Xiao Qingyuan assumed it was an accidental touch, and, fearing she might misinterpret his intentions, quickly retreated a step. Yinlu, you should rest inside. Chu Yinlu was inwardly frustrated. She had just touched his hand, yet he failed to seize the opportunity to hold hers, and instead stepped back. She pressed on. Young master, could you assist me? I feel rather dizzy. Xiao Qingyuan swiftly stepped forward to support her arm. Hurry inside. I instructed you to rest, yet you did not listen. Now you're feeling unwell. Are you? Chu Yinlu leaned against him as they walked, seemingly nonchalant. I was merely concerned for you, young master. You have no capable individuals around you. Only this Mu Ji. Yet I perceive that Mu Ji's intentions are not entirely pure. At times, the way he looks at me seems, well, never mind. After all, he is one of your own, so I shall refrain from saying too much. Just be cautious, young master. Do not place too much trust in your servants, for their hearts can be quite treacherous. She spoke half-heartedly, but Xiao Qingyuan instantly grasped her implication. She was suggesting that Mu Ji harbored ulterior motives toward her. Xiao Qingyuan frowned slightly. The servants around him had already been dismissed one by one, leaving only Mu Ji. Unlike the other servants, Mu Ji had come from the palace and was trustworthy. From the age of 6, Mu Ji had been by his side, his shadow for over a decade. Whenever danger arose, Mu Ji was the first to rush to his defense, unhesitatingly risking his life. Thus, even if Xiao Qingyuan were muddled, he knew that Mu Ji and Appo's loyalty was beyond reproach. While the world opposed his desire to marry Chu Yinlu, claiming she was unworthy, Mu Ji had never spoken a word against her. Consequently, he had dismissed the old nanny, the maids, and the young scholars, leaving only Mu Ji. His trust in Mu Ji transcended that of all others. While everyone might betray him, Mu Ji would not. Therefore, when Chu Yinlu hinted that Mu Ji had nefarious intentions towards her, Xiao Qingyuan remained unconvinced. Chapter 29 Shen Wantang. I implore you to assist me once more. However, Xiao Qingyuan did not dwell upon it for long. In his heart, Chu Yinluo embodied purity and nobility. Perhaps she merely despised the gaze of men lingering upon her. He carried Chu Yinluo into the inner chamber, gently laying her upon the bed. Yinluo, Moji has been with me for a long time. His loyalty is unwavering, and he would never dare to show you any disrespect. You can trust him. Chu Yinluo could not suppress a raised brow. Does the young master believe I am slandering him? Did you not witness the unabashed way he gazed at me just now? You still insist he would not dare to be disrespectful? Am I to deceive you? No, no, that is not my intention. What I mean to say is that Moji is a eunuch. He harbors no thoughts of women. If he looked at you, it is merely because of your unparalleled beauty. And what of eunuchs? Do they truly lack desires for women? How then do the eunuchs within the palace find their partners? Is it my fault for being beautiful? Xiao Qingyuan felt a thin sheen of sweat bead upon his forehead. No, no, it is not your fault. It is undoubtedly Moji and Appo's error. Rest assured, when he returns, I shall reprimand him. Should he dare to gaze upon you again, I shall have his eyes removed. Removing his eyes is rather cruel, considering he has served you for so long. Regardless of his contributions, it suffices to dismiss him from your service. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. You want me to expel Moji? Indeed, what of it? Shooting into Amp, Appo's, a servant of such questionable character be dismissed? Yet if I send Moji away, I would have no one to attend to me. All those maids and servants you disdained have already been sent away, leaving only Moji. And so what? With your noble status, should you desire any maid or servant, you need only send someone to procure them. I could assist you in selecting them, and afterward, I shall personally train them to ensure their unwavering loyalty to you henceforth. Chu Yanluo had been preparing to enter the prince's residence. Thus she incited Xiao Qingyuan to dismiss those around him, for all the servants looked down upon her, whispering ill of her to him. In her previous life, she had refrained from being too overt, wishing to maintain an image of grace before Xiao Qingyuan, which led her to leave Moji by his side. However, in this life, she felt little restraint, for she understood clearly the depth of Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's affection for her. Expelling his closest servant was of little consequence in his past life. He had been willing to sever ties with his own parents for her. New maids can be acquired, but let us not replace Moji just yet. If you disapprove of him, I shall ensure he does not appear before you. Upon hearing that he was unwilling to dismiss Moji, Chu Yanluo felt a surge of displeasure. She had previously managed to expel Granny Chai, so why was it that when it came to Moji, Xiao Qingyuan refused? With a cold expression, she turned away, presenting him with her back. I am weary. You may leave, young master. As she turned, Xiao Qingyuan noticed a large swath of crimson staining the back of her skirt. Panic surged within him. Yanluo, your skirt. Have you bled again? Why did you not inform me? Wait here. I shall summon the physician at once. With that, he hurried out in distress. Chu Yanluo, filled with trepidation, pulled up the hem of her skirt only to find it marred by a considerable bloodstain. Her complexion drained of color. What had happened? Surely she had not traversed half the prince's residence with such a stain? No wonder the maids and matrons regarded her with such peculiar glances. She had thought they were bewitched by her beauty, when in fact, it was the blood upon her dress. She hastily rose from the bed, lifting her skirt to inspect further, only to find her undergarments utterly soaked in blood. Anger and shock coursed through her. She had believed that the wretched child within her had been expelled. How then could there be so much blood? In her previous life, after taking the abortive medicine, she had merely felt weak for a few days, yet this time was different. Dizziness washed over her, and she felt both hungry and thirsty. Yet this room held no sustenance. Xiao Qingyuan truly was a disappointment. A young master of his stature could not even procure a bowl of bird's nest soup. Was she destined to star within the Ningwang residence? At Wutong Courtyard, Shen Wantang was reviewing accounts while listening to the maids chattering animatedly. The lady from Jisun Nunnery made quite the spectacle today, wandering about in a white dress, her hair unbound, exuding an air of superiority. Completely unaware that the back of her attire was stained with blood, did she not just suffer a miscarriage? How can she roam about so carelessly? Is she not concerned about potential complications? She boldly declared in front of the chief steward that she is unlike other women, that she is not so fragile. What an impressive persona she has crafted, which naturally has garnered the young master's extra sympathy. The young master is evidently enamored with her act. What are we to do? He even sold the finest blood coral from the storeroom for her sake, claiming it was to procure bird's nest for her. That is a treasure bestowed by the Empress Dowager, yet the young master was willing to part with it. He must be bewitched. I suspect she is desperately seeking the young master in the storeroom. not only to solidify her image, but also to covet the treasures within. At this point, JingCheng could not help but caution Shen Wantang, "Young mistress, you must remain vigilant against that woman. Do not allow her to deceive the young master into parting with the treasures from the storeroom." Without lifting her gaze, Shen Wantang replied, "Has not my mother already taken inventory of the storeroom? Rest assured, she cannot take anything. Cease your idle gossip and return to your duties. Such matters are not to be discussed henceforth." JingCheng nodded vigorously, "Yes, young mistress." No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Qingyuan burst in, his expression frantic. JingCheng paused for a moment before hastily bowing, "Young master." Fortunately, their conversation had been interrupted just in time by the young mistress, or they would have found themselves in dire straits had the young master overheard them. Shen Wantang rose and performed a respectful greeting. "Young master, you have arrived. Yin Luo has bled again. Quickly, summon the physician," Xiao Qingyuan exclaimed. Noticing the harshness of his tone, he added, "Shen Wantang, Yin Luo, and Appo's condition appears grave. I beseech you to assist me this once, and I shall owe you a favor." Shen Wantang regarded him with a measured gaze before instructing JingCheng, "Go fetch the physician." However, JingCheng hesitated, questioning why they should aid that shameless woman. Was the young mistress not too kind-hearted? Would it not be better for Chu Yin Luo to perish? Understanding JingCheng's momentary indecision, Shen Wantang reiterated firmly, "Fetch physician Qin. Ensure ample silver is provided, and that he exerts every effort to treat her. We cannot permit Miss Chu to encounter misfortune within the palace. Is that understood?" Chapter 30. The Worthlessness of a Man and Appo's. As promised for the first time, JingCheng witnessed such severity in the words of the young lady of the heir apparent. A sudden realization struck her. The young lady was apprehensive that Chu Yin Luo might encounter misfortune within the royal residence, which could embroil the household in even greater troubles. The royal family was already teetering on the brink of scandal, and should Chu Yin Luo perish within their walls, the entire world would blame the royal family for her demise. Some might even speculate that the newlywed young lady of the heir apparent could not tolerate Chu Yin Luo and had resorted to drastic measures to eliminate her. JingCheng promptly nodded. "Yes, young lady, I shall summon physician Qin at once." Xiao Qingyuan observed her hurried departure, feeling a slight sense of relief. He turned his gaze to Shen Wantang, his expression somewhat complex. "Thank you. There is no need for such formality, Your Grace," she replied. As Xiao Qingyuan regarded her serene visage, he felt for the first time that he ought not to harbor prejudice against his nominal wife. Since their marriage, she had not committed any transgression against him. Rather, she had consistently offered her assistance. For instance, in this instance, she could have easily declined to help. Yet she chose not to. Despite his misunderstandings, accusations, and unjust blame, she bore it all with grace, neither lamenting nor seeking revenge. Her tranquility and composure were not mere facades. They emanated from a depth forged through countless hardships. Yet how old was she? 15? Perhaps 16? How did she possess such extraordinary resolve and temperament? "Shen Wantang," he prompted. "Your Grace, please speak. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" "Why would I resent you, Grace? On the night of our wedding, I failed to unveil my face and left you alone, causing you to lose face and endure solitude." Shen Wantang was taken aback, realizing that he acknowledged his wrongdoing. It seemed he was not devoid of humanity or understanding of societal norms. She smiled gently. "I do not resent your Grace. Before my marriage, I was already aware of the challenges I would face. Your actions were anticipated, and in truth, I had feared the situation could be far worse. The events of our wedding day, in my view, were rather favorable. Since you were aware of what you would face, why proceed with the marriage? Did you not resist?" Shen Wantang perceived a certain innocence in his naivety, as if he were untouched by the realities of life. "If your Grace did not wish to marry me, why did you participate in the wedding procession? Did you not resist?" "I did resist, but to no avail. Yin Luo's life was in my mother's hands, and I had no choice but to comply with her wishes. Even someone of your Grace's status could not resist. Do you believe my efforts would yield any results? One cannot defy their parents' will. They dictate whom I must marry, and I have no right to choose. The same applies to you, your Grace, thus I truly do not harbor resentment." Had Shen Wantang expressed these sentiments earlier, Xiao Qingyuan might have dismissed them as mere pretense. Yet now, he found her words to be sincere. In essence, they were both pitiful figures, unable to control their destinies regarding marriage. Whether she served as the young lady of the heir apparent or a mere stewardess was not her fault. In contrast, he, unable to contend with his parents, had unjustly vented his frustrations upon Shen Wantang. Overcome with guilt, his tone softened considerably. Shen Wantang, regardless of our future, should you find yourself in distress, feel free to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. Shen Wantang did not take his promise to heart. In her previous life, she had witnessed too many lovesick men and resentful women. A man's promises might be sincere at the moment, but would quickly fade. A man's word was, indeed, worthless. A polite smile graced her face. Thank you, Your Grace. I shall not impose further. I must return to tend to Yin Luo, who has no one to care for her. As Xiao Qingyuan finished speaking, he turned to leave, encountering Granny Chai entering with a food box. The box was covered, yet a rich, enticing aroma wafted forth. Recognizing the scent, Xiao Qingyuan knew it to be the kitchen's specialty, matsutake mushroom and pigeon soup. His stomach grumbled, and he could not resist swallowing hard. Since the previous night, he had not eaten, and now he felt as though he could devour the entire food box. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he returned. Granny Chai had already opened the box and taken out a clay pot. She ladled a bowl of soup, adding some pigeon meat and matsutake, and placed it before Shen Wantang. Young lady, freshly made. Please try it, and see if it pleases your palate. Shen Wantang took a sip and exclaimed, It is exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious pigeon soup. Which chef prepared this? Replying to the young lady, it was made by the cook from the Qian family. She's renowned for this dish. Reward her. Yes. Granny Chai turned to leave, but was astonished to find Xiao Qingyuan standing silently in the doorway, observing Shen Wantang's bowl of soup intently. Shen Wantang noticed him as well. Your Grace, do you have further business? Xiao Qingyuan's face flushed slightly. Will you be able to finish this soup? We must not waste it. Shen Wantang exchanged a glance with Granny Chai, nearly bursting into laughter. They both struggled to suppress their mirth at the sight of the pampered heir who would say such a thing about wastefulness. This soup is quite ample. I cannot finish it alone. Would you care for a bowl, Your Grace? Without waiting for his response, she instructed Granny Chai. Please fetch another bowl and chopsticks for the young master. Yes, young lady. However, Xiao Qingyuan interjected, No need. If you cannot finish it, I will simply take the pot with me. I feel rather uncomfortable here. I shall return to my quarters to enjoy it. He stepped forward, placed the pot back into the food box, covered it, and carried it away. Shen Wantang was left dumbfounded. Granny, has he taken our pot as well? Although this royal residence is his home, is it not overly impolite to take even the pot? Granny Chai was equally astonished. The young master is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Surely he is being so rude to accommodate that shameless woman. She glanced at Shen Wantang, who was left with only a bowl of soup, feeling a pang of embarrassment for her master. I sincerely apologize, young lady. It is my failure to oversee your soup. This will not happen again. Please enjoy this. And I shall return to the kitchen to have them prepare another pot for you. Shen Wantang shook her head. There is no need. This bowl is sufficient for me. I cannot consume much more, so do not trouble yourself. Granny Chai had no choice but to withdraw quietly. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan hurried back to his quarters, carrying the food box. Suppressing his hunger, he entered his room with a hint of delight. Yin Luo, look what I have brought for you. Chu Yin Luo had already donned Xiao Qingyuan's attire and lay on the bed, neither too warm nor too cold, as she replied, What is it? It is pigeon soup. This is perfect for you at present. I will help you sit up, drink a bowl, and you will feel much better. Zhu Zan Lu Thou Wen. Did I not express my desire for bird and damp? Appo's nest soup? Why bring me pigeon soup? I will not drink it. Take it away. Chapter 31. He begins to speak in defense of Shen Wantang. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. Yin Luo, didn't and Appo's. You say the bird and Appo's nest soup was just a passing mention? Why are you now insistent on having it? Was my passing mention not important to you? It and Appo's. That's just a bowl of bird and Appo's nest soup. If even this small request cannot be met, then I shall take my leave, said Chu Yin Luo, sitting up as if to depart. Xiao Yuan hastily stopped her. Yin Luo, Don and Amp, Oppos, T go. It and Amp, Oppos. It's all my fault for not being able to procure the bird and Amp, Oppos, S nest soup. Don and Amp, Oppos, T be angry or move recklessly. Just rest. Chu Yin Luo was merely feigning. She had already detected the aroma of the pigeon soup. The savory scent made her mouth water. If you couldn't end Amp, Oppos, T get bird and Amp, Oppos, S nest soup. How did you manage to get pigeon soup? Did you have the kitchen prepare it specially for me? This. Xiao Yuan hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. What is it? Is there something you and Amp, Oppos, not comfortable saying, or are you annoyed that I and Amp, Oppos, am causing you trouble? If that and Amp, Oppos, that's the case, I should leave. Zhuzanlu Titen, attempting to rise again. Xiao Yuan quickly restrained her. No, how could I ever find you troublesome? I'm overjoyed to have you here. I was just afraid you would be upset by what I have to say. How could I be upset? You know, I am the most magnanimous person, not one to hold petty grudges. Just tell me. Relieved, Xiao Yuan opened the food container, revealing the pigeon soup. Actually, I acquired this from Shen Wantang. She only took a bowl. I took the rest, thinking it would be good for your health. Drink it first, and the imperial physician will be here shortly too. Before he could finish, Chu Yin Luo stood up, grabbed the food container, and hurled it out the window. With a crash, the earthenware pot shattered, and the rich aroma of pigeon soup filled the air. Xiao Yuan was incredulous. He rushed to the window to see that the entire pot of soup and pigeon lay scattered on the ground, ruined. He couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but raise his voice. Yin Luo, what are you doing? Chu Yin Luo and Amp, Oppos, S face was filled with anger. Xiao Yuan, did you bring me to the manor to feed me leftovers? Is that how little I, Chu Yin Luo, am worth in your eyes? Am I to nourish myself with Shen Wantang and Amp, Oppos, S discards? These aren't and Amp, Oppos, T leftovers. Didn't end Amp, Oppos, T you hear me? She only had a bowl of soup and a small portion of the meat. She barely touched the rest. What do you mean, barely touched? How much more could she have touched it? Would it only be considered leftovers if only bones remained? You're treating me like a beggar. Xiao Yuan was both furious and heartbroken. He hadn't even taken a single sip, wanted to bring it back for her nourishment, yet she had thrown it all away, calling it scraps for a beggar. Who was the beggar? Was it him? Xiao Yuan? He was starving, yet he was still trying to fulfill her desire for bird's nest soup, but she showed him no consideration. A thread of disappointment crept into his heart. He had always thought of Chu Yin Luo as an ethereal fairy, untouched by the mundane, as pure and aloof as a pristine snow lotus, captivating his heart. But now, after spending time with her, he realized that Chu Yin Luo was no fairy. She was merely a mortal, her mind filled with worldly concerns. He turned to leave, his voice much colder. Since you have the strength to throw food containers and the inclination to despise pigeon soup, it seems you're not hungry. I am starving. I and Oppos. I'll go find something to eat. Do as you please. Chu Yin Luo didn't and Oppos. To expect him to abandon her. She suddenly burst into tears. Xiao Yuan, how dare you yell at me? You begged me to stay in your manor. It wasn't Oppos. My idea. I, Chu Yin Luo, would rather starve than eat someone else in Oppos as leftovers. I haven't sunk so low as to beg for food. Seeing her cry, Xiao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, but he was still angry, so he stood his ground. Chu Yin Luo continued to weep. Xiao Yuan, if you no longer care for me and prefer your consort, just tell me. Why humiliate me like this? I always thought you were different from other men, but it seems you are no different. You are all fickle and irresponsible. All your vows of eternal love were lies. If even you treat me this way, then I have nothing to live for. With that, she lunged toward the corner of the table. Xiao Yuan was shocked. He rushed forward and embraced Chu Yin Luo. Yin Luo, Don and Oppos, to do anything foolish. Let go of me. You and Oppos, V already fallen for someone else. What does it matter to you whether I live or die? Xiao Yuan was flustered. I Don and Oppos, T care for Shen Wantang. The only person I and Oppos, V ever cared for is you, and it will always be you. I will never be unfaithful. I didn't lie to you, and I'm not trying to humiliate you. How could I ever bear to? Don't cry. I apologize. It was my fault this time. I won't do it again. I'll make sure the kitchen prepares food specifically for you. Okay? Chu Yinluo cried, leaning against his chest. Do you truly care for me forever? Yes, besides you, I could never care for anyone else. You are the most special, the one who captivates my heart the most. Hearing this, Chu Yinluo was finally satisfied. She cried for a while, then slandered Shen Wantang. You and Appos, too naive. How could you bring me food that Shen Wantang has touched? Aren't and Appos, you afraid she and Appos will poison me? One must always be wary of others. Xiao Qingyuan instinctively replied. She wooed and Appos, She's not that kind of person. Chu Yinluo angrily struck him. You're defending her? No, Yinluo. I saw Shen Wantang drink the soup myself. If she had poisoned it, Wooden and Appos, she have poisoned herself? Besides, she didn't and Appos, expect me to go to her, let alone take the pigeon soup. Unless she and Appos, as clairvoyant. How could she have poisoned the soup? Seeing Chu Yinluo unusually affectionate, Xiao Qingyuan's anger and disappointment vanished, replaced by joy. He held her close, comforting her. Yinluo, don't overthink things. Too much worry is bad for your health. Shen Wantang is not a bad person. She's just a pitiful soul who can't control her own destiny. The more Chu Yinluo heard, the more she felt that something was amiss. Why was Xiao Qingyuan's attitude toward Shen Wantang different? He used to despise her, but now he was defending her. Had this happened in her previous life? Chu Yinluo pondered carefully and rejected the idea. In her previous life, it was Shen Mingxian who had married into the family, and Xiao Qingyuan had never said a single good word about Shen Mingxian. He always spoke of her with disgust. Xiao Qingyuan should have always despised Shen Wantang in this life as well. So why had he changed? Chapter 32. Who commanded her with such audacity? A sudden wave of crisis surged within Chu Yinluo. Previously, she had thought little of Shen Wantang, yet the latter had first obtained the key to Xiao Qingyuan and Appos as private treasury, followed by the stewardship rights that Shen Mingxian had never attained in her lifetime. Now, even Xiao Qingyuan was speaking highly of her. It was evident that Shen Wantang was not akin to the foolish Shen Mingxian. This situation was untenable. She needed to confront Shen Wantang. When JingCheng arrived with the imperial physician, she was greeted by the sight of Chu Yinluo nestled in Xiao Qingyuan and Appos' embrace, weeping and appearing pitiful. While Xiao Qingyuan comforted her with a pained expression, JingCheng quickly recognized the ill-fitting clothing on Chu Yinluo, realizing it was Xiao Qingyuan's attire, while her own garments lay discarded on the ground, starkly stained with blood. Indeed, such a lack of decorum, to leave such bloodied clothing carelessly strewn about, showing no concern for being seen in such a disgraceful state. Yet, why should she be concerned about shame? She had paraded around the estate in that very outfit for most of the day. Though internally scornful, JingCheng merely cast a brief glance before returning her gaze. Respectfully announcing, "My lord, Physician Qin has arrived." Xiao Qingyuan gently placed Chu Yinluo on the bed, invited the physician to examine her, and then addressed JingCheng. "You may withdraw." "Yes, my lord." "Wait." Chu Yinluo raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "My clothes are dirty. You shall wash them for me until not a trace of blood remains. Should you fail to do so, you need not remain in the estate. I will have my lord sell you off directly." JingCheng, already resentful about fetching the physician for her, felt her anger ignite at the audacity of having to wash her clothes and the threat of being sold off. How absurd. She was a top maidservant in the presence of the noble consort, serving her daily without the need for such menial tasks. The noble consort treated her with kindness. Yet this Chu Yinluo was not even a concubine. What gave her the right to issue commands? With a forced smile, she replied, "I am but a servant of the noble consort, and heed only her commands. Matters within the Lord's residence are beyond my purview. Otherwise, I would be deemed unrefined." Chu Yinluo was well aware of JingCheng's allegiance to Shen Wantang. In her previous life, JingCheng had been the maidservant assigned by the princess to Shen Mingxian, and she had not hesitated to conspire against her. With disdain, she retorted, "What, do you think you cannot be commanded by me? It is merely a matter of washing a garment. How dare you invoke the noble consort to intimidate me? Do you truly believe I fear her? My lord, It seems this estate cannot accommodate me any longer. Must I now concern myself with the whims of your noble consort? By the way, do you recognize this noble consort? Did you not say you would have me as your noble consort? You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Xiao Qingyuan immediately shook his head. How could I deceive you? I recognize no one else as my noble consort but you. Since you acknowledge me, then is it too much to ask for one of the maidservants in your household to wash a garment for me? Is it not their duty? Why does it sound as though she feels wronged? Xiao Qingyuan turned to Qin Exine, directing, go, wash Yinluo's clothes, and ensure they are impeccably clean. Qin Xin, having been chosen as the foremost maidservant from among hundreds by the princess, was equipped with both capability and cunning. Faced with such a dilemma, she remained unfazed. With utmost respect, she addressed Xiao Qin, please pardon me, my lord. I am presently a servant of the noble consort and heed but her commands. This was specifically instructed by the princess when she assigned me to the noble consort and Appo's service. Though I am of lowly status, serving as the laundress for this young lady is not beyond my means. However, it would be a disrespect to the noble consort, which I cannot undertake. The noble consort is broad-minded and benevolent, and she generously provided silver to summon physician Qin for this young lady's treatment. Rather than expressing gratitude, this young lady seeks to insult the noble consort. I cannot betray my conscience to be her accomplice, my lord. As Qin Exine spoke, she suddenly knelt. Please punish me, my lord. Punish her? Having taken the conversation this far, to punish her would also be to slap Shen Wantang in the face. He had sought her aid in summoning the physician and had even taken her dove soup, only to then chastise the maid who had called for help. What would Shen Wantang think? Would she not believe him to be devoid of humanity? A mere beast? He fell silent, while Chu Yanluo found herself momentarily stunned. This Qin Exine had managed to place her on the moral high ground. What was happening? Why did she feel that Qin Exine's combat prowess was even greater than in her past life? Had she also been reborn? Or had Shen Wantang trained her mind to be exceptionally sharp? Beside them, physician Qin, carrying a medicine box, found himself a reluctant spectator to this unseen battle. Having received substantial silver from Qin Exine on 2 occasions, he discreetly intervened. My lord, this young lady appears pale and weak, indicating a significant loss of vitality. Immediate examination and treatment are imperative. This is no trivial matter. Delaying further could worsen her condition and potentially affect her fertility. Upon hearing the mention of fertility, Chu Yanluo immediately disregarded Qin Exine. Physician, please examine me. I have indeed lost a considerable amount of blood today, and now feel weak and sweaty. In her previous life, she had suffered a miscarriage, leading to severe health deterioration that rendered her unable to conceive. If she wished to oust Shen Wantang and ascend as the noble consort, she must swiftly bear a son for Xiao Qingyuan. Xiao Qingyuan nodded to the physician. Please provide treatment promptly, ensuring her ailment is resolved. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do my utmost, the physician assured him. Xiao Qingyuan stepped back, allowing the physician to take his place. He then gestured to the kneeling Qin Exine, signaling her to withdraw. Qin Exine rose quietly and exited. Once outside, she caught a familiar scent, the soup made from matsutake, mushrooms, and dove. The princess had always relished this soup, often sharing leftovers with her and the other maidservants. Today, the kitchen had prepared 2 pots, one for the princess and another for the noble consort. Gazing at the spilled dove soup on the ground, along with the food containers marked with the Wutong courtyard insignia, she quickly understood. It must be that the lord had taken the noble consort and Appo's portion to give to Chu Yanluo, only for the latter to discard it outright. Clenching her fists, she thought, this woman is truly shameless. What could the lord possibly see in her? How could she ever compare to the noble consort? When would the lord's blindness be cured? Chapter 33. The heir and Chu Yanluo quarreled before the heir and Appo's wife entered the family. Qin, like everyone else in the residence, believed that the heir's wife was of too lowly a status, being the illegitimate daughter of a mere official. How could she possibly be worthy of a son of noble birth and unparalleled beauty? However, after the heir and Appo's wife took her place, Qin suddenly realized that it was. In fact, the short-sighted heir who was unworthy of such a remarkable wife. She hastily left the Xinghe courtyard and returned to the Wudong garden. Upon her arrival, she recounted everything that had transpired in the Xinghe courtyard to Shen Wantang, including her suspicions regarding the pigeon soup. Shen Wantang shook her head in response, lamenting the loss of the pigeon soup. JingCheng found her perspective rather peculiar. Is that all you lament, madam? Do you not feel that the heir treats her too well and you too poorly? Do you not harbor any grievances? Shen Wantang replied with a calm demeanor. Whom the heir chooses to favor is his own affair. My only concern is to manage the household for my mother. She called for Duan, reimbursed JingCheng for the medical expenses, and additionally rewarded her with a pouch of silver. You performed admirably in the Xinghe courtyard, knowing how to uphold my dignity. Thus, you deserve your reward. Chu Yinluo insisted that JingCheng wash her garments, merely as a means to belittle her as the heir and Appo's as wife. JingCheng handled the situation with grace, justifying her reward. However, since Chu Yinluo dared to command her head maid, it was evident that she thought little of her. In light of this, JingCheng decided to be less accommodating. Mama Chai, starting tomorrow, all chores in the Xinghe courtyard shall be neglected. No maids or servants shall enter, and there will be no sweeping or fetching water. Mama Chai understood that Chu Yinluo and Appo's provocation had displeased Shen Wantang. Without anyone to clean their courtyard or fetch water, and with no one to prepare their meals, it would be interesting to see how long the heir and his brazen sister-in-law could maintain their affection for one another. She believed Shen Wantang's strategy of cutting off their supplies was quite brilliant. The heir had been accustomed to a life of luxury, never having endured hardship or performed any menial tasks. Thus he was oblivious to the struggles of the world. This ignorance allowed him to heed Chu Yinluo and Appo's slander, dismissing those who served him. Yet, even though he had sent away his attendants, his courtyard was still tidied up daily, albeit discreetly when he was absent. This was why his quarters remained pristine and his garments consistently immaculate. Now, it was time for the heir to experience some hardship. When he found himself in a state of want, with a chaotic courtyard and no one to wash his clothes, perhaps he would find solace in Chu Yinluo's company. Mama Chai eagerly anticipated the day the heir would crumble. Yes, as you command, from tomorrow on, there will be no servants attending to the heir. The heir's wife appeared to be exceptionally good-natured, remaining unfazed by the heir's antics. After all, he was her husband. However, she would not tolerate others bullying her. The following morning, JingCheng came to report, Madam, there is an uproar in the Xinghe courtyard. Shen Wantang, savoring her tender and smooth sheep's milk porridge, casually inquired, What is it? JingCheng could hardly suppress her smile. The lady from Jisan Monastery has been crying and berating the heir since dawn, lamenting that she cannot even have a warm meal, feeling faint from hunger. Then she complains that her clothes are dirty and no one washes them, bemoaning that the heir does not care for her, failing to provide her with new garments. She also whines about having no one to fetch water for her to wash her face, and when the heir brought her water, she complained it was too cold, insisting she cannot touch cold water after her recent miscarriage and demanding hot water. Initially, the heir was at her beck and call, almost resembling her servant, but eventually, he grew enraged and quarreled with her. It became clear to me that he was upset about the pigeon soup that had been ruined yesterday. Shen Wantang was unsurprised by their argument. When one is wealthy and idle, they pursue romance and the so-called spiritual connection. Yet when poverty strikes, the essentials of food and clothing become paramount. Who can still concern themselves with the soul? To survive, the body must first endure. The trials of poverty often lead to strife within marriages, and both of them were accustomed to a life of servitude. Now, having fallen from their heavenly existence into the hell of self-reliance, how could they avoid conflict? Oh dear, madam, you cannot imagine the chaos in the Xinghe courtyard. They cannot eat, they cannot drink, and worse still, their toilet has been neglected, causing the rooms to reek. Both the heir and that lady are surely in a foul state. Wasn't she once so proud of her refined demeanor? Now, her elegance has surely dissipated. Shen Wantang chuckled at her glee. How do you know so much? Did you go inside? Of course not. I merely listened to the commotion from outside. The happenings of the courtyard were relayed to me by Moji when he exited. He and I share a bond, having left the palace together at the age of 6. So he would not deceive me. JingCheng continued, lowering her voice. Madam, that lady from JingCheng Monastery is even contemplating getting rid of Moji. She spoke ill of him, and the heir has not allowed him to serve closely. Should we seize this opportunity to win over Moji and make him your loyal servant? Shen Wantang lightly tapped her head. What nonsense. Why would I buy over Moji? As long as he remains uncast aside, he is the heir's man, and I cannot overstep. Moreover, while he may share some tidbits with you, I doubt he can be easily swayed. In her past life, all those who served Xiao Qingyuan were dismissed by Chu Yinluo under various pretenses, save for Moji, who remained by his side, highlighting the trust and protection Xiao Qingyuan bestowed upon him. Eventually, when Xiao Qingyuan sacrificed himself for Chu Yinluo by jumping into the river, Moji leapt in to save him, but tragically succumbed to the raging waters. JingCheng rubbed the spot where Shen Wantang had tapped her, murmuring, I merely felt pity for Moji. He hardly ate yesterday, and was out seeking credit to buy bird's nest for that lady from JingCheng Monastery. He slept outside last night, as she forbade him from entering the house, not even allowing him in the side room. Early this morning, he went to the kitchen, begging for hot water for the heir, but the kitchen staff refused, and upon his return, he was met with a scolding. Shen Wantang smiled lightly. Hot water cannot be given. That was my instruction. However, given your special bond with Moji, you may secretly send him some warm food and soup. I shall feign ignorance. JingCheng and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight as she immediately bowed. Thank you, madam. Just then, a young maid entered to announce, Madam, the steward outside says that your sister from your maternal family, Madam Shen, has arrived, claiming she has urgent matters to discuss with you. Shall we let her in? Chapter 34. Marrying a wife like you will ruin the Liao family. Shen Wantang was slightly taken aback. What was she doing here? Shouldn't she be diligently assisting Liao Yoha in striving for the title of the top scholar next year? Yet, curiosity piqued within her about how Shen Mingxian had transformed her life. Go and convey the message. Bring her in. The young maid replied promptly and hurried to the second gate to fetch her. Moments later, Shen Mingxian arrived, accompanied by a maid. Upon entering, she scrutinized Shen Wantang from head to toe, her eyes brimming with jealousy upon noticing that she was adorned in the luxurious and expensive Kaiyun silk from the Jiangnan region. Oh, sister, you truly have changed since your days at home. How simple and frugal you were then. Now, having come to the royal residence, it seems you have adopted a penchant for extravagance, donning garments woven from such precious fabric. At this rate, you'll likely squander the entire fortune of the Liao family in no time. Shen Wantang regarded her with an air of indifference. Sister, you are mistaken. This attire was not purchased by me. It was a gift from my mother. Is this fabric truly that valuable? I have never encountered such material before. It seems you recognized it as Kaiyun silk at first glance. Did your mother-in-law bestow upon you Kaiyun silk as well, enabling you to identify it? Shen Mingxian was momentarily speechless, struggling to find her words. The Liao family was impoverished, so it was utterly implausible that the old matriarch would gift such luxurious fabric. She likely had no notion of what Kaiyun silk even was. Moreover, she was fortunate not to have the Liao children pilfer her belongings, let alone receive gifts from them. Shen Wantang was fully aware of the Liao family and Appo's dire financial straits, yet still chose to utter such words, deliberately mocking her. Shen Mingxian plopped down onto a chair, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Shen Wantang. How could the princess consort possibly gift you such fine garments? Especially since you have not captured the heir's affection? In her previous life, Shen Mingxian had not garnered the heir's favor, thus receiving no regard from the prince and princess consort. Why then should Shen Wantang be so favored and endowed with such exquisite clothing? She had never worn garments worth a fortune in either of her lives. Sister, the princess consort is truly kind. She noticed my plain attire and specifically gifted me vibrant garments. Moreover, how do you know I have not won the heir's favor? He treats me quite well. Shen Mingxian scoffed. Who are you trying to deceive? Do you think I am unaware of the heir's true nature? If he's treating you well, it must be a trick of the devil. Shen Wantang calmly regarded her. Sister, how is it that you are so well acquainted with my husband? That is indeed curious. Of course, it was because I was married to him in my last life. Shen Mingxian began to speak, but halted as she noticed the cold glares from the maids surrounding Shen Wantang. She swallowed her words. In her previous life, these maids had all been hers. They were not to be trifled with, each one like a ravenous wolf, ready to pounce on any error she made, leading to reprimands from the princess consort. These maids projected a facade of decorum, yet their hearts were filled with malice, skilled at spreading rumors. If she revealed that she had once wed Xiao Qingyuan, the news would spread throughout the capital in no time, reaching Liao Yoha's ears. She certainly did not wish to leave a poor impression on him. Thus, she hastily altered her words. Sister, you may be unaware, but it is rumored that the heir has brought Chu Yinluo into the royal residence and intends to divorce you to marry her instead. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being, which is why I came to visit. Shen Wantang turned to Grandma Chai. Grandma, is what my sister said true? Is the heir to divorce me and marry Miss Chu? Grandma Chai slightly bowed. Your Highness, that is unfounded. It is merely the fabrications of idle tongues. Some individuals cannot bear to see you thriving and deliberately spread malicious rumors. Such people are deserving of condemnation. Your Highness need not pay them any mind. Shen Wantang chuckled. Sister, did you hear that? Grandma said it is slander, so you must not believe it. Shen Mingxian recognized that Grandma Chai's words were a veiled insult directed at her, yet she was too preoccupied to care, having grown accustomed to the old woman's rebukes. This was among the mildest she had received. Her astonishment was evident as she gazed at Grandma Chai, as if seeing a stranger. In her last life, she had endured considerable hardship at the hands of this very woman, relying on her status as the former wet nurse to the heir, had treated her with disdain, constantly chastising her for her perceived failings. Yet now, Grandma Chai displayed nothing but deference to Shen Wantang, even defending her against Shen Mingxian. This was inconceivable. How could one's demeanor change so drastically? Where had Grandma Chai's arrogance gone? What of her cold, unyielding nature? Where was her ruthless hand that struck without bloodshed? Had she hidden away? Why not utilize it against Shen Wantang? Just last night, she had dreamt of Shen Wantang enduring a wretched existence in the royal residence, being chastised by Grandma Chai as though she were a mere dog. But reality stood in stark contrast to her dreams. Shen Mingxian took considerable time to suppress her shock and managed to force a smile. This esteemed lady seems to treat my sister quite well. My sister has always been rather foolish, often getting into trouble and facing reprimands. I trust she will not abandon her troublesome ways now that she is in the royal residence. And I hope you will keep a close watch on her to prevent her from bringing disgrace to the royal family. Grandma Chai, astute as ever, recognized that Shen Mingxian had entered with ill intent from the moment she stepped through the door. It was clear that the princess consort was aware of this as well and had not hesitated to retort. In light of their lack of sisterly affection, Grandma Chai decided to escalate her response. Why does Madame Shen claim that our princess consort is foolish? Is that how one ought to speak? Are you deliberately slandering our princess consort? She is, in fact, intelligent and astute, held in high regard by the prince, princess consort, and the entire royal household. Since her arrival, the princess consort has entrusted her with the management of household affairs, which she has executed with remarkable efficiency. Even the heir speaks highly of her. Why then do you, a married sister from her family, dare to speak ill of her? Shen Mingxian was left dumbfounded. What did you say? The princess consort has been entrusted with household management? That cannot be. What cannot be? Grandma Chai replied. It seems you are projecting your own shortcomings onto others. You, who cannot manage your own affairs and often bring shame upon yourself, assume that everyone shares your inadequacies. With a smile still gracing her lips, Grandma Chai continued. May I ask what your husband's family name is? It is of little consequence. After all, they have married a daughter-in-law, as foolish as you, so their fortunes are unlikely to improve. Chapter 35. The strong-willed princess consort Shen Mingxian was mercilessly berated by Granny Chai, leaving her utterly infuriated. She pointed an accusatory finger at Granny Chai, exclaiming, "You have not changed at all. You remain just as detestable as ever." A flicker of doubt crossed Granny Chai and Appo's eyes at Shen Mingxian and Appo's, words suggesting that the madam might have known her in the past. Yet, she could not recall any such encounter. Indeed, it seemed that Shen Mingxian, despite her noble status, was rather unremarkable, easily forgotten by those she met. Unlike the princess consort, whose outstanding beauty and intelligence left a lasting impression. Seething with anger, Shen Mingxian bit her lip, unable to divulge the truth of her rebirth. Even her own family was skeptical of her claims, and the servants often mocked her, suggesting she had lost her mind after a deep slumber, rambling nonsensical words. With a huff, she turned to Shen Wantang, saying, "Sister, you certainly manage your household well. How dare mere maid speak to me so disrespectfully? There is no semblance of decorum. One might think this maid is in charge, while you merely play the role of a puppet. Shuden and Oppos, till you discipline her, be wary, lest she grows too bold and keeps you under her thumb, rendering you incapable of holding your head high." Shen Wantang found her sister's changing hues amusing. In the Shen household, Shen Mingxian had acted with impunity, striding through every courtyard with arrogance. Shen Wantang had often borne the brunt of her tyranny, but now it appeared she had met her match. Surely, in her past life, Shen Mingxian had suffered greatly under Granny Chai's hand. Thus, it seemed prudent to elevate Granny Chai's status. "Sister, Granny Chai is indeed my right hand now, assisting me in managing our affairs. Moreover, she comes from the palace, where she was esteemed for her adherence to propriety. Her age and experience command respect. We are but juniors. It would be wise for you to heed her guidance. Even the heir was raised under her tutelage, and she has earned her keep. Do you believe yourself more exalted than the heir to dismiss her teachings?" Shen Mingxian rolled her eyes in disdain. Who would heed the counsel of that old hag? If you're foolish enough to listen, then so be it. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Yet it seems you are ungrateful. Should you find yourself at a disadvantage later, do not come weeping to me. Granny Chai, upon hearing Shen Wantang and Oppos' words, felt a surge of warmth in her heart, deeply moved. She had never anticipated the princess consort would hold her in such high regard, nor that her capabilities would be so readily acknowledged. Previously, the heir had cast her out of the royal residence for the sake of a shameless woman, leaving her heartbroken. Now, the warmth from the princess consort and Oppos' recognition was a balm to her spirits. With a solemn expression, she said, "Thank you, princess consort, for your trust. My reprimand to the madam was due to my disappointment in her sisterly affection, or rather the lack thereof. It seemed she was intent on tarnishing her sister and Oppos' reputation and sowing discord between us. However, I acknowledge I may have overstepped my bounds and accept your reprimand." Shen Wantang gently patted her hand, offering a warm smile. "Granny, you need not be so humble. You are an elder in our mother and Oppos' service, and she has often remarked upon your esteemed position, even in the presence of her majesty. Your ability to guide my sister is indeed a blessing for her." Turning to Shen Mingxian, she continued, "Sister, ordinary folk would be fortunate to have Granny Chai and Oppos' guidance. Today, you have the privilege of receiving her instruction free of charge. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Shen Mingxian was nearly apoplectic, rising to her feet. "Shen Wantang, what did you just say? You expect me to thank her for her insults? I see you have become blinded by the riches of the royal residence, forgetting who is kin and who is not. You are nothing but a heartless wolf." Unperturbed, Shen Wantang took a sip of tea. "Sister, why do you label me with such baseless accusations? How have I become a heartless wolf? Such words should not be tossed about so carelessly. If you wish to claim the title, then by all means, take it. It does not suit me. Am I speaking in vain? You tolerate the insolence of servants, and now that you have married into the royal family, you disregard our parents. You stand at the door, inviting others to gawk while our parents suffer humiliation. This is the height of filial piety." Shen Wantang and Oppos' expression hardened as she addressed the unjust accusation of disloyalty. "Since you have brought this matter to light, allow me to inquire. When I returned home, there was a throng of maids and matrons to greet me. Yet I received only a solitary, clueless maid. Was this not a deliberate slight, meant to embarrass me before the heir? How long did the heir wait outside, while I endured the humiliation of being left unacknowledged? The little maid must have reported my arrival. Yet you still left me and the heir waiting. How much resentment must you harbor to treat me this way?" Why was there no similar treatment for the brother-in-law when you return home? If your family holds the royal family and the heir in such disdain, then please relay to our mother that she must bear the shame alone. I cannot assist her in this matter." This was the first time Shen Mingxian encountered such a formidable and articulate Shen Wantang, rendering her momentarily speechless. The woman before her seemed almost unrecognizable. Furrowing her brow, she retorted, "What has caused you to change so? Is it the royal residence that has emboldened you to challenge our family? I advise you to remember that the Shen family is your true home. Only by ensuring its well-being can you secure your own. If the Shen family suffers disgrace, you too shall be shamed." What twisted logic is this, sister? Our father has always taught us to follow the father at home and the husband when married. Now that I am wed to the royal residence, it is only natural for me to regard it as my home. How could the royal family bring me harm? With a cold smile, Shen Mingxian mocked, "You believe this place to be your home, yet does the heir regard you as one of his own? You truly are pitiful and tragic. The world laughs at you while you naively defend the royal family." On the night of our wedding, the groom refused to lift the veil, denying you as his bride, and shortly thereafter, he brought his beloved back to the residence for care. I hear he has summoned the imperial physician numerous times for her sake. Tell me, has he ever called for a physician on your behalf? Has he ever shown you even a modicum of compassion? Alas, the heir does not hold you in esteem. Your title as princess consort is merely a burden to him. In his pursuit to legitimize his beloved, he may soon act against you without a second thought. Before her words had fully settled, a cold voice rang out from the entrance, filled with fury. Nonsense. When did this heir ever contemplate turning against the princess consort? Chapter 36. He actually smiled at Shen Wantang. Upon hearing that voice, Shen Mingxuan's entire being froze. Slowly, she turned her head and beheld the man who had haunted her with innumerable nightmares in her past life. Xiao Qingyuan. Her complexion gradually drained of color, and a wave of suffocating dread washed over her. In truth, Shen Wantang had noticed Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's arrival long before, yet she chose to feign ignorance, allowing Shen Mingxian to mock her. It was only when Xiao Qingyuan spoke that she stood up in astonishment. "Your Grace, you have come. Is there something you need?" Xiao Qingyuan fixed his gaze upon her. Though her eyes were slightly reddened, a gentle smile lingered on her face, as if she were enduring a slight injustice. He was acutely aware of the ridicule she faced due to their marriage, and he had not anticipated that not only outsiders would mock her, but even her own family would come to deride her, unearthing her scars and threatening her. The harm he had inflicted on her with his reckless behavior on their wedding night was far deeper than he had imagined. Yet, she had never complained nor cried out in sorrow. He understood better than anyone the extent of his misdeeds, but she bore it all with remarkable grace. Just yesterday, she had even sent her head, made to summon a physician for Yin Luo, which had ultimately controlled the bleeding that threatened Yin Luo and Appo's life. For this alone, he would forever be grateful to Shen Wantang. It was somewhat tragic that the person he despised most in this household, the one he yearned to expel, was the only one willing to help save Yin Luo. He began to admire his mother's discerning eye in choosing a partner, and he grew to respect Shen Wantang. He sincerely apologized. "I have wronged you, allowing you to suffer the jeers of others. But rest assured, I shall make amends. I will never act as others suggest, harming you. I, Xiao Qingyan, may be a reckless scion, but I am not one who cannot discern right from wrong. As long as I live, I shall ensure your safety and well-being." Shen Wantang sensed his sincerity and smiled. "Your Grace, I shall hold your words close to my heart. Thank you for your willingness to look after me." Beside them, Shen Mingxian and Appo's complexion was as pale as parchment, and she looked utterly aghast. "No, this cannot be. How is this possible? How could your Grace treat you kindly? Shun and Appo's, did he have killed you for Chu Yinluo? Why has everything changed? Why?" Xiao Qingyuan glowered at her. "Who told you that I intended to harm the noble consort? Is a gossip outside so distorted? A bunch of fools spreading falsehoods and fabrications. Utterly preposterous. Moreover, as the sister of the noble consort, you should not come here to mock her, nor should you share those baseless rumors to frighten her. Your words seem to be deliberately provocative, harboring ill intentions. Oof. Who do you think you are? I am the noble consort of the Ning Wangfu, and you have no right to ridicule me. Return to your own home. Your filthy heart may taint our eyes. Shen Mingxian and damp. Appo's face grew even paler, her lips devoid of color. She gazed at Xiaoqing Yuan in shock and fear. In her previous life, he had always scorned her mercilessly, turning her into a laughingstock of the entire Wangfu and even the capital. This man had nearly tormented her to death. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome face, but harbored a twisted and ruthless heart. Memories of her past flooded her mind, and she could not comprehend why the man who had once loathed her to the core, who had sought to kill her and force her to yield to Chu Yanluo, now treated Shen Wantang with such tenderness and protection. No, this was wrong. It should not be this way. It was Shen Wantang who had married him. He ought to revile Shen Wantang. Why was he scolding her? Had she not married Liao Yoha? Why was she still subjected to Xiaoqing Yuan and Appo's rebuke? She screamed in her mind, yet found herself voiceless, unable even to part her lips. She was gripped by sheer terror. The experiences of her past life shattered, sending everything spiraling off course. As she envied Shen Wantang, she began to dread her own choices. If Xiaoqing Yuan had changed, would Liao Yoha also transform? Could she truly enjoy wealth and status alongside Liao Yoha, earning the envy and admiration of all? Xiaoqing Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Shen Mingxian. For reasons unknown, he found her increasingly irksome, an impulse to kick her out bubbling within him. However, he remembered that Shen Mingxian was Shen Wantang and damp, Appo's biological sister, and out of respect for Shen Wantang, he could not simply expel her, lest the capital be rife with absurd and ludicrous rumors the next day. He coldly instructed Granny Chai, "Madam, see our guest out. Such despicable and shameless individuals should not be allowed to enter again." Yet, Granny Chai did not immediately comply with his command as she had before. Instead, she turned to Shen Wantang, awaiting her direction. Xiaoqing Yuan hesitated momentarily, then awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had forgotten that Granny Chai was no longer under his command. Only Shen Wantang had the authority to direct her. Shen Wantang nodded to Granny Chai. "Please escort my sister out." "Yes, noble consort," Granny Chai replied, then approached Shen Mingxian with a neutral tone. "Madam Shen, please." Trembling, Shen Mingxian took shaky steps toward the exit. Just as she was about to leave, she could not help but glance back at Xiaoqing Yuan. He was exceptionally handsome, exuding an unparalleled noble air. In her previous life, she had seen him only once, and her heart had been captured. After marrying him, she had loved him deeply for many years. To earn his affection, she had resorted to unscrupulous means against Chu Yanluo and had made every effort to please Xiaoqing Yuan. Unfortunately, even after a decade of marriage, he had never uttered a kind word to her, nor had he ever smiled at her. He had only expressed disdain. Yet now, he was smiling at Shen Wantang. Across a mere distance, she witnessed Xiaoqing Yuan lowering his head, intently conversing with Shen Wantang in hushed tones. She could not discern their whispered dialogue, but she saw Shen Wantang present him with a box, and after a glance inside, Xiaoqing Yuan smiled at her. She desperately wanted to know what was contained within that box that could elicit such a rare smile from the usually stoic Prince of Ning. Alas, Granny Chai denied her the chance to see, forcibly dragging her away. Inside, Xiaoqing Yuan tightened his grip on the box, gazing at the shimmering silver ingots within. For the first time, he found silver to be so beautiful and appealing. Unable to resist, he smiled. "Shen Wantang, thank you. Rest assured, consider this silver as a loan. I shall repay you double in the future." Shen Wantang glanced at him, noticing the buttons of his garment misaligned and his hairpin askew. She chose not to correct him, merely teasingly replied, "Your Grace, do you not find gold and silver to be rather mundane?" Chapter 37. The presence of Chu Yanluo is a blessing. Xiaoqing Yuan's fair complexion flushed slightly. He had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. Yet, without silver, one cannot move an inch, and he found himself unable even to afford a warm meal or clothing for Yanluo. With a heavy heart, he sought to borrow money from Shen Wantang. Otherwise, both he and Yanluo would inevitably starve in the Xinga courtyard. Shen Wantang appeared to be the only one in the manor willing to assist him. Others were either unwilling, fearful, or simply lacked the means to help. A layer of gratitude toward Shen Wantang swelled within him. I apologize for my previous remarks. Please do not take them to heart. I have always avoided gold and silver because I had others to pay for my desires. Therefore, I have no attachment to such things. Moreover, I never adorn myself with gold or silver, neither does Yen Luo. The hairpin she uses is made of wood, a gift I carved for her. Hence, when I see others donning gold hairpins, it strikes me as rather vulgar. Du Wan felt displeased at his audacity to criticize their master. In the capital, which woman of substance does not wear gold or silver hairpins? Only those from impoverished families resort to wooden ones because they cannot afford the luxurious alternatives. She turned to Shen Wantang, who remained smiling, showing no signs of anger. The heir might consider gold and silver vulgar, but I quite cherish them. It must be an inherent inclination that cannot be altered. In contrast, Miss Yen Luo embodies elegance and simplicity, favoring wooden hairpins, making her a rare breath of fresh air. The heir should bestow more wooden hairpins upon her. She would surely appreciate them. He must avoid gifting her gold and silver trinkets, lest she feel he misunderstands her. Upon hearing Shen Wantang praise Chu Yen Luo, Xiao Qingyuan felt pleased. You possess discerning taste. Indeed, Yen Luo is a breath of fresh air, which is why I hold her in such high regard. Rest assured, I shall never present her with gaudy gold or silver. Those are more suited as gifts for you. Shen Wantang finally revealed a genuine smile. You speak truly. Gold and silver trinkets are indeed fitting gifts for me. Nodding, Xiao Qingyuan took the borrowed silver and turned to leave. Du Wan, feeling a twinge of indignation, remarked, Lady, you are too accommodating. The heir has called you vulgar and openly exalted that Chu Yen Luo, diminishing your worth, yet you still smile? I believe you ought not to lend him money. How peculiar it is for him to seek your financial assistance while disparaging your fondness for gold and silver. Shen Wantang maintained her smile. Silly girl, if being called vulgar can yield such tangible benefits, then let him speak. He has uttered even harsher words. Should I take offense to each one? How would I endure life then? Moreover, my lending him silver is merely to honor the princess's wishes. Although the princess has ceased supporting the heir, I overheard her inquiring about his circumstances when I paid her a visit. She has but one son, and it pains her. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him to bring Chu Yen Luo into the manor for care. My willingness to lend Xiao Qingyuan silver is not for his sake, but to win the favor of my mother-in-law. Du Wan's eyes glistened with emotion. I understand your thoughtful nature, but I can't help but feel wronged on your behalf. That Chu Yen Luo merely pretends to be lofty, claiming to prefer wooden hairpins, which only indicates her poverty. I refuse to believe that she would reject a gold hairpin if offered one. Qin Xin has mentioned that the heir took a rare blood coral worth 10,000 taels of gold from his private treasury, intending to sell it for Yen Luo and Appo's as benefit. Yet, Chu Yen Luo would rather forego the delicacy than let go of the coral, revealing her greed. How the heir cannot see through her facade and treats her like a treasure. Even expecting you to summon a physician for her is utterly absurd. Shen Wantang calmly replied, her composure steadier than her maid's. Harmony at home fosters prosperity, and she is merely a woman. If the heir finds merit in her and wishes to indulge her, then let him. Do you not see that having Chu Yen Luo around is a positive development? Du Wan was taken aback. How could this possibly be a good thing? It is undoubtedly a blessing, Shen Wantang asserted, for it simplifies my responsibilities. I need only manage this one aspect, rendering life much easier. In her heart, Shen Wantang felt a lightness. She even perceived her current life as vibrant and full of potential. Xiao Qingyuan could dote exclusively on Chu Yen Luo or take multiple wives. Such matters did not concern her. However, the position of the prince's consort could only belong to her and must remain so. Even if Xiao Qingyuan were to lose affection for her, he must still show her respect, allowing her to maintain her role as the matriarch of the manor and navigate life with ease. Shen Wantang had never contemplated divorce. Would marrying another man resolve her issues? Although Xiao Qingyuan often wished for her departure to install Chu Yen Luo as his consort, that was merely his one-sided desire. As long as the princess and prince were alive, the title of the prince's consort would never fall to Chu Yen Luo. Which family does not have its struggles? At least the prince's house is far more affluent than others. And with Chu Yanluo as a comparison, her in-laws favored her, showering her with gifts. Even the servants of the manor held her in high regard, making it easier for her to manage household affairs. Each day, she enjoyed a feast of delicacies and had an abundance of silks and satins to choose from for her garments, along with a plethora of gold and silver treasures being bestowed upon her without cost. She found immense delight in the life within the manor. As for her husband, Xiao Qingyuan, though he could be somewhat troublesome, he was refreshingly honest, unafraid to express his disinterest in intimacy and openly declaring his affections for another. He would apologize profusely and offer her ample gold to make amends, displaying sincerity that made Shen Wantang feel too bashful to impose any further difficulties upon him. Chapter 38. The snack that appeared 7 years early. These thoughts flitted through Shen Wantang's mind before she swiftly dismissed Xiao Qingyuan. She picked up a prepared cloth bag and handed it to Duwan. Find someone to deliver this to young Master Biao. And also give him a silver note I handed you yesterday. Inform him that our shop is ready for expansion. Duwan, still engulfed in her anger and grievances, nearly choked on her own words upon hearing Shen Wantang's abrupt shift in focus. Young mistress, why are you so preoccupied with business? Do you not wish to win the heart of the young master? Gaining his affections will ensure a steady stream of silver, which surely outweighs mere commercial ventures. With your talents, this should be effortless. Indeed, it is not difficult, but it is unnecessary. Shen Wantang gazed out at the brilliant sunlight, took in the opulent surroundings, and admired her richly adorned attire, smiling as she said, "What need have I for the young master's heart? It is not fashioned from gold. I suspect it is made of wood, which is why Chu Yanluo favors him, but I do not. Moreover, relying on a man for silver is far less secure than earning it myself. Chu Yanluo may have won the young master and amp, Oppo's, affections, yet observe how she struggles for funds. She cannot even afford a bowl of bird's nest soup, nor has she the means to summon a physician when she bleeds profusely after childbirth. The young master's heart is of little use. Duwan, remember this. Do not place too much importance on men. Flatter them when necessary, as they are rather simple-minded and easily deceived. The paramount concern is to secure the reins of management and to earn your own silver. Have you not seen? I possess wealth, and even such a proud and noble figure as the young master must bow and smile before me. This world permits not women to hold office or to display themselves, stifling their potential. Otherwise, men would not dare to be so brazenly entitled to multiple concubines. Therefore, there is no need to regard them too highly nor to squander time on their behalf. Would it not be better to use that time to earn more silver? Duwan listened in astonishment, thinking her mistress had gone mad. Was it not customary for women to remain concealed? Was it not natural for men to have 3 or 4 wives? This had been the way of the world since time immemorial. If her master and amp, Oppo's, words were to spread, she would surely be deemed an oddity. Yet, inexplicably, she found her mistress and amp, Oppo's, logic compelling. In truth, she believed her mistress far more capable and astute than the young master. Had she been a man, she would surely have attained titles and accolades. After imparting her wisdom to her maid, Shen Wantang retrieved her book, continuing to sketch and jot down notes. Duwan, having been taught to read, still found herself baffled by her mistress and Oppo's writings. For Shen Wantang never indulged in trivial tales or didactic texts. Instead, she studied subjects such as timber construction, bridge engineering, and weaving. At present, her mistress was engrossed in drawing bridges. One might think she was abandoning her noble status to pursue construction. Yet sometimes, the more incomprehensible something appears, the more sacred and sophisticated it seems. The radiant sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a delicate golden hue upon Shen Wantang. As Duwan beheld her mistress within that luminous circle, a surge of genuine admiration and reverence filled her heart. Irrespective of others and Oppo's opinions, she had resolved to steadfastly follow Shen Wantang for life. Fearing to disrupt Shen Wantang's concentration, she quietly retrieved a box and transferred all the silver notes inside into the cloth bag Shen Wantang had given her. The bag was not empty. It contained numerous scraps of cloth that Shen Wantang had meticulously cut from a larger piece the previous night. Duan secured the bag and ventured out. Both the silver notes and the scraps were intended for young Master Biao, who would, guided by the scraps, personally journey to Jiangnan to place substantial orders, subsequently transporting them back to the capital by waterway to reap profits. By year's end, they would share the earnings, with Shen Wantang receiving 70% and young Master Biao 30%. However, young Master Biao had not always been so compliant. It was only after Shen Wantang repeatedly demonstrated her acumen that only her chosen goods were profitable, while his selections invariably resulted in losses, that he became wholly obedient, even ceasing to question their profit-sharing arrangements. Days later, young Master Biao sent word through an intermediary that he had secured several prime locations for shops in the capital and was preparing to depart for Jiangnan. Upon his return, they would open the shops and monopolize all the fashionable fabrics and materials. Shen Wantang specifically informed her mother-in-law of her outing and took her maids to inspect the shops young Master Biao had acquired. They were indeed situated in excellent locations, flanked by well-known cosmetic and jewelry shops. The affluent ladies who purchased cosmetics and accessories would naturally not overlook the fabric shop, ensuring a prosperous business. Feeling quite satisfied, Shen Wantang was in high spirits and took her maids to the largest restaurant in the capital, Qingyun Tower, where they reserved a private room for lunch. However, a particular snack caught her attention. It was called fruit yogurt ice bowl, a delightful concoction of assorted fruits blended with milk and honey, topped with crushed ice. The yogurt could be selected from a variety of flavors, including peach, grape, and pear. It was both tangy and sweet, with a rich milky essence and a refreshing chill, perfect for cooling off in the summer. Yet, the timing of this snack and Appo's appearance was puzzling. In her previous life, this delicacy had not emerged until 7 years later when introduced by an overseas merchant. Yet, at this moment, that very merchant had yet to arrive in the capital, who, then, had instructed the chefs of Qingyun Tower in the preparation of this dish. Was it Shen Mingxian? Shen Wantang handed a piece of silver to the waiter. "Go fetch your manager. I have an inquiry." The waiter, delighted by the silver, grinned widely. "Please wait. I shall summon him at once." The manager arrived shortly, displaying far greater discernment than the waiter. He recognized the elderly maid beside Shen Wantang, and, knowing that a young lady attended by such a maid could only be the talk of the capital, the young mistress of the Ning Wangfu, greeted her with a broad smile and a respectful tone. "I did not realize the young mistress would grace us with her presence. I beg your pardon for any oversight." Without indulging in pleasantries, Shen Wantang pointed to the fruit yogurt ice bowl. "I find the taste of this dish quite extraordinary, yet it seems it was not on your menu previously. When did it become available?" "Ah, the young mistress enjoys this as well. It is a new creation from our kitchen, introduced just these past few days. Those who have tasted it have all praised it highly." "Did your chef create it independently?" "Well, not entirely. He received guidance from a skilled individual and, after several trials, perfected the recipe." "What skilled individual?" Chapter 39. This fabric is truly suitable for crafting garments for Yen Luo, the steward chuckled. "Regarding the identity of this esteemed individual, I must ask the noble consort to indulge me in a bit of suspense. In a few days, this remarkable person will make an appearance at our tavern, bringing along some uniquely flavored delicacies for you to savor." He was unwilling to reveal the person's identity, and Shen Wantang did not press him, knowing she would learn the truth in due time. Deep down, she felt it unlikely to be Shen Mingxian, as Shen Mingxian lacked such foresight. Currently, her sole ambition was to become the wife of Liao Yoha, dreaming of an enviable life by his side, completely oblivious to the prospect of selling snacks at a tavern. Yet, if this individual was not Shen Mingxian, who could it possibly be? Had others besides herself and Shen Mingxian also been reborn? Waving her hand to dismiss the steward, Shen Wantang found the day particularly intriguing. With 1, 2, or even 3 individuals experiencing rebirth, she could only imagine the vibrant future that awaited the capital. After leaving the tavern, Shen Wantang returned to the Wangfu. She first paid a visit to the princess, presenting her with a piece of exquisitely colored fabric. This particular fabric had become a trend in the capital after the princess wore it in her previous life, and this time, She had simply procured it in advance to gift it to her. Upon seeing the fabric, the princess was indeed delighted, her pallor lifting by 3 points. Look at our noble consort, so much more considerate than my son. That scoundrel only knows how to vex me daily, never once gathering such beautiful fabric to present to me. Tanger, you're truly thoughtful. I feel as though I have struck gold. My biological daughter pales in comparison. No, my own daughter cannot hold a candle to you. Shen Wantang laughed, saying, Mother, your praise makes me quite shy. How could I possibly compare to the princess? If she were here, she would surely be far more filial than I. The princess shook her head, sighing. If she were truly filial, she would heed my wishes and not insist on marrying the eldest son of the general's residence. Now she has gone to the northwest with him, and I can scarcely see her. Ning Wang and Ning Wangfei had 2 children. Their eldest son, Xiao Qingyuan, and their cherished daughter, Xu Yang, Xiao Qingxi. At 17, Xiao Qingxi had just celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony 2 years prior, marrying into the general's residence and subsequently accompanying her husband to guard the frontier in the northwest. However, in a couple of months, General Huo would triumphantly return, bringing Xiao Qingyuan and Xiao Qingxi back with him, desiring to keep her rebirth a secret. Shen Wantang subtly reminded her mother-in-law, Mother, you miss the princess, and surely she also longs for you. As the saying goes, what is longed for will surely resonate. Your wishes will be fulfilled. The princess took her words as mere comfort, smiling at her and engaging in some casual conversation before allowing her to depart. Not long after Shen Wantang left, Xiao Qingyuan arrived. He was not truly heartless. Ever since the princess fell ill, he had been visiting daily to inquire about her health, even preparing medicine for her himself. Though he often ruined the concoction, the princess's spirits were still lifted considerably. Naturally, the princess attributed her son's transformation entirely to Shen Wantang. After all, when Shen Wantang had not yet entered the Wangfu, it had been chaotic, with Xiao Qingyuan obsessively fixated on Chu Yanluo. However, after Shen Wantang's arrival, the household had inexplicably regained its tranquility, and Xiao Qingyuan seemed to have returned to a semblance of normalcy, occasionally mentioning Shen Wantang alongside his previous obsession. The princess felt a quiet joy, believing that with Shen Wantang's presence, everything in the Wangfu was progressing positively. She had indeed made the right choice in her daughter-in-law. Mother, your son wishes you well, Xiao Qing'an said as he entered, observing the princess in Appo's complexion, which appeared more vibrant and her spirits seemingly improved. Noticing her warmer demeanor towards him, he felt reassured that he had made the right decision in coming. He had discerned a pattern during these past few days. If he paid his respects before Shen Wantang arrived, his mother would invariably look upon him with disdain, scolding him harshly. However, if he came after Shen Wantang had first pleased her, his mother would treat him with far greater kindness. Thus, upon learning that Shen Wantang had come to pay her respects, he had instructed Mog to keep watch for her departure. As soon as she left, Mog would inform him, allowing him to then pay his respects. Your Honor has come. Please sit. The princess regarded her son favorably for a rare moment, gesturing to the fabric on the table. What do you think of this pattern? Xiao Qingyuan gazed at the fabric, his eyes lighting up. It is elegant and refreshing, perfect for tailoring clothes. He almost let slip that Yanluo would appreciate this design, but he swallowed the words, knowing his mother disliked Yanluo. To mention her would surely lead to a refusal in granting him the fabric. What is this fabric intended for? Is it meant for Shen Wantang? Not at all. I believe it is not for her. She favors gaudy colors and treasures gold and silver trinkets. Such exquisite fabric is ill-suited for her. The princess shot him a sidelong glance, her tone growing cool. All the garments that Tanger has worn these past few days are gifts from me. Are you implying that I have poor taste? Xiao Qingyuan stiffened. All of them were gifts from you. Naturally, a young lady should not wear dull and plain garments. Should she dress in somber white as though in mourning? Your father and I are still alive, and anyone who dares to dress that way is cursing us. Xiao Qingyuan sighed, realizing that his mother was taking jabs at him again, and this was not the first time she had broached the subject. Yanluo favored white attire and often tied her long hair with white ribbons, a fact his mother had always found ominous. He dared not engage further, fearing it might send her into another fit. Instead, he diplomatically remarked, "The fabric you hold is exquisitely simple, akin to a wisp of pale blue smoke, with its gradient dye evoking a sense of ethereal mist. The flowing patterns above are well suited for the young and not for you. Since Shen Wantang does not favor this fabric either, might you consider giving it to me?" The princess was taken aback. "To you? Indeed, to me. Are you unwilling? Surely there is no one else for whom you intend it. This fabric is unsuitable for men. It is meant for women. What would you do with it?" "Mother, do not concern yourself with my intentions. Simply grant it to me." Xiao Qingyuan could not resist the urge to touch the fabric, finding it unexpectedly soft and delicate. With a splendid drape, whether fashioned into undergarments or outerwear, it would undoubtedly be most comfortable. Truly, it is perfect for crafting garments for Yen Luo. Chapter 40. This son is utterly wasted. In recent days, Yen Luo had been incessantly complaining about her lack of attire, prompting him to borrow funds from Shen Wantang to procure several new garments for her. However, she either deemed them ill-fitting or found their patterns too vulgar, unworthy of her refined sensibilities. If he were to present her with this bolt of fabric, Yen Luo would undoubtedly be pleased, perhaps even gracing him with a smile. It had been quite some time since he had last witnessed her smile, and he was willing to do anything to elicit her joy and affection. As Xiao Qingyuan stood there, caressing the fabric, his mind wandered to Yen Luo's reaction upon seeing it, oblivious to the chilling demeanor that had befallen the princess consort. The princess consort was keenly aware of her son and Appo's intentions. It was clear that he desired the fabric not for himself, but for the lowly concubine he harbored within his residence. With a resounding crash, a teacup shattered against the floor, its fragments jolting Xiao Qingyuan from his reverie. He gazed at the princess consort in bewilderment. "Mother, what is the matter? What is the matter? How dare you ask me what is the matter?" The princess consort trembled with indignation. "You unfilial wretch, daring to come here seeking treasures for that vile woman. Do you even consider whether she is worthy of possessing this fabric? This is the priceless rainbow cloud brocade. Selling her would not even suffice to purchase a mere scrap of it." Xiao Qingyuan could not help but furrow his brow. "Mother, regardless of its exorbitant value, rainbow cloud brocade is meant to be worn, and its purpose transcends social standing. Anyone can wear it. Besides, this particular hue does not suit you. What harm is there in allowing me to take it? You used to grant me whatever I desired. Why has everything changed?" The princess consort erupted in fury, slamming her hand against the table, causing another teacup to tumble. "Has my demeanor as a mother changed, or has your conduct as a son transformed? To stoop so low as to beg for a mere bolt of fabric? I shall inform you that the princess consort, in her filial piety, meticulously sought out this unique hue specifically for me. There is not another like it to be found in the entire capital. No one shall dare to snatch it away. To think that you, blinded and misguided, would claim that this fabric does not suit me. Is there any hue in this world more befitting of me? In my advanced years, should I not embrace such an elegant color, rather than adorning myself with the gaudy ostentation of a young maiden? The princess consort demonstrates her filial devotion by presenting me with fabric for garments. But what of you? Your heart is solely consumed by that scandalous, shameless harlot. With no regard for your own mother, I would sooner discard this fabric than allow that vile woman to possess even a single thread of it." Xiao Qingyuan stood frozen in place. What? This was a gift from Shen Wantang? How is that possible? Does she not exclusively favor those garish shades of crimson and emerald? How could she possibly select such an elegant fabric for you? The vibrant hues of crimson and emerald are gifts I bestow upon her, and her wearing them demonstrates her filial piety. The elegant and refined fabrics are gifts she presents to me, chosen by her, proving her discerning taste and her awareness of my preferences and suitability, and her genuine consideration for me as her mother-in-law. As the princess consort spoke, her eyes welled with tears. The more filial and considerate her daughter-in-law proved to be, the more glaringly apparent became her son and Appo's unfilial and preposterous behavior. This son is utterly wasted. Before I have even reached an age of immobility, my son has already come to pilfer my fabric for a mere concubine. If I were to grow old and feeble, would my son show me any filial piety? Would he not heed the words of that vile woman and cast his own mother out of the manor, suppressing the fire and sorrow within her heart? The princess consort addressed Quan in a hoarse voice. That child leads a peaceful life, diligently managing the household, and is so filial towards me. I cannot treat her unfairly. Select several valuable items from the heir's private collection and have the heir deliver them to the princess consort on my behalf. Mother, why must I be the one to deliver them? I refuse. Whether you refuse or not, you shall go. It was imperative that her son deliver the gifts, to foster more interaction between him and Shen Wantang, to cultivate their affection, and to disrupt the relationship between her son and Yin Luo. Only when her son utterly despised Yin Luo could this family find harmony. Only then would she have someone to care for her in her old age. Marry a wife for her virtue, and Shen Wantang embodies that virtue. I tolerate that shameless woman residing in the manor under such ambiguous circumstances as a favor to you. Likewise, you shall grant me, your mother, the same consideration. To merely request you to deliver some items on my behalf, and you refuse? If you so blatantly disregard my wishes, then I shall be compelled to disregard yours. The princess consort stated coldly, Quan, proceed to the Xinghe courtyard and banish that shameless woman. Inform her that the heir is unwilling to endure even the slightest inconvenience for her sake, and she deserves to roam the streets. Quan acknowledged the command and immediately departed. Xiaoqing Yuan hastily interjected, Mother, do not banish. She is now homeless, and even the refuses to shelter her any longer. By banishing her, you are condemning her to certain death. Am I the one condemning her death? Is it not you who are doing so? You need only make a simple trip to the princess consort's courtyard, and she may remain in the manor. Do you not object? I am willing. I am willing to make this trip on behalf of Mother. The princess consort nodded with a cold expression. That is the correct response. Quan, proceed, and remember to select the finest items for the princess consort, lest you disgrace my name. Yes, princess consort. Quan acknowledged the command and swiftly exited. Moments later, she returned, bearing 3 stacked caskets. Please examine them, princess consort. The princess consort opened each of the 3 caskets in turn, then replaced their lids. Acceptable, send these. Quan then entrusted the 3 caskets to the servant. Heir, you may proceed to the... When the caskets were opened earlier, Xiaoqing Yuan had glimpsed their contents, a jade of verdant hue, a pair of exquisitely rare jade bracelets, and a painting of 1,000 birds by a renowned master of a bygone dynasty. Only then did he realize that the items his mother intended to bestow upon Shen Wantang had been retrieved from his own private collection. He could not help but exclaim, Mother, Shen Wantang does not appreciate these items. She prefers gold and silver. Would it not be better to present her with some gold and silver? The princess consort sneered. What? Are you already begrudging the princess consort such meager gifts? You casually bestowed the blood coral, a gift from the Empress Dowager, upon that vile woman for her amusement. And yet I cannot present the princess consort with a few trinkets? I refuse to believe that the princess consort, despite her fondness for gold and silver, would not appreciate jade artifacts and calligraphy, which are far more valuable than mere gold and silver. Cease your petty machinations and deliver these items to the princess consort immediately. Xiaoqing Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly comply. Accompanied by, he proceeded to the... As he approached the entrance, he could hear a chorus of joyous laughter emanating from within. Thank you, princess consort. You have purchased gifts for us during your outing. You are indeed kind to us. Ah, the princess consort possesses such discerning taste. This garment looks exquisite on Chai, making her appear 10 years younger. Chapter 41. An unexpected guest princess consort. I have just arrived, and I come bearing gifts. Indeed, we have plenty. Duan, please bring out the rouge and powder from Yongshun Hall and distribute it among everyone. My goodness, the princess consort has gifted us with Yongshun Hall and Oppo's rouge. That rouge costs 5 taels of silver per box. Many young ladies from affluent families are reluctant to use it, yet the princess consort has given us so much. The princess consort is truly a living bodhisattva. I shall serve her with utmost devotion. It is indeed a blessing to serve the princess consort. She is so kind-hearted, never imposing on her servants, and so generous. Everyone in the manor is eager to come and serve us in Wutong courtyard. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated how beloved Shen Wantang was. Nor did he foresee the joyous atmosphere in Wutong courtyard, where the maids and matrons seemed to thrive harmoniously. Even the formerly stern Granny Chai wore a smile upon visiting her. While pondering this, MOG could not help but exclaim, "The princess consort is truly benevolent towards her servants." After a brief outing, she returns with gifts. JingCheng mentioned that in just a few days, they have all been captivated by the charm of the princess consort, wholeheartedly devoted to her. Xiao Qingyuan turned to see the envy on MOG and Appo's face and could not help but frown. If you admire this place so much, why not come and serve here? MOG nearly blurted out his agreement, but, noticing his master's displeasure, quickly shook his head. No, I wish only to serve the young master. Though the princess consort is delightful, she pales in comparison to the young master. Xiao Qingyuan snorted, recognizing that the lad was speaking insincerely. Life in his Xinghe courtyard had not been particularly pleasant. MOG was burdened with the labor of 10 men and was near exhaustion. Yet even so, Yin Luo remained dissatisfied, frequently chastising MOG for his lack of diligence or for casting her sidelong glances. However, he realized that his courtyard was indeed understaffed, and without maids to attend to Yin Luo, it was quite inconvenient. He ought to procure a few maids and matrons to assist. As he contemplated this, he entered Wudong courtyard. The laughter and merriment within ceased immediately as Granny Chai led the others in a respectful greeting, stepping aside to allow him passage. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan, Shen Wantang subtly furrowed her brow. Why has he come again? Canon to Appo's. Did he stay away for a while? She mused inwardly, though her expression remained unperturbed as she greeted him with the same calm demeanor. You have arrived, young master. Xiao Qingyuan nodded. It was my mother who sent me. She selected a few items from my storeroom to present to you, saying she was quite fond of the materials you gifted her. As long as mother is pleased. Shen Wantang replied, not even glancing at the contents of the box. She instructed JingCheng to receive it from MOG, then fell silent. She genuinely wished to avoid further conversation with Xiao Qingyuan, fearing that anything she said might lead him to misconstrue her feelings, resulting in unnecessary complications. Xiao Qingyuan, too, preferred to keep their exchange brief to avoid inciting Yin Luo's jealousy. After the previous visit, during which he lingered a bit too long while borrowing silver, Yin Luo had wept upon his return. Thus, he was determined not to overstay his welcome this time. After delivering the items and fulfilling his duty, he turned to leave. Once he departed, the courtyard buzzed with curiosity about the gifts he had brought. Shen Wantang, not one to be stingy, instructed JingCheng to unveil the contents for all to see. Oh my, these are treasures. The princess consort truly cherishes our princess consort, exclaimed one of the maids. Such valuable items. Indeed, the princess consort treats her like a daughter. Previously, I have only seen the princess consort gift things to the county princess, but never to anyone else. Not only does the princess consort dote on the princess, but it seems the young master does as well, though he seldom expresses it. How else could he allow the princess consort to select items from his private storeroom? Absolutely. The young master must hold the princess consort dear in his heart. No, he does not, Shen Wantang thought to herself. Xiao Qingyuan's heart belonged solely to Chu Yin Luo. His affection for her ran far deeper than he let on. Unbeknownst to the maids, his delivery of gifts was likely at his mother's insistence, and as for the treasures in his storeroom, he scarcely valued them. If his mother wished to take them, he would naturally acquiesce without objection. However, Shen Wantang cared little for whom Xiao Qingyuan favored. The gifts had fallen into her hands, and that was sufficient for her. She sought gold, silver, and jewels, leaving the matters of love to Chu Yin Luo. The bracelet gifted by the princess consort was particularly exquisite, and Shen Wantang found herself quite enamored with it. In her 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had received a jade bracelet of such quality, its vibrant green reminiscent of a clear, tranquil lake. She promptly adorned her wrist with it, recalling that past experiences taught her to wear and utilize good fortune, to spend her earnings rather than hoard them. Treasures left unworn and in used might as well be invisible. and the joy of possessing them would diminish significantly, leaving her at the mercy of others who would spend it for her. As she admired the beautiful bracelet, a smile graced her lips. Tomorrow, during the morning greetings, I shall wear this bracelet. My mother-in-law will surely be pleased to see it. However, before long, an unexpected visitor arrived at Wutong courtyard. Chu Yanluo, dressed in a pale yellow gown, her long hair loosely pinned with a wooden hairpin. She allowed a few strands to frame her face. Shen Wantang scrutinized her. The dress was clearly ill-fitting, evidently purchased from a ready-made clothing shop rather than tailored specifically for her. The color was not one favored by Chu Yanluo, who had always preferred white attire. Even during her time at JingCheng Monastery, she had stood apart from other women, who donned gray garments while she steadfastly wore white. As for Wai Xiao Qingyuan, knowing Chu Yanluo's preference for white, had not purchased such for her, it was likely because ready-made shops simply did not carry white garments. To acquire a white dress, one would have to seek out a shop specializing in funeral attire. Moreover, Chu Yanluo's hairstyle was also not in accordance with the decorum expected of a respectable lady. Only women of questionable reputation would style their hair in such a manner, leaving strands loose by the temples. Nonetheless, Chu Yanluo was undeniably beautiful, not in a gaudy or seductive manner, but rather with a serene and ethereal grace. Her striking beauty, unconventional fashion choices, and proud, yet unpretentious demeanor set her apart from the demure young ladies of the capital, making it entirely understandable that Xiao Qingyuan fell for her at first sight and subsequently became infatuated. Chapter 42. Chu Yanluo has also been reborn. While Shen Wantang was assessing Chu Yanluo, the maid JingCheng had already stepped forward to block her. Who permitted you to enter? Our young lady is currently preoccupied with the household accounts and is not receiving guests. Please leave. With her head held high, Chu Yanluo cast a disdainful glance at JingCheng and arrogantly retorted, Shen Wantang is not the young lady. The young master has neither unveiled her nor consummated their marriage. She is nothing. I am the true love of the young master, and the position of young lady rightfully belongs to me. JingCheng, if you possess any sense, you ought to kneel and beg for my forgiveness immediately. Otherwise, once I become the young lady and take charge of the household, you will find yourself sold to Shikhan Alley, unable to escape until death. Shikhan Alley is a notorious place where impoverished men seek solace, a veritable paradise for the destitute and a hell for unfortunate women. With just 10 coins, a man can select any woman and unleash his desires without restraint. The entire alley is filled with desperate women, often accompanied by wails of despair and the frequent sight of lifeless bodies, ravaged and barely clothed. JingCheng could hardly fathom that the seemingly ethereal and haughty Chu Yanluo harbored such a venomous heart. She had assumed that even if Chu Yanluo despised her, she would merely be expelled from the estate. She never imagined she would be threatened with being sold to Shikhan Alley. If Chu Yanluo, not yet the young lady, could be so brazen, what chaos would ensue should she actually attain that title? Gritting her teeth, JingCheng retorted, you are merely the young master and amp, Oppos, as concubine, having used underhanded means to gain entry into the estate. Do you truly believe you can ascend to become the young master's legitimate wife? Dream on, with your appearance. You would only bring shame upon yourself if you stepped outside. You will never become the young lady. Chu Yanluo's expression darkened slightly. Begone, you lowly maid. You are unworthy to converse with me. You shall regret this later. With a forceful shove, she pushed past JingCheng and strode into the room. Upon catching sight of Shen Wantang's face, she erupted into laughter. So this is what you look like. No wonder the young master treats you with some deference. It turns out you bear a slight resemblance to me. Just as the elder maid Chai was about to intervene, Shen Wantang halted her. She regarded Chu Yanluo with a calm demeanor. You wish to sell my maid? As if she were in her own quarters. Chu Yanluo carelessly touched the items within the room and replied, Indeed, a servant who dares to offend should naturally be sold, lest she tarnish the reputation of the household. I see you are utterly incapable of managing affairs. The entire estate is a mess. It would be better for you to leave voluntarily now. Shen Wantang remained resolute. Whether I can manage the household is not for you, an outsider, to criticize. My maid does not fall under your authority to sell. She conducted herself appropriately, neither overstepping nor being subservient. JingCheng performed admirably. Reward her. Chai promptly presented silver coins to JingCheng. JingCheng, the young lady has bestowed a reward. Receiving the heavy silver, JingCheng expressed her gratitude with a deep bow. Thank you, young lady. Shen Wantang nodded at her, her gaze softening with compassion. If her memory served her right, in her previous life, JingCheng had indeed been sold to Shikan Alley, along with her companion Xiu, Xiang, and Huai. This was all due to Shen Mingxuan's rivalry with Chu Yanluo, which had led to Chu Yanluo in a fit of rage, taking all 4 of Shen Mingxian and Appo's maids after obtaining their contracts from Shaoqing Yuan, only to sell them to Shikan Alley thereafter. The maids and elder women who had accompanied Shen Mingxian from the Shen family had also met untimely ends, and she had once returned to the Shen family, cursing Chu Yanluo as a ruthless murderer, vowing that should she perish, it would be by Chu Yanluo's hand. Thus, Shen Wantang resolved to act preemptively and sought out several capable maids from Qi and Appo's household. Shortly after returning to Ning Wangfu, Chu Yanluo had met her demise while out for a stroll, drowning in the waters. In this new life, the 4 maids of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting now belonged to Shen Wantang, unaware of their tragic fates in the previous life. Shen Wantang would ensure they remained oblivious and would not allow these beautiful maidens to endure a similar tragedy again. Having claimed them as her own, she was determined to safeguard their peace in this life. Her voice turned frosty. If Miss Chu has no business here, kindly take your leave. The choice of whether my maid stays or goes is not yours to make, and no matter how often you touch the items in my room, they shall not leave with you. Chu Yanluo's hand faltered as it brushed against the golden silk Nanma chair. Yet, her expression quickly regained its arrogance. All of these things will eventually be mine. I am merely taking a preview. Why should you be concerned? I am not concerned. I merely find your hands dirty. What did you say? My hands are dirty. They are far cleaner than your mouth. It is you who is filthy. Chu Yanluo boasted imperiously. Only those with dirty hearts perceive everything is tainted. Furthermore, you are merely mimicking me, attempting to win the young master and Appo's favor. Let me assure you, it is impossible. No matter how closely you resemble me, the young master will never love you. In this life, the next, and the next beyond that. He will always love me. The speaker may have been oblivious, yet the listener was keenly aware. Shen Wantang and Appo's heart raced slightly at the mention of previous life. Had Chu Yanluo spoken unconsciously, or did she truly possess memories of a past existence? This life in Ning Wangfu had undergone many transformations. Chu Yanluo had even arrived over a year in advance. Could all of this be connected to her? Maintaining her composure, Shen Wantang regarded Chu Yanluo, casually stating, "If there are previous and future lives, the young master would undoubtedly prefer me." With a scoff, Chu Yanluo retorted, "Do not indulge in fantasies. The young master's affections have always belonged to me in the past, and they shall continue to do so in the future. You are nothing, and you were never meant to marry the young master, were you?" Shen Wantang feigned shock. "How do you know I was never meant to wed the young master? Why are you so surprised? I simply heard from outside. Your dear sister Shen Mingxian was initially meant to enter the Wangfu, but she suddenly changed her mind, and thus the title of young lady fell to you." Shen Wantang's feigned astonishment gradually faded. Although Chu Yanluo concealed her knowledge well, Shen Wantang, having lived a previous life, was acutely aware of the subtleties. The information Chu Yanluo possessed was not mere hearsay. It was born from her own experiences. Only those who had lived through events could speak with such conviction. Shen Wantang was now certain. Chu Yanluo, too, had been reborn. Chapter 43. Chu Yanluo calls the wrong name. It is no wonder that in this life, Chu Yanluo arrived at the royal residence so early, and that the child within her womb vanished so soon. It appears that all of this was a deliberate act on her part. She must have been quite dissatisfied with the conclusion of her previous life, which prompted her to decisively choose to enter the royal residence rather than continue to suffer in the Jisun temple. The room was enveloped in silence, as everyone regarded Chu Yanluo with the gaze typically reserved for the insane. Unperturbed, Chu Yanluo continued to assert with haughty confidence, The wife of the heir should neither be Shen Mingxian nor you, Shen Wantang. It should be me. Thus, everything within this royal residence rightfully belongs to me. Therefore, Shen Wantang, you ought to return to me all that the heir has just presented to you. Those items are mine, and you must restore them to their rightful owner. Seemingly oblivious to her provocations, Shen Wantang leisurely lifted a bowl of bird and damp, Appo's, nest soup and savored it, as if Chu Yinluo and Amp. Appo's presence were entirely inconsequential. As the heir and Appo's consort, Shen Wantang found no need to engage with someone as beneath her as Chu Yinluo, for there were others willing to reprimand her. Old Madam Chai, her expression as frigid as ice, interjected, "You truly possess an audacity beyond measure. You dare to claim what the heir has given to his consort? How shameless and utterly devoid of decorum. The Chu family has raised such a daughter, truly a unique embarrassment in the entire capital, one that has disgraced even the emperor himself." Having heard such words countless times in her previous life, Chu Yinluo merely paled momentarily before retorting with scorn. "Were you to speak to me in such a manner? I can compel the heir to sell you once, and I can certainly compel him to do so again. If you wish to avoid being sold, I suggest you keep your mouth shut." Previously, old Madam Chai had felt a degree of trepidation towards her, as the heir was indeed wholly obedient to her whims. Whoever she desired to sell, the heir complied, as if under her spell. However, now, old Madam Chai felt no fear. She was no longer merely the heir's wet nurse, but the wet nurse of the heir's consort. With the consort's presence, the possibility of Chu Yinluo selling her was utterly extinguished. Do not overestimate your worth. In truth, you are nothing. If you were of any significance, the heir would have married you long ago instead of keeping you in his courtyard under such ambiguous circumstances. Old Madam Chai's words were sharp and cutting, piercing directly to the most painful aspects of Chu Yinluo and Appo's heart. Someone like you, in a respectable household, would be regarded as the most disgraceful of mistresses, not even worthy of being a concubine. In ordinary families, when taking wives or concubines, they seek respectable young ladies, but you, who had illicit relations before marriage and now bear an illegitimate child, are unwanted and scorned. Today, your entrance to see the heir's consort is solely due to her magnanimity. Had it been anyone else, you would have been driven out with a flurry of blows. How dare you create such a ruckus here? Chu Yinluo's complexion shifted from pale to green and back again, her hatred for the cold-blooded old Madam Chai and the cruel heavens burning within her. If fate had granted her a second chance at life, why could it not have occurred sooner? She should have been reborn before her pregnancy, allowing her to marry into the royal residence without any complications regarding Shen Wantang. Yet, cruel fate had returned her to a month before Xiao Qingyuan's wedding, a time when the entire capital was already aware of her illegitimate pregnancy. The prospect of redeeming her reputation seemed insurmountable. Fists clenched tightly, rage ignited within her heart. She vowed that in this lifetime, she would ascend to the position of the heir and Appo's consort. Once Xiao Qingyuan became a prince, she would bask in the glory of being a princess. Moreover, she would bear him a son who would rise to eliminate the crown prince's offspring, thus securing her own ascent to the position of Empress Dowager. She desired to compel all those who had mocked and looked down upon her to bow and pay their respects upon seeing her in the future. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, an unusual flush crept across her pallid face, her voice rising with fervor. "I have never had illicit relations before marriage. My pregnancy is not my fault. I am a victim in this scenario. You mundane people cannot comprehend the purity and nobility of my soul. Only the heir truly understands me, for I am his beloved. His possessions are mine, and I have come here to reclaim what belongs to me. Is there a problem with that? As for you, Shen Wantang, you come from a humble background, greedy and shameless, daring to seize what is mine. You had best return everything to me, or I shall ensure the heir expels you first." As Shen Wantang savored her bird and Appo's nest soup, she found Chu Yinluo and Appo's grandiloquent claims rather bewildering. This woman did not seem as intelligent as she had initially perceived. Her arrogance bordered on the absurd, as if she regarded the world with utter disdain. Was this newfound boldness a result of her rebirth? In her previous life, Chu Yanluo had not exhibited such ostentation and arrogance. Had her rebirth instilled her with confidence, or did she truly believe that no matter her actions or words, Xiaoqing Yuan would forever love and tolerate her? As Shen Wantang pondered, she inadvertently revealed the jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Chu Yanluo's eyes alighted upon the exquisite, verdant bangle, and she rushed forward, reaching to seize it. That bracelet is mine. How could it be in your possession? Return it to me. Shen Mingxian, give it back. Old Madame Chai and Qin Xin promptly moved to block her way. Both were taken aback. Surely, Chu Yanluo had lost her senses, miscalling the heir's consort by the name of her elder sister. Was this bracelet such a profound trigger for her? Shen Wantang, too, had heard the slip of the tongue and, observing Chu Yanluo's expression, recognized that she was entirely unaware of her error. However, Shen Wantang was not surprised. This small detail merely reinforced her earlier suspicions. Chu Yanluo was indeed reborn. In their previous lives, Chu Yanluo and Shen Mingxian had been bitter enemies. Perhaps in her dreams, she had still cursed Shen Mingxuan's name, etching it into her very bones over the years. Thus, in her fervor and anger, she had instinctively called out Shen Mingxuan's name. Yet, as Shen Wantang caressed the bracelet, her thoughts wandered to the fruit jelly delicacy from Qingyun Tower. Could it be that it was the handiwork of Chu Yanluo? She had previously speculated on who else might be reborn. Now it seemed the reborn individual was right beside her. No wonder the steward at Qingyun Tower had only mentioned guidance from a mysterious expert without revealing their identity. Perhaps he feared that if he did, she would disrupt their plans. Chapter 44. The jade bracelet must be mine. Unaware that she had mispronounced the name, Chu Yanluo's thoughts were consumed by the jade bracelet adorning Shen Wantang's wrist. With reddened eyes, she fixated on Shen, repeatedly exclaiming, "That is mine. How dare you wear it? You thieving wretch, you shameless burglar. You have stolen my identity as the future consort, robbed me of my life, and now you wish to take my jade bracelet as well. Return it to me." As she hurled insults, she attempted to advance and snatch the bracelet from Shen Wantang's wrist. However, Qin Xin and Granny Chai stood resolutely in her path, preventing her from taking even a single step closer. Qin Xin regarded her with disdain, saying, "Oh, in broad daylight, you dare to indulge in such foolish dreams. Who would steal your identity or your life? You are so disgraceful that no one would wish to steal your existence. And as for claiming the bracelet is yours, why not declare that the entire royal residence belongs to you? When you arrived, you were so destitute that all you had was a plain garment. You didn't even possess a proper hairpin, only one made of wood. And now, you covet our future consort's bracelet and proclaim it as yours? What a farce!" Granny Chai added with a sneer, "I suspect you have gone mad from poverty. You come here demanding the items gifted to the future consort, even attempting to brazenly seize her bracelet. Why not rob someone on the street instead? Are you afraid? Or perhaps you fear embarrassment? Oh, but you should have no shame, considering the disgraceful acts you have committed. It is precisely because you are so shameful that the Chu family has severed ties with you. Only due to the kindness of the heir have you had the opportunity to come here and create a scene." Chu Yanluo glared fiercely at the two of them. "Enough of your nonsense. Step aside. I have already told you, that bracelet is mine. It was a gift from the heir, and it rightfully belongs on my wrist." Seeing her speak with such conviction as if her claims were true, Granny Chai regarded her with a look of incredulity. "If your mind is truly deranged, seek a physician at once. Spare us your shrieking. It is quite unsettling." The bracelet worn by the future consort had been a gift from the heir, a matching pair. But the future consort chose to wear only one on her left wrist for convenience while writing. They had remained in the treasury for at least 5 years before the heir finally decided to present them. The current emperor had bestowed them upon the heir, declaring them gifts for the future consort. And now you dare to claim it as yours? Do you believe yourself worthy? Fuming with rage, Chu Yanluo stomped her foot. "Very well, I shall remember you both. Mark my words, you shall pay for this humiliation. Once I become the future consort, I will ensure you face the consequences." The jade bracelet indeed belonged to her, but that was in past life. Back then, when she had just returned to the royal residence with Xiaoqing Yuan, She had been loathed by the princess and oppressed by Shen Mingxian, leaving her in a perpetual state of misery. In an attempt to cheer her up, Xiao Qingyuan had taken her to his private treasury, allowing her to choose anything she desired. Yet, in order to maintain her aloof facade, she refrained from taking anything, despite yearning for the treasures that surrounded her. Xiao Qingyan, however, had slipped a pair of bracelets on her wrists, and she had been overjoyed, offering him a rare smile that left him astonished. He knelt before her, kissing her hand, praising her clarity of spirit, untouched by worldly desires, declaring her the celestial companion he had long sought. These bracelets had accompanied Chu Yanluo for several years, aiding her in evading Shun Mingxuan's numerous traps. However, before her demise, the bracelets had suddenly vanished, and she had sensed foreboding, which was confirmed when, a few days later, Shun Mingxian orchestrated her drowning in the frigid waters. In her heart, she felt that there was something extraordinary about those bracelets, and thus, upon seeing them again, she was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Unfortunately, those in Wutong courtyard would not grant her that opportunity. As she made a move to seize Shen Wantang's bracelet, Granny Chai and Qin Xin each grasped one of her arms and forcefully dragged her away. The gates of Wutong courtyard slammed shut, and no amount of shouting or pounding would reopen them. As the crowd of curious maids and matrons continued to swell, Chu Yanluo had no choice but to retreat, her head held high, suppressing her fury as she returned to Xinghe courtyard. When Xiao Qingyuan returned, she shattered a teacup in a fit of rage. Startled, Xiao Qingyuan looked up to find Chu Yanluo and Oppos, as countenance darkened as if a storm were brewing. His brow furrowed tightly. What has happened now? Why break a teacup? This was our last one. How shall we drink tea henceforth? The unrelenting chaos she had caused in recent days left Xiao Qingyuan exhausted, and he was unaware that his tone had shifted, losing the tenderness it once held. However, Chu Yanluo was acutely aware of this change. A tear fell from her eye. What do you mean? What has happened? Have you no curiosity about the grievances I have endured in this residence? You only care about a teacup? Xiao Qingyuan, confused yet pained by her tears, softened his tone. I understand. I have wronged you. There is not even a maid to serve you in this courtyard, and you must wash your own clothes. I just returned from purchasing a few maids. They shall handle the heavy tasks. You need only enjoy tea and tend to the flowers. Chu Yanluo retorted angrily. I am not speaking of the maids. What then? I went to Wudong courtyard, where I was bullied and thrown out by that group. Xiao Qingyuan paused, a frown forming on his face. You went to Wudong courtyard? What business did you have there? Did I not instruct you to refrain from going for the time being? He was maintaining a delicate balance with his mother. He had tacitly accepted Shen Wantang as the future consort while allowing Chu Yanluo, an unrecognized presence, to reside in his courtyard. Shen Wantang had been compliant, never provoking Chu Yanluo or interfering with the affairs of Xinghe courtyard. Hence, Chu Yanluo should not have sought trouble at Wudong courtyard. Hearing Xiao Qingyuan and Oppos' dissatisfaction, Chu Yanluo and Oppos' anger flared. What of it? This entire residence is yours, including Wutong courtyard. Since it is yours, why does Shen Wantang reside there? While I am forbidden even to visit, a wave of inexplicable irritation washed over Xiao Qingyuan. It is not as simple as you think. Even if the residence belongs to me, your presence at Wutong courtyard is inappropriate, especially considering it is not entirely mine at present. From now on, do not go there again. Chapter 45. Young master, we are out of money again. Chu Yanluo gazed at Xiao Qingyuan in disbelief. I was bullied at Wutong courtyard, and instead of standing up for me, you tell me not to go back? You truly do not care about me at all. I do care for you. How could I not? Xiao Qingyuan had repeated this phrase so often in recent days that it had begun to feel monotonous. You are the person I cherish most. I could never like anyone else. I forbid you from going for your own good. It would only lead to your misfortune. Chu Yanluo cried. I do not care about losses or gains. I only care whether you love me. If you truly care for me, then go to Wudong courtyard and retrieve the pair of jade bracelets you gave to Shen Wantang. They were meant to be mine. Xiao Qingyuan paused. You wish for that pair of jade bracelets? Yes. I dreamed of them before. They belong to me, and they have accompanied me in my dreams for a long time. As she wept, Chu Yanluo clung to Xiao Qingyuan's arm, her her tone softening for the first time. Qing Yuan, please fetch them for me, will you? I have never asked you for anything before. This is my first request. It is not that I am greedy, but those bracelets truly belong to me. I cannot allow them to be lost to the world. Though Qing Yuan remained somewhat skeptical of her claims, her act of clinging to his arm ignited a feeling of dependence within him, a sensation that made him feel lightheaded and almost compelled him to grant her any wish. However, after a moment of reflection, he shook his head. Yinluo, if you desire jade bracelets, I shall buy you another pair. The pair has already been given to Shen Wantang by my mother. I genuinely cannot retrieve them. Chu Yinluo immediately released his arm, sulking as she sat on the bed. If you buy another pair, they will not be the ones I saw in my dreams. Their significance is different. You do not truly love me. You are unwilling to do even this small thing for me. What is the point of my staying in this residence? Young master, please let me go. I shall return to JingCheng Temple as a nun and spend the rest of my days there. Do not seek me out again. Qing Yuan sighed softly. Yinluo, do not speak in anger. Life at JingCheng Temple is so austere. How could I bear to send you back? Let us set the matter of the bracelets aside for now. I have arranged for some maidservants to come. You may choose one to stay and attend to you. Yet, Chu Yinluo lay back on the bed, softly sobbing. I do not need maidservants. They all look down on me, and so do you. You would rather give the jade bracelets to Shen Wantang than to me. I am nothing and have no right to be served. Qing Yuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart as he sat beside her, soothing her for quite some time. What are you saying? Although the bracelets are for my treasury, they were not a gift from me. They were given by my mother. I have not bestowed any treasures upon Shen Wantang. It was all my mother and Appo's decision. However, Chu Yinluo remained obstinate, insisting on the jade bracelets. Gritting his teeth, Qing Yuan rose and exited the chamber. Outside, Mog had already led a row of maidservants into the courtyard. Seeing his master finally emerge, he hurried forward. Master, how many should we keep? Qing Yuan scanned the maidservants with a hint of exasperation. Let them all stay in the guest quarters for now. When Yinluo is in better spirits, she can decide whom to keep. In truth, Qing Yuan had previously instructed Mog to procure several maidservants to serve her. But Chu Yinluo had been dissatisfied with each one. The ones who were beautiful and poised were considered to have ulterior motives, exuding a flirtatious charm as their eyes lingered on him. The plain and earnest ones were deemed too dull, lacking the courage to meet her gaze. She found them foolish and incapable of attending to her needs. This new selection might not please Chu Yinluo either, but Qing Yuan resolved that this time, regardless of her criticisms, a few must remain. Otherwise, daily life would be exceedingly difficult without assistance. Once Mog had settled the maidservants, he returned and quietly reported, Master, we are out of money. What shall we do? Hearing the mention of money, Qing Yuan felt a throbbing headache. How can we be out of money again? Did I not give you the 500 taels borrowed from Shen Wantang? Have you spent it all so quickly? Master, it is all gone. 500 taels do not last long. You spent 230 taels just on Miss Chu's garments and undergarments. And the bird's nest soup she eats daily is made from the finest nests, costing 25 taels per meal, not to mention the doctor's fees, medicine, and the maidservants. Before Mog could finish, Qing Yuan impatiently interrupted. Enough. Do not speak to me as if I were a commoner. It is tiresome. Do not let Yinluo hear such talk. She is most intolerant of discussions about gold and silver. I will find a way to resolve the financial matters, so be quiet. Mog, however, did not fall silent. Master, why not borrow money from the young mistress again? She is the only one who might lend you some. Qing Yuan shot him a glare. I have yet to repay the last loan. If I ask again, what will that make me? What else can you be? You are her legitimate husband, Mog retorted. The young mistress now manages the household. All income flows through her hands. Is it not reasonable to ask her for funds? Qing Yuan was taken aback by his words and hurriedly covered the reckless servant and Appo's mouth. He feared Chu Yinluo might overhear and dreaded having to comfort her through the night once more. He reprimanded the servant. Nonsense. I have no relationship with Shen Wantang. If you dare speak like this again, I will throw you out of the estate. Mog lowered his head, muttering, If you have no relationship, Then why are you short on funds and the first to seek the young mistress's assistance? Is it not because you consider her family? Xiao Qingyuan heard his mumbling and smacked the servant on the head. He seemed to be itching for a beating. Mog covered his head in surrender. I was wrong. Very well. Go send word to Gu Qianhan and Yuan Zheng, asking them to come over tonight for drinks. Master, we have no money for wine. Will you not let them bring their own? He retorted. One is the second son of a duke, and the other is the grandson of a wealthy merchant. They have plenty of money. Mog hung his head in resignation. Fine. I have never heard of inviting guests for drinks and expecting them to bring their own. Truly, my master walks a path unlike others. Even the women he chooses differ from the norm, and his way of hosting is equally unconventional. Chapter 46. Xiao Qingyuan's embarrassment. Xiao Qingyuan observed that the servant was perplexed and snapped. Why are you hanging your head? Hurry up. I'm nearly starving. Tell them to come, quickly. The servant had no choice but to turn and rush outside. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the young master add, have them bring a few roasted chickens, some drunken crabs, and a selection of appetizers. The servant halted, feeling an acute sense of humiliation, his head drooping even lower. Was there any distinction between this and begging? Xiao Qingyuan, oblivious to the servant's thoughts, saw no issue in having two close friends prepare food and drink for their meal. He too stepped outside, heading straight to Wudong courtyard. Since Yin Luo had taken a liking to those bracelets, he must retrieve them. Although it might be slightly embarrassing, he was willing to endure it for Yin Luo's happiness. After all, Shen Wantang was amiable and would not cause him trouble. Despite his initial resolve on the way there, upon encountering Shen Wantang, he found her serene demeanor disarming. Shen Wantang, Shen Wantang regarded him calmly and inquired, is there something you need, young master? Her gentle tone enveloped him like a warm spring breeze. Xiao Qingyuan felt guilty for how he had treated Shen Wantang just an hour prior. He had gifted her the jade bracelet, and now he was requesting its return. Was this truly acceptable behavior? If he were dealing with a more assertive woman, she might have doused him with tea and expelled him with a flurry of blows. He was merely a man of opportunism. Knowing that Shen Wantang was easygoing gave him the courage to approach her. Were she to behave more sternly, he would never have dared enter Wudong courtyard. With a lack of righteousness came diminished confidence. Xiao Qingyuan's voice was noticeably softer than usual. Shen Wantang, could you possibly return that jade bracelet to me? I promise I will offer you something else in exchange, so you will not suffer any loss. From a moment Xiao Qingyuan stepped into Wudong courtyard. Shen Wantang had already surmised his purpose. Before departing, Chu Yanluo had expressed an insatiable desire for the bracelet, making it inevitable that Xiao Qingyuan would come to reclaim it. Given Xiao Qingyuan's infatuation with Chu Yanluo, it would have been peculiar if he had not made this visit. However, Shen Wantang cherished the bracelet as well and had no intention of relinquishing it. She hesitated and said, young master, though the bracelet was indeed a gift from you, you mentioned that it was your mother's intention for you to deliver it to me. Therefore, it is in essence a gift from her to me. As a token from an elder, I cannot simply pass it on to another. If this were a gift from you alone, I would have readily surrendered it without a moment's hesitation. But it is from your mother. If I were to give it away so soon after receiving it, what would she think? This is her sentiment, and if I do not safeguard it, it would surely cause her distress. Xiao Qingyuan felt utterly humiliated, as if he were an ungrateful and disloyal scoundrel. The bracelet he sought to reclaim was not even his to begin with. Yet he had the audacity to ask for it back. How outrageous! At that moment, Granny Chai, standing nearby, spoke with palpable sorrow. Young master, if I may speak frankly, your actions this time have gone too far. The young mistress possesses a kind nature, yet you should not take such liberties with her. First, Miss Chu made a scene, crying and demanding the young mistress's bracelet, and the young mistress bore it all in silence. Now you wish to take her bracelet as well. Is this not forcing her into a position of unfiliality? Have you considered the consequences she will face if you take it away? She came to the palace alone, relying solely on the favor of the princess to survive. Each time you strike at her dignity. And now you ask her to gift the bracelet from the princess to Chu Yanluo. If she complies, not only will the princess be angered, but the servants in the palace will also sense weakness and no longer heed her commands. Young master, Are you intent on driving the young mistress to despair? Why must you treat her so? What has she done to deserve this? Is she not good enough? It is merely a pair of bracelets. You could easily buy her another. Why must you insist on taking the one from her wrist? Is this not a deliberate provocation to make things difficult for her? How far are you willing to indulge, Chu Yanluo? Today she desires the young mistress's bracelet. Will you also yield her the princess's tomorrow? And what if she sets her sights on the empress's? Will you grant her that as well? As she spoke, Granny Chai's voice trembled with emotion, torn between genuine concern for Shen Wantang and her own distress. She had raised the young master as her own, yet he was now driven to expel her from the palace for the sake of an unprincipled woman, leaving her seething with indignation. Upon hearing Granny Chai's words, Xiao Qingyuan felt utterly devoid of dignity and could no longer bear to remain. He awkwardly stated that Yin Luo was not someone who would demand just any bracelet, then hastily bowed to Shen Wantang as an apology before leaving in a rush. Watching Xiao Qingyuan depart, Shen Wantang could not help but touch the bracelet on her wrist. Chu Yin Luo had been reborn. She should not have acted like an uncultivated woman, frantically trying to seize her bracelet. Shen Wantang raised her wrist, staring at the bracelet for an extended period, unable to discern its allure. It was merely a piece of jade, beautifully translucent. What could possibly incite such madness in Chu Yin Luo, prompting Xiao Qingyuan to request it on her behalf? This seemed inconsistent with Chu Yin Luo's usual lofty demeanor. This bracelet appeared to hold a certain significance. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan returned to his own courtyard. Upon entering, he found his two friends already present, and they had not come empty-handed. The stone table in the courtyard was laden with exquisite food and drink, while Gu Qianhan and Yuan Zheng were seated at either side. To his surprise, the previously sulking Chu Yin Luo was now seated between them, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan return, Yuan Zheng promptly poured a cup of wine, rising to approach him and thrust the cup into his hand. Qingyuan, you truly are remarkable. No wonder you have been reluctant to let your brothers meet Miss Chu. It turns out you were concerned that her beauty would steal us away. It is a great regret that I only got to see such a stunning beauty today. You must drink a penalty for that. Chapter 47. Gu Qianhan listening to the unabashed praises of his dear friend. Xiao Qingyuan could not help but cast a glance at Chu Yin Luo, who sat gracefully upon a stone bench. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, embodying both politeness and an ethereal, aloof pride. She showed no signs of vanity from the compliments, nor any embarrassment regarding her status before his companions. This celestial demeanor caused Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's heart to once again succumb to her allure. He cherished her high-minded, proud nature. Unpretentious and unyielding, her gaze upon men was forthright. Unlike those timid young ladies from the capital who often appeared flustered and shy in the presence of men. It was as if they had never encountered the world or men before. Particularly when they saw him, these young ladies would shyly glance at him, attempting to engage him in conversation while feigning modesty, often pretending to drop their handkerchiefs to create a chance meeting or to misplace their fragrant sachets, seeking his assistance, or deliberately bumping into him, only to feign an apology afterward. Throughout his years in the capital, he had encountered such scenes innumerable times, leading him from distaste to numbness. In contrast, when Chu Yin Luo first met him, she exhibited no shyness whatsoever, nor did she show a desire to engage him. Even when he spoke to her, she regarded him with indifference, completely ignoring his presence. At that moment, he felt a spark of recognition, realizing she was unlike any other woman. Now, Chu Yin Luo remained unchanged, unreservedly indifferent to men and unapproachable. She simply was herself, never seeking to please any man. In a state of delight, Xiao Qingyuan, spurred on by Yuan Zheng, tilted his head and downed the wine in his cup. Witnessing his hearty consumption, Yuan Zheng burst into laughter, pulling Xiao Qingyuan to sit at the stone table and refilling his cup again and again. Xiao Qingyuan welcomed the drink, consuming cup after cup, until he nearly forgot the purpose of summoning the two. Yuan de, Gu heir, could you lend me some silver? Gu Qianhan twirled the wine cup between his slender fingers, remaining silent. However, Yuan Zheng promptly agreed, of course. It's a trivial matter among brothers. There is no need to speak of borrowing. Just tell me how much you need, and I shall have it delivered to you by tomorrow." Upon hearing Yuan Zheng's generous promise of silver, Xiao Qingyuan regained a semblance of clarity. "Are you serious? Would you truly lend me 10,000 taels?" "Indeed. Just let me know how much you require. It depends on your capabilities." Xiao Qingyuan's mind was sluggish. "What capabilities?" "Your capacity for drinking." Yuan Zheng cheerfully placed a jar of wine before him. "If you can drink an entire jar, I'll give you 10,000 taels." "What do you say?" Xiao Qingyuan burst into laughter. "Excellent. This is your promise. I shall drink until you are bankrupt." Yuan Zheng continued to chuckle. "With your meager drinking ability, do you think you can make me go bankrupt? My mother's dowry was a true 10-mile bridal procession, with enough gifts to last 10 lifetimes. Go ahead and drink. Yuan Zheng, may lack many things, but silver is not one of them." Xiao Qingyuan understood well that Yuan Zheng was not short on wealth, which was precisely why he had invited him. Touched by his easy generosity, Xiao Qingyuan exclaimed, "Zishang, you are truly my best brother. Cheers." Zishang was Yuan Zheng's courtesy name. After saying this, he lifted the jar of wine and gulped it down. "Hurry!" Yuan Zheng clapped enthusiastically, all the while casting a challenging glance at Gu Qianhan. "Did you hear that? Qingyuan claims I am his best brother. Qianhan, do you have anything to say?" Gu Qianhan merely cast a cool glance at the inebriated Xiao Qingyuan, entirely ignoring Yuan Zheng's words. At 20 years of age, he lived up to his name, possessing striking looks and a cold demeanor. He exuded an air that discouraged approach. His features were sharply defined, with sword-like brows and starlit eyes, and even in silence, he commanded an imposing presence. Moreover, Gu Qianhan hailed from a powerful lineage, being born into the prestigious duke of the state's household, where both his grandfather and father were celebrated heroes who aided the former emperor in establishing the dynasty. His aunt was the reigning empress, and his sister was a favored candidate for the crown prince and Oppos as consort. His elder brother, who had been the crown prince and Oppos as companion in childhood, later ascended to a position of influence as a junior official in the Ministry of Rights at a young age. Gu Qianhan himself was a prodigious talent, having mastered the 4 books and 5 classics by the age of 3 and eloquently responding to the emperor's challenges at 5. He participated in the imperial examinations at 12, achieving first place in both local and national tests. He did not attend the palace exam, finding the prospect of answering the emperor and Oppos' queries uninteresting. Each of his accolades alone could eclipse Yuan Zheng, who came from a merchant family. Yet, when it came to Xiao Qingyuan, Gu Qianhan always seemed to be overshadowed by Yuan Zheng, who found a modicum of confidence only in the presence of Xiao Qingyuan. Thus, every time Xiao Qingyuan praised him, Yuan Zheng would take the opportunity to provoke Gu Qianhan. However, thus far, Gu Qianhan had never responded, drinking only out of consideration for Xiao Qingyuan. Having failed to provoke a reaction, Yuan Zheng felt as if he had struck a blow against a wall of cotton, frustration boiling within him. Just then, Xiao Qingyuan insisted on drinking more, and Yuan Zheng seized a jar of wine, pouring it down Xiao Qingyuan's throat, shouting, "If you drink another jar, I'll give you 20,000 taels." Normally, Xiao Qingyuan lacked for nothing in terms of silver, and Yuan Zheng, having no outlet for his wealth, was determined not to miss this rare opportunity. Mog, observing anxiously from the side, fretted over his master consuming so much wine on an empty stomach, fearing for his health. How could that Chu Yanluo not intervene, sitting there eating her own meal without a care for her master? Truly a heartless wretch. Mog understood that he should not speak in the presence of his masters, as it was not his place to interject. However, having served Xiao Qingyuan since childhood, he had been trained to dedicate everything to him, and the instinct to protect his master was deeply ingrained. Unable to hold back, he ventured, "Yuanda, excessive drinking is harmful to health. Let our young master eat something first." As soon as he spoke, Yuan Zheng, with frustration boiling over, delivered a sharp kick that sent him sprawling. Clutching his abdomen in pain, Mog fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in silence. This was the discipline he had learned from a young age. No matter the pain, he must not utter a sound. Yuan Zheng, still unsatisfied, attempted to kick him again, but was halted by Gu Qianhan, who grasped his arm. In a calm yet authoritative tone, he stated, Yuan Zheng, enough. This is Qing Yuan and Appo's servant. You should not lay a hand on him. Chapter 48. This side is the ladies and Appo's courtyard. Please, young master. Gu pause. Yuan Zheng felt an inexplicable chill emanating from Gu Qianhan's voice, which was indeed eerie. How could a person's speech resonate with the sinister nature of his detestable name, inducing such dread? Yuan Zheng reluctantly withdrew his foot, yet his lips curled in a fierce curse. What nonsense! A eunuch dares to instruct me? I am drinking with the heir, and it's this creature's turn to interject? One might think the Ning Wangfu has appointed this eunuch as the master. Cursed be this ill-omened thing. Away with you. Mog swallowed the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, supported by Gu Qianhan's servant. Gritting his teeth, he rose to stand aside, refusing to leave. 4. Having been coerced into drinking by Yuan Zheng, Xiao Qingyuan was now dazed and unclear, his senses muddled. Typically poor at holding his liquor, he had downed 2 jars without sustenance, rendering him utterly incapable of handling it. Mog feared for his safety, and thus, despite Yuan Zheng's scorn, he remained steadfast by the heir's side. Yuan Zheng, however, did not press him further. He indulged in his food and drink while casting glances at Chu Yinluo and addressing Gu Qianhan. Why aren't you partaking in wine or food? Before such a captivating beauty as Miss Chu, shouldn't you be raising a few cups? Gu Qianhan sat at the farthest distance from Chu Yinluo, not even sparing her glance, merely responding blandly, Yuan Zheng, when did you become blind? Yuan Zheng's jaw dropped in disbelief. He pointed at Chu Yinluo and exclaimed, blind? Is she not beautiful? Gu Qianhan, perhaps it is you who has lost your sight. Chu Yinluo, momentarily pausing her meal, couldn't he help but feel that Gu Qianhan was indeed blind. No man who had laid eyes upon her beauty remained unenchanted. Many would risk their lives for a mere second glance. Xiao Qingyuan was the prime example. Yet, this Gu Qianhan, who dared not even look her way, was likely a mere pretender, fearing that a glance would ensnare him in a web of infatuation, leading him to betray his good brother. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of satisfaction, even a hint of pride. Some men, the more they admired her, the more they belittled her, merely a manifestation of their own insecurity. With this in mind, her demeanor grew increasingly haughty, and she set her chopsticks aside, lifting a wine cup to her lips, savoring its contents. Coincidentally, it was the very cup that Gu Qianhan had previously held. Gu Qianhan evidently noticed this detail, finally lifting his gaze towards Chu Yinluo. From the moment he entered until now, it was the first time he had truly looked at her. Chu Yinluo instinctively straightened her back and raised her chin, fully aware that this angle was her most flattering. The more arrogant she appeared, the more attention she would attract from the esteemed young gentleman of the capital. However, this time, she miscalculated. Gu Qianhan's gaze did not linger on her face for a moment. Without hesitation, he stood, tossed a pouch of coins to Mog, and strode towards the exit, stating, inform Xiao Qingyuan that if funds are low next time, he should simply say so. Do not summon me and waste my time. Gu Qianhan and Appo's servant patted Mog on the shoulder before hastening to follow his master. Mog squeezed the pouch, feeling the thick stack of silver notes inside. Overcome with emotion, he nearly wept. Who claimed that young Master Gu was heartless? He found Gu Qianhan to be far more humane than Yuan Zheng, who insisted on coercing the heir into drinking before parting with coins. Gu Qianhan, on the other hand, had simply thrown the money his way. Outside Xinghe courtyard, Gu Qianhan strode purposefully, his servant trailing behind. Yet, as they proceeded, the servant sensed something amiss and urgently cautioned, young master, have we taken the wrong path? This is not the way out of the Wangfu. This leads to Wudong courtyard. Young master, the servant mentally screamed. The young master had played with Xiao Qingyuan since childhood, familiar with the Wangfu's layout. Given Gu Qianhan's remarkable intelligence and impeccable memory, it was inconceivable that he could misremember the route, especially since he had not touched a drop tonight. As Gu Qianhan continued inward, the servant lowered his voice, young master, ahead lies Wudong courtyard, which is no longer vacant. It now houses the newly married young lady of the heir. Yes, I know. Then why are you proceeding this way? The servant felt frantic. If they were caught, it would be catastrophic. Although Xiao Qingyuan held little regard for this young lady, Gu Qianhan could not simply wander into her quarters at this hour. As the servant was losing his composure, he suddenly spotted several figures approaching. Upon closer inspection, his vision darkened. The familiar figures of Granny Chai and Qin Exen flanked a richly dressed young woman, seemingly concluding a stroll and returning to her quarters. It was evident who the central figure was. Shen Wantang recognized Gu Qianhan at once. However, in her current position, she was not supposed to acknowledge the young master of the Gu family. Thus, a perfectly measured expression of doubt graced her features. And who might this be? Granny Chai and Qin Exin, well acquainted with Gu Qianhan, exchanged glances, both puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be drinking with Xiao Qingyuan? How could he have wandered to Wutong Courtyard? So far from Xinghao Courtyard? Granny Chai, though bewildered, swiftly introduced Gu Qianhan's identity to Shen Wantang and stepped forward, placing herself protectively before Shen Wantang, addressing Gu Qianhan. Young master, this is the ladies' courtyard. Please halt. Our heiress quarters are in that direction. She gestured towards Xinghao Courtyard. As she pointed, she felt the absurdity of the situation. Gu Qianhan was renowned for his prodigious intellect and faultless memory. There was no chance he had strayed from the path. Yet, she was compelled to offer direction, for only in doing so could his unusual behavior be rendered slightly more justifiable. Gu Qianhan nodded very well. He then peered past Granny Chai's shoulder, directing his gaze to Shen Wantang. Under the luminous moonlight, she looked at him with curiosity, adorned in a dress of begonia red, its fabric shimmering with a pearl-like luster in the moonlight, unmistakably a costly piece of Cayenne brocade. Her complexion appeared radiant, and with the typically stern Granny Chai safeguarding her. The former servant of the Wang Fei, Qin Exen, now seemed fiercely loyal, watching him with suspicion as if he were a rogue. Evidently, she was faring well. Gu Qianhan offered a slight bow and apology before turning to leave. He had initially believed she would struggle after marrying Xiao Qingyuan, but it seemed he had underestimated her capabilities. After all, she had once supported the inept Liao Youhe to the esteemed position of Minister of Justice, proving her undeniable competence. Even in a new environment, she could effortlessly navigate her circumstances, crafting a vibrant life for herself. Chapter 49. Her hands were warm and soft. The young servant wiped the sweat from his brow and dazedly followed his master out of the Ning Wang mansion. Once outside, he finally felt he could breathe again. He had nearly been frightened to death by the second young master. He had no idea what had prompted the visit to the courtyard of the heir apparent's wife. He looked at the cold-faced second young master, unable to comprehend his actions. Young master, why did you go to the Wutong courtyard? Do you know Miss Shen Heir? I do. Huh? You really do know her? When did you meet? How come I didn't know? The servant was not boasting. He had been by the second young master's side since he was 8, all the way to his current age of 20. He had seen every woman the young master had encountered, both inside and outside the family. However, he could not recall ever having met Shen Wantang. Being a servant to the prodigy Gu Qianhan, he was no fool. His memory was quite sharp, and his mind was agile. If he had ever met Shen Wantang, he would not have forgotten her. Moreover, after catching a glimpse of her tonight, he could not help but be struck by her beauty. Her features were like a painting, her aura refreshing like a spring breeze, someone one could never forget upon meeting. The young servant's question went unanswered by Gu Qianhan. He had no way to explain. His acquaintance with Shen Wantang belonged to a past life. At that time, the Gu family had already been exterminated for treason, and he had narrowly escaped with his brother's pair of twins, transforming from the illustrious second young master of the Gu family into a notorious fugitive, despised by all. The capital was rife with the Jin Yi Wei searching for the three of them, with fortified checkpoints at the city gates rigorously inspecting anyone attempting to leave. It was a daunting task to lead the two children out of the city, and they could scarcely hide within its confines. The children were constantly crying from hunger. The Jin Yi Wei were drawing nearer, and just as despair settled in, Shen Wantang appeared. She was initially startled upon seeing the three of them, but quickly regained her composure. Instantly, she saw through his crude disguise and spoke in a calm, gentle tone. Second young Master Gu, your hiding in my villa puts me in a difficult position. I might be implicated and face execution, and I truly do not wish to die. As she spoke, the sounds of the Jin Wei searching next door grew closer. Death had never been so near him. Gu Qianhan pushed his brother's 2 children toward Shen Wantang. You are Madame Liao, correct? I have seen you beside Liao Yoha. I would like to make a deal with you. She was extraordinarily astute. You want me to protect these 2 children? Yes. They are only 3 years old and do not deserve to perish in this calamity. This pair of twins was the result of years of prayers and wishes from him and his sister-in-law, born when they were over 30. They had been well fed until now. But after days of hiding, they had grown gaunt. Yet, it seemed they understood the impending disaster. The once mischievous twins had become obedient, even when starving, only daring to whimper softly instead of crying out loud. When he finally managed to procure a bun to share with them, they each held out their half with dirty little hands and said, "Second uncle, you eat first." Unfortunately, second young master, I may not be able to make this deal, as I cannot ensure their safety either. You must have a way. Otherwise, with Liao Yoha's abilities, he could not have risen 4 ranks in such a short time. Nor could he have become the Minister of Justice. I have investigated. He is of mediocre talent, but his advisors are formidable, and you are one of them, Shen Wantang. Though Gu Qianhan spoke with conviction, he was indeed merely grasping at straws in an unprecedented predicament, making a final desperate attempt for his niece and nephew. Even the faintest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. He handed her a key. This is the key to the Gu family's secret chamber outside the city. The children can guide you there, and the treasures within shall be divided, half for you and half to cover their upbringing. Shen Wantang shook her head. I fear that even if I take the treasures, I may not live to spend them. What if I say you can use my life to secure a more prosperous future for Liao Yoha? The Minister of Justice is merely a 3rd-rank position. If he captures me before the Jin Wei do, he could rise to the 2nd rank, paving the way for him to be conferred a title and appointed as a minister. I believe you might be particularly interested in the title of the Prime Minister's wife. Are you suggesting you would sacrifice yourself? Only with my death will the 2 children be safe. They are merely 3 years old, innocent and unaware. The Jin Wei would not cause a ruckus to capture them, giving you ample time to escort them out of the city. Only with my demise will the Emperor be at ease, ensuring the survival of my niece and nephew. He knelt before Shen Wantang with the 2 children. This was his last hope. Seeing him kneel, Shen Wantang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted his gesture along with the children. She stepped forward to help him rise. I will try. Follow me. Gu Qianhan and the 2 children were hidden in a secret chamber. Before entering, she even thoughtfully instructed a maid to provide the children with some snacks. It seemed that the Jin Wei had recognized Shen Wantang's identity, so their search was not overly thorough. Otherwise, the Jin Wei, masters at uncovering secrets, would have found any hidden chamber or passage. After the Jin Wei departed, the children were concealed in the carriage and taken away. Following that, Gu Qianhan changed locations to hide alone, but was soon captured by Liao Yoha and his men. As he had anticipated, Liao Yoha was rewarded by the emperor for this act and hinted at further promotions. Gu Qianhan was imprisoned in the death row, where he endured relentless interrogations by the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Jin Wei, who beat him mercilessly in an attempt to extract the whereabouts of the 2 children. In his extreme agony, he found solace in the knowledge that Shen Wantang had kept her promise to protect the children. The Jin Wei had not managed to locate them. A month later, in the foul-smelling death row, the jailer came again. He assumed it was yet another tormentor, but when he looked up, he was met with a familiar face. It was Shen Wantang. She said only 2 things. They have left the city and will grow up healthy. And, if you wish to end your suffering, I can assist you. The dungeon was dark and damp, resembling a hellish purgatory, yet in this infernal darkness, he perceived a glimmer of light. His niece and nephew were safe. He had no further attachments in this world. He had once yearned for revenge, but now he felt powerless, as even death had become a luxury. He slowly nodded in acknowledgement of her second statement. She did not linger, stepping forward. She lifted his chin and placed a pill into his mouth. His jaw had already been dislocated to prevent him from biting his tongue in despair. Her hands were warm and soft, and her voice was melodious as if from heaven. It will be quick. There will be no more pain. Gu Qianhan's consciousness began to fade. He indeed felt no pain. He sensed that the final moments of his life were filled with warmth. He saw her gazing at him with compassionate eyes, as if ending his life was also a poignant choice for her. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he smiled at her and whispered, "Thank you." Chapter 50. The child you carry is mine. In the Wutong courtyard, after washing her hands, Shen Wantang sat down at her writing desk to peruse a book. However, her thoughts frequently wandered. The unexpected arrival of Gu Qianhan stirred her memories. She was aware that Gu Qianhan had come to the Wang residence because Qin Xian mentioned that Mog, following an order from Xiao Qingyuan, had summoned his two closest brothers for a drink, instructing them to bring their own wine. Yet, she never anticipated that Gu Qianhan would appear outside her courtyard. In her previous life, she had personally sent Gu Qianhan away, knowing he endured inhumane torment daily. Moved by compassion, she risked entering the death row to see him. While rescuing him was impossible, she could at least ensure he left with some dignity. A once celebrated prodigy, renowned throughout the Dafeng realm, should not suffer such humiliation. Moreover, as Shen Wantang assisted Liao Yoha with all confidential matters, she was aware that the Gu family had been wronged. The alleged evidence of treason could not withstand scrutiny. Yet, no one bothered to investigate. Overnight, nearly the entire Gu family was executed. Gu Qianhan and Appo's escape was solely due to the mischief of a pair of twins who insisted their brilliant uncle choose two of the cleverest dogs from the market for them. Ironically, Gu Qianhan deemed none of the dogs clever, and in his pursuit, he lingered until dusk. After Gu Qianhan and Appo's demise, the dogs from that market remained unsold for a long time, as many had witnessed his candid assessments of the dogs, deeming them all inadequate. While some might question the loyalty of the Gu family, none would doubt Gu Qianhan and Appo's intellect and discernment. Thus, even in death, his unfavorable opinions rendered those dogs unsellable. Shen Wantang, childless herself, often visited the twins after taking them to a farm outside the city, finding joy in teaching them to read and write. The children were obedient and affectionate, yet they constantly inquired about their uncle. "Where is he? When will he come to fetch us? Has he bought us dogs?" Unable to answer their questions, Shen Wantang personally visited several markets to select two puppies, one black and one white, to present to the children. Regrettably, she never witnessed their growth alongside the puppies, as her own demise came swiftly. She hadn't even had the chance to enjoy the treasures hidden within the Gu family's secret chamber. Just as she reminisced, Qin Xian rushed in. "Madam, Mog seeks our assistance. He says the young master has been intoxicated by young Master Yuan and requires a bowl of sobering soup." Without hesitation, Shen Wantang nodded. "Have the kitchen prepared immediately. Provide as much as he needs." Understood. After Qin Xian instructed the kitchen, she returned shortly, visibly displeased. "I cannot fathom why the young master is infatuated with that wretched woman. You wouldn't believe it. While the young master was intoxicated, she completely disregarded him, indulging herself and even shamelessly flirting with second young Master Gu, drinking from his cup." Shen Wantang was taken aback. In front of the young master? He didn't react? The young master was too drunk to notice that wretched woman using second young master's cup. Mog stated that second young Master Gu left with a grim expression precisely because she took his cup. Fuming, Qin Xian continued, "How can she be so brazen? Living in the Wang residence, yet remaining so unruly. No wonder second young Master Gu strayed. She must have provoked him." Shen Wantang furrowed her brow lightly. She didn't believe Gu Qianhan could be so easily riled. He was the sort who would remain composed even in the face of the genie Wei. But why'd he come here? Was it to summon her to Xinghe courtyard to care for Xiao Qingyuan? As she pondered, the sobering soup was soon ready. After expressing his gratitude, Mog took the soup back to Xinghe courtyard. Upon entering, he was met with an onslaught of reprimands from Chu Yanluo. "Where have you been? Hurry and assist the young master to the study. He cannot sleep here. He reeks of alcohol." Mog, unable to voice his frustration, hoisted Xiao Qingyuan onto his back and carried the sobering soup to the study. Meanwhile, Chu Yanluo retreated to her inner chamber, where she was promptly pinned to the table. Yuan Zheng pressed down on her, his hands wandering beneath her skirt. "You've done well to deceive, playing Xiao Qingyuan for a fool. And yet you've audaciously entered the Wang residence. Chu Yanluo struggled fiercely. Yuan Zheng, let me go. Have I not suffered enough at your hands? How dare you touch me and Xiao Qingyuan and Oppos? As courtyard, if he finds out, he will not spare you. Feigning virtue, are we? Only a fool like Xiao Qingyuan would believe your act. Yuan Zheng retorted, ruthlessly tearing her undergarments. Behave yourself. It's been a while since I've had my fill of you. Among the women I've encountered, none compare to your allure, like your aunt. You were born to please men. Chu Yanluo continued to fight back, even biting Yuan Zheng hard. I am now the young Masteress woman. He is in the adjacent study. No matter how desperate you are, this is not the place. Exactly because he is so close, it is all the more thrilling. Yuan Zheng replied, his excitement palpable as he greedily gazed upon her exquisite form. He threatened, if you do not satisfy me tonight, I shall reveal to Xiao Qingyuan that the child you bear is mine. I will also show him the letters you penned to me, so he understands the depth of your affection. Chu Yanluo's face paled. You cannot show him. She had claimed to Xiao Qingyuan that she was coerced. If Yuan Zheng revealed her letters, he would realize she had lied. She fell silent. Yuan Sheng smirked ominously, stripping Harbora. In the inner chamber, an intense struggle ensued. Perhaps fueled by the fact that Chu Yanluo had become Xiao Qingyuan and Amp, Oppos, S-woman. Yuan Zheng was even more exhilarated than during their first encounter. Crucially, he understood how deeply Xiao Qingyuan cherished Chu Yanluo. He treated her like a celestial being, terrified of defiling her, barely daring to touch her. Yet this woman, whom even the crown prince dared not lay a finger on, was now beneath him, willingly surrendering to his whims, allowing him to manipulate her into various positions, indulging in his desires. Chapter 51. What difficulty is there in earning silver the next day? Xiao Qingyuan awoke from his drunken stupor. His head throbbed painfully as he sat up, scanning the room and realizing he was in the study, with no recollection of how he had arrived there. Master, you are awake. Are you experiencing a headache? Mog, noticing him rise, hurried over with a bowl. This is the hangover soup I procured from the young Masteress wife. Please have a bowl. It will alleviate your pain. Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Why did you go to her for hangover soup? You should avoid that place in the future. Yanluo will grow jealous. I refuse to drink this soup. Take it away. Mog knelt down abruptly. Master, I am not speaking on behalf of the young Masteress wife, but she truly is a remarkable person. Despite your treatment towards her, when I informed her you were intoxicated, she immediately had someone prepare the hangover soup. Had it not been for her, you would have suffered terribly last night, and it would have been impossible for you to awaken so quickly today. Master, you were completely out of it last night. Miss Chu paid you no mind. She didn't even bother to arrange the hangover soup, nor did she assist you at all. She insisted I bring you to the study instead of allowing you to rest in the inner chamber. Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Mog, are you also beginning to speak ill of Yanluo behind her back? Who taught you this? Who instigated you? My mother? Or Shen Wantang? Mog stood frozen. Neither, master. I merely spoke the truth. I will only permit you to disrespect me this once. Should it happen again, do not blame me for disregarding our years of master-servant bond. Xiao Qingyuan suppressed his anger. I was inebriated, and you were merely attending to me. Why should Yanluo be the one to serve me? She suffered a miscarriage less than a month ago. Her health is fragile, and she ought to recuperate, not engage in servitude. How could she procure the hangover soup? The kitchen staff ignore my commands. Would they listen to her? If she goes to the kitchen, she will be treated poorly. Furthermore, what is wrong with her having me sleep in the study? She is sensitive to the smell of alcohol and has a light sleep. It is only reasonable that she would not want me in the inner chamber. Besides, I should not be sharing a bed with her. She is an exceptionally virtuous woman, and until I give her a proper title, how could I tarnish her purity? After hearing his words, Mog lowered his head. This was it. The young master was beyond redemption. It was an insult to describe Chu Yanluo as virtuous. However, he dare not speak further, fearing he might truly be dismissed by the young master. He retrieved a pouch of coins from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Qingyuan. Master, this is what young Master Gu left for you when he departed last night. He mentioned that if you ever find yourself short of silver, You need only inform him directly. There is no need to invite him for a meal. Xiao Qingyuan accepted the pouch, glanced inside, then tossed it back to MOG. This is indeed a timely assistance. Keep track of the accounts. When I have the means, I shall repay him double. Understood. Xiao Qingyuan paid no further heed to the servant. He rose, washed up, and donned a clean outfit before going to see Chuyen Luo. Upon entering the inner chamber, he was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. Just a few days prior, her complexion had been pale, but now it glowed with vitality, her lips a full, vibrant red, as if she had consumed some miraculous elixir, instantly restored to health. Yin Luo, you look remarkably well today. Well, is it good? Chuyen Luo touched her cheek. Perhaps it is because last night's feast was plentiful. I ate to my heart's content. Xiao Qingyuan felt a pang of guilt. It is my fault. I did not prepare enough dishes for you in the past, failing to nourish your health. Having been thoroughly satisfied by Yuan Zheng's attentions the previous night, Chuyen Luo was in a good mood today. There is no need for you to feel guilty, master. I am indifferent to food. It is you who seemed quite inebriated last night. Are you feeling better today? Seeing her understanding and concern for him, Xiao Qingyan was deeply touched. I am fine. My tolerance for alcohol is not lacking. You need not worry. Just then, a maid entered. Master. This was sent in by MOG. It is a banknote from young Master Yuan. Xiao Qingyuan took it and saw that the banknote was twice as thick as the one Gu Qian'an had given him, and he smiled. Yin Luo, look. This is a banknote from Yuan Zheng. It should be 20,000 taels. Now, we can buy anything you wish to eat. Yuan Zheng truly is my best friend. Ever loyal. Chuyen Luo lounged lazily on the bed, her eyes not even glancing at the banknote. Master, you know me well. I have no interest in such things. I am merely touched by your sincerity, feeling that you are unlike other men in this world. You are special, the one who stirs my heart, which is why I chose to be with you. Food is of little consequence. I am not picky. However, since I am residing here and you find yourself in financial difficulty, I cannot continue to stay without contributing. I will pay you for my stay. Xiao Qingyuan and Oppos. S expression darkened. Yin Luo, what are you saying? What do you mean buy into Oppos? Staying for free in Oppos, and in Oppos, paying me in Oppos. Must everything between us be so meticulously calculated? I do not require your money. I can support you indefinitely, as long as you wish to be with me. I would willingly give anything. Chuyen Luo finally sat up, proudly declaring, I do not need you to support me. I have my own means of earning silver. I simply chose not to in the past because I was uninterested in material wealth. Now that you are struggling, how can I continue to live here comfortably while you grovel for silver from others? Xiao Qingyuan felt both guilt and regret. It is indeed wrong of you to worry about such material concerns. It is my fault. But do not trouble yourself. Borrowing a bit of silver from Yuan Zheng or Gu Qian'an is nothing to be ashamed of. They would not mock me. They are aware that my father and mother are currently suppressing me. Chuyen Luo huffed. I am not referring to young Master Yuan or young Master Gu. I am speaking of Shen Wantang. It is one thing to borrow from your brothers, but you previously borrowed from Shen Wantang, and I cannot tolerate that. Let me tell you, she may have silver, but so do I. Her money comes from the royal treasury, but mine is all earned by my own efforts. Xiao Qingyuan was astonished. You can truly earn silver? Of course. What difficulty is there in earning silver? It was merely that I previously looked down on such pursuits. The smell of copper is overwhelming. Who would covet that? Chuyen Luo produced a 500-tael banknote from beneath her pillow and handed it to Xiao Qingyuan. Take this and return it to Shen Wantang. There must not be a second instance. If you find yourself in need of silver, simply tell me. Do not go to her. This banknote had been discreetly given to her by Yuan Zheng after a night of revelry. Chapter 52. Repaying the debt to Shen Wantang. Xiao Qingyuan glanced at the banknote before returning it. Even if you possess the ability to earn money, it is evident that your funds are limited. Keep this for your own expenses. One day, I shall accompany you to the market, and you can select some fine materials. We can then invite the most skilled embroideress to craft you garments. Currently, my finances are not abundant, but I foresee a prosperous future. Have you not heard? A unique delicacy has recently emerged at Qingyuan Tower, known as the fruit yogurt ice bowl. It is my own creation, devised from my own recipe. which they have replicated. Xiao Qingyuan had recently visited Qingyun Tower to purchase bird and Appo's nest for Chu Yanluo and had heard the name of this dish, noting its popularity, though he had not paid it much heed then. Upon hearing Chu Yanluo and Appo's words, he was both astonished and delighted. What? The fruit yogurt ice bowl is your invention. Yanluo, you can create snacks as well? I can craft many other delicacies too. They were merely pastimes to alleviate my boredom at home. I never expected that people outside would cherish them so. The proprietor of Qingyun Tower has even promised me dividends every month. Seeing the shock on Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's face only fueled Chu Yanluo and Appo's pride. Unlike Shen Mingxian, who merely boasted about her rebirth without any practical contributions, she had immediately devised a way to profit. How dare that insufferable Shen Wantang establish her foothold in the Duke and Appo's residence? It was merely due to the steward's embezzlement of the Duke's wealth, showering the servants with a pittance to curry their favor. Even Xiao Qingyuan, after borrowing 500 taels from her, had begun to speak favorably of her. Money can indeed sway even the most steadfast of hearts. Chu Yanluo had once believed that her arrival at the Ning Wang and Appo's residence would usher in a life of leisure. In her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had not been deprived of financial support by the Duke and his wife. He had been extravagantly generous, bestowing upon her silks and satins in abundance. Yet now, she found herself nearly starving. The circumstances had shifted. Shen Wantang now governed the household, and the princess focused solely on tormenting Xiao Qingyuan, depriving him of even a single coin. Chu Yanluo understood the underlying motive of the Ning Wang's wife, to drive her away. However, she was resolute in her determination to remain and seek vengeance upon those who looked down upon her. With utmost confidence, she declared, "My lord, Qingyun Tower is the largest tavern in the capital. They claim my snack is exceptional and wish to bring me on as a partner. Would you care to invest as well? Even without relying on the Duke and Appo's household, we shall have an endless supply of wealth and no longer need to concern ourselves with others and Appo's opinions." Xiao Qingyuan, having endured the hardships of financial scarcity, had never realized the significance of money until now. Witnessing Chu Yanluo and Appo's unwavering confidence, he promptly agreed. "Since it is your original creation, I shall certainly invest. But how much should I contribute?" Chu Yanluo glanced at the pouch of coins he had just received. "Did not young Master Yuan and young Master Gu give you banknotes? You can use those for your investment. With Qingyun Tower and Appo's strength combined with my delicacies, you shall recoup your investment in less than 10 days, allowing you to settle your debts with them." Xiao Qingyuan found it hard to believe. "You can recover your investment so swiftly? Others may not, but I'm not just anyone. Did you think I possess only this one snack? I have a multitude of recipes at my disposal, and merely teaching them a few will surely multiply Qingyun Tower and Appo's patrons tenfold or more." Xiao Qingyuan, filled with excitement, handed her the pouch of coins. "Yanluo, you are indeed remarkable. In my eyes, you are the foremost talent of art of foam. You surpass the esteemed daughters of the Lu family in genuine skill." The daughter of the Lu family, Lu Nanshi, had long been acclaimed as the foremost talent into foam, having comprehended the 4 books and 5 classics by the age of 9, with her poetry earning the emperor and Appo's admiration. Lu Nanshi and Gu Qianhan were often depicted as a golden couple, with the two families seemingly inclined toward an alliance in recent years. Chu Yanluo took the pouch from Xiao Qingyuan, humbly stating, "My abilities are not extraordinary. They merely serve to occupy my time during leisure. I have not pursued them seriously, for I harbor no desire for wealth or fame. Such pursuits are burdensome to me." Xiao Qingyuan gazed at her with admiration. "Yanluo, you are the most unmaterialistic person I have ever met. Your heart is pure and untainted. Were it not for me, you would not even consider collaborating with Qingyun Tower for profit. It is I who have failed to shield you from these worldly concerns." Chu Yanluo placed the pouch under her pillow and returned the 500 taels to him. "I bear you no ill will in this sordid world. How can one remain untainted? If I must be sullied, so be it. As long as you are well, I am willing to do anything." Xiao Qingyuan was nearly brought to tears by her words. Yin Luo, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Chu Yin Luo smiled at him. Is it not my duty to care for you? Now, please repay the debt to Shen Wantang, for it weighs heavy on my heart. I detest being indebted to others. Very well. I shall repay it at once. We owe her nothing. Chu Yin Luo nodded, then seemed to recall something. What are the banknotes young Master Gu gave you last night? Bring them to me, so I can help you invest in Qingyan Tower. I have given them to Moji. Wait here. I shall retrieve them. Having said this, Xiao Qingyuan turned and exited. In the courtyard, he called for Moji. Where are the banknotes I entrusted to you? Moji promptly produced the pouch and placed it in Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's hands. Master, what do you intend to do with these? You have never been one to handle money or banknotes. Xiao Qingyuan, brimming with pride, replied, Yin Luo is exceptionally talented and has devised many snacks. The recently popular fruit yogurt ice bowl is her creation. She is truly a gifted individual with no skill beyond her reach. Qingyan Tower has approached her for collaboration, and I must invest as well. I told you Yin Luo is unlike any other woman. Moji was astonished. Master, you cannot possibly intend to invest the entire 30,000 taels you just acquired from Miss Chu. Why not? Surely, you should keep some for daily needs. There is no need to retain anything. Yin Luo assures me that within 10 days, I shall recoup my investment. And what shall we use for expenses during these 10 days? Master, you did say you would provide Miss Chu with bird and amp, Appo's nest daily, did you not? Chapter 53. Let an amp, Appo's see how she makes money. Xiao Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before producing the 500 taels banknote that Chu Yin Luo had given him, handing it to Emoji. Emoji breathed a sigh of relief. So there's still silver. That is good. However, Xiao Qingyuan replied, No, this silver is to be returned to Shen Wantang. It is a loan I borrowed from her. Emoji's mouth fell open in surprise. Ah, isn't this for me to buy bird's nest? Why are you so foolish? Of course, we still need to buy the bird and amp, Appo's nest. Just put it on credit for now. Once Yin Luo and I make some money, we will settle the account. Enough of this chatter. Hurry and take the banknote to Shen Wantang. Yes, my lord. Emoji lowered his head and walked out, but halfway through, he was suddenly called back by Xiao Qingyuan. Wait. Emoji turned back. Master, do you have any other instructions? Xiao Qingyuan stepped forward and took the banknote from his hand. I will deliver it personally. Emoji lowered his voice. Aren't you afraid that Miss Chu will be jealous if you visit the Wutong courtyard? Just don't tell her. That will suffice. As Xiao Qingyuan hastily made his way out, he added, From now on, I must keep my visits to the Wutong courtyard secret. There is nothing between Shen Wantang and me. Why should I let Yin Luo know and cause her unnecessary displeasure? Emoji wore a bitter smile. Master, I wouldn't dare to tell her. I haven an amp. Amp? Appo's. T said a word. Then how did she know I visited the Wutong courtyard and that I delivered something to Shen Wantang yesterday? Other maids and servants in the manor mentioned it. Miss Chu is quite inquisitive. Whenever you are not around, she wanders around the Wangfu, asking everyone about matters in the young lady and amp. Amp, Appo's courtyard. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback, then quickly replied, Impossible. Yin Luo is not the type to gossip. She ISN and amp. Amp, Appo's. Even interested in my affairs, how could she inquire about Shen Wantang and amp? Amp, Appo's courtyard? If you don't believe it, just ask those maids and servants. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Even if that is true, those maids have loose tongues. Instruct them to keep their mouths tightly shut from now on. Anyone who dares to spread rumors will be expelled from the manor. My lord, have you forgotten? The steward now is the young lady. The contracts of the maids are in her hands. You can end amp, Appo's. Just dismiss anyone without her approval. The only person you can dismiss without Shen Wantang and Appo's consent is Chu Yin Luo. Xiao Qingyuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing. All right, splendid. In this manner, Shen Wantang is the top authority, and I must play the subordinate. Fuming, he stepped into Shen Wantang's courtyard. Upon seeing him, Qin Xian's eyes lit up, and she whispered to Shen Wantang, My lady, the young master has been visiting you quite frequently these past few days. It seems he is quite attentive to you. It won't be long before the one at Jisan Monastery is sent away. Shen Wantang found her naivete amusing. Xiao Qingyuan had exerted great effort to keep Chu Yinluo in the Wangfu. How could he possibly send her away? However, she said nothing and continued to read quietly, patiently awaiting Xiao Qingyuan's arrival. Moments later, Xiao Qingyuan entered the room. Shen Wantang finally set her book down and looked up at him. Young master. Though Xiao Qingyan was still irate that Shen Wantang now held sway over the Wangfu, the moment he saw her, that anger inexplicably dissipated. At merely 16 years of age, she exuded an indescribable calmness and composure, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions, and no one deserved her attention. From the tranquility in Shen Wantang and Appo's eyes, he sensed her indifference towards him. A strange discomfort welled up within him. After all, he was her husband now, even if he did not acknowledge her. She should treat him with more regard. Shuden and Appo's. Tishi, Wazn and Appo's. It customary for women to approach him warmly, inquiring after his well-being, striving to draw closer. Why did she always keep her distance when he visited? Seeing Xiao Qingyuan staring at her in silence for quite some time, Shen Wantang subtly furrowed her brow and called out to him again. Young master? Xiao Qingyuan snapped back to reality, realizing he had been gazing at her for too long. He cleared his throat awkwardly and approached her, handing over the banknote. Here is the 500 taels I borrowed from you. I am returning it now. Shen Wantang accepted it without a glance and casually handed it to Qin Xin. However, Qin Xin examined the banknote, her face filled with astonishment, as if she could not fathom where the young master had acquired such funds. Xiao Qingyuan felt Qin Xin and Appo's reaction was the normal one. Shen Wantang and Appo's indifference struck him as peculiar. He frowned. Aren't and Appo's. Are you curious where my banknote came from? You show no interest at all? Shen Wantang was indeed unconcerned. As long as the money returned, its origin mattered little. Nonetheless, she graciously inquired, where did the young master's banknote come from? A trace of pride appeared on Xiao Qingyuan's handsome face. This was given to me by Yinluo. She earned it herself. Shen Wantang's expression remained unchanged. Oh, is that so? Yet Qin Xin and Appo's face changed dramatically, wishing she could toss the banknote away. A cousin who relied on the young master for support at JingCheng Monastery, devoid of even a single decent piece of jewelry, suddenly produced 500 taels upon entering the Wangfu? Who knew how she had earned that money? The banknote surely bore some taint. Xiao Qingyuan did not anticipate Shen Wantang and Appo's reaction to be so subdued. Had she not been fond of wealth and material goods? Why did she not express envy upon hearing that Yinluo had earned such a significant sum? Unable to restrain himself, he added, Aren't you curious how Yinluo earned her banknote? She even mentioned she could earn more. I borrowed your money and owe you a favor. Perhaps I can help you earn some silver, since you seem to enjoy such things. Shen Wantang had already speculated on how Shen Wantang made her money. Yet she still graciously asked, How does Miss Chu earn her money? Xiao Qingyuan replied, Well, just wait and see. You'll find out. I want to say more for now. Qin Xin nearly rolled her eyes at this, feeling it was ridiculous for him to prompt the young lady to inquire, only to withhold the answer when she did. How had she not noticed until now that the young master was not particularly clever? However, Shen Wantang appeared unfazed, maintaining her composure, a subtle smile gracing her porcelain-like face. Very well, I shall wait and see. Xiao Qingyuan nodded at her and then exited with Mog in tow. As Mog followed behind his master, he had felt something was amiss when the master produced the 500 taels banknote, but he had not been able to pinpoint the oddity until they reached Wudong Courtyard. Now, it finally dawned on him. Chu Yinluo had exchanged merely 500 taels for the young master and Appo's. As 30,000 taels, she was bound to make a fortune. Furthermore, she could later claim that it was a total loss, thus pocketing all 30,000 taels for herself. The young master truly was a gullible fool. Chapter 54. Let us take aim at Chu Yinluo in the Wudong Courtyard. Qin Xin expressed her indignation. Your ladyship, the heir is simply intolerable. He is intentionally flaunting his wealth before you, boasting about the profits made by the visitor from JingCheng Monastery. Wazn and Appo's, it said that he despises material riches. ISN and Appo's. T trying to cultivate an image of being above worldly concerns? Yet now, he is eager to amass silver. I find her more mundane than anyone else, more pretentious than anyone else. Shen Wantang merely smiled and replied, that depends on whether certain individuals can indeed make a profit. While they may revel in their ostentation now, should they suffer losses later, I wonder if that joy will remain. JingCheng and Amp, Oppo's ire dissipated instantly, her eyes brightening as she gazed at Shen Wantang. Your ladyship suggests that the visitor from Jisin Monastery cannot earn money? Indeed, Shen Wantang affirmed. Do you know the source of her income? I can hazard a guess. JingCheng responded, her admiration for Shen Wantang evident. Your ladyship, you are truly remarkable, knowing everything. If only I could be as clever as you. Shen Wantang chuckled softly. You are already quite astute. JingCheng was indeed intelligent, but Shen Wantang herself was reborn with an advantage, enabling her to discern the secrets of Chu Yinluo's financial endeavors. However, it seemed that Chu Yinluo had never engaged in business or operated any shops, which led her to naively believe that teaching a few culinary delights at Qingyun Tower would bring her vast fortune. How naive! Take, for instance, the fruit ice bowl. In her past life, after indulging in it a few times, Shen Wantang could craft it herself, let alone the experienced chefs. Such fare lacks intricate techniques and cannot be monopolized. Competitors will quickly imitate, leading to a market flooded with similar offerings. As evening approached and the sun dipped low in the sky, Shen Wantang strolled through the Wang residence with her maidservant, adhering to her daily routine. Maintaining a healthy body was of utmost importance. In her previous life, serious health issues led to her demise after a mishap with medicine. Thus, in this life, she prioritized her well-being, ensuring she consumed nutritious meals and avoided becoming sedentary, which would gradually deteriorate her health, regardless of her busyness or fatigue. Shen Wantang insisted on taking walks to invigorate her body and clear her mind. The scenery of the Wang residence was quite enchanting, featuring rugged rock formations, lush flora, and even a lake fed by a natural spring, adorned with a plethora of blooming pink lilies, creating a picturesque ambience. While walking, Shen Wantang unexpectedly encountered Chu Yinluo. Clad in a flowing white gown and with her hair loosely pinned with a jade hairpin, a few strands floated delicately by her ears. Accompanied by two timid maidservants, she brazenly obstructed Shen Wantang's path. Ah, Shen Wantang, what a coincidence to see you here. Do you fancy this lake as well? Shen Wantang and Oppo's gaze was icy. I am merely wandering about in my own home. I cherish all within it, be it lake or land. The mention of my own home pierced Chu Yinluo and Oppo's heart, for she no longer possessed the right to utter those words. Her expression soured, and she cut to the chase. I have instructed Qingyuan to return your money. If you still have any sense of shame, return everything he gave you, especially those jade bracelets, which are never yours to wear. This time, JingCheng spoke up on Shen Wantang and Oppo's behalf. How dare you, a person without decorum, fail to pay respects to the ladyship and dare to address her by name? Kneel and apologize to her. Chu Yinluo scoffed. I am conversing with your mistress. Who are you to bark here? Go away. This does not concern you. JingCheng retorted with a cold laugh. A dog has the audacity to call another dog. You, the laughingstock of the entire capital. How dare you speak to my mistress? You are unworthy. You have no home, do you? Oh, I forgot. The Chu family has severed ties with you, declaring you no longer their daughter. You are even inferior to a dog, for at least a dog has someone to care for it. Yet you have no one. Chu Yinluo ground her teeth in anger. You dare insult me? I see you are courting death. Do not presume that because you are by Shen Wantang's side, I cannot deal with you. The heir cherishes me dearly. If I commanded him to sell you off, he would do so without hesitation, and no one could intervene. Shen Wantang's eyes narrowed as she regarded Chu Yinluo coldly. She despised those who sought to undermine her and threaten those around her. You may attempt it and see if you truly can sell JingCheng. What, Shen Wantang, are you afraid? I can certainly have JingCheng sold. You have no idea how well Qingyuan treats me. Do not think that he would hesitate to expel you if I commanded it. You remain in the Wang residence purely out of my pity and my intercession. Do you understand? As she spoke, Chu Yinluo tugged at her collar. deliberately revealing a red mark on her collarbone. Shen Wantang and Appo's gaze lingered on that mark for a long while. Chu Yanluo, believing she was inciting envy and jealousy, felt a wave of satisfaction and spoke with a tone of false compassion. The heir and I are truly married. He cannot bear to be apart from me, wishing to be entangled with me at every moment. And you? Has he consummated the marriage with you? No, right? I do not understand how you find purpose in living like this. A man does not acknowledge you or touch you, and you must resort to cunningly seeking opportunities to entice him. Alas, no matter how much you try, Qingyuan and Appo's heart belongs solely to me. He will not so much as glance your way. If I were in your shoes, I would have long lost the face to remain in the Wang residence and would have left in disgrace. Qin Xian's face paled with fury. Silence. How dare you? A person of such low character shamelessly linger in the Wang residence? Our ladyship is the legitimate wife, brought in with honor. Why should she be the one to leave? Shen Wantang was not particularly bothered by such attacks. Yet as the current steward, she could not allow Chu Yanluo to undermine her authority. Initially, she had no intention of dealing harshly with Chu Yanluo, merely intending to admonish her for her impudence. But it seemed Chu Yanluo was eager to test the limits of her tolerance. Shen Wantang flexed her wrist. Since her rebirth, she had yet to truly unleash her strength upon anyone. Very well, let us take aim at Chu Yanluo, who was so impatiently offering herself as a target. She called out, "Come here." Several servants rushed forward in haste. "Your ladyship at your command. Bind this shameless woman who brings disgrace upon herself, and throw her into the woodshed." "Yes, your ladyship." Chu Yanluo and Appo's complexion turned ashen. "Shen Wantang, how dare you?" Chapter 55. The instinct of men to favor the new and disregard the old. Shen Wantang admired her transformation, then raised her hand and waved gently. The matrons immediately advanced, unceremoniously restraining Chu Yanluo, with some producing a length of rope from who knows where to bind her tightly. The two maidservants accompanying Chu Yanluo were mere decorations. Having just entered the Wang Fu, they had never witnessed such a scene and dared not assist her in resisting Shen Wantang. After all, Shen Wantang was the renowned and legitimate fiancé of the heir, while Chu Yanluo was nothing but an inconsequential figure, not even worthy of being a concubine. Chu Yanluo was both shocked and enraged. "Shen Wantang, have you lost your mind? You dare to bind me? The heir cherishes me like a treasure. Surely you understand how much he cares for me. When he returns, you will be doomed." A mocking smile graced Shen Wantang's lips. "Is that so? Let us see who truly faces doom when the heir returns." She raised her hand. "Take her away." The matron swiftly dragged Chu Yanluo off, her screams and curses directed at Shen Wantang quickly muffled by a rag thrust into her mouth. Each matron was more exhilarated than the last. They had long held disdain for Chu Yanluo and finally found an opportunity to deal with her, who dared to challenge the heir and Appo's fiancé. How foolish she was. Nearby, the maidservants who had been unable to intervene wore expressions of regret, lamenting their slow pace that prevented them from making an impression before the heir and Appo's fiancé. They knew that she was generous and forgiving. Anyone who served her would be well rewarded, and she never mistreated her subordinates. Who would not wish to work for such a mistress? The setting sun cast a warm glow across the sky, illuminating Shen Wantang and Appo's face with a golden hue. JingCheng gazed at her, feeling her stature grow immensely. After all, due to the heir's unwavering protection of Chu Yanluo, even the princess dared not lay a finger on her, choosing instead to turn a blind eye as Chu Yanluo roamed freely within the Wang Fu. With admiration and concern, she thought, "Your Grace, by binding that wretched woman from Jisin Nunnery, will you not provoke the heir's wrath? If she were to report your actions to him, what would become of your relationship?" Shen Wantang laughed lightly. "Do you truly believe there are no rifts between the heir and myself, even now? On the night of our wedding, I was the only one in the entire capital whose groom turned his back without lifting the veil. Yet in recent days, the heir has clearly grown closer to you. He previously did not recognize your worth, which is why he acted so thoughtlessly. Now that he sees your virtues, he brings you gifts and speaks of earning silver together. It is evident that he holds affection for you, though he may not yet realize it. Shen Wantang continued to smile. Qin Xan, lacking the knowledge of Xiao Qingyuan and Oppos, has profound feelings for Chu Yanluo, would likely not have made such remarks had she been aware. Shen Wantang chose not to elaborate further, patiently instructing her maid, who holds the authority in this household. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xian replied, "The princess? Indeed, it is the mother who holds sway. Therefore, as long as I fulfill my duties as a daughter-in-law, no one can touch me, not even the heir. However, you cannot solely rely on the princess. The heir is your husband. He is the one with whom you will share your life. You must not allow your relationship with him to become too strained. It would be best to reclaim his affections from that wretched woman at Jisun Nunnery. Then we shall see how she continues to act so arrogantly. And then what? Can you guarantee that the heir will love only me from that moment on? That no other women will enter the household? That the heir is not that kind of man. He has never taken concubines. He has always devoted himself to the woman from Jisun Nunnery, and he will continue to cherish you as well. Yet, if he is capable of unwavering devotion to Chu Yanluo, how can he suddenly change his heart to love me? If he can change his affections for me, surely he can also shift his feelings for others." At this, Qin Xian fell silent, realizing that Shen Wantang and Oppos' words bore a certain logic that was difficult to refute. There are hardly any men in this world who remain wholly devoted to their legitimate wives without taking concubines. Even the prince, who cherishes and protects the princess, has several concubines, all younger and skilled in the art of flattery. A man like the prince, experienced in the world, would find it hard to resist such charms. As they strolled, Shen Wantang gently remarked, "Do not expect men to remain steadfastly devoted to you for eternity. Favoring the new and discarding the old is an inherent instinct. My only desire is to coexist peacefully with the heir. Whom he chooses to love is not my concern. What matters is that the management of the household remains in my hands." Qin Xian looked at her with admiration. "Your Grace, you truly possess the wisdom of a statesman, so generous and magnanimous. This quality alone is enough for a servant like me to learn from for a lifetime." Shen Wantang smiled helplessly. She was not truly magnanimous. She simply did not care for Xiao Qingyuan. If he had women to attend to him, she would be spared the burden of doing so herself, which would be exhausting. However, she was concerned about the management of the household and her mother-in-law. If anyone dared to encroach upon her mother-in-law's affections or usurp her authority, her calm demeanor would be shattered. In the Shaoguang courtyard, the Ning Wangfei learned that Shen Wantang had actually had Chu Yanluo bound and silenced, tossed into the firewood room. And she nearly leaped for joy. "Nanny, what did you say?" "The heir and Oppos' fiancé, he has truly begun to deal with that shameless sister-in-law of mine." Nanny Quan wore a beaming smile that she could hardly contain. "Your Highness, you heard correctly. The heir and Oppos' fiancé, he has indeed taken action against that contemptible woman. She has repeatedly insulted the fiancé, provoking her time and again, believing that the fiancé, he would not dare retaliate. Yet, the fiancé, he is not afraid and has decisively taken her down." The Ning Wangfei burst into laughter. "Excellent. Well done. Truly worthy of being the fiancé I chose. I was worried she, as a mere concubine, would lack the courage to assert herself within the Wangfu. Who would have thought that in less than a month, she would have dealt with the very person I wished to see punished?" Nanny Quan echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, the fiancé is truly a person of great ambition. Previously, she maintained a low profile, not seeking trouble with that wretched woman. Yet that woman was not content and insisted on provoking the fiancé. Now, she has certainly met her match." The Ning Wangfu took a deep breath, her entire demeanor radiating vitality. "Delightful. I feel so invigorated. Since Chu Yanluo entered the Wangfu, I have been burdened with worries. This is the first time I have felt such joy, and even my aches and pains have vanished." This time, her happiness was genuine and emanated from the depths of her heart. Chapter 56. Yes, this is the taste. Previously, the Princess of Ning refrained from dealing with Chu Yanluo, as she was concerned about her son, fearing that if she truly punished Chu Yanluo, it would only serve to alienate her son further. Her son treasured Chu Yanluo dearly. Anyone who spoke ill of her would be swiftly expelled from the residence. Even herself, his own mother. Should she bind Chu Yinluo and torment her, her son might, in a fit of anger, run away to the Law Truth Temple to become a monk. What then would she do? To her surprise, Shen Wantang willingly took on the risk of severing ties with her son and dealt with Chu Yinluo on her behalf. The Princess of Ning felt immense satisfaction. Ting, as the heir's wife, was entirely justified in handling a woman who was scarcely regarded as a concubine. However, there lingered a fear that her son might return and cause her trouble. That foolish boy seemed to be losing his wits. Old Granny Quan hesitated and said, "Your Highness, I observe that the heir's wife seems unperturbed by the prospect of the heir seeking retribution against her. Might it be that she has some incriminating evidence against that wretched woman?" Before Shen Wantang's marriage, it was Granny Quan who had instructed her on etiquette, and no one understood Shen Wantang and Amp, Oppos, as composed and reserved nature better than she did. If Shen Wantang did not possess complete assurance, she would never have resorted to such drastic measures as binding someone and casting them into the woodshed. The Princess of Ning waved her hand dismissively. "Regardless of whether the heir's wife has found any leverage against Chu Yinluo, I intend to aid her this time. Go. Instruct someone to guard the main entrance. The moment you see the heir return, bring him directly to me. What is your intention? I shall take the initiative." Was it not Chu Yinluo who recklessly provoked the heir and Oppos? As wife first? I will feign to be incensed by her actions and reprimand my son, ensuring he feels guilt-ridden. I wish to see if he can still muster the courage to confront the heir's wife. Granny Quan smiled. This plan is excellent. Your Highness truly cares for the heir's wife. Should she learn of your intentions, she will undoubtedly be grateful to you and will repay your kindness with even greater filial piety. The Princess of Ning shook her head. My motivations are not to elicit gratitude from the heir and Oppos, as wife. As long as she can redirect my son's affections away from Chu Yinluo, I will be eternally thankful. Granny Quan remained oblivious to the fact that the princess had been plagued by recurring dreams lately, dreams in which her son plunged into a river, sacrificing himself for that Chu Yinluo. In her dreams, she wept inconsolably, and upon waking, her heart remained heavy with dread. Granny Quan, sensing her distress, hurried to comfort her. Your Highness, do not fear. Dreams are often inverted. How could the heir possibly sacrifice himself for that wretched woman? He shall be well and live a long life. A look of worry and pain clouded the princess and Amp, Oppos, eyes. Not all dreams are inverted. They may serve as omens, warning me that if I allow my son to continue his association with Chu Yinluo, he may one day come to harm. Though I chastise my son daily, even wishing to discipline him, he is, after all, a part of me. I have nurtured him with utmost care, unwilling to let him suffer even the slightest hardship. I would rather sacrifice myself than see him come to harm. Therefore, I am genuinely grateful that the heir and Oppos' wife is able to deal with Chu Yinluo and reclaim my son and Oppos' heart. She possesses a righteous disposition and is composed. She is someone I must support vigorously. I cannot allow her to fight this battle alone. I must assist her. She gestured to Granny Quan. Go, intercept my son yourself. Others may not be able to stop him. Yes, Your Highness, Granny Quan replied and quickly departed. The princess paced the room, her thoughts swirling, and she could not help but feel a surge of joy. At last, Chu Yinluo would face her due comeuppance. She approached the bronze mirror to examine her face and was surprised to find her complexion unusually healthy. Frowning, she felt dissatisfied. This appearance hardly conveyed the distress caused by Chu Yinluo. She picked up a cloisonne powder box, noting that the powder was pale, a hue she seldom used. But it seemed perfect for the occasion. She applied a thick layer of powder to her face and even coated her lips, rendering her visage ghostly pale, as if she were on the brink of death. Satisfied, the princess reclined on the noble concubine couch to await her son. The maid, Qiu Shui, entered. Your Highness, your medicine has been brewed. The princess, catching a whiff of the medicinal aroma, felt a stirring in her heart. Qiu Shui, bring over the pot in which the medicine was brewed. Qiu Shui, puzzled, inquired, Your Highness, what do you require the pot for? To place it in the center of this room, to fill the air with the scent of medicine. Qiu Shui was further perplexed. But your highness, did you not previously find the medicinal scent too overpowering? That was then, but today I find the aroma too faint. Hurry. We must ensure the scent permeates before the heir returns. Finally understanding, Qiu Shui realized this was a performance intended for the heir's benefit. She nodded and swiftly exited. Moments latte. She returned with a steaming pot of medicine. The princess inhaled deeply, smiling. Yes, this is the scent I desire. Let it linger before removing it. Before long, Xiao Qingyuan returned. Granny Quan guided him to the princess, and upon seeing his mother's pale countenance and the heavy, medicinal odor, he was instantly filled with foreboding. What has happened to mother? Was she not well yesterday? The princess regarded the young servant beside her son, noticing his arms burdened with various parcels and a fine fabric nestled under his arm. Heavenly cloud silk, a rare material, yet in an unfortunate white hue. It was evident that this was a purchase for Chu Yanluo. Only she would dare wear such an ill-omened color, as if she were cursing someone to an early demise. The princess's anger flared. Her well-raised son had never thought to buy her gifts, yet he now squandered his silver on Chu Yanluo, borrowing money just to procure luxurious items for her. She opened her mouth to scold. You ungrateful wretch. Other people's sons are dutiful and considerate, yet I have raised you, and you repay me with such disloyalty. Are you determined to drive me to my grave? Xiao Qingyuan stood there bewildered, but he sensed that this was likely connected to Chu Yanluo. Mother, how have I angered you? I have been away from home all day. How can you even dare ask how you have upset me? That Chu Yanluo you brought back is devoid of manners, and she even had the audacity to berate the heir's wife. This is impossible. Yanluo is not that kind of person. She is somewhat proud. If others do not provoke her, she would never instigate trouble. Chapter 57. I can write you a divorce. The princess of Ning slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, I am your own mother. Can I possibly deceive you? Today, Chu Yanluo insulted the young lady of the house, and many witnesses were present. If you don't believe me, simply ask anyone. They will confirm whether it was the young lady who provoked her or if it was she who instigated the young lady. Xiao Qingyuan and Amp. Appo's expression turned icy. I refuse to believe Yanluo would insult Shen Wantang. Mother, if you want me to inquire, whom should I ask? Everyone in this household obeys your commands. No one will speak in Yanluo's defense. No matter whom I question, their testimony will undoubtedly be detrimental to Yanluo. The princess of Ning was nearly driven to the brink by her son's words. She pointed at him, speechless for a moment. Initially, she had intended to put on a performance, but as the situation unfolded, it became all too real. Old Madame Quan, meanwhile, attempted to calm the princess while stating, Young master, what the princess says is true. Chu Yanluo publicly insulted the young lady for being shameless, all because the young lady accepted the 3 gifts you sent her. Moreover, she even forced the young lady to surrender the jade bracelet that the princess bestowed upon her, later threatening to sell the young lady's maid, JingCheng. With her eyes reddened, the princess of Ning retorted, I am not dead yet she is so arrogant. If I were to die, would she trample on the young lady? What kind of household permits such behavior? A mere concubine dares to insult the rightful matriarch and threatens to sell her maid. Is there no law in this house? Is it now Chu Yanluo who dictates everything? Mother, do not be hasty. Yanluo is sincere and straightforward. She does not understand subtleties. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. It might be that the maid provoked Yanluo, causing her to say such things in anger. I shall return and inquire about the matter, then report back to you. As Xiao Qingyuan spoke, he made to leave. The princess of Ning quickly interjected. There is no need to ask. The Chu Yanluo has already been locked in the woodshed. Let her reflect on her actions for 3 days. Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's complexion changed drastically. Yanluo is locked in the woodshed? Who did this? Was it you, mother, or Shen Wantang? Are you both taking advantage of my absence to bully Yanluo? She is already pitiful enough. Why won't you let her be? Seeing her son's sudden shift in demeanor, as though locking up Chu Yanluo were a crime against him. The princess of Ning snapped. It was the young lady who locked her up, and I permitted it. What of it? The young lady manages the household. Can she not detain someone? What kind of look is that? Do you intend to devour me? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Qingyuan turned on his heel. His face darkened. The princess of Ning inwardly lamented the situation and urgently instructed old Madame Quan, quickly follow the young master. If he confronts the young lady, intervene and ensure he does not harm her. Old Madame Quan hurriedly departed. In Wudong courtyard, Shen Wantang had already finished her dinner and was reviewing the accounts onto the lamp. Although her cousin had gone to Jiangnan, the shops continued to operate normally, and the steward had delivered this month's accounts, which she needed to examine carefully. Just as she was pleased with the month's profits, an angry shout rang from outside. Shen Wantang, come out here. JingCheng and Appo's expression shifted. Young lady, the young master has arrived, and he sounds quite furious. Perhaps you should hide. Shen Wantang set down the accounts. Hide? Am I afraid he won an amp? Appo's. T come? With that, she stood and exited her inner chamber. Xiao Qingyuan burst into the room, glaring coldly at Shen Wantang as she emerged. Where is Yen Luo? In the woodshed. Xiao Qingyuan nearly roared. Who permitted you to confine her? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to imprison Yen Luo? Release her at once. Shen Wantang looked at old Madame Zhai. Madam, bring her here. Old Madame Zhai complied and withdrew. Xiao Qingyuan remained enraged, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Wantang. You were merely given charge of the household for a few days, yet you have become so arrogant as to forget your place? Let me make it clear. You are nothing. You are worth less than a single hair of Yen Luo. Even without the title of young lady, she holds 1,000 times more importance in my heart than you. Get out of our house. We do not need a hypocritical person who feigns generosity while harboring jealousy. His furious words echoed in the room, and his finger nearly jabbed Shen Wantang's face. JingCheng and the others felt a sense of injustice for Shen Wantang, yet none dared to speak on her behalf, being mere servants. Shen Wantang, however, did not require their defense. She had anticipated this scene when she bound Chu Yen Luo. With a calm demeanor, devoid of any tumult, she stated, I was brought into the Wang residence with great ceremony. I did not intrude uninvited. Our marriage is protected by the laws of Dafan. If the young master wishes for me to leave, he must draft a divorce. But I have committed none of the 7 transgressions that warrant such action. Thus, your divorce is without grounds. Xiao Qingyuan retorted sharply, You have unjustly imposed punishment on my woman. Your character is lacking. On this basis alone, I could write you a divorce. Young master, I have not inflicted any unjust punishment. Miss Chu is merely confined to the woodshed. She has not been beaten or insulted. By what right do you confine her? Just because she mentioned selling your maid? Just because she wanted back her bracelet? Naturally, it is not for those reasons. My maid is not subject to the whims of others, and my bracelet does not belong to Miss Chu. Thus, return is an improper term. Then why did you lock her in the woodshed? Was it not to vent your anger? You believe I love her alone, and out of jealousy, you took advantage of my absence to mistreat her. Xiao Qingyuan's heart ached as he imagined the woman he cherished suffering immensely, while he had arrived too late to see her in a state of despair. Shen Wantang did not respond to his accusations. She quietly awaited old Madame Zhai. After a moment, old Madame Zhai returned with Chu Yen Luo, who had been freed from her bonds and was now able to move freely. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan, she cried out and dashed into his embrace. Qingyuan, I thought I would never see you again. Why did you take so long to return? I was so scared. Xiao Qingyuan enveloped her in his arms, filled with concern. Yen Luo, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Did they harm you? Chu Yen Luo longed to say she had been hurt, but alas, she had not been struck. If she lied, Xiao Qingyuan might check for injuries, but she bore none. Only the remnants of her previous night's encounter with Yuan Zheng lingered, and hence her body must remain hidden from Xiao Qingyuan's gaze. Chapter 58. Due to her clandestine affair with a man, Chu Yen Luo could only shake her head, stating, No, they did not strike me. Are you certain they did not harm you? Xiao Qingyuan questioned, his disbelief palpable as he attempted to pull back her sleeve to inspect for injuries, only to be thwarted by Chu Yen Luo. In an urgent tone, he reassured her, Yen Luo, do not be afraid. I shall take charge, whatever grievances you have suffered. You need only tell me. I will ensure justice is served today and make those who have wronged you pay dearly. Chu Yen Luo sobbed, They did not hit me, but they confined me in the woodshed and bound me with ropes. That place is filthy and dilapidated, shrouded in darkness, infested with rats. Far more terrifying than a mere beating. Xiao Yuan embraced her tightly, casting a furious glare at Shen Wantang. This is all you're doing. Are you oblivious to Yin Luo and Appo's timid nature? She fears darkness and rodents. Why must you torment her so? I have already shown you considerable leniency by allowing you to reside in the Wangfu as the young lady of the heir. What more do you desire? Shen Wantang remained unfazed by their public display of affection, unperturbed by Xiao Yuan and Appo's wrath. She coolly inquired, where did the young heir spend the night? Were you not together with Miss Chu? Xiao Yuan and Appo's anger intensified as he retorted, nonsense. I spent the night in the study. My relationship with Yin Luo is pure and honorable. It is not as you suggest. Until I formally take Yin Luo as my bride, I would never tarnish her virtue. She is no wanton woman. Her presence in the Wangfu is purely circumstantial, and our connection is entirely innocent. He believed he was defending Chu Yin Luo and Appo's reputation. But the moment his words left his lips, her complexion turned ashen. Previously, she had boasted to Shen Wantang about the kiss mark on her collarbone, claiming that Xiao Yuan slept with her each night. Now, she found herself publicly humiliated by his denial. Having mocked Shen Wantang for her lack of intimacy with Xiao Yuan, she was now painfully aware that everyone knew she had not engaged in any significant relationship with him either. She lifted her gaze from Xiao Yuan's embrace to meet Shen Wantang's eyes, only to find that she seemed already aware of the situation, showing no surprise at Xiao Yuan's assertions. Chu Yin Luo finally grasped the ominous premonition that Shen Wantang appeared to have come prepared. Indeed, the next moment, she heard Shen Wantang declare, I knew the young heir was a man of integrity who cherishes Miss Chu, which is why I wish to inquire. Who is the man that spent the night entangled with you, leaving marks upon your skin? Chu Yin Luo gritted her teeth. What are you saying? I do not understand. Shen Wantang smirked mockingly. Do you not comprehend? This evening at the lakeside, you deliberately pulled down your collar to show me the marks upon your body. How is it you now deny it? You speak falsely. When have I ever done such a thing? You are slandering me. Zhuzanlu et galim. Young heir, do not listen to her fabrications. She is envious of my affection from you and is deliberately defaming me. Xiao Yuan fixed a cold stare at Shen Wantang. What do you intend to achieve? Are you intent on pushing Yin Luo to her demise? The Wangfu is not an open sieve. Do you think any man can simply enter? Aside from myself, there were no other men in Xinghe courtyard last night. Unfazed by his icy glare, Shen Wantang replied, Did you not inquire why I bound Miss Chu? I shall disclose the reason. It is because she consorted with a man. The Ning Wangfu shall never condone such behavior. As the stewardess, I have both the responsibility and the authority to investigate this matter, providing an explanation to the entire household and to you, young heir. Xiao Yuan refused to believe her. You are concocting accusations without justification. I require no explanation from you, nor does the Wangfu. Yin Luo is a woman of dignity and pride. How could she possibly engage in such disgraceful conduct, especially within my courtyard? If you seek to slander her, at least furnish a credible excuse. Shen Wantang regarded him with a twinge of pity. Even at this juncture, he remained unwavering in his trust for Chu Yin Luo. She commanded, Bring in the witnesses. The matron complied and soon escorted individuals into the room. A coarse servant woman, 2 gatekeepers, and a royal guard responsible for nighttime patrols. They recounted all they had witnessed and heard from the previous night. The coarse servant knelt, her voice trembling. Last night, I awoke and heard sounds emanating from the young heir's courtyard, sounds of a man and woman in the throes of passion. I could not identify the man, but the woman and Appo's voice was unmistakably that of Miss Chu. Chu Yin Luo was both shocked and furious. You lie. I did not. You must have been bribed to slander me. Yet, the servant offered no further response, retreating as the gatekeeper stepped forward. One gatekeeper stated, I was guarding the main gate of the Wangfu last night. At the hour of Z, young Master Yuan left the Wangfu. This is unprecedented. We never keep guests until such late hours. However, young Master Yuan claimed he had drunk too much and accidentally fell asleep in the young heir's courtyard, which is why he departed late. Another gatekeeper echoed, I was responsible for guarding the second gate, and indeed, young Master Yuan left only at the hour of Z. The guard confirmed their accounts. Once they finished speaking, Shen Wantang instructed them to leave. Xiao Qingyuan continued to hold Chu Yanluo close, his voice icy as he asked, Shen Wantang, have you finished your performance? Is this the evidence you speak of? Do you not trust their testimonies, young heir? Why should I have faith in them? You are the steward of the Wangfu. With a mere command, who would dare defy you? They could all conspire to fabricate evidence against Yanluo, since the young heir does not believe their words. Perhaps you should examine the marks upon Miss Chu's body for yourself. Surely those marks were not placed there by my orders. Chu Yanluo and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically as she tightly clutched her collar, projecting a mix of indignation and pride. Shen Wantang, do not attempt to strip me of my clothing to humiliate me. Have you not bullied me enough today? I would rather die than allow you to see my body. You are unworthy. Shen Wantang maintained her composure. Miss Chu, I have no desire to see your body. I only wish for the young heir to look. Chu Yanluo was almost seething with rage, her eyes blazing in fury, yet she remained resolute in her silence. Shen Wantang continued, would you rather bear the stigma of consorting with a man than allow the young heir to see you? Is there anyone in this world who cares for you more than he does? You will eventually belong to him. Showing him your body is of no consequence. It is an opportunity to secure your legitimate status. Fuming, Chu Yanluo retorted, grant me a legitimate status? What do you mean? Are you suggesting I become a concubine to the young heir? That is absolutely out of the question. I, Chu Yanluo, shall never be anyone's concubine. If I am to marry, it shall be as the principal wife. Chapter 59. Chu Yanluo is struck. Shen Wantang paid no heed to her outcries and turned to Xiao Qingyuan. Your Grace, today, both Madame Shai and Madame Quan, esteemed matrons of high virtue, are present. It would be fitting to have them as witnesses. However, should you suspect that they too have been bribed by me and are untrustworthy, you may summon someone you trust to examine Miss Chu and Oppo's as condition. If I have misjudged her, I shall certainly apologize. Yet, if she has indeed engaged in illicit conduct within the palace, as the mistress of this household, I must adhere to the rules and punish the transgressor. Xiao Qingyuan held an unwavering trust in Chu Yanluo. Coldly, he replied, Yanluo could never engage in such disgraceful acts. The harm you have inflicted upon her cannot be remedied with mere apologies. Your expectations are, frankly, too lenient. And what do you propose should be done? Shen Wantang challenged. If Yanluo is innocent, having committed no wrongdoing, you must voluntarily step down, taking my divorce decree and leaving the palace, never to appear before Yanluo or me again. Both Madame Shai and Madame Quan gasped, Your Grace, do not. Yet Shen Wantang merely smiled serenely. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Xiao Qingyuan turned to Chu Yanluo. Yanluo, please loosen your collar slightly for them to see that you bear no marks of guilt, that you are innocent. Chu Yanluo could hardly believe that Shen Wantang had so easily swayed Xiao Qingyuan to agree to such scrutiny. He had always maintained a strict decorum regarding the propriety between men and women, and unless absolutely necessary, would never gaze upon her bare skin, let alone touch her. Her face paled, yet she feigned arrogance. I am innocent. I have no need to show anyone. They are unworthy to look. Xiao Qingyuan spoke gently. I understand your reluctance. But if this proves your innocence, Shen Wantang will step aside. Once she departs, the final obstacle will be removed, and I can formally take you as my wife. The mistress of the palace. I have no desire to be the mistress, Chu Yanluo retorted. No one shall see my body today. If your grace insists on seeing it first to marry me, then I shall refuse the title of wife. I shall return to Jisen Temple and live as a nun, where, though humble, I am respected and not subjected to such indignities. With that, she turned and strode away. Yanluo. Xiao Qingyuan panicked, grasping her arm, but she wrenched free, and in the struggle, her sleeve tore away, exposing her collar and a large expanse of her skin. Xiao Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, not because of her exposure, but by the sight of red and bruised marks covering her skin, from her collarbone down to her chest. Startled, Chu Yanluo hastily adjusted her clothing, attempting to conceal the evidence of her ordeal. Yet Xiao Qingyuan, in a fit of madness, seized her garment and tore it apart. Xiao Qingyuan, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? She cried, clutching her chest. As he beheld her body, the marks became even clearer, bruises of red and purple littering her skin. Remnants of a night filled with unrestrained passion with another man, who had left no mercy, leaving deep imprints upon her delicate flesh. Though Xiao Qingyuan had never touched a woman, he was not naive to the ways of intimacy. He had visited places where women bore such marks, often disrespected by men who showed no compassion, leaving behind injuries that lingered for days. In that moment, a deafening realization struck him. Shen Wantang had spoken the truth. Chu Yanluo had indeed engaged in an affair. Qingyuan, please let me explain. It is not as you think. You are hurting me. Let go of my wrist. Xiao Qingyan, consumed by rage, was oblivious to her pleas, gripping her wrist with such force that he nearly crushed it. All he could see was her lips, swollen and crimson, as if she had been kissing another man. Enveloped in fury and despair, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. With a sharp crack, Chu Yanluo screamed and collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. One cheek swollen and bruised, a picture of misery and disarray. Yet Xiao Qingyan was blind to her suffering, with the last vestiges of his sanity. He seized her arm and dragged her into the inner chamber. Without hesitation, he ripped her skirt and tore her undergarments. Upon seeing the marks beneath, darkness clouded his vision, and his blood seemed to freeze at the sight of the unmistakable evidence of another man in damp, oppose, as violation. He found it absurd that he could not bear to touch a single strand of her hair, believing any contact to be an affront. Yet another had taken liberties without restraint, and she had not uttered a word to him. As Chu Yanluo observed the fury in his eyes, fear coursed through her. She desperately wrapped herself in torn fabric and clung to his leg, sobbing, "Qingyan, I was forced. I am a victim." Xiao Qingyuan's rage intensified. He struck her again. "Chu Yanluo, do you still think you can deceive me?" Her anguished cry echoed in the chamber. "Do you truly believe I am a fool? That I cannot discern what these marks signify? That I cannot tell if you were willing or coerced? I was indeed coerced, threatened into silence. Then why did you not confide in me? Someone has dishonored you, threatened you, and you chose to hide it from me? What do you think of me? A worthless fool? Not at all. I feared adding to your burdens, which is why I remained silent. Do you think I would still believe your words now?" The memory of the previous night, when he had been intoxicated and unaware, haunted him. The thought of Chu Yanluo in his courtyard, in his bed, indulging with another man, suffocated him. His heart ached, as if it were being torn apart. Why? Why have you done this to me? Have I not treated you well enough? I have given you my heart, my love, even my soul. I have faced immense pressure from my parents to protect you and care for you. And this is how you repay my devotion. Chapter 60 Shen Wantang, are you not angry? Chu Yanluo shook her head vehemently. No, it's not like that. Qingyuan, you misunderstand me. You have treated me so well. How could I possibly be close to another man? You occupy my heart and my thoughts entirely. Only you. Last night, I was intoxicated against my will and utterly powerless to resist. After being struck by her words, Xiao Qingyuan's intelligence surged. One moment you say you were threatened. The next you claim you were drunk. Which is the true reason for your actions? Have you yet to concoct a coherent story? No matter. You have an entire night to ponder it. Anger warped Xiao Qingyuan's voice, and he called out, "Nurse Chai, drag this shameless woman out and confine her to the woodshed." Nurse Chai promptly entered, attempting to pull Chu Yanluo away. Yet, she clung desperately to Xiao Qingyuan's leg, crying out, "My lord, you cannot treat me this way. I have been wronged. You should seek justice for me instead of allowing others to bully me. Have you also become like other men in this world, only seeing the surface and ignoring the essence of the matter?" Xiao Qingyuan bent down, prying her fingers apart one by one, his voice a low growl. "What is the essence of the matter? Is it your betrayal? Or is it that you were so pleased with Yuan Zheng last night that you awoke this morning radiating satisfaction? No wonder you look so well today. It seems you indulged yourself last night. You disgust me." Panic gripped Chu Yanluo. She had never anticipated things would escalate to this point. In her previous life, she had also found pleasure with Yuan Zheng, yet Xiao Qingyuan had never discovered it. Those around him had tried to caution him, but he had trusted her wholeheartedly. dismissing their words. Why had everything changed this time? Shen Wantang. Yes, it was all that wretched Shen Wantang's fault. She screamed, my lord. It was all part of Shen Wantang and Appo's scheme. Her intention is to drive me out of the residence. She is envious of the love I receive from you, and has laid this trap. My lord, please do not fall for her deception. A trace of derision appeared on Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's handsome face, tears welling in his eyes, his voice hoarse in such a short time. You have spun 3 lies to deceive me. Over all these years, how many lies have you told? I speak no falsehoods. I tell only the truth. You know my proud disposition. I would never stoop to lying. Then tell me, whose child was in your womb? Chu Yanluo's pupils constricted suddenly. Did he suspect the child was also Yuan Zheng's? However, their long acquaintance had taught her how to manipulate Xiao Qingyuan. She feigned disbelief, anger, and pain, replying, my lord, I do not know whose child it is. I have already told you, I was drugged and forced. I am the victim. You say you are not? Xiao Qingyuan stepped back, looking down at Chu Yanluo. Then you shall remain here until you do. Nurse, take her away. Nurse Chai, strong as she was, dragged Chu Yanluo away despite her desperate struggles. Silence enveloped the room. After a considerable time, Shen Wantang finally saw Xiao Qingyuan emerge from the inner chamber. His eyes were bloodshot, tears clinging to his lashes, and paired with his breathtakingly beautiful face, there was a haunting beauty to his sorrow. He truly possessed a remarkable visage. No wonder he was deemed the most handsome man in the capital, with every woman who laid eyes on him falling for him, pursuing encounters in hopes of marrying him and growing old together. As she gazed at Xiao Qingyuan, he too looked at her. He recalled his earlier insults, his declarations to divorce her and marry Chu Yanluo, feeling a burning shame. Apologies lingered in his chest for what felt like an eternity before he finally managed to say, I'm sorry, Shen Wantang, I have misunderstood you again. How many times had it been? He could scarcely keep count. Yet, Shen Wantang remained as serene as ever. When he scolded her, she did not retaliate. When he apologized, she did not gloat or take pleasure in his discomfort. He heard her gentle voice. It is well that the matter is clarified. My lord, you have not yet dined, have you? I have asked the kitchen to prepare something for you, and it will be sent to your quarters shortly. You must rest well after such a long day. Xiao Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such calmness from her, nor did he anticipate her kindness in preparing a meal for him. He had expected her to mock him, to feel wronged, or to revel in having such a significant hold over Chu Yanluo. Yet, none of that occurred. She ignited a fierce curiosity within him. Shen Wantang, are you not angry? When others pose a question you wish to avoid, do not feel compelled to answer it directly or deflect. Instead, return the question to the asker. Shen Wantang looked into Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's eyes and asked, my lord, do you think I should be angry? Xiao Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had berated her for not deserving to be his woman, declaring he would cast her aside. By his own logic, Shen Wantang had no right to feel anger. Yet, she was indeed his legitimate wife, even without the wedding rites or consummation. She was recognized as the noble lady of the residence. She had every right to be angry and to have authority over any woman he brought home. He shook his head, unable to speak further. He lacked the strength for more words. His heart shattered as he walked away, burdened by a heavy heart. Upon exiting, he could not resist glancing back at his wife. In the glow of the lanterns, she donned a vibrant peach-colored gown, her long hair elegantly styled, and her fair, exquisite face exuded an astonishing beauty. For the first time, he felt that Peach was not as garish as he had believed. At least on Shen Wantang, it did not appear vulgar. She carried the color with grace, lending her an air of regal beauty. She was like her name, a begonia blooming serenely, dignified and poised, reminiscent of an orchid in a secluded valley. Xiao Qingyuan sensed a shift in his feelings toward her, his brow furrowing slightly before he withdrew his gaze and departed. Once he was gone, JingCheng hurriedly approached Shen Wantang, saying, Lady, what a splendid opportunity that was. Why did you not retain the lord? Shen Wantang stood at the doorway, gazing at the night sky. It seems rain is imminent. Chapter 61. Will you stay with me for a while? JingCheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how such an unrelated remark could escape her lips. In her urgency, she stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Dear lady, how can you still be concerned about whether it rains or not? Your focus should be on the young master. This is your opportune moment to seize." Shen Wantang retorted, "Am I not concerned about the young master? I have already uncovered Chu Yinluo and the man behind her. He indeed owes me a substantial favor." Qin Xian shook her head in exasperation. "My lady, why can't you see the bigger picture? Merely having the young master owe you a favor is insufficient. He regards you with respect, but lacks affection. You must make him fond of you, just as he is fond of Chu Yinluo, always prioritizing her in every matter." Shen Wantang smiled lightly. "I am already quite content with the respect he shows me. One must not be overly greedy." In truth, she felt their current relationship with Xiao Qingyuan was satisfactory and did not warrant change. Having expressed her thoughts, she disregarded her maid's anxiousness and returned to her book. After a while, drowsiness overcame her, prompting her to retire to bed. One had always assumed her reading was for the sake of learning, but at times, she utilized obscure texts as a means of inducing sleep. Strangely enough, the more incomprehensible the book, the more effective the soporific effect. Shen Wantang soon fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped by, and she was awakened by Qin Xian's gentle shaking. Upon opening her eyes, a flash of lightning illuminated the courtyard, swiftly followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Startled, she inquired of her headmaid, "What is the matter? Has something happened?" "Dear lady, the young master. He seems to have gotten drunk, sitting motionless outside our courtyard, drenched to the skin. No amount of persuasion has worked." "Perhaps you might go talk to him?" Shen Wantang sat upright immediately. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? How long has he been sitting there?" "For about an hour." She pressed her forehead in frustration. "Next time something like this occurs, wake me at once. If the young master catches a chill, mother will surely be distressed." Qin Xian felt a surge of joy, believing that the young mistress had finally begun to care for the young master. Though she feigned concern for the young mistress's feelings, it was clear that she was personally worried for the young master. Her modesty prevented her from admitting it. Unaware of her maiden damp, Oppo's inner musings, Shen Wantang donned her shoes while contemplating the wisdom in her maid and Oppo's earlier words. She could not afford to let her relationship with Xiao Qingyuan deteriorate, for he was her husband, and they had many years ahead to share. Moreover, Shen Wantang was acutely aware of her place. No matter how well she performed as a daughter-in-law, it could never surpass Xiao Qingyuan's bond with his mother. After all, he was her biological son, and blood ties held a natural precedence. Even though the mother might shower her with kindness, should Xiao Qingyuan fall ill from the rain, she would undoubtedly feel anguish and anger. Once she had put on her shoes, she did not bother to change her clothing. She hastily draped a cloak over her shoulders, took a lantern in hand, and rushed outside. Qin Xian held an umbrella over her head, accompanying her to the entrance. There, Xiao Qingyuan sat, while Mog stood nearby. The umbrella trampled and discarded beside them. Both were thoroughly soaked. Upon seeing Shen Wantang emerge, Mog's face lit up with a mix of surprise and hope. "Dear lady, please persuade the young master. He refuses to seek shelter from the rain." Shen Wantang sighed softly. "Young master, why are you sitting out here at this hour? You must return. You will catch a cold." Xiao Qingyuan, who had previously shunned conversation, lifted his gaze upon hearing her voice. A hint of vulnerability marred his strikingly handsome features. "Shen Wantang, could you stay with me for a while? I feel so unwell." Shen Wantang nodded. "I will accompany you for as long as you wish, but you should come inside first. It is cold and damp out here. You will catch a chill." "What does it matter if I catch a chill? I find little meaning in living. Perhaps it would be better to be dead. I offer my heart sincerely, only to receive betrayal in return. Why do people never cherish what they have? Why must they seek the company of other men? I cannot fathom it. If I were to die, would Yinluo mourn me, or would she rejoice, thinking that with me gone, she could freely be with Yuan Zheng?" Shen Wantang gasped, alarmed at the thought of his despair leading him to take drastic measures. She hurriedly replied, "If the young master seeks answers, he must live well. Only through life can you validate your assumptions. Besides, did you not grant Miss Chu a night to reflect? Come dawn, you may speak with her again. Perhaps clarity will emerge." Xiao Qingyuan gazed at her through drunken haze, suddenly declaring, Shen Wantang, you are beautiful, and you bear some resemblance to her. Shen Wantang did not perceive this as a compliment. She had no desire to be likened to Chu Yanluo. Alas, one's visage is a gift from one's parents, beyond her capacity to alter. The downpour continued unabated. Despite Qin's umbrella, her shoes and dress quickly became soaked. Disliking the chill, she instructed Mog. Assist the young master inside. Though Mog had previously aided him, he had remained immovable, convinced it would be the same this time. He was taken aback when Xiao Qingyuan stood upon his touch. Relieved, Mog thought, indeed, it is only the young mistress who can make a difference. He helped the young master into the house, where Granny Chai promptly brought a hangover remedy for him to drink. Qin took a cloth to dry the young master's hair, while Shushi hurried to Xinghe courtyard to fetch a clean set of clothes for him to change into. She went to the kitchen to procure some food, as the young master had only consumed alcohol that night, having eaten nothing. He knelt down to remove the young master's soaked shoes and silk stockings, wiping his feet dry and replacing them with fresh stockings and shoes. Witnessing this scene unfold, Mog felt tears welling in his eyes, his loyalty shifting entirely towards Shen Wantang. He could not help but marvel at her poise, arranging everything so systematically and with such meticulous care. Her devotion to the young master was truly moving, a stark contrast to Chu Yanluo. No, that was incorrect. Chu Yanluo was hardly worthy of comparison with the young mistress. She had never shown care for the young master. He had always been the one to attend to her needs. If he were to drink, she would only complain about the sin of alcohol on him, urging him away without a thought of serving him. It was evident that both Mog and Xiao Qingyuan felt the disparity between the two women. After drinking the hangover remedy, Xiao Qingyuan's mind cleared somewhat. His gaze fixated on Shen Wantang. Chapter 62. Why is she reluctant to speak more with me? Embracing the comfort that enveloped him, Xiao Qingyuan felt as if he had returned to a bygone era, a time before he encountered Chu Yanluo. Back then, his life was remarkably serene. There were always attendants at his service, and every task was managed by others, leaving him unburdened by concerns. It was only after meeting Chu Yanluo that everything changed. Xiao Qingyuan silently acknowledged that Shen Wantang was indeed a commendable wife. Had he never crossed paths with Chu Yanluo, he would likely be living a tranquil life with Shen Wantang now. However, he pondered that without meeting Chu Yanluo, given Shen Wantang and Appo's as background, it was improbable she would have entered the Ning Wangfu. His mother would have arranged a match with a lady of equal standing, compelling him into marriage. Meanwhile, Shen Wantang had already changed into a new pair of shoes and donned her outer garment under the attentive care of Duwan. In her hasty departure, she had only worn her inner garments and a cloak. She instructed her maids to attend to Xiao Qingyuan, momentarily feeling as though she had returned to a previous life. During that time, Liao Yoha was often out socializing, returning home inebriated, disliking the scent of alcohol and powder on him. Shen Wantang would order her maids to assist him with a bath and change his clothing, thus alleviating the unpleasant odors. Now, she found herself once again instructing her maids to serve Xiao Qingyuan. It seemed that marrying any man led to the same outcome. They perpetually remained the masters, awaiting care and attention. The only distinction lay in the nature of their mothers-in-law. Liao Yoa's mother was harsh and petty, often sowing discord between them and relishing in her victimhood, pressuring Liao Yoha to obey her and discouraging kindness towards his wife, lest she grow too bold. In contrast, the Ning Wangfei was generous and open-hearted, always eager to support her daughter-in-law, chastising her son first when issues arose instead of placing blame on Shen Wantang. In this life, with such a mother-in-law, Shen Wantang felt fortunate and content, placing her mother-in-law's interests above all, as she too provided her with unwavering protection. As she arranged for the maids to attend to Xiao Qingyuan, it was not due to the lingering scent of alcohol. Her sole desire was to spare her mother-in-law from worry. After a considerable effort, she finally settled Xiao Qingyuan comfortably. She designated him to the inner chamber while she herself rested on a soft couch in the outer room. Qin Xin, noticing Shen Wantang's reluctance to join the young master in the inner chamber, hesitated several times to speak. Shen Wantang found it amusing, but said nothing. merely patting her shoulder and urging her to rest. A maid's life was still a life. How could she manage without rest? Xin, being the most industrious and least rested of all, would only manage a brief slumber of an hour and a half after a night of exertion. The night swiftly passed. Upon waking in the unfamiliar bedroom, Xiao Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback before recalling that he had spent the night in Shen Wantang's quarters. The room was filled with her belongings and traces. He suddenly remembered the time shortly after their marriage when his father had bound him and cast him onto Shen Wantang's bed, and she had personally freed him from his restraints. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, he rose and stepped outside, not wishing to confront Shen Wantang, only to discover she was absent. When Granny Chai noticed his searching gaze, she informed him, "Young master, the young mistress had gone to pay her respects to the Wang Fei." Xiao Qingyuan paused, then strode out decisively. Upon encountering Mog, he was immediately approached. "Master, where are you headed?" "To Wenba Mansion, to settle accounts with Yuan Zheng." "What? Aren't you going to have breakfast?" "Breakfast? I am already filled with anger," Xiao Qingyuan retorted, continuing his march. However, Mog observed that his master inadvertently wandered into the Wang Fei's courtyard, standing there hesitantly without entering to greet her, leaving Mog puzzled without daring to inquire further. After a brief moment, Shen Wantang emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyuan, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by composure. She slightly bowed and greeted him, "Young master," before proceeding to leave with her maids. Xiao Qingyuan, taken aback by her abrupt departure, called out, "Shen Wantang." She turned back. "Is there something else, young master?" "Not much. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your efforts last night." Shen Wantang lowered her gaze slightly. "You are too kind, young master." After a moment and a pause, seeing that Xiao Qingyuan had no further words, she turned and walked away with her maids. Xiao Qingyuan looked at Mog. "Did I scold her too harshly yesterday, causing her to be upset and unwilling to converse with me?" "Master, the young mistress does not seem to be such a petty person. She likely harbors no resentment towards you. Otherwise, she would not have taken you in last night." "Taken me in?" he mused, acknowledging that his servant's choice of words was unexpectedly apartment. Indeed, Shen Wantang had provided him refuge last night. Then why is she so reluctant to speak with me? Perhaps the young mistress fears you may find her bothersome, considering you often advised her to keep her distance from you. "I said such things?" "Indeed, master. Not only did you say it, but you were rather blunt, even instructing her to leave." Xiao Qingyuan bowed his head in silence, contemplating for a long while before raising his gaze and lifting the curtain to enter the room. The Ning Wang Fei reclined on a couch by the window, her countenance still adorned with a smile from her recent encounter with Shen Wantang. However, upon Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's entrance, the smile faded. She regarded her son coolly. "I heard from Granny Quan that you scolded the young mistress last night and brazenly declared your intent to divorce her." Xiao Qingyuan felt a pang of shame. "Mother, I was too hasty yesterday and spoke harshly. I've already apologized to Shen Wantang. Is an apology sufficient? The entire household is now aware of your intention to divorce. And all for a woman of such lowly character and lack of propriety." The Ning Wang Fei slammed the table in frustration, her anger unmistakable, aside from her humble origins. There is not a single flaw to be found in the young mistress. A lady of such virtue is rare to find. Our Ning Wangfu is truly fortunate to have her as a daughter-in-law. How dare you bypass me and audaciously declare your wish to cast her aside? Are you intent on pushing her to despair? If she were of a more sensitive disposition, your words could have driven her to tears for days. Chapter 63. The key to the study. As the princess of Ning spoke, Xiao Qingyuan felt increasingly remorseful for his actions, realizing the severity of the situation for women in their world. To propose a divorce would undoubtedly inflict great harm upon Shen Wantang. He was overwhelmed by guilt. "Mother, how should I make amends to Shen Wantang? Offering her gold and silver seems rather mundane, yet I am at a loss as to what else she might cherish. Do you know her preferences? Gold and silver are never mundane. Even the Buddha favors a statue crafted from pure gold, so it is only natural for the common folk to appreciate it even more. However, aside from gold and silver, I am unsure of what Tang and Amp oppos, or likes. You should inquire directly with her. Very well. Seeing his willingness to ask, the princess of Ning waved her hand, urging him to depart. However, Xiao Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before lifting his robes and kneeling straight before her. The suddenness of his actions startled the princess. Yuan and oppos. Or what are you doing? Mother, I owe you an apology as well. I have caused you distress recently. It was unfilial of me. The princess was greatly comforted by her son's newfound understanding, nearly moved to tears. All right, as long as you recognize your mistake, there's no need to kneel. Rise quickly. Old Granny Quan, aware of the princess and oppos' affection for her son, stepped forward to assist Xiao Qingyuan to his feet. After exchanging a few more words, he finally took his leave. Once he was gone, a smile spread across the princess and oppos' face. Look at that. This is the first time in 2 years that we have shared such a warm moment. Usually he is so obstinate, always arguing with me after just a couple of exchanges. Old Granny Quan chuckled. The young lord has matured after facing adversity. He now understands your hardships and can empathize with your struggles. The princess replied, I do not believe it is solely due to his setbacks. Rather, it is largely thanks to Tanger. Ever since she entered our household, Yuaner has changed remarkably, and I never anticipated such swift and profound transformation. Old Granny Quan wholeheartedly agreed. It is said that marrying a virtuous wife is worth a fortune. A wise wife is indeed priceless. With someone like the young lord and oppos' wife, not only is she worth a fortune, but we would not trade her even for 100,000 gold. The princess felt a deep satisfaction in her choice of daughter-in-law. Last night, Tanger was wronged and had to serve that rascal late into the night. It was truly a hardship for her. Go to my private treasury and select some valuable items to send her. Yes, your highness. By the way, did not the palace send a batch of new materials yesterday? We should send those to the young lord and oppos' wife as well. If she fancies any, she can wear them. If not, she can distribute them to the servants, which will surely earn their respect. Indeed, and you mentioned that the young lord's wife enjoys reading? Inform her that she may freely access the books in the study from now on. As she spoke, the princess produced a key and handed it to old Granny Quan. The latter was taken aback. The study was a sacred place within the palace, typically reserved for the prince, his wife, and the young lord. No outsiders were permitted, as it housed rare ancient texts and confidential correspondences. To entrust the key to the young lord's wife was a profound demonstration of trust and care. Old Granny Quan accepted the key and proceeded to deliver the gifts to Wutong Courtyard, making a grand show of it to ensure everyone in the residence was aware of the princess's generosity towards the young lord's wife. When Shen Wantang saw old Granny Quan enter with a throng of maidservants, she immediately grasped the princess and oppos' intentions. Her mother-in-law was supporting her. A wave of gratitude washed over her, for it was evident that the princess had learned of Xiao Qingyuan's earlier declaration of divorce and sought to compensate her. Each maid carried an item, including gold, silver, and fashionable fabrics, quickly creating a small mountain of treasures in the room. A sincere smile graced Shen Wantang and oppos' face, brighter than when she was with Xiao Qingyuan. Thank you, mother. You truly care for me. I still have many of the materials you sent last time that I have yet to wear, and now, with this bounty, I shall never lack for clothing in the next few years. Old Granny Quan replied with a smile. The princess specifically instructed that if you fancy any of these materials, you may have them tailored into garments. If not, feel free to bestow them upon the servants. You shall only wear the most fashionable fabrics, and the princess will continue to send you more. It was clear that even provisions for the servants had been thoughtfully prepared for her. Shen Wantang felt a deep appreciation for the princess and oppos' meticulous care. She expressed her gratitude repeatedly and handed old Granny Quan a gold leaf. You have worked hard, Granny. Please use this to enjoy some tea. Old Granny Quan accepted the heavy gold leaf with a smile, nodding inwardly. The young lord and oppos' wife was becoming increasingly generous. Previously, she rewarded the servants with silver coins, but now she was offering gold leaves, indicating her newfound financial ease. She solemnly placed the key given by the princess into Shen Wantang's hand, young lord's wife. This is the key to the study that the princess specially instructed me to deliver to you. She knows of your love for reading and wishes for you to have free access to the books therein. Shen Wantang was taken aback, the key in her palm suddenly feeling weighty. Thank you, mother. This gift is truly significant. Having been reborn, she understood the importance of the study. In her previous life, Shen Mingxian had secretly entered the study and perused confidential letters, delivering sensitive information back home, which had provoked a furious response from the normally placid Prince of Ning. He had administered punishment, leaving Shen Mingxian bedridden for half a month. Shen Wantang never imagined that the princess would directly entrust her with the key to the study. Her mother-in-law's trust in her was overwhelming. Even after old Granny Quan and the others departed, she continued to hold the key, lost in thought. Granny Chai and JingCheng approached her, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the key in her palm. They had spent many years in the palace and understood the significance of this key far better than Shen Wantang. Granny Chai remarked with admiration, "Young Lord and Appo's wife, you have truly become one of the Princess and Appo's own now." The study, which was previously accessible only to the prince, the princess, and the young lord, now includes you. Henceforth, no one shall dare to underestimate you. If outsiders were to learn that you possess the key to the study, they would think twice before spreading gossip or mocking you. JingCheng expressed her excitement. How wonderful, young lord's wife. You now have the freedom to enter the study. This is a tremendous honor. Moreover, I have heard from Moji that the collection there is extensive and diverse. You will never again have to worry about finding suitable books to read. Chapter 64. Does Gu Qianhan dislike women? Shen Wantang and Appo's lips curved into a smile. What? Has emoji been inside? JingCheng quickly shook her head. How could that be? The study is a sacred place within the Wangfu. We servants are forbidden from entering. Emoji can only go as far as the outer study, the place where the young master rests after his studies. He has only heard the young master mention the collection within, which is why he knows a bit more. Shen Wantang nodded and handed her the key, instructing her to keep it safe. She then selected several bolts of fabric for herself and generously bestowed the remainder upon others. Naturally, those like Granny Chai, Dujuan, and JingCheng were the first to choose, and only after their selections were made would the others be allowed to pick. The Wutong courtyard was abuzz with excitement. Everyone was aware that the princess treated the young master's wife exceptionally well, gifting her numerous fashionable fabrics. The young master's wife had so many garments that she could scarcely wear them all, and thus generously shared them with her attendants. They also learned that the woman from Jisun Temple had been thoroughly defeated, having been imprisoned in the woodshed by the young master himself for her illicit conduct. In this round of conflict, the young master's wife emerged victorious. The maids and matrons in the Wutong courtyard wore expressions of joy as they expressed their gratitude to Shen Wantang for the fabrics they received. Those who did not receive any worked diligently, eagerly anticipating the next opportunity for reward. After all, they had come to understand that the young master's wife was not a stingy person. As long as one performed their duties well, she would not neglect them. At the Windball Mansion, Yuan Zheng was engaged in an intimate encounter with a maid when the door was suddenly kicked open. Startled, he immediately lost his composure. He heard his servant shout, "Young master, you cannot enter. Our master is not in a position to receive guests." Yet, Xiao Qingyuan paid no mind to these protests and stormed into the inner chamber, yanking Yuan Zheng from the bed and delivering a fierce punch to his face. Yuan Zheng cried out in pain, while the maid on the bed shrieked and curled up in fear. Xiao Qingyuan cast a glance at the woman, partially covered by a thin blanket, revealing red marks on her shoulder and neck strikingly similar to those on Chu Yinluo. Enraged, he could not restrain himself and struck Yuan Zheng once more. With blood streaming from his nose, Yuan Zheng clutched his face and shouted indignantly, "Qingyan, what madness is this? Have I wronged you in some way? Yuan Zheng, how dare you question me?" Xiao Qingyuan replied, his face taut with fury. "I considered you a brother, yet you have sullied my woman. You have so many women at your disposal. Why must you lay hands on Yinluo? You know she is the only one I cherish, and you are well aware of my feelings for her." Yuan Zheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Yinluo would be exposed so swiftly. However, he quickly regained his composure and protested loudly, "Qingyuan, I am wronged. I have never touched your lady. You still wish to deny it? People from Longfu are aware that you left in the dead of night. There were witnesses who heard you with Yen Luo. Xiao Yuan faltered, unable to continue. The mere thought of Chu Yen Luo having spent the night with Yuan Zheng pierced his heart with anguish. Young master, you must have misjudged the situation. I indeed left late. But I swear I did not touch your beautiful lady. As you said, I have countless women. Why would I need to lay my hands on yours? Yuan Zheng asserted, pulling the trembling maid from the corner. Look, young master, my maid is no less than yours. She has almond eyes and a delicate figure, truly exceptional. My energy has been devoted to her these past few days. I have had no strength left to pursue your woman. Besides, you know my mother has arranged a splendid marriage for me. I am to wed next month. Why would I cause a scandal at this juncture? Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. Is it really not you? Truly not. I swear it. Then why did you leave in the dead of night? I was quite inebriated, and Gu Qianhan had departed early. You remained in my courtyard. I cannot explain it. Usually I can hold my liquor, but that night I had only a few drinks before I lost consciousness. My servant Kuden and Appos tea roused me, and when I awoke, it was already past midnight, and I hurriedly left. Yuan Zheng spoke earnestly. Qingyan, we're the best of brothers. I would never betray you. You know I value brotherhood above all. When you asked to drink, I brought the finest wine to your residence. When you expressed financial need, I promptly arranged for 2,000 taels to be sent to you. 2,000 taels, Qing Yuan. How many maids could I procure with that? Why would I sully myself by touching your woman? I do not wish to offend you, but that Chu Yen Luo is merely someone you hold dear. I find her quite average and have no interest in her. Xiao Yuan found himself suddenly uncertain. Yuan Zheng was renowned for his loyalty throughout the capital, and his sudden entanglement with Chu Yen Luo seemed illogical. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, Did you know Yen Luo before? Have you ever seen her? Absolutely not. I have never laid eyes on her. But apart from you, who else would dare to touch Yen Luo? That night, besides you, only Gu Qianhan was present, yet he is not the type to indiscriminately engage with women. He has never touched any of his own maids. So how could he possibly have touched Yen Luo? A look of disdain crossed Yuan Zheng and Appos' face that cannot be certain. Some individuals present a facade of virtue while engaging in sordid acts behind closed doors. How can you be sure he hasn't? Perhaps he has done so without your knowledge, or perhaps he has refrained from contact until now and simply lost control upon encountering someone so beautiful. Unlike me, who spends every day with women, long since bored of them, and would never entertain thoughts of my brother and Appos' lady. Do not place too much trust in Gu Qianhan. His schemes run deeper than either of us can fathom. He is a man shrouded in mystery. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. I am aware of Gu Qianhan and Appos' cunning. It is true that he conceals his emotions, yet it is equally true that he does not engage with women, and I can affirm this. In fact, there have long been rumors in the capital that Gu Qianhan disdains women, preferring the company of men, particularly those of handsome countenance. There are even whispers that he and I are involved, that his fervent pursuit of Chu Yen Luo is merely a ruse. The latter rumor is undoubtedly false. Yet Xiao Yuan harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the former. Chapter 65. Chu Yen Luo and Appos' despair during their visit to the brothel. Gu Qianhan was utterly absorbed in his drinking, barely glancing at the alluring women clad in revealing attire, leading one to question his masculinity. Xiao Yuan prided himself on his self-control, yet he found it impossible to resist stealing glances at the young women's exquisite forms. After all, who could possibly turn away from beauty? Yet, strangely, Gu Qianhan had no appreciation for it. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yuan shook his head, convinced that Gu Qianhan would never lay a hand on Yen Luo. Yuan Zheng. Always eager to contribute both time and resources, far more than Gu Qianhan ever did. Why, then, was he the first to be suspected when trouble arose? It was simply unjust. Wiping the blood from his nose, Yuan Zheng posed a provocative question to Xiao Yuan, intentionally leading him astray. Why did I faint after just a few drinks? What? You fainted? Indeed, after only a few cups. Usually, I can drink 1,000 without faltering. Yet upon drinking JingCheng's wine, I was rendered senseless. Are you implying that there was something amiss in the wine JingCheng provided? I did not say that, but it is true that he did not consume a single drop that night. Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. He didn't drink at all? That's illogical. He usually drinks more than I do. As Yuan Zheng observed Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's shift from trust to suspicion regarding JingCheng, he felt a sense of relief. Qingyuan, why not simply ask Chu Yanluo? Her words are the most credible. Her words? Trustworthy? I currently believe no one, Xiao Qingyuan retorted, though Yuan Zheng was right. He ought to inquire with Yanluo, for a simple comparison would reveal whether Yuan Zheng was deceiving him. Soon, he returned to the Wang residence and made his way to the woodshed where Chu Yanluo was confined. Upon entering, he was met with a chilling sight. A white silk ribbon hung from the beam, and Chu Yanluo stood atop a pile of firewood, preparing to tighten it around her neck. Yanluo, Xiao Qingyan exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as he rushed to her side and pulled her down from the noose. What are you doing? This is merely a trivial matter. Why would you choose to end your life? Are you foolish? Tears streamed down Chu Yanluo's pale face as she replied, a trivial matter? Is that what you think, my lord? If it were so trivial, why was I imprisoned here? Even if I confine you, it should not drive you to despair. Your life is singular. Once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. You must cherish it. Turning her head away, Chu Yanluo resolutely stated, this world is too tainted. I no longer wish to remain. What nonsense is this? This filthy world is unworthy of my pure soul. I refuse to sully myself alongside the vulgar. Thus, I see no reason to continue living here. Were it not for my lingering affection for you, I would have already vanished from this corrupt existence. Yanluo Yu, please, my lord, grant me this wish. Do not save me any longer. As she spoke, she forcefully pushed him away and reached for the ribbon once more. Xiao Qingyuan caught her arm, declaring enough. Cease this reckless pursuit of death. Whatever troubles you have, let us resolve them without resorting to such extreme measures to prove your innocence. Chu Yanluo fell into his embrace, brushing against him with intention. I have already declared myself a victim, yet you refuse to believe me. If even you do not trust me, who else will? Xiao Qingyuan stood rigid, neither embracing her nor pushing her away. In the past, Chu Yanluo had never been this close. He had yearned to hold her, but feared offending her due to her past trauma. In that moment, as she clung to him, feeling her deep reliance and trust, a thought emerged. What if this time was someone she could contend with? After being forced, it was natural for her to remain silent, especially given her strong-willed nature. Chu Yanluo understood Xiao Qingyuan well. Sensing his reluctance to push her away, she felt a glimmer of hope. Aside from you, I have no one else. The Chu family has cast me aside. Former friends pretend not to know me, and even the Jisun monastery refuses to shelter me. You have locked me in this woodshed, pushing me to the brink. Thus, death seems the only escape. Xiao Qingyuan's emotions swirled in tumult. It was impossible for him to simply stop loving Chu Yanluo. He had cherished her for so long, dreaming of making her his wife. Yet he could not dismiss the thought of her being with another man. After what felt like an eternity, he hoarsely inquired, Yanluo, tell me the truth. Who was the man from 2 nights ago? Chu Yanluo lifted her tear-filled gaze to meet his. Do you still care about that? What is there to care for? Did you not once say that no matter what I had done with others, you would not mind, that your love for me remained steadfast, even if I bore another into Appo's? As child? How has everything changed now? Your promises have become empty words, and my heart aches with disappointment. Qingyuan, my heart belongs to you. My soul is yours entirely. My body is but a transient vessel. Do not fixate on it. Rise above such mundane concerns. You are extraordinary and should reject such lowly thoughts. Xiao Qingyuan felt a twinge of shame at her words, realizing he had not recognized his own worth in her eyes. Very well, I shall cast aside these trivial thoughts. But you must tell me who that man was. Was it Yuan Zheng or JingCheng? Biting her lip, Chu Yanluo whispered, it was JingCheng. Chapter 66. Hand in hand, Xiao Qingyuan was astonished. What? Is it truly him? How could this be? Does the heir really believe I would fabricate such a tale? Is this a matter of pride? Yet, Shen Wantang had asserted that it was Yuan Zheng. Chu Yanluo immediately grew displeased, pushing Xiao Qingyuan aside, her demeanor reverting to its haughty nature. If the heir places such trust in Shen Wantang, why not seek her out for answers? Am I here to be humiliated by you? I'm not here to insult you. I merely have some doubts. Please do not be overly sensitive. Moreover, Emoji mentioned that Gu Qinhan left quite early that evening, not lingering in my courtyard, claiming I wasted his time. If he departed, how could he have bullied you? Chu Yanluo lowered her gaze, quickly devising a strategy while slowly responding. He initially left, but then he returned. He barged into the inner chamber, and I thought it was you at first, only to realize it was him. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not reveal the truth, fearing that implicating Yuan Zheng would lead to her downfall. Should he produce the letter she had written to him, her carefully crafted image of aloofness would shatter, and all her lies would be exposed in an instant. Furthermore, she understood that even if Xiao Qingyuan were to inquire with Yuan Zheng, he would never divulge the truth. Appearing so virtuous behaves differently in your presence than when you are absent. I once believed him to be a paragon of integrity, but it seems I was mistaken. Chu Yanluo began to weep softly. He claimed to be captivated by my beauty upon seeing me, professing his affection, and then he laid hands on me. I resisted vehemently, yet he suddenly forced a pill upon me, rendering me incapable of fighting back. Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of pain and anger. Yanluo, are you certain of what you speak? Did that scoundrel Gu Qianhan truly bully you? Without a doubt, my lord. Chu Yanluo cried, tears streaming down her face. It is all my fault for being too beautiful, drawing the unwelcome attention of men. If I could, I would wish to be less attractive. Even to the extent of resembling Qin Xian, I would gladly accept that. Xiao Qingyuan did not perceive Qin Xian as unattractive. After all, a top mate in the Prince of Ning's residence could not possibly lack beauty. However, he was too consumed by rage to consider her looks at that moment. Yearning to rush to the Duke's residence and confront Gu Qianhan, he had never imagined that Gu Qianhan would take advantage of his drunken state to mistreat his woman. It appeared that his usual disinterest in women was merely a fade. Seeing his fury, Chu Yanluo pondered briefly, then bent down to pick up a piece of wood, intending to stoke the flames further, hoping to evoke Xiao Qingyuan's compassion and pity. She raised the wood and drew it across her own face. Vivid red droplets of blood cascaded from her porcelain skin, swiftly staining her cheeks and neck. Xiao Qingyuan was horrified, urgently seizing the wood from her grasp. Yanluo, what are you doing? Why would you harm your own face? With a sorrowful smile, she replied, My lord, this face is a curse. It is said that beauty brings disaster. My misfortune is a result of my attractiveness. If I ruin my face, no man will ever desire me again, and I can live in peace. Xiao Qingyuan and Oppo's heart ached deeply, and he was now utterly convinced of Chu Yanluo and Oppo's innocence. A woman of her delicate nature would never resort to such self-destructive measures unless she had been grievously wronged. He gently caressed her cheek, feeling both pity and relief. Fortunately, I intervened in time. Your injury is not severe. Otherwise, your face would have been irreparably damaged. Chu Yanluo seemed unconcerned about her appearance, appearing entirely devoid of pain as blood dripped from her chin. With red-rimmed eyes, she asked, If my face were completely ruined, would you still want me, my lord? Would you confine me to the woodshed, preventing me from going out? Never, absolutely never. I am not one to judge by appearances, no matter how your face may change. I will always want you. Chu Yanluo leaped into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. My lord, I knew you were different from those mundane men. You are far beyond their reach. Xiao Qingyuan reciprocated her embrace. Yanluo, let us return to Xing'e courtyard. I will summon a physician to tend to your wounds. They must be treated promptly. No need, my lord. You are currently low on funds. I should not squander your money. Hiring a physician is costly. I can endure this injury, and in 10 days or so, it will heal on its own. Xiao Qingyuan felt an even deeper sense of sorrow. It is my fault. I failed to protect you, allowing you to be bullied in my courtyard. Yanluo, do not worry. I will seek justice for you. I will not let Gu Qianhan go unpunished. Chu Yanluo shook her head. My lord, there is no need for you to seek justice on my behalf. Gu Qianhan is the second son of the Duke's estate of noble status. I do not wish for you to clash with him. I will endure the grievances. Endure? Why should you endure anything? My woman, Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's S-woman, shall not suffer any injustices. He may be the Duke and Appo's second son, but I am the heir of the Prince of Ning. When it comes to noble status, he cannot compare to me, but he is still the Emperor's nephew. What if he goes to the Empress to create trouble? So what if he is the Emperor's nephew? I am also a nephew of the Emperor. If he dares to cause a scene at the Empress and Appo's place, I shall go to the Emperor and create a scene of my own. Let us see who can outdo the other. Xiao Qingyuan took her hand. Enough. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall escort you back to Xinghe Courtyard. Since you refuse to see a physician, I will tend to your wounds myself. Then, the door to the woodshed opened, and the two emerged hand in hand. Mog stood outside, stunned, while the onlooking maids and servants were equally astonished. No one had anticipated that Chu Yanluo would make her exit in such a manner. Though her face bore wounds, her expression was one of unparalleled pride, chin held high as if her injuries were not marks of shame, but rather a remarkable badge of honor. Chapter 67. The Canon Appo's. TB young Master Gu, what is happening? Has an end Appo's. T the heir already grown weary of Chu Yanluo. He physically assaulted her and even confined her to the woodshed. How is it that he has suddenly brought her out again? Could it be that he has forgiven Chu Yanluo for her indiscretions? Has he lost his mind? What sort of enchantment has Chu Yanluo cast upon him that he can overlook such transgressions? Mog is perplexed. He cannot fathom how Chu Yanluo has managed this feat. Yet his wariness of her only deepens. Soon, news of Chu Yanluo and Xiao Qingyuan walking hand in hand out of the woodshed spread like wildfire throughout the Duke of Ning's residence. The maids and servants buzzed with gossip. Has the heir truly become indifferent to Chu Yanluo's infidelity? Is he genuinely this magnanimous? How can she, after all that has transpired, regain the heir and Appo's as favor? Was it not said that he witnessed her in a compromising state? Does he not feel repulsed? What does it matter? She once carried a significant burden, and he was still infatuated with her, desperate to bring her into the manor. What enchantment does Chu Yanluo possess that causes the heir to be so enamored with her? What enchantment could she have? It is simply her ability to feign innocence and play the part without shame. A woman must be flawed for a man to cherish her. You are still young and do not comprehend a man's heart. Yet, has Chu Yanluo not gone too far? First, she bears the illegitimate child of an unknown man, and then she engages with others in the heir and Appo's chamber. Is there truly a man who would favor such a wicked woman? Perhaps the heir is simply ensnared by her tricks. She feigns purity and has crafted herself into a celestial being, distinct from us common folk. The heir, being so naive, is easily deceived by her. What will become of the heir's consort? If the heir continues to dote on Chu Yanluo, will the consort ever possess his heart? What do you mean? What will become of the heir's consort? She is the consort, and the management of the estate lies firmly in her hands. If that Chu woman wishes to enter as a concubine, she must first obtain the consort's approval. If the consort does not consent, she will remain in the manor, entangled in ambiguity for all eternity. How infuriating. At Wutong Courtyard, Shen Wantang was engrossed in a book, having just acquired a rare tome, the geography of Dafeng, which was unattainable elsewhere. She read with fervor, captivated by the magnificent landscapes described within. Ginsin, Ansi Osut, pace nearby. Consort, how can you be so absorbed in reading at such a time? Do you not know that the woman from Jisin Temple has been personally rescued by the heir from the woodshed, hand in hand? This news has spread throughout the entire estate. You may well be the last to know. Without lifting her gaze from the page, Shen Wantang replied, "Oh, is that so?" Qin Exen, flustered, moved from side to side. I heard that Chu Yanluo hung white silk from the rafters, seemingly attempting to hang herself. But the heir just happened to save her. What a coincidence indeed. She was about to take such drastic measures just as the heir entered. It must have been intentional. Shen Wantang replied with a nonchalant and Chu Yinluo injured her face. The heir was deeply pained and took her back to Xinghe courtyard to tend to her wounds. She must have inflicted that injury on herself, knowing the heir and Appo's as compassionate nature. She is clearly trying to provoke him. Shen Wantang responded with a simple Gin Xing. As a maid, she was anxious to the point of wanting to confront the heir and expose Chu Yinluo's deceitful facade, while Shen Wantang, her mistress, remained unfazed. Seemingly indifferent to the machinations of Chu Yinluo or the heir and Appo's affections for her. She had never encountered someone as remarkable as the heir and Appo's consort. The book in her hands appeared far more captivating than the heir and Appo's affection. After a moment in Appo's thought, JingCheng continued. Consort, the heir has sent emoji to inquire about young Master Gu and Appo's whereabouts. Chu Yinluo claimed that the person she was with that night was young Master Gu Qianhan, not the esteemed young Master Yuan. Therefore, the heir intends to confront young Master Gu. Finally, Shen Wantang lifted her head. A flicker of surprise in her eyes. Chu Yinluo said, "It was young Master Gu? Are you certain?" Seeing her finally set the book aside, JingCheng eagerly nodded. "Absolutely certain. Emoji said so. He would not deceive me." Shen Wantang gently shook her head. "It cannot be young Master Gu. Indeed, I also believe it cannot be young Master Gu. He is renowned in the capital for his virtuous character, and it is said that he is to be betrothed to Miss Liu from the Liu family. Furthermore, young Master Gu has always upheld his integrity. How could he suddenly succumb to base desires within our heir and Appo's courtyard?" JingCheng analyzed the situation astutely. It must be that woman from Jisun Temple attempting to shield her lover, young Master Yuan, by falsely implicating young Master Gu. The one who remained in the heir and Appo's courtyard that night could not possibly be young Master Gu. It was undoubtedly young Master Yuan, as he is the only one with the opportunity for such behavior. Emoji also mentioned that young Master Gu and young Master Yuan are not on good terms, having left without even sharing a drink. When Gu Qianhan departed, not only did the servants and guards witness his exit, but he also accidentally wandered toward Wudong courtyard, where everyone knew he had stayed in the estate for less than half an hour before leaving. Shen Wantang found JingCheng's analysis quite convincing. However, her conviction that it could not be Gu Qianhan stemmed not only from this reasoning, but also from her past acquaintance with him. In her previous life, before the Gu family faced annihilation, Gu Qianhan had been deeply engrossed in solving cases, frequently interacting with the Dali Temple. As Liao Yue's aide, Shen Wantang had encountered him numerous times. Disguised as a man, her taller stature and rugged makeup concealed her identity, and no one suspected she was a woman, except for Gu Qianhan. Yet, upon realizing her true identity, he never exposed her, merely feigning ignorance. At that time, Gu Qianhan was already in his 30s and had yet to marry, while the daughter of the esteemed Liu family, Liu Nanshi, had long wed another. Based on her previous experiences, Shen Wantang knew that Gu Qianhan had little interest in women. He never pursued romantic entanglements or maintained concubines. His interests lay elsewhere, exploring landscapes, chess, literature, ball games, hunting, and unearthing wrongful convictions, among other pursuits. The downfall of the Gu family had begun when Gu Qianhan sought justice for a miscarriage of justice. Chapter 68. Supporting Tang and Appo's. At that time, the late emperor had passed away, and the crown prince ascended to the throne. The crown princess, Gu Qianning, succeeded her aunt as the new empress. With two daughters from the Gu family becoming empresses in succession, their power had reached staggering heights, even to the point of challenging the emperor and influencing his decisions. During the late emperor's reign, he was already wary of the Gu family, leaving secret orders for the crown prince to eliminate them if necessary. The new emperor, more cautious than his predecessor, found himself entangled in a case of injustice that Gu Qianhan sought to rectify, one in which he was the mastermind. If this case were to be uncovered, the new emperor would lose face and the people and Appo's support. Thus, he decided to eradicate the Gu family entirely. Using the secret edict left by the late emperor to accuse them of treason, leading to their annihilation. Following the mass execution of the Gu family, JingCheng was deposed and soon died within the palace. In such dire circumstances, JingCheng did not succumb. He clearly delineated a small haven of stability for his young niece and nephew, willingly exposing himself to ensure their safety. Captured, he endured various tortures in prison. The once promising nobleman reduced to a shadow of himself. Yet he steadfastly refused to reveal the whereabouts of the children or admit to the charges against the Gu family. Seeing his plight was unbearable for Shen Wantang, who risked entering the cell to administer medicine. She vividly recalled the gratitude and relief in his eyes as he struggled to swallow the pill. How could such a person possibly venture into Xiao Qingyuan's courtyard to harm the cherished woman by his side? After pondering for a moment, Shen Wantang dismissed the thought, recognizing it was a matter between Xiao Qingyuan and JingCheng, having little to do with her. Her interest lay more in the grand and magnificent landscapes of the Great Foam, regrettably only accessible through the pages of books. This time, JingCheng refrained from disturbing her. Though anxious, she believed only someone as composed as the Crown Prince's consort could fulfill that role. If the consort were as restless and concerned as she was, perhaps she would not be fit for the position. JingCheng exited the inner chamber, eager to gather information, while her master remained calm and unconcerned. It was her duty as a maid to collect first-hand intelligence, ensuring she could provide accurate answers should her mistress seek knowledge. Du Jiao observed JingCheng leaving, feeling a pang of envy. JingCheng was well-liked throughout the estate, effortlessly engaging with both maids and guards, even earning the affection of the strict matrons who willingly shared secrets with her, regardless of the events that unfolded in the residence. JingCheng was always the first to know, and she diligently prioritized the Crown Prince and Oppos, as consort and Oppos, as reputation and interests. At times, Du Jiao felt utterly inadequate. Since arriving at the estate, she had realized her shortcomings in knowledge and abilities, even in the art of scolding. She lowered her head in dejection, failing to hear Shen Wantang calling her. Shen Wantang, feeling parched from reading, intended to ask Du Jiao for a cup of tea, only to find the girl lost in thought. Amused, she approached and gently patted her shoulder. Du Jiao, what are you thinking? I called you, but you didn't respond. Startled, Du Jiao exclaimed, Huh? Did the consort call for me? What troubles you? Are you preoccupied with something? No, I just feel so useless, unable to assist you in any way. Nonsense. How can you say you're useless? Have you forgotten the hardships we endured together before I became the Crown Prince's consort? Others respect me now because of my title, but you have always been by my side. With reddened eyes, Du Jiao replied, You're no longer the same as before. Now, you need capable maids, and I seem to be failing at everything. That Chu Yin Luo has occupied the Crown Prince's affections, and just when you found a chance to bring her down, she has risen again so quickly. I can't help in any way, not even in gathering information. Shen Wantang shook her head in exasperation. You only realize this now? Have you not known about the Crown Prince's infatuation with Chu Yin Luo since before I entered the estate? I was mentally prepared, so this matter doesn't concern me greatly. Furthermore, I have no intention of bringing her down. She is not worthy of such consideration. I merely wish to remind her of her place in Shen Wantang and Oppos' heart. She had never regarded Chu Yin Luo as a rival. Even if Chu Yin Luo had been reborn, she was still unqualified to compete with her. Encouraging her maid, Shen Wantang said, Do not compare your shortcomings with others in Oppos' strengths. Instead, recognize your own virtues. You possess a patience and meticulousness that others lack, and your loyalty to me is unwavering. That is why I entrust you with my jewelry and silver notes. I would not feel secure handing them to anyone else. Du Jiao felt a sense of relief wash over her upon hearing this. She smiled through her tears. Consort, what did you call me for earlier? I didn't hear you. To fetch tea. I am quite parched. Du Jiao felt a surge of joy at being given a task. Even a simple chore like serving tea made her feel valued in Shen Wantang's eyes. Meanwhile, in the Shaoguang courtyard, the Ning Wangfei was infuriated to hear that Xiao Qingyuan had personally released Chu Yin Luo from the woodshed, and even more so that they had emerged hand in hand. Enraged, she smashed a white jade teacup, That scoundrel! It's hopeless. Her fury reached its peak as she exclaimed, "This is the second time. That Chu Yanluo has been with other men twice. Once she conceived a bastard child, and once she was in Qingyuan and Oppo's chamber. It is utterly revolting. How could Qingyuan forgive her? Has he lost his senses? How could I have birthed such a disappointing son? My dignity, the prince's dignity, has been completely tarnished. Has he never seen a woman before? What is it about Chu Yanluo that captivates him?" Old matron hurriedly tried to calm her. "Your Highness, please do not let your anger take a toll on your health. The estate relies on your support, and the crown prince's consort needs your backing as well." Upon hearing this, the Ning Wangfei took a deep breath, trying to quell her rage. "Yes, I cannot let myself be consumed by anger. I must support Tanger, otherwise she may be devoured by that Chu Yanluo. Rest assured, Your Highness, the crown prince is merely momentarily bewitched. With time, he will see Chu Yanluo and Oppo's true nature." Chapter 69. The entire capital was abuzz with excitement. The princess consort of the Ning Wang wore a look of despondency. Can I truly await the day when Qingyuan sees through Chu Yanluo's true nature? I had thought that after marrying the heir, Qingyuan would settle down. I even chose a bride who bore a striking resemblance to that Chu Yanluo, yet it proved futile. He remains devoted to Chu Yanluo and refuses to consummate his marriage with the heir's consort. Everyone claims that Chu Yanluo is unworthy, and I have scolded and reprimanded him, even cutting off his financial support. Yet he still recklessly pursues Chu Yanluo. My heart as a mother is nearly frozen with sorrow. However, old Mammy was considerably more optimistic than the princess consort. "My lady, I believe the heir has changed significantly since marrying the heir's consort. Consider this. Given the heir's affection for Chu Yanluo, would he have accepted any other bride you chose? Would he have interacted amicably with the heir's consort? Initially, he was dismissive of her, but the heir's consort has managed to win his heart. Moreover, since the heir's consort exposed Chu Yanluo's scandalous deeds, the heir even struck her twice. In the past, would such a thing have been conceivable? Now that he has struck her, how can their feelings possibly return to what they once were? No matter how well Chu Yanluo pretends, will her heart not harbor grievances and resentment? Can the heir truly be as unperturbed as he appears, completely forgiving Chu Yanluo for her indiscretions with others? I have watched him grow, and while he is soft-hearted and kind, he is certainly not foolish. On the contrary, he is astute. He has merely been momentarily bewitched, and once he regains his senses, he will not let Chu Yanluo off the hook." The princess consort nodded repeatedly, finding much merit in old Mammy and Oppo's words. She was reluctant to admit her son was foolish. In her heart, no one was more intelligent than her son. He was simply a bit too soft-hearted, allowing Chu Yanluo to take advantage of him. Just then, the maid Qiu Shui rushed in, breathless. "My lady, it's terrible. The heir has gone to Qingyuan Tower with some men and has assaulted Master Gu of the Gu family. Master Gu is currently lying in Qingyuan Tower, covered in blood." The teacup the princess consort had just lifted crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. In shock and fury, she exclaimed, "What did you say?" Qiu Shui spoke quickly. "That Chu Yanluo claimed the person who spent the night with her was Master Gu, saying he drugged her and forced himself upon her due to his infatuation with her beauty. The heir wants to avenge her, so he went to beat Master Gu. This rascal." The princess consort felt a wave of dizziness. The heir's consort stated clearly that it was young Master Yuan of the Wenbar residence who had been involved with Chu Yanluo. Why did he strike Gu? Does he think the Gu family is some small, insignificant household? He dares to assault the emperor's own nephew. If he were to strike someone else, that could be managed given the strength of the Ning Wang residence. However, he has chosen to attack the legitimate second son of the Zhen Guogong residence. The Zhen Guogong's influence is not in the least inferior to that of the Ning Wang residence. In fact, with military power in hand, they surpass us. Although the Ning Wang holds a princely title, he possesses little real power. If he did, the emperor would not sleep soundly, fearing his own brother might usurp the throne. The princess consort, nearly fainting from anger, seethed. How can he be so gullible? Chu Yanluo says it was Gu, and he goes to strike Gu without even verifying the truth. He disregards the words of others entirely. The evidence is practically being thrown in his face, and he chooses to be willfully blind. He even believes that Chu Yanluo was drugged and coerced. With such a mindset, he would be sold and still count the money for the seller. Thank goodness he cannot become emperor. If he did, Artiphone would surely fall. Old Mammy, noticing her extreme agitation, quickly interjected, "My lady, please be cautious with your words." The princess consort, aware that such statements were inappropriate, forced herself to temper her anger and instructed Qiushui, "Hurry to the astronomical bureau and summon the prince back. He should not be preoccupied with celestial phenomena, but should instead manage his son." Yes. At Qingyun Tower, the largest and most luxurious restaurant in the capital, it was usually filled with young masters and ladies enjoying their meals and leisure. Yet now no one was eating. Everyone had rushed out of their private rooms to witness the spectacle. Even those outside were drawn in, forming a large crowd, all eyes wide and ears perked in anticipation. In the center hall of the restaurant, the capital and Oppo's most infatuated young master, Xiao Qingyuan, was fiercely grasping the collar of Gu Qianhan, the prodigy from the Gu family, berating him for his utter lack of decency and moral integrity. Gu Qianhan had a wound on his forehead, blood trickling down, yet he appeared bewildered, unsure how he had come to be struck and scolded. Both young men were among the most distinguished in the capital, naturally attracting attention and curiosity. With their striking appearances, one exceptionally handsome and the other coldly handsome, they were subjects of gossip and speculation. Now that they were in conflict, countless spectators were intensely intrigued. Some who had missed the earlier altercation lamented, "The soundproofing in the private room was too good. By the time I heard the commotion and came out, it was too late. I didn't even see what caused the fight. Aren't they supposed to be good friends? How could they come to blows?" A bystander explained, "Oh, you're not aware? They are no longer good friends. That Master Gu has already taken advantage of the woman Xiao Qingyuan cherishes most, Chu Yanluo." "What? That is impossible. Master Gu is renowned as a prodigy. How could he commit such an act? What is impossible about it? One cannot know a person's heart merely by their face. Even a prodigy can fall under Chu Yanluo's spell." Another added, "Exactly. What of the prodigy? He is human too, with emotions and desires, and can find himself unable to restrain himself. Moreover, I hear that Chu Yanluo is as beautiful as a celestial being. Any man who sees her would be captivated. Now, this is a spectacle worth watching. Xiao Qingyuan is utterly smitten with Chu Yanluo, refusing to consummate his marriage with the heir's consort for her sake. Master Gu is pulling the tiger's whiskers, having taken Chu Yanluo to his bed. It's only natural that Xiao Qingyuan would seek retribution. If it were anyone else, Xiao Qingyuan might have already crushed their bones, but Master Gu has nothing to fear. Don't forget, he is the legitimate son of the Zhenghua Gong family, the emperor and Oppo's own nephew. I believe that given Xiao Qingyuan and Oppo's passionate nature, it matters not if it's the emperor's nephew or even the emperor's own son. He would still beat them to a pulp. He is the most infatuated man in Defone. For that woman, he would do anything. Chapter 70. Using Gu Qianhan and Oppo's reputation as a stepping stone, the surrounding cacophony of chatter persisted, forcing Gu Qianhan to endure a barrage of idle gossip, leaving him with a sense of absurdity regarding the events of the day. He cast a cold gaze at Xiao Qingyuan and stated, "Let me reiterate, I have never laid a hand on your woman. You would do well to ascertain the truth before seeking confrontation, lest you become an unwitting pawn in someone else's game." Xiao Qingyuan, still gripping his collar tightly, had reddened eyes and a hoarse voice as he retorted, "Are you still pretending? Yanluo has already stated that it was you that night, that you drugged her, that you bullied her. Why would you do such a thing? Are you even human?" Gu Qianhan frowned. "You believe everything she says without question? I left the Wang residence long before that night. Simply inquire with anyone there, and you'll find the truth. Is it so difficult for you to uncover?" Xiao Qingyuan ground his teeth in anger. "You deliberately created the illusion of leaving early. After you departed, you returned to the Wang residence. I never returned after I left. If I had, would the guards and servants not have seen me? Am I invisible? Can I vanish in a thin air? You need to concern yourself with such trivial matters." Xiao Qingyuan's voice trembled with fury. "There's a hole at the base of the back garden wall. I have taken you through it before. If you leave that way, the guards and servants would have no chance of noticing you. In his 2 lifetimes, having experienced both great rises and falls, including the annihilation of his entire clan, Gu Qianhan was preoccupied with significant matters. Upon hearing Xiao Qingyuan mention the hole in the back garden, he momentarily struggled to recall its location. His voice, usually icy, now carried a rare edge of irritation. I have important business at the tavern today, and no time for your frivolous accusations. We will settle this matter at another time. As he attempted to leave, Xiao Qingyuan obstinately refused to let go, insisting on dragging him back to the Wang residence to apologize to Chu Yanluo. Growing impatient with the entanglement, Gu Qianhan coldly declared, "If Chu Yanluo claims I forced her, then summon her to confront me directly." Impossible. Xiao Qingyuan immediately rejected the idea. Yanluo has already suffered so greatly. She cannot be subjected to further scrutiny. Gu Qianhan regarded him with indifference. Are you afraid to let her confront me? Or is it that Chu Yanluo herself is unwilling to face me? How could Yanluo not dare? Xiao Qingyuan responded, albeit uncertainly. He decided to send MOG back to the Wang residence to inquire. Fortunately, the Wang residence was not far from Qingyan Tower, and MOG returned promptly, accompanied by Chu Yanluo. As she descended from the carriage, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Clad in flowing white, with hair as dark as ink and skin as pale as snow, her lips were a vivid crimson, and her teeth gleamed white. She wore no makeup or adornments, appearing as pure and noble as a water lotus or a snow lotus on a mountain, ethereal and unearthly. Yet, even this celestial figure bore a fresh wound on her face, blood seeping from it, indicating she had been recently harmed. The men among the onlookers began to express their outrage. Who is it? Who has marred the face of this goddess? I shall confront him. Such a beautiful visage marred by such cruelty. Who could be so heartless? Could it be Gu Qianhan? No wonder young Master Xiao is so furious. It must be him who tried to force himself upon her, and when she resisted, he left her with this scar? What a beast! Not only does he prey upon the women of his friends, but he is also a complete scoundrel. How deceptive! He appears as a gentleman, yet he engages in such vile acts. It seems the Duke's manor has raised a son capable of such despicable deeds. Gu Qianhan found himself inexplicably subject to public scorn, his brows knitting in frustration. But Chu Yanluo, listening to the murmurs, felt a sense of satisfaction. Her reputation had been tarnished, having borne a child out of wedlock, and she had faced scorn throughout the capital. Yet now, sympathy began to bloom among the people. She had cleverly exchanged Gu Qianhan and Appo's reputation for her own. After all, the Gu family would eventually conspire against the state. Gu Qianhan would meet his end, and his entire family would perish. Why not use him as a stepping stone for her own ascent in the meantime? She strode forward, her tone icy and haughty. Gu Qianhan, today I shall unveil your true nature before all. You are a shameless scoundrel, a despicable man who preys upon vulnerable women. I have endured your insults and coercion, but I fear you not. What if you are the second son of the Duke's manor? I shall seek justice, even at the cost of my own life. Gu Qianhan acknowledged his arrogance. In both his lifetimes, he had never regarded Chu Yanluo with any seriousness. Yet, he had not anticipated her remarkable talent for performance, capable of so swiftly tarnishing his name. He furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you unwell?" With a facade of strength barely concealing her tears, Chu Yanluo pointed at him, declaring, "It is he, Gu Qianhan." He professed his infatuation, claiming he could not resist after seeing me just once. When I rejected him, he struck me and even drugged me. Today, I stand before all to tell every woman that when faced with such vile creatures, we must bravely expose them, tearing away their gentlemanly facade to reveal their filth. It is not our fault for being wronged. It is theirs. The world is unjust, and the laws are inadequate to protect us. Gu Qianhan was left astounded, unable to fathom how she dared to elevate the issue to such heights, her audacity beyond comprehension. Yet Xiao Qingyuan felt a swell of pride and excitement. Indeed, Yanluo was unlike any other woman, her thoughts always transcending the ordinary, rising above the rest. Inside and outside the tavern, Countless voices applauded Chu Yinluo, as if she were a great hero. Even those who had previously scorned her were swayed by her impassioned rhetoric, beginning to rally in her support. She is right. The world is unjust. Our existence as women is fraught with challenges. I say, Gu Qianhan, who has wronged Miss Chu, should be imprisoned and made to suffer for his misdeeds. I previously misjudged Miss Chu, believing her to be scheming, yet she is truly noble and extraordinary. No wonder young Master Shao holds her in such high regard. She is both beautiful and brave. If I were a man, I too would fall deeply in love with her. Chapter 71. Shen Wantang. You have lost. As Chu Yinluo listened to the crowd in Appo's adulation, she raised her chin even higher, her pride swelling. In her previous life, she had savored the sweetness of manipulating public opinion to cleanse her name. In this life, she wielded this skill with even greater finesse, using it as a stepping stone to elevate herself, with remarkable results. Turning to gaze at Xiao Qingyuan, she found him gazing at her with an almost foolish affection, his eyes brimming with tenderness and admiration, his infatuation more pronounced than ever. She felt immensely satisfied, knowing once again that she had captivated Xiao Qingyuan, who adored her uniqueness and exceptional nature. However, when she turned to look at Gu Qianhan, she was momentarily taken aback by his expression. He wore a bemused smile, seemingly indifferent to her presence, casually toying with his fan while scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. A surge of irritation welled within her. At this moment, she was unequivocally the center of attention. How could Gu Qianhan disregard her? Everyone was watching her, singing her praises. Men were enamored by her, and women revered her. Yet Gu Qianhan treated her with such disdain. Chu Yinluo refused to believe that she could not win over Gu Qianhan. Intentionally, she called out his name. Gu Qianhan, I have no affection for you, so I hope you will cease your relentless pursuit. Your infatuation with me is futile. I favor the heir, not a hypocritical scoundrel like you. Henceforth, refrain from appearing in my presence. Furthermore, do not visit the Wang residence again. If you do, I shall not meet you, and I will not accept any gifts from you. I want nothing. At this moment, Gu Qianhan, having endured the torment of a previous life, had been tempered by the trials he had faced, making him more composed than ever. Had he not been reborn, his youthful impetuosity would have led him to vehemently chastise Chu Yinluo for her words. His attendant, anxious and frantic, tugged at his sleeve. Second young master, please say something. Explain that you have no connection with her and have never given her anything. Gu Qianhan allowed his attendant to pull at him, and he ignored the jeers from those around him, showing no inclination to clarify his position. He had a keen sense that perhaps this was not a misfortune after all. The stigma that Chu Yinluo was casting upon him was, in fact, what he needed. Or rather, it was what the Gu family required. He continued to disregard Chu Yinluo, letting her hurl dirt at him, and with a flick of his fan, he leisurely walked away. Chu Yinluo was left feeling frustrated. She had anticipated Gu Qianhan defending himself, expecting to present more evidence to solidify her claims of his bullying. Yet, he remained silent. This was rather illogical. Anyone accused of something they did not commit would subconsciously seek to refute it. Why was Gu Qianhan unwilling to defend himself? Unless, could it be that beneath his facade of indifference, Gu Qianhan truly harbored feelings for her? Upon reaching this conclusion, Chu Yinluo felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Indeed, no man could resist her allure and beauty. Xiao Qing'an approached Chu Yinluo, protectively guiding her out of the tavern, vigilantly surveying the men in the crowd, all of whom eyed Chu Yinluo with predatory intent, as if ready to seize her at the slightest opportunity. Thus, as he helped her into the carriage, he grasped her hand, asserting his claim. Soon, they entered the carriage together, returning to the Ning Wangfu. The onlookers lingered, reluctant to depart, discussing the spectacle. Xiao Shitzi is utterly smitten with Chu Yinluo. He even personally assisted her into the carriage. One might think she is his betrothed. That poor Shitzi Fei, married for so long, yet Xiao Shitzi refuses to consummate the marriage, spending nights with Chu Yinluo instead. It and Appo's becoming a laughingstock in the capital. If I were Xiao Shitzi, I would not wish to share a bed with that ugly Shitzi Fei either. Who would choose a plain woman when a beauty like Chu Yanluo is nearby? What? Is the Shitsi Fei truly unattractive? Indeed, she is, and quite vulgar as well, obsessed with trivialities. She is utterly unworthy of being a Shitsi Fei. But I heard that she bears some resemblance to Chu Yanluo. It was precisely this resemblance that Ning Wang Fei chose her for Xiao Shitsi, hoping he would forget Chu Yanluo. Nonsense. The Shitsi Fei cannot compare to Chu Yanluo. She is not even worthy of a single strand of her hair. At Ning Wangfu, in Wudong Courtyard, Qin Xin recounted the day and Appo's events to Shen Wantang, concluding with indignation. That Chu Yanluo is utterly shameless. Not only does she slander Master Gu, but she also spreads rumors about the Shitsi Fei's appearance. Such malice deserves punishment. Shen Wantang was largely unconcerned with the rumors surrounding her. She was not surprised by Chu Yanluo's actions, having witnessed similar tactics employed against her sister, Shen Mingxian, in her previous life, which had left her sister distraught and in tears. In truth, both sisters possessed commendable beauty, or they would not have been chosen by Ning Wangfei. Though Shen Mingxian lacked intelligence, she inherited their father and Appo's striking features, large eyes and a prominent nose, exuding a certain dignified grace when silent. Eventually, Shen Mingxian had taken to showcasing her beauty publicly, dispelling the unfounded rumors. Du Jiao expressed her concerns. Shitsi Fei, should you not make an appearance? You are far more beautiful than that Chu Yanluo, yet the ignorant accuse you of being ugly. Who knows how you will be spoken of in the future? You cannot allow these rumors to fester. Shen Wantang shook her head. This is not the opportune moment to dispel the rumors. We must wait. Du Jiao and Qin Xin exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. What could Shen Wantang be waiting for? Having been so maligned, could she still afford to wait? However, as her servants, they had no choice but to follow their mistress and Appo's orders. As evening fell, Shen Wantang continued her habitual stroll in the garden, only to be intercepted once more by Chu Yanluo, clad in white, with her long hair cascading freely. Her wounded face bore an air of haughty disdain. Shen Wantang, Chu Yanluo declared arrogantly, you have lost. Chapter 72 has that hole been sealed? Does the young master remain unaware? Shen Wantang found it somewhat amusing. What have I lost? Chu Yanluo, brimming with pride, retorted, you have lost utterly. You thought to bring me down, believing that would win the young master's heart. Alas, no matter how you slander me, he still trusts me. I am innocent. When I am wronged, the young master only grows fonder of me, never disdainful. Unlike you. What good is your innocence? Has the young master consummated your union? I think not. He scarcely deigns to cast you a second glance. Shen Wantang, Qing Yuan belongs to me. He shall never harbor feelings for you. Best to resign yourself and vacate the royal residence. Shen Wantang and Appo's expression remained placid. Whether I need to leave the royal residence is not for you to dictate. You lack the standing to do so. I lack the standing? Surely the young master does not. My words reflect his sentiments. He never intended to marry you. You are aware of this, are you not? If you truly knew, why do you cling to the royal residence? Is it the allure of its grandeur or the identity of the young master's consort that you cannot bear to relinquish? Qin Xin, standing nearby, scoffed. Oh, you dare speak such words? The one who refuses to leave the royal residence is you. Our young master's consort is his legally wedded wife. Where else would she reside? As for you, nameless and without status, your position is even inferior to that of our first-rank maid. How dare you wish to strike me? Chu Yanluo glared at Shen Wantang with gritted teeth. Is this how you discipline your maid? She speaks disrespectfully to me and dares to lay hands on me, showing no semblance of a maid's demeanor. Shen Wantang, you are a failure. Shen Wantang regarded her coolly. My maid is quite capable. If you find her lacking, perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. I believe it is you who has the shortcomings. This maid has practically mounted your head. Instead of dismissing her, you allow her to act as she pleases. I feel ashamed for you. Shen Wantang laughed unexpectedly. So, you have finally realized that you cannot sell my maid? Thus, you resort to sowing discord. Hoping I would cast her away? I have not sown discord. I disdain to engage in such tactics. Whether you have or not, your conscience knows the truth. Shen Wantang, I see you are utterly ungrateful. I am doing this for your own good. This Qin Xin is arrogant and shows no respect for her mistress. Keeping her near is a disaster waiting to happen. Qin Xin respects her mistress greatly. If she shows no respect towards you, reconsider your position as her mistress. If you're not her mistress, then you have no right to speak. My maid is beyond your reproach. You. Chu Yanluo seethed, glaring at her. Very well. You wish to cross me? I shall show you whether I can sell your maid. With that, she turned and walked away. Qin Xin watched her retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping in. Young mistress, do you think she will truly persuade the young master to sell off the maid? The young master listens to her. I fear. Her worries were not unfounded. The young master had previously sold several individuals, even the beloved wet nurse who raised him, all orchestrated by Chu Yanluo. Fear not. Shen Wantang consoled her calmly. While I am here, no one shall sell you, not even the young master. Seeing her tranquility and confidence, Qin Xin felt her anxiety dissipate. Thank you for protecting me, young mistress. Shen Wantang smiled with a hint of self-deprecation. If I cannot even protect you, what worth is my life? In her 2 lifetimes, she desired little. The love of a husband was optional, but the lives of her maids were non-negotiable. In her previous life, she failed to protect Duan, who perished young, leaving her with years of self-reproach. This time, she would shield Duan fiercely. Now, with several loyal maids and wet nurses, she would safeguard them for life. After dinner, Shen Wantang reclined on a chair in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. Fresh from her bath, her long hair glistened with moisture. Qin Xin and Duan each held a dry cloth, carefully wringing her hair. Old Madame Chai brought a bowl of bird's nest soup, placing it beside her before silently retreating. A gentle breeze wafted through the quiet courtyard, the only sound being the soft rustle of pages turning. Everything felt idyllic, until the arrival of Xiao Qingyuan shattered the serenity. He cleared his throat. Ahem, Shen Wantang. Shen Wantang set her book aside and stood. Young master, what brings you here at such a late hour? Xiao Qingyuan felt something amiss in her tone, as if she had not been eagerly awaiting his presence. I have matters to discuss with you. Please go ahead. I have looked into Yanluo's situation. It was not her fault. The allegations of her promiscuity are baseless. She was drugged by Gu Qianhan and unable to resist. It was coercion. Is that so? Indeed. Your previous assumption that the man with Yanluo was Yuan Zheng was mistaken. Next time, ascertain the facts before imprisoning someone. Do not wrongfully accuse Yanluo. Whether Miss Chu has been wronged is still subject to debate. However, the man who spent that night with her was certainly not young Master Gu. He had left the royal residence, and many knew it. Did the young master believe he had the opportunity to commit the act? He certainly did. He returned after leaving the residence. Returned? Yet no one in the residence saw him, because he entered through a very secretive, small hole. It is quite near my courtyard, and should he choose that path, no one would detect him. Shen Wantang suddenly realized, oh, you mean the dog hole concealed by weeds in the corner of the western wall? Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. You know that hole? Shen Wantang nodded. Of course. Now that my mother has tasked me with managing the household, I had all the damaged areas repaired. That dog hole was sealed 10 days ago. It is now so tightly blocked that not even an ant could enter. Did the young master not know? Chapter 73. Thank you, Princess Consort, for saving me. Xiao Qingyan experienced a fleeting moment of mental blankness, instinctively exclaiming, "This is impossible." The prince pondered, was there any need for me to fabricate such a tale? Moreover, many were aware when that hole was blocked. A simple inquiry to the servants would reveal whether I spoke the truth. After listening, Xiao Qingyuan turned and swiftly exited. Moments later, he returned, his complexion even more pallid than before, clearly indicating that Shen Wantang's words had been validated. The dog hole had indeed been sealed 10 days prior, and there was no possibility of Gu Qianhan sneaking back into the royal residence through it. Xiao Qingyuan's lips trembled slightly. Yuan Zheng? Yet if it were Yuan Zheng, why would he deny it? And more importantly, why would Chu Yanluo also refuse to acknowledge him? Why would she rather slander Gu Qianhan than identify Yuan Zheng? Was there some hidden truth that he remained unaware of? Seeing his face drained of color, Shen Wantang feared that he might react too strongly, and thus offered him some words of comfort. although that hole has been sealed. It is possible that someone may have scaled the walls to enter the residence. Therefore, your suspicions may not be entirely unfounded. I shall instruct the guards to be more vigilant and enhance their patrols." Xiao Qingyuan regarded her calm demeanor, yet found no solace in it. He understood that the guards of the royal residence were far from inept. If it were so easy for someone to scale the walls, they would be rendered useless. Every time he had sneaked out for a midnight escapade, he had invariably been caught by the guards, until he began using that dog hole, which had improved his circumstances somewhat. With that hole sealed, should someone attempt to scale the walls, the guards would undoubtedly notice. For there were not only perimeter patrolling guards, but also those stationed at the highest points within the residence tasked with surveillance. His expression grew complex. "Why are you still speaking kindly to me? This matter may very well be my mistake. And yet you do not seize the opportunity to mock me, but instead comfort me?" Shen Wantang shook her head. "What purpose would there be in mocking you? We are but mortals. Who can guarantee that they are always correct? It is of no consequence to make a mistake or two. Learn from it and strive to discern right from wrong in the future." Her tolerance and magnanimity stirred a sense of shame within Xiao Qingyuan. He suddenly realized that marrying Shen Wantang as the princess consort was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Had he brought in another woman, the royal residence would likely be far from the current tranquility, instead becoming a chaotic and tumultuous place. As he gazed at Shen Wantang, the words he had intended to express suddenly became difficult to voice. His primary purpose for visiting tonight was to acquire the indenture of JingCheng, as Chu Yanluo desired her. She found the maids procured from outside to be too coarse, and had taken a liking to JingCheng's cleverness and capability. After hesitating for a while, he cast several glances at JingCheng beside Shen Wantang, until her expression turned pale with fright. And only then did he purse his lips and turn to leave. He ultimately lacked the audacity to ask for Shen Wantang's most competent maid. As he departed, JingCheng's legs weakened, and she fell to her knees at Shen Wantang's feet, weeping, "Thank you, princess consort, for saving me." Shen Wantang wiped her tears and helped her to her feet. "Why are you crying and kneeling?" The prince did not say anything. "Why are you so frightened?" JingCheng's voice trembled with emotion. Although the prince did not speak, "I am not a fool. I know that his frequent gazes upon me indicate he wishes to take me away. If I were to go to Xinghe courtyard, my life would be in the hands of that Chu Yanluo, and I would have no way to survive." Before Xiao Qingyuan's arrival, Mog had discreetly sent her a message, informing her that Chu Yanluo had suddenly praised her before the prince, expressing a desire for her to serve as a maid, and advised her to be cautious. Had it not been for the princess consort's adept handling of the situation, causing the prince to respect and admire you, he might have found it difficult to approach you for a request. I would have been doomed this time without your great kindness, princess consort. Shen Wantang replied softly. "Whether he respects you is uncertain. I do not possess such great abilities to command his full admiration." However, the prince indeed refrained from speaking today, perhaps feeling truly embarrassed to do so. "Even if he had asked for you, I would not have granted his request. You are my head maid, my right hand. If he were to take you away, who would share the latest gossip with me?" Seeing her tone convey a sense of valuing her, JingCheng realized that Shen Wantang genuinely cared for her, prompting her to smile. Through her tears, her spirits lifted. "As long as the princess consort enjoys hearing it, I shall gather more gossip for you, ensuring it is the freshest news, so you shall never fall behind anyone in the capital." Shen Wantang laughed. "Then I shall become the foremost authority on gossip in the capital." Others, witnessing her laughter, joined in with light-hearted banter. In an instant, the atmosphere in Wutong courtyard transformed into one of ease and joy. Furthermore, with Shen Wantang's protection of JingCheng, the other maids felt more secure. For having a mistress willing to safeguard them was indeed a tremendous blessing, and they were eager to toil diligently for such a mistress. After the playful banter, JingCheng went to the adjacent room to wash her face and reapply her makeup. Xuxiang followed her inside, unable to restrain her sentiments. JingCheng, you are truly fortunate. You were not taken by the prince. Had you been, you might have found yourself sold by that Chu Yanluo at a whim. Do you recall her mentioning wanting to sell you to Shikan Alley? Of course I remember. How could I forget? She is truly a malicious woman, wanting to sell me to such a place. Indeed, malicious. I cannot fathom what the prince sees in her. Why does he not adore our princess consort instead? I have even come to admire the princess consort. His thoughts are utterly inscrutable. I believe the prince treats the princess consort rather differently. At times, when he looks at her, there's a depth of respect in his gaze that is absent when he looks at Chu Yanluo. What do you mean by that? Just a sense of profound respect. It is difficult to articulate. I merely sense that the prince has been captivated by the princess consort. Otherwise, he would not have left today without even asking for her. That is true. In the past, whenever the prince visited Wutong courtyard, his demeanor was always sour, and he would depart shortly after. Now, he is exceedingly courteous, often engaging in conversation with the princess consort before he leaves. He must have realized that conversing with her is quite pleasant. Chapter 74. Have you fallen in love with Shen Wantang? JingCheng nodded repeatedly. Of course. Our noble lady is both gentle and assertive. Hu Wuden and Amp. Oppos. To enjoy conversing with her? She manages the household exceptionally well, earning praise even from the prince and princess. The heir has no grounds to find fault with her. When she speaks, it feels like a refreshing spring breeze, unlike that Chu Yanluo, who struts around with her chin held high, looking down her nose at others, her pride soaring to the heavens. Anyone who engages with her is bound to be met with scorn. The heir has certainly faced her ire before. He has lived a life of ease, with everyone catering to him, and no one has ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Initially, he might find it novel and amusing, but over time, he might very well find it unbearable. Xiao Qingyuan is not a masochist. He appreciates Chu Yanluo and Oppos' uniqueness, but he may not relish the constant bickering. Their feelings are currently intense, so he can tolerate it, but if the passion wanes with his temper, will he still endure it? As they spoke, a second tier maid hurriedly entered. In a hushed tone, she said, Sister JingCheng, you must come quickly. There and Amp, Oppos. A commotion over at Xinghe courtyard. That woman from Jisin Monastery insists that you become her maid and is pressuring the heir to demand you from the noble lady. JingCheng exchanged glances with Xu Xiang. Then they both exclaimed in unison, Let us go see the spectacle. At Xinghe courtyard, Chu Yanluo wore an expression of displeasure. The heir professes his love for me, yet he wanted Oppos to even grant me a maid? What good is it to claim I and Oppos am to be your noble lady when you can and Oppos to even provide me with a maid? In the past, upon seeing her upset, Xiao Qingyuan would soothe her regardless of whose fault it was. But now his perspective had shifted, for it was quite possible that Chu Yanluo had deceived him. After Gu Qianhan left that night, he had not returned to Ning Wangfu. Shen Wantang has plenty of maids. What harm is there in borrowing one? These new maids you bought are entirely unfamiliar with the proper etiquette. I merely seek one who understands the customs of the Wangfu. Is that such a small request that you cannot fulfill? You clearly do not care for JingCheng. Just yesterday, you called her ugly, yet today you insist on her. What are you truly after? Can't you at least refrain from creating chaos within the Wangfu? Chu Yanluo finally sensed something amiss. Just half an hour ago, Xiao Qingyuan had gazed at her with adoration, enduring her passionate rebuke of Gu Qianhan at Qingyan Tower. There had even been admiration in his eyes. What had transpired during his visit to Wutong courtyard that had altered him so drastically? What had Shen Wantang said to him? Her fists clenched tightly. She had harmed herself to convince Xiao Qingyuan of her sincerity, yet that insufferable Shen Wantang had effortlessly reversed his attitude. How had she managed it? How could she be more formidable than her own legitimate sister, Shen Mingxian? With gritted teeth, Chu Yanluo refused to believe that as someone who had been reborn, she could be outmatched by an inconspicuous little concubine. Her eyes reddened. The heir speaks so ungratefully. When have I ever turned the Wangfu upside down? It is the people of the Wangfu who bully me. You do not protect me, and now you blame me? I may have commented on JingCheng's appearance, but I do not despise her for it. I admire her capabilities. Someone like her is wasted beside Shen Wantang, who knows nothing of utilizing talent. Xiao Qingyuan frowned. What do you mean Shen Wantang does not know how to utilize people? The maids and matrons under her command all perform their duties without a hitch. She clearly knows how to manage. Otherwise, how could she maintain such order within Wangfu? Hearing him praise Shen Wantang ignited a fierce jealousy within Chu Yanluo. She abruptly stood. If you think so highly of Shen Wantang, then why not be with her instead? Why force me to remain here? Have you truly changed your heart? Do you no longer love me? Have you fallen for Shen Wantang? Xiao Qingyuan retorted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? Well, have I loved Shen Wantang? I spend every day with you, devoted to you. How could I possibly have the time to change my affections? Rather, it is you who may have wronged me. What have I done to wrong you? Surely you aren't still brooding over Gu Qianan? I told you, he drugged me and forced me. I am innocent. I thought you were different from others, that you wooed and amp, oppose. TB's so petty, yet here you are, fixating on such a trivial matter. Xiao Qingwin va oppose, et comme les daken. This is not a trivial matter. You throw a tantrum when I speak a few words to Shen Wantang, yet when you sleep with another man, I am not permitted to voice my concerns? You call this a small matter? What then qualifies as significant? Chu Yanluo began to weep. How can this be the same? You actively engage Shen Wantang in conversation. Your intentions are impure. I was coerced. My heart is pure, and I have only ever loved you. But can you honestly claim that your heart still belongs solely to me? You have clearly developed feelings for Shen Wantang. Otherwise, you would not speak in her favor. I have not developed feelings for Shen Wantang. I have not spoken in her favor. I merely stated the truth. She manages well, and that is recognized throughout the Wangfu. You lie. I do not. Chu Yanluo interjected. If you have not developed feelings for her, then go to Wudong Courtyard and bring back that JingCheng. Prove it to me. Xiao Qingyuan felt a splitting headache. He could not fathom her reasoning. Why on earth would you suddenly desire Shen Wantang's maid? What do you truly want? You need not concern yourself with my intentions. Just fetch her for me. If you find the maids in our courtyard insufficient, I shall purchase more. Why must you insist on taking Shen Wantang's? I do not want any other maid. I want JingCheng. I have taken a liking to her. Go and get her for me. JingCheng is Shen Wantang's maid. I have no justification to demand her. Chapter 75. When will Gu Qianhan return? You are the heir of the Wangfu, and everything here is under your command. Not just a maid. Even Shen Wantang can be dismissed at your whim. Zhuzanlu et Gelim, feigning to leave. If you cannot even provide me with a maid, what meaning is there for me to remain in this Wangfu? If you cannot bring me Qin, then I shall depart for a place where you will never find me again. Xiao Qingyuan observed Chu Yanluo and Appo's outburst, noting the veins that throbbed on her forehead and neck from her agitation. He suddenly recalled Shen Wantang and Appo's tranquility and composure. Since their marriage, he had never witnessed Shen Wantang lose her demeanor or erupt in such a hysterical manner. Occasionally, he would think that his mother had an astute eye. At least the lady she had chosen for him as his consort was impeccable, save for her modest background. She was more than capable of being the mistress of the Ning Wangfu. Yet Chu Yanluo, Xiao Qingyuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Chu Yanluo seemed less extraordinary than he had once presumed. She called him mundane, yet she herself appeared no more than an ordinary person, raising a ruckus over a maid, devoid of any semblance of elegance or superiority. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that Chu Yanluo's desire for Qin was not born of affection. None of the maids in the Ning Wangfu could garner her approval. Her insistence on Qin was merely an attempt to humiliate Shen Wantang. As Chu Yanluo stepped outside, she was taken aback to find Xiao Qingyuan did not attempt to stop her. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Could it be that he truly no longer held any affection for her? She had only been in the Wangfu for a month. Could he have grown weary of her so swiftly? He did not even try to prevent her departure. In her previous life, he had cherished her dearly, never willing to let her go. What had changed? Shen Wantang? Yes, it must be Shen Wantang and Appo's doing. Gritting her teeth, she retracted her foot. Qingyan, you have changed, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. I am deeply disappointed. Xiao Qingyuan remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words. He turned to leave, but Chu Yanluo quickly blocked his path. Did you not hear me speaking? Where are you going? Are you leaving me alone in the residence? What if they conspire against me? Xiao Qingyuan pushed past her. I'm going to find Gu Qianhan once more. A heaviness settled in Chu Yinluo and Appo's heart. Did you not already seek him out? Why pursue him again? Let this matter rest. It will not bode well for you. I do not wish for you to become enemies because of me. The enmity has already been established. Is it not a tad too late for you to voice such concerns? He had already struck Gu Qianhan, and she herself had publicly scorned him. Overnight, Gu Qianhan had become a target of scorn. Now, she professed a desire for him to avoid animosity. Why had he never realized how infuriating Chu Yinluo's words could be? Frowning, Xiao Qingyuan cast her a glance before turning away. Chu Yinluo seethed. Xiao Qingyuan's attitude towards her had indeed shifted, and it was not merely a figment of her imagination. His impatience was palpable. This would not do. She needed to devise a way to redirect his affections solely towards her. Otherwise, the prize she had grasped might slip away. That very night, she resolved to offer him a taste of sweetness, ensuring he would be unable to resist her allure. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyuan sought out Gu Qianhan at the Duke's residence, but found no trace of him. Instead, he was met with mocking remarks from the household. It was only through Mog's inquiries that he learned Gu Qianhan had been summoned to the palace. The ruckus from earlier had reached the emperor's ears. Upon hearing of Gu Qianhan's oppression of a vulnerable woman, he had summoned him for a reprimand. Night had fallen, and Gu Qianhan had yet to return. Xiao Qingyuan felt a twinge of discomfort. He and Gu Qianhan had grown up together, sharing lessons and adventures, even their first visit to Wanheng. Typically, Gu Qianhan basked in the emperor's praises, while Xiao Qingyuan received far less recognition. This was the first time Gu Qianhan had been summoned for a scolding alone, a striking occurrence. Though they had grown up together, Xiao Qingyuan harbored no particular fondness for Gu Qianhan. His perfection and intellect overshadowed him. He often felt inadequate in comparison. His poetry, calligraphy, and quick wit paled beside Gu Qianhan's brilliance. Even his composure was lacking, as Gu Qianhan could remain unruffled amidst a sea of beauties, while he found himself intoxicated and overwhelmed by their charms. No one enjoys being overshadowed, which is why, after meeting Yuan Zheng, he quickly became his closest friend. The reason was simple. Yuan Zheng was inferior in every aspect, allowing Xiao Qingyuan to finally experience the joy of camaraderie. Alas, he had been oblivious to the possibility that this supposed best friend might betray him by pursuing the woman he cherished most. As night enveloped the sky, Missouri Ji, seeing his master standing immobile outside the Gu residence, could not help but speak. "Master, let us return. It is getting late." No one within the Gu residence welcomed them. Lingering outside would surely invite their disdain. Xiao Qingyuan finally lifted his head, hoarsely inquiring, "When will Gu Qianhan return?" "I do not know. Young master, Gu has been summoned to the palace for a reprimand. He is unlikely to return soon. As you know, the emperor prefers to have people kneel until they can no longer stand before he begins his admonishment." Xiao Qingyuan frowned. Gu Qianhan is the emperor and Appo's nephew. Would he truly be made to kneel for so long? "Master, have you forgotten? You two knelt for 2 or 3 hours, and even the crown prince once knelt for a day and a night. The closer one is to the emperor, the harsher the punishment for their mistakes." Xiao Qingyuan fell silent. He had not been punished by the emperor in 2 years, nearly forgetting the emperor's ways. It seemed he would not be waiting for Gu Qianhan tonight. He climbed into the carriage, instructing Mog, "Take me to Qingyan Tower. I desire a drink." "Master, we lack funds." Xiao Qingyuan, vexed yet resigned, replied. "Then let us return." "Understood." Mog drove the carriage swiftly back to the Ning Wangfu. Upon returning to his Xinghe courtyard, Xiao Qingyuan stepped inside, only to hear a sound of distress. He frowned slightly. "Yinluo, what has happened?" From within the inner chamber, Chu Yinluo's voice called out. "Young master, accidentally fell and seemed to have twisted my ankle. I cannot stand. Could you come in and assist me?" Chapter 76. Shen Wantang enters the palace. Xiao Qingyuan has always been a gentleman when it comes to matters between men and women. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from touching Chu Yinluo up to this point. He said, "This is not appropriate. I shall call a maid to assist you. I do not wish for those clumsy maids to help me. If the young master is unwilling to assist me, I shall wait until my feet no longer ache before I emerge. A quarter of an hour passed, and Chu Yanluo had yet to appear. Xiao Qingyuan could not help but inquire, "Yanluo, how are you? Is your injury severe?" With a voice tinged with tears, Chu Yanluo replied, "I cannot ascertain its severity, but I am unable to stand." "Young master, is your heart truly so unyielding that you cannot even come in to assist me? I am so cold, and my feet ache terribly." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qingyuan, feeling he had no other choice, stepped into the cleansing room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Chu Yanluo lying on the floor clad only in her undergarments. She hugged her chest, attempting to shield her modesty. Yet the more she tried to conceal herself, the more the scene ignited a fervor within him. Xiao Qingyuan instantly closed his eyes, adhering to the upbringing that taught him to avoid indecent sights. In a place like the Orchid Pavilion, women could be freely observed, but Chu Yanluo was no courtesan, and thus he should not gaze upon her. He groped for her garments, estimating their position, and tossed them beside her. "Please dress yourself first. I shall carry you out." Frustrated, Chu Yanluo bit her lip. At such a time, he still clung to the propriety between the sexes. Her intention had been to let him see, to entice him, but she had not expected him to close his eyes. What a stubborn man, far inferior to Yuanzhong. Yet, with no other option, she donned her clothing to cover herself. Once she was appropriately dressed, Xiao Qingyan opened his eyes, bent down, and lifted her, carrying her out of the cleansing room. However, even as he placed her gently back onto the bed, he did not cast a glance at her, adhering to his gentlemanly principles that rendered Chu Yanluo unable to employ any of her usual tactics. It was not impossible for her to force him into bed, but Chu Yanluo understood Xiao Qingyuan well. He despised women who attempted to seduce him and loathed those who proactively sought his affection. He preferred those who maintained their distance, exhibiting an air of aloofness. This is a common trait among many men. They seldom value women who pursue them, often longing for that which they cannot easily attain. After placing Chu Yanluo in bed, he exited the room, summoning a maid to keep her company, while instructing Mog to fetch the imperial physician. When the physician arrived, he merely declared that there was no serious issue, failing even to prescribe medication for the bruises before departing. Mog, concerned about their finances, could not help but remark, "Master, we have accumulated another debt." Clearly, Miss Chu is unharmed. Otherwise, the physician would not have left without issuing any prescriptions. The physicians of the Imperial Hospital are known to exaggerate ailments, dispensing harmless remedies to accumulate both wealth and reputation. It is rare for them to leave without prescribing something. Xiao Qingyuan was well aware of the physician's and Oppo's tendencies. However, he reprimanded his close attendant, "Silence. How can we ascertain whether Yanluo is truly unharmed without consulting a physician? She is under my care. I bear responsibility for whatever happens to her." Mog lowered his head, pondering that perhaps the princess had been overly strict in her upbringing of the young master, instilling too much righteousness and kindness. Had he learned a touch of mischief, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. That night, Xiao Qingyuan chose to sleep in the study. He could not quite comprehend his own feelings, inexplicably reluctant to draw near to Chu Yanluo. The following morning, he was awakened by Mog's urgent call. "Master, wake quickly. Has something occurred with Yanluo? It is not an issue concerning Miss Chu. Someone from the palace has arrived." Xiao Qingyuan sat up abruptly. What business does someone from the palace have? It is an envoy from the Empress, bearing an imperial decree summoning the princess and the young master's wife to the palace. The chief eunuch's expression was grim, refusing even bribes, indicating that the princess and the young master's wife were likely to face reprimands. Without delay, Xiao Qingyuan sprang from bed and began dressing. "Has Gu Qianhan returned to the duke's residence?" "Not yet, master. It is said that second young Master Gu is still kneeling outside JingCheng Palace." "What?" Xiao Qingyuan exclaimed. "He has knelt for an entire night?" "Yes, master. Hence, the Empress is angered and has summoned the princess and the young master's wife for a scolding." Xiao Qingyuan hurriedly made his way to the princess's quarters, where he found her and the young master's wife already prepared to depart with the chief eunuch. He called out urgently, "Mother!" Ning Wangfei shot him an irritated glance. "You still remember I am your mother?" Why did you not think of me when you were causing trouble? Return to your Xinghao courtyard. You're not to go anywhere until I return with the young master's wife. Mother, I wish to accompany you into the palace. What purpose do you have there? Are you not embarrassed enough? Stay put in the residence. With that, Ning Wangfei led Shen Wantang out. Xiao Qingyuan trailed behind, dejected, yet Shen Wantang discerned that Ning Wangfei, though sharp-tongued, had a kind heart. By refusing to allow Xiao Qingyuan to enter the palace, she was in fact protecting him. Should he enter, he would undoubtedly face punishment. Kneeling for as long as Gu Qian'an had. Once outside the duke's residence, Shen Wantang climbed into the carriage behind the princess. Once settled, Ning Wangfei took her hand, explaining the palace's rules and the empress's taboos. In conclusion, she reassured her, the empress is upset with me for not properly educating my son, which led to her nephew being punished. You need not fear. Simply respond respectfully as you would at home. There is no need for you to confront anything. I shall handle all matters. Yes, mother, I shall remember. Shen Wantang responded obediently. Yet in truth, this was not her first visit to the palace, nor her first encounter with the empress. In her previous life, she had also entered the palace, meeting Empress Gu and other consorts. At that time, the seventh princess under the care of the Duanfei had taken a liking to Liao Yoha, yet they could not openly demand he divorce his wife. So they summoned her to the palace to deliberately trouble her. The only one who did not torment her was Empress Gu, perhaps disapproving of the seventh princess's attempts to seize another's husband. In her past life, she had fought alone, claiming she was unafraid. Yet that was far from the truth, for they were all high-born nobles who could extinguish her life with ease. Now, however, she no longer faced the rigid hierarchy of the palace alone. She had her mother-in-law to protect her. Whether her husband proved capable or not was inconsequential. His affections mattered little, as men were often the same. As long as her mother-in-law treated her sincerely and was willing to shield her, her position as the young master's wife would remain unshakable, ensuring a life of ease and contentment. Chapter 77. Resentment towards Chu Yinluo upon entering the palace. Shen Wantang followed the princess of Ning to the empress and Appo's as quarters. Inside Kuan Ning Palace, the atmosphere was stark and solemn. The palace maids and matrons dared not breathe, fearing to provoke the empress and be banished from the palace. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice of the grand eunuch pierced the silence. Your Majesty, the princess of Ning and the heir of the Ning royal family have arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess of Ning entered, accompanied by Shen Wantang. The princess of Ning performed her greeting. Greetings to your Majesty. May you enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. Shen Wantang followed suit, offering her respects. However, the empress, seated at the head of the hall, appeared to disregard their salutations. And after their greetings, an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber. After what felt like an eternity, the empress coldly acknowledged, "Ah, it is the princess of Ning. I was momentarily lost in thought and failed to notice your arrival." The princess of Ning recognized this as a deliberate display of power by the empress. Yet, she found herself powerless. Outside the palace, she was the esteemed and envied princess of Ning, but within these walls, she was inherently subordinate to the empress. Moreover, her son had indeed harmed the empress's nephew, tarnishing his reputation and causing Gu Qian'an to kneel in the palace for an entire night. This was a severe affront to the empress, and it was unreasonable to expect her to let it slide. Thus, before the empress could unleash her wrath, the princess of Ning swiftly reprimanded her son. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. My unfilial son has been misled and has acted foolishly. I shall ensure he goes to the duke's residence to apologize and rectify his mistakes. He and Gu heir Gongzi grew up together. Their bond is exceptional. How could he let a mere woman incite such turmoil? This is entirely his fault, and I have already scolded him severely, confining him at home for self-reflection. I will also instruct that scoundrel to come here later to explain himself. It was merely childish folly. Gu heir Gongzi is someone I have watched grow up, and his character is beyond reproach. He would never stoop to bully a frail woman. There must be a significant misunderstanding here, and Gu heir Gongzi has been wronged. Initially, the empress intended to explode in anger, but the straightforwardness of the princess of Ning's apology caught her off guard, rendering her speechless. She could not chastise Xiao Qingyuan without appearing petty, unable to admonish the princess. The empress beckoned to Shen Wantang. You must be the newly entered daughter-in-law of the royal residence. Come here, let me have a look. Shen Wantang complied, stepping forward with utmost decorum, lowering her head to greet. I pay my respects to your majesty. The empress scrutinized her, her tone laced with subtle mockery. Indeed, a striking beauty. It is a pity that your mother has labored so earnestly to select such a remarkable daughter-in-law, only to find someone ungrateful, who spends her days idling around a fool, losing all sense of purpose. The Princess of Ning was no fool. She understood the empress was indirectly insulting her son. Though discomfort, she had no retort and could only acquiesce. Your Majesty speaks truly. This was not her first reprimand in the palace. Ever since her son took an interest in Chu Yanluo, the Empress Dowager had summoned her thrice for admonishment. And even the prince had been called in for scolding multiple times. After the Empress's reprimands, the emperor would follow suit. And now it was her turn to face the empress's ire. Shen Wantang regarded the Princess of Ning with newfound respect. Most ordinary people would struggle to maintain composure under such derision from the empress, let alone someone of her station. Yet, the princess stood there with remarkable tranquility, suppressing all signs of her former brilliance. Is it true that the Gu family was negotiating a marriage with the Lu family? Shen Wantang inquired. Indeed, I have heard whispers of it, the princess replied. But following yesterday's incident, the Lu family questioned Qianhan's character and hastily returned the engagement token, thus nullifying the match. The Gu and Lu families were well matched, and the union of Gu Qianhan and Lu Nanshi was a topic of great admiration throughout the capital. Losing such a promising alliance has ignited a fierce anger within the empress. Can the Ning royal family bear such a loss? Or is it Xiao Qingyuan who must shoulder this burden? The Princess of Ning was taken aback by the Lu family's abruptness. As soon as Gu Qianhan's reputation faltered, they withdrew from the engagement. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Chu Yanluo, feeling her teeth itch with indignation. Yet, she could only express regret. If your Majesty does not find it distasteful, my family has several talented and beautiful nieces awaiting suitors. The Empress remained silent, for she held little regard for the Princess of Ning's relatives. It was not that they lacked merit, but rather the Empress believed her own nephew far too exceptional, finding only Lu Nanshi remotely worthy of him. The others simply did not measure up. The hall fell into another heavy silence. The Empress neither spoke nor dismissed them, leaving them standing there in discomfort. Shen Wantang's legs grew weary, and her neck ached from bowing so low. Unbeknownst to her, the Princess of Ning was grappling with her own thoughts, while Shen Wantang nursed a grudge against Chu Yanluo, feeling that if she had not falsely accused Gu Qianhan of bullying her, neither she nor the princess would be enduring this humiliation. After what felt like an eternity, a small eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, the punishment for Gu Heir Gongzi has ended. The Emperor has called for him. The Empress sprang to her feet. Has the Emperor imposed any further punishment? No, Your Majesty. The second master is making his way here, but he is walking slowly due to his knees being numb from kneeling. The Empress in Apos, as concern was palpable. He is not merely numb. He risks injuring his legs. Quickly, summon the imperial physician to tend to him. Your Majesty, the second master anticipated that you would send for the physician and instructed me to tell you that his legs are fine and that you must not call for a physician. The Empress, puzzled by her nephew's insistence, ultimately trusted his judgment and refrained from summoning the physician. After a brief wait, Gu Qianhan indeed hobbled into Kuan-Ning Palace. The Empress rushed to the door to greet him. Qianhan, how are your legs? Gumin. Gu Qianhan, in pain, felt as though his legs were no longer his own, but still managed to bow. Qianhan pays his respects to your Majesty and the Princess of Ning. He then offered a nod of acknowledgement to Shen Wantang. Seeing how composed he was, the Princess of Ning reflected on her own son, who was in turmoil over a woman, and felt a pang of discomfort. The Empress, disregarding the presence of others, or perhaps intentionally showcasing it to the princess, pulled Gu Qianhan down into a chair, lifting his long garment to examine his legs. Both the Empress and the princess gasped in shock, as did the palace maids and matrons. Shen Wantang had initially turned her head away, but upon hearing their exclamations, she couldn't and amp, oppose, help but steal a glance. Gu Qianhan and amp, oppose. Knees were grotesquely swollen, his fair skin marred by terrifying shades of purple, extending from his knees down to his calves. One would think he had been poisoned, his life hanging by a thread. Chapter 78. She married Xiao Qingyuan the Empress, her eyes red with concern, exclaimed, "How could this be so serious?" Man Fu quickly summoned the imperial physician. Aunt Gu Qianhan, in a moment of desperation, called out with a familiar address. "There is no need to call for a physician. My leg may look alarming, but I assure you it is nothing serious. It will heal in a couple of days. It is merely a superficial injury. There is no need to make a fuss." "How can it be nothing serious?" The Empress insisted. "Nephew, I truly am fine. The thunder and rain are all the Emperor's grace." With this statement, the Empress understood her nephew and amp, oppose, as concerns. He refrained from summoning the physician out of fear of inciting the Emperor's ire, his displeasure towards her and the Gu family. This punishment meted out to Gu Qianhan was, perhaps, a means to reprimand the Gu family and to chastise her as Empress. The hardships endured by Gu Qianhan were, in essence, a reflection of the trials faced by her and the Gu family. The Empress, suppressing her tears and fury, instructed Princess Ning and the heir's wife should return. "I'm unable to entertain you any longer." Princess Ning, perceptive to the atmosphere, quickly took her leave with Shen Wantang. "Upon nechiting kunning palatse, princess Ning siket." The second young master's leg looks truly frightening. It is no wonder the Empress is distressed. Even I feel sorrowful seeing it. Once we return home, send someone to the Gu family with some blood-activating and bruising ointment, along with rare medicinal herbs. This incident originated from our household, and we must extend our apologies adequately. She had inquired with MOG and the patrolling guards and learned that Gu Qianhan had stayed for only a brief moment that night. Thus, she was acutely aware that Gu Qianhan was wronged. He had never laid a hand on Chu Yanluo. Yet her foolish son was convinced that Gu Qianhan had bullied Chu Yanluo, beating her and causing a public uproar, which resulted in Gu Qianhan losing his engagement and being punished by the emperor to kneel for an entire night. Even if Gu Qianhan could endure this indignity, the empress and the Gu family could not. Princess Ning was reluctant to create a formidable enemy for the royal household, hence her humble demeanor. Shen Wantang, hearing her mother-in-law's words, produced a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve. "Mother, I happen to have a bottle of blood-activating and bruising ointment. This is a formula passed down from my maternal family, and it is remarkably effective. Would you like me to send it to Her Majesty?" Princess Ning was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly effective? The Empress likely has ample good ointments. If your ointment is not notably effective, it may be better not to send it. Shen Wantang smiled gently. "Rest assured, Mother, it will surely outperform any ointment in the Empress's possession. The medicine I prescribed for you, you have said was quite effective, has it not? This is likewise an exclusive recipe, unavailable for purchase outside." Having been afflicted with a headache and dizziness due to her son's antics, Princess Ning had been taking medicine for the past month. She had witnessed Shen Wantang and Appo's remarkable acupuncture skills and had found the medicine she prescribed to be more effective than that of the imperial physicians. Therefore, she held a strong trust in Shen Wantang. Without hesitation, she turned back towards Kuan-Ning Palace, urging Shen Wantang to present the ointment. Observing the Empress's initial indifference, Princess Ning emphasized, "Your Majesty, you may be unaware, but my daughter-in-law's maternal family has a long lineage in medicine, possessing several unique recipes. The medicines I take regularly are all prepared by her, and they are exceedingly effective. I implore you to allow the second young master to try this ointment. It will surely alleviate his pain." The Empress, surprised, looked at the quietly composed Shen Wantang. "You are also knowledgeable in medicine?" Shen Wantang replied modestly, "Your Majesty, I have merely read a few medical texts and learned some uncommon remedies." The Empress nodded and waved for them to leave. However, once they had departed, she summoned a wet nurse to bring her own ointment. "Apply this to the second young master and massage the bruised areas." Upon stating this, she intended to discard Shen Wantang and amp, Appo's ointment. But Gu Qianhan interjected, "Aunt, since Princess Ning has claimed this ointment is effective, why not try it? You wish to use it? It can be tried. Who knows what it contains? What if this so-called remedy poses a problem? Then we can apply it to one leg, while using the Empress's ointment on the other. Through comparison, we shall discern its efficacy. The Empress was persuaded by his reasoning and handed the ointment to the wet nurse. Then let us see. She dares not harm my nephew. The two different ointments were soon applied to JingCheng's knee, and under the skilled massage of the wet nurse, the medicinal effects gradually took hold. The Empress looked on in astonishment as the swelling and bruising on one leg diminished significantly. This ointment is indeed from the heir's wife? The wet nurse, beaming, replied, Yes, Your Majesty. This ointment truly has remarkable effects. The swelling at the second young master's knee has nearly subsided. The Empress, somewhat incredulous, asked JingCheng, Do you feel any discomfort? Aunt, there is no discomfort at all. In fact, it feels pleasantly warm and comfortable. The sharp pain in my leg has vanished. This ointment is indeed very effective. Upon hearing this, the Empress finally felt reassured. After observing that the other leg, treated with Shen Wantang's ointment, had also seen a marked reduction in swelling and bruising, she remarked, Song Yingzhen's son may not be impressive, but her discerning eye for daughters-in-law is commendable. She has truly chosen well this time. That girl possesses such a secret recipe. It seems the rumors of her curing Song Yingzhen's headaches and dizziness are indeed true. JingCheng remained silent, holding the porcelain bottle given to him by Shen Wantang, and once again thoughts of a past life flooded his mind. He knew Shen Wantang was well-versed in medical knowledge, intimately familiar with various poisons and their antidotes, an expert in acupuncture and emergency care. Moreover, she possessed the rare skill of performing autopsies, an extraordinary talent among women. All the achievements of Liao Yohe were, in reality, earned through Shen Wantang's efforts. He served merely as a figurehead. It was Shen Wantang who truly investigated and resolved cases, who managed all his troublesome affairs. For a decade, Liao Yohe's career flourished, swiftly advancing from a minor county magistrate to a powerful minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Though Shen Wantang had disguised her appearance and altered her voice, he had seen through her feminine identity at first glance. He had once prided himself on his intelligence, dismissing others until he encountered her, realizing that there were realms beyond his comprehension and individuals surpassing his understanding. She was extraordinarily astute, yet never ostentatious. Even after solving major cases, she remained unassuming, attributing all accolades to her husband, Liao Yohe, while she herself became the envy of the capital, known as Lady Liao. Many of the investigative and forensic techniques Liao Yohe later mastered were, in fact, learned covertly from her. However, JingCheng did not expect that she had already achieved such prowess at this early stage, capable of concocting blood-activating and bruising ointments, curing ailments that even the imperial physicians could not remedy. An incongruous thought unexpectedly arose in his mind. How unfortunate that she married Xiao Qingyuan. Chapter 79. The shift in Xiao Qingyuan's attitude. Shen Wantang accompanied the princess back to the royal residence. Their trip to the palace had been uneventful, a smooth passage indeed. Unbeknownst to her, JingCheng's thoughts were far from her mind. The medical knowledge and skills she possessed had not been acquired during her time in the Shen family, but rather during the 10 years following her marriage in her past life. As they entered the main courtyard, they found Xiao Qingyuan seated within. Upon seeing them return, he immediately rose, concerned. Mother, are you unharmed? The princess, having suffered indignities in the palace, bore a stern expression as she entered, ignoring him completely and allowing Shen Wantang to assist her inside. Xiao Qingyuan followed, anxious. Mother, how is JingCheng? Is he still kneeling? The princess finally turned to him, her gaze sharp. You dare inquire about the second son of the Gu family? Did you not consider the consequences when you struck him? When you paraded around with that Chu Yanluo at Qingyan Tower, did you ever think about what might happen to JingCheng? The princess was filled with disappointment. JingCheng has grown up alongside you. Do you truly not know what kind of person he is? By tarnishing his reputation and causing him to kneel before the emperor for an entire night, you have invited the Gu family's wrath upon us. Qingyuan, is it truly worth gambling your entire royal residence and your future for an ambiguous woman? Xiao Qingyuan and Amp oppose, as complexion paled slightly. Mother, the The situation is not as dire as you portray. I can simply apologize to Gu Qianhan later. Our royal residence has no reason to fear the Gu family. How could I have wagered everything? Deluded. The princess was exasperated. The Gu family was a towering power, one that even the emperor regarded with caution. His provocative actions were utterly foolish. She pointed at him, demanding, "You must expel that Chu Yinluo immediately. I do not care where you send her, but she shall not set foot in the royal residence again." Mother, please calm down. I cannot simply cast Yinluo aside. She would truly be left with no way to survive. I promise to protect her for life. Even if she has erred, her transgressions do not warrant death. Please allow her to stay in the royal residence. The princess was both infuriated and exasperated. So you acknowledge she has done wrong, yet you continue to treat her kindly? Xiaoqing Yuan sighed. Ultimately, it is my failure to protect her. I have invited disaster into our home. The princess was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to be angry or amused. She had raised her son to be upright and kind, to never misuse his status to bully others, and to always reflect upon himself and correct his mistakes. Yet, she had not intended for him to reflect on himself in such a misguided manner. Had her upbringing been flawed? Defeated, she sank into a chair. I am aging and can no longer manage you. You do not heed my words. You refuse to dismiss those of dubious character. You reject the idea of marrying a respectable lady from an official family to be your legitimate wife. What, pray tell, occupies your thoughts? What makes Chu Yinluo superior to a proper wife? Is she not more dignified and graceful? Is she not more suited for the responsibilities of a household? Xiaoqing turned to Shen Wantang, who remained composed, as if the princess and Appo's words had no bearing on her. Regardless of his affection for Chu Yinluo, he had to concede that Shen Wantang was indeed more suitable to be the mistress of the royal residence. She was emotionally stable, organized in her actions, and fair in her dealings with the servants, who had no reason to oppose her. Moreover, since her arrival, the previously strained relationship between him and his mother had improved considerably. Yet, in Shen Wantang and Appo's presence, he found it difficult to express his admiration for her. It was Shen Wantang who seemed to sense his awkwardness and intervened. Mother, although I have not been in the royal residence for long, I can see that the heir is a man of loyalty and honor. His actions against the second son of the Gu family may have been impulsive, yet he is willing to apologize. If we present a generous gift, the Gu family should not make things overly difficult for him. She deftly sidestepped the more contentious issue, focusing solely on Gu Qianhan, well aware that Xiaoqing Yuan would never relent regarding Chu Yinluo. This was an irreconcilable conflict. The princess found solace in Shen Wantang's words, her expression softening. "Qing Yuan, do you hear this? You have treated your legitimate wife coldly, yet she stands up for you. This is the mark of a true virtuous spouse. I can overlook your other foolishness, but you must treat Tanger as your rightful wife, as the mistress of our royal residence. You shall never bring her shame." He had finally transitioned from rejecting Shen Wantang to recognizing and respecting her role as his wife. "Enough. I am weary. You may both leave now. Remember to select generous gifts from the storeroom to send to the Gu family." Both Shen Wantang and Xiaoqing Yuan responded in unison and exited the princess's chamber. On their way to the storeroom, Xiaoqing Yuan turned to Shen Wantang, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Thank you for earlier. If it were not for you speaking on my behalf, I do not know how long my mother would have scolded me." Shen Wantang walked alongside him, maintaining a respectful distance, even in response to his gratitude. "You are too kind. I merely did what a daughter-in-law ought to do. The princess has treated me well, and I wish to show her filial respect, to lift her spirits a little. Besides, she truly cares for you, which is why she allowed you to leave after my few words." Xiaoqing Yuan recognized a commendable trait in her. No matter her contributions, she never sought acknowledgement. She approached every assistance with modesty, a rarity and a remarkable quality that many lacked. This only deepened his respect for her. Thus, no dissent, following her suggestions without question. Shen Wantang noted Xiaoqing Yuan's change in demeanor. If he continued to heed her counsel, life would undoubtedly be much more harmonious. In her previous life, Although she and Liao Yoha had never been true spouses, he had been utterly devoted to her after recognizing her talents. At home, her word was law. He would surrender all his earnings to her, and she controlled all household expenses, purchasing whatever she desired. Occasionally, when she was in a good mood, she would even have new outfits made for him, which delighted him greatly, leading him to declare her the finest wife in the world. Thus, she had lived quite comfortably in her past life. Shen Wantang hoped to experience such comfort once more in this life. Chapter 80. A lucrative opportunity approaches after selecting the items. Shen Wantang instructed her servants to package everything meticulously and sent someone to accompany MOG as they went to the Gu family to extend their apologies. Xiao Qingyuan returned after a considerable time, and Shen Wantang refrained from inquiring whether Gu Qianhan had forgiven him. However, according to JingCheng, he appeared quite composed upon his return, suggesting that the Gu family had shown him some leniency and had not made things difficult for him. With matters concerning Xiao Qingyuan settled, Shen Wantang turned her attention to Chu Yanluo Xin to investigate when Qingyun Tower would publicly announce the identity of the creator of their specialty dishes. Xin, delighted by the task, rushed out with enthusiasm. An hour later, she returned, exclaiming, "Lady, Qingyun Tower is expected to reveal the identity of the innovator behind their specialty snacks in 3 days. They and Oppose, the already begun building anticipation." Shen Wantang paused her writing and looked up. 3 days? What sort of anticipation are they building? JingCheng replied with eagerness. They are sending people to spread the word that they will soon unveil 3 remarkably novel dishes, claiming that the inventor is an unparalleled, extraordinary woman, inviting the prominent figures of the realm to taste them at Qingyun Tower in 3 days. The excitement had captured the curiosity of many in the capital, who were eager to know the identity of this remarkable woman and the uniqueness of her creations. Everyone was preparing to dine at Qingyun Tower in 3 days. The prices for private rooms at Qingyun Tower had skyrocketed tenfold, and the cost of drinks had also surged, yet every table was fully booked. The Xian Tower, which could have contended with Qingyun Tower, found itself completely eclipsed, with a significant drop in customers these past few days, resulting in an unusually quiet atmosphere. A hint of irony crossed Shen Wantang's face as she remarked, "Such grandstanding, yet they risk it all for naught. Often, the higher one ascends, the harder one falls. If she seeks to profit, let her earn not a single coin." JingCheng, puzzled, asked, "Lady, who are you referring to? Do you know who Qingyun Tower intends to promote?" "Ido," Shen Wantang replied cryptically. "Really? Who is it?" However, Shen Wantang chose not to reveal the name, believing it prudent that only she be aware of this matter for the time being, lest her subordinates inadvertently leak information and give Chu Yanluo an advantage. The wealth of the capital was hers to claim, and she intended to profit immensely from it, while Chu Yanluo would find no opportunity for gain. Just because she had been reborn did not mean she alone could seize the initiative. Others had been reborn as well. The following day, Shen Wantang set out with JingCheng and Duwan. This time, instead of visiting Qingyun Tower, she headed to Xian Tower. Recently, Xian Tower had lost business to Qingyun Tower, leaving it desolate. Upon seeing Shen Wantang, dressed in luxurious attire and accompanied by 2 maidservants, the staff welcomed her with great enthusiasm and led her to a private room on the upper floor. Shen Wantang ordered several dishes and specifically requested fruit yogurt for her 2 maidservants. However, both concluded that Qingyun Tower's offerings were superior, noting a slight sourness in Xian Tower's drinks that, while subtle, detracted from the overall taste. With a knowing smile, Shen Wantang thought of her method to eliminate the sourness. She instructed a waiter, "Please summon your owner. Tell him that a lucrative opportunity has arrived." The waiter hesitated, aware that Shen Wantang was undoubtedly of high status, yet he felt it inappropriate to disturb the owner for a mere meal. However, Shen Wantang, sensing his reluctance, smiled and handed him some silver, saying, "Go and inform him. He will not regret meeting me. It is the absence of our meeting that he will come to regret." With the weighty silver in hand, the waiter's face lit up with joy. For the sake of this coin, he felt it worthwhile to report, even if it meant facing a reprimand from the owner. Elated, he went to find the owner, only to discover that the proprietor was not present. Instead, the young master was there. Upon hearing of the lucrative opportunity, the young master did not scold the waiter, but rewarded him with silver and instructed him to lead the way. The waiter had never felt such joy. After a single visit, he had earned 10 taels of silver. He was on the path to wealth. He cheerfully led the young master to the private room where Shen Wantang awaited, saying, "Young master, this is the lady who wishes to see you." "Lady, this is our young master." With a mere glance, Shen Wantang recognized that the young master of Zue Xian Tower was disguised as a man. Having frequently donned male attire in her past life, she was particularly perceptive to such matters. However, her disguise was far more convincing than that of the young master. After observing Shen Wantang for a moment, the young master suddenly remarked, "There is a carriage with the emblem of the Ning Wangfu parked outside. Is it yours? I have heard that the lady chosen by the Ning Wangfei for young master, Xiao, bears a resemblance to Chu Yanluo. Having seen Chu Yanluo, I must say, you truly do share some similarities. You are not, by any chance, the Ning Wangfu's young mistress Shen Wantang, are you?" Shen Wantang was taken aback. Did she truly resemble Chu Yanluo? She had never noticed such a likeness herself. Nevertheless, since she had been recognized, she graciously admitted, "Young master, you have sharp eyes. I am indeed the Ning Wangfei and Appo's young mistress." The waiter gasped. "What? She is actually the young mistress of the Ning Wangfu?" Rumors had circulated that she was unattractive, claiming that her looks were the reason young master Xiao had yet to consummate their marriage. Yet, how could this be deemed unattractive? She was undeniably captivating. It was no wonder she dressed so splendidly. She certainly had the means to do so. Having met the young mistress is a pleasure. I am the young master of Zue Xian Tower. My surname is Li, with the given name Yao. Recognizing the young master's polite introduction, Shen Wantang responded, "Ah, so you're young Master Li. A pleasure to meet you." Young Master Li waved the waiter away and then inquired, "You asked the waiter to convey that you have a significant business opportunity. Is that true?" Shen Wantang nodded. "Indeed, it is true." Young Master Li frowned slightly. Zue Xian Tower's reputation and standing are currently inferior to Qingyan Tower's. I wonder why the young mistress has chosen us over Qingyan Tower? You see, Shen Wantang replied confidently, Qingyan Tower already boasts both fame and prestige. They do not require my assistance. At this moment, it is Zue Xian Tower that is in dire need of a substantial business opportunity, is it not? Young Master Li fell silent, as Shen Wantang had indeed struck at the heart of her concerns. Zue Xian Tower desperately needed a significant deal, one that would elevate its reputation, or else the gap between it and Qingyan Tower would only widen. This month, Zue Xian Tower had already been operating at a loss, with fewer patrons than waitstaff. She had been troubled by this for quite some time. However, she did not believe that Shen Wantang could resolve her significant dilemma. Yet she felt it inappropriate to dismiss her, given Shen Wantang and Appo's esteemed status. Even if she lacked the favor of young Master Xiao, she was cherished by the Ning Wangfei and held a solid position in the Wangfu. With a hint of skepticism, she asked, "What business does the young mistress intend to pursue? Will you be reserving tables?" "I will not be reserving tables," Shen Wantang replied with calm assurance. "I have come to inform the young master that I can elevate Zue Xian Tower above Qingyan Tower, establishing it as the foremost restaurant in the capital." Chapter 81. The snack invented by Chu Yanluo. Li Yao was taken aback. "What did you just say? Are you joking with me?" Shen Wantang chuckled lightly. "I am quite serious." "How could that be possible?" Li Yao exclaimed in disbelief. "How could the Zue Xian Lu surpass the Qingyan Lu? Do you not believe in the strength of your own establishment?" Li Yao shook her head, then nodded slightly. "Perhaps you are unaware of who stands behind the Qingyan Lu? Who is it? It is the Yuan family from the Wenba Mansion. Their financial resources are exceedingly robust, far beyond what our Li family can compare." Shen Wantang and Appo's expression shifted as she realized that the Yuan family was indeed behind the Qingyan Lu. No wonder they were willing to invest without restraint in promoting Chu Yanluo. It must have been a directive from Yuan Zheng. In truth, the Wenba Mansion itself was not as financially powerful as it may seem, and even Yuan Zheng's title was the last of its line. 20 years ago, the Wenba Mansion was nearly destitute, merely a shell of its former self. However, after marrying the daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan, The mansion began to regain its former grandeur. Over the past 2 decades, Yuan Zheng and Appo's maternal family had poured wealth into the mansion, allowing it to thrive once again. Regrettably, the Winbao mansion still held little prestige in the capital, with noble families derogatorily referring to it as a merchant household disguised in noble attire, lacking any true aristocratic aura, merely embodying vulgarity. The prominent young lords in the capital often looked down upon Yuan Zheng, as he had little education and a penchant for flaunting wealth. The young master need not worry about financial concerns. The essence of running a restaurant lies not in money, but in the quality of the cuisine. Yet, Liao still shook her head. Our restaurant and Appo's dishes cannot compare to those of Qin Yin Lu, for they have hired the finest chefs, and we cannot poach them. Shen Wantang smiled. That is precisely why I wish to discuss a significant business opportunity with you. Do you possess any exceptional chefs? Not particularly, she admitted, but I do have methods to improve our dishes, as well as a list of new recipes. I believe your restaurant chefs are quite competent. With a few pointers from me, they should grasp how to execute them. Liao regarded her skeptically. You truly can enhance the dishes? And new recipes? I can, Shen Wantang affirmed, picking up a half-finished fruit yogurt. Call your chef who prepares the yogurt. I shall teach him how to eliminate the sourness in this. Liao's heart stirred. She was acutely aware of the shortcomings of their yogurt. Having tasted the yogurt from Qin Yin Lu, she noted that theirs lacked the sour taste and was only sweet. She had long wished to enhance her own yogurt, but had struggled to find the right approach. Even the head chef insisted that yogurt must have a sour taste to be authentic, claiming that all yogurt on the market possessed this flavor, while Qin Yin Lu's was merely an exception. Yet, it was precisely because of this exception that Qin Yin Lu's business flourished beyond that of Zue Xian Lu. Just because most yogurt had a sour taste did not mean it was superior. Many young ladies and gentlemen preferred the sweet taste of yogurt and did not enjoy the sour variant. If Shen Wantang could truly assist in improving the sourness of their yogurt, Liao would be immensely grateful. The chef was soon summoned, and Shen Wantang shared her method for removing the sour taste. The chef hurried to the kitchen to recreate the yogurt. After a short while, the chef burst back in, excitement radiating from him. Young master, the method provided by the young lady really works. The yogurt you always desired, without the sourness, has been created. Liao's heart raced. Is that true? It's not sour? Indeed. Please try it. It is completely devoid of sourness. Liao accepted the yogurt from the chef's hands and took a sip, her eyes lighting up in astonishment. It truly was not sour. She gazed at Shen Wantang in amazement and joy. You genuinely have a way to enhance the yogurt's flavor. Shen Wantang smiled. Now, shall we discuss the real business? Liao was taken aback. Is this not part of it? Certainly not. This is merely a small gift I offer you for free. The real business lies ahead. Liao quickly recollected herself. Ah, yes. You mentioned that you could improve the dishes and that you have new recipes. In the time that followed, Shen Wantang sampled 10 dishes from Zue Xian Lu, providing suggestions for improvements based on her past experiences and the most popular dishes of her previous life. After refining the dishes, she also shared several methods for creating popular snacks from the future. Of course, she insisted that Liao maintain strict confidentiality regarding the recipes, no matter who inquired. She must not disclose that the methods were provided by her. At this moment, Liao regarded Shen Wantang as a living treasure trove. Not only would she honor Shen Wantang's request for secrecy, but even if Shen Wantang were to ask her to reveal it, she would never do so, lest her golden goose be snatched away by Qin Yin Lu. 2 days later, in the evening, Qin Yin Lu was adorned with festive decorations, overflowing with guests, even drawing a curious crowd outside, as everyone was eager to discover the identity of the remarkable woman who invented the yogurt ice bowl and other snacks. As the grand performance was about to commence, Shen Wantang made sure not to miss it. She had specifically instructed Qin Xin to reserve a private room at Qin Yin Lu, bringing her maidservants along to sample the soon-to-be-released specialty snacks. In addition to the yogurt ice bowl, Qin Yin Lu presented them with 3 other snacks: sweet osmanthus soft yogurt, fairy bean glutinous rice cake, and sugar-fried taro balls. Shen Wantang tasted each one before sharing them with her maidservants. After finishing, Qin Xin appeared puzzled. While the flavors are delightful, they do not seem particularly unique. Our royal kitchen can prepare these dishes. Duo 1 added, "Indeed, they're merely sweeter than what we make, enhancing the overall taste. However, with such sweetness, indulging too much may become overwhelming." Shen Wantang sighed softly. She had indeed overestimated Chu Yin Luo, thinking she might create something extraordinary, only to find that her skills were rather limited. Lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by the lively sounds of drums and gongs, signaling Chu Yinluo's entrance. From her third-floor room, with the window open, Shen Wantang could clearly see Chu Yinluo, resplendent in white attire, exuding an ethereal grace as she stood on a high platform specially prepared for her by the restaurant. The platform was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, and all the windows of the restaurant were thrown open, with many heads peering out, their collective gaze fixed upon Chu Yinluo. With a hint of pride gracing her exquisitely delicate features, Chu Yinluo reveled in the attention, surveying the crowd below with an air of superiority, remaining silent. The head manager of Qing Yunlu announced loudly, "For your information, our most popular snack, the yogurt ice bowl, was invented by Miss Chu. She is remarkably intelligent, having not only created this delightful dish, but also other exquisite snacks. Should you wish to taste the inventions of Miss Chu, hurry into Qing Yunlu." Chapter 82. The Deceitful Establishment Refund. A hushed murmur swept through the crowd. What? The fruit yogurt bowl was actually invented by Miss Chu? She is truly remarkable, resembling a celestial being, and yet so attuned to the nuances of life. My admiration for her grows ever stronger. Bah, there are many who fancy Miss Chu. Young Master Xiao has already brought her back to the royal residence, and it is said he intends for her to be his consort. You, my friend, stand no chance. Even if I stand no chance, it does not diminish my admiration for her. I not only wish to support her with my affection, but also with tangible actions. The shopkeeper mentioned she has also invented other snacks. Should we not venture in to sample them? Surely, anything created by Miss Chu must be delightful. Indeed. Let's go in for a taste. I have never dined at Qingyan Tower. I hear that due to Miss Chu's inventions, every patron dining here today will receive a complimentary pot of osmanthus wine. I too must partake. For this occasion, I have saved up 10 taels of silver. Given that these delicacies are from Miss Chu, spending this amount is certainly worthwhile. The crowd surged forward, quickly filling Qingyan Tower. However, they soon discovered that the snacks and treats invented by Chu Yinluo were far beyond their means. The most popular fruit yogurt bowl cost 18 taels. The newly launched osmanthus rice wine soft cheese was priced at 28 taels per serving, and the celestial glutinous rice cakes were 30 taels for a mere 2 pieces. The sugar-coated taro balls were somewhat cheaper at 15 taels each, but they sold only in sets of 4. To indulge in a complete set of the new delicacies crafted by Chu Yinluo, one would need to part with a staggering 136 taels of silver. A man, clutching 10 taels with the intention of supporting Chu Yinluo, turned pale. "Shopkeeper, why are your snacks priced so exorbitantly? Are you attempting to rob us?" With a round, affable face, the shopkeeper replied with a smile, "My dear sir, our pricing is quite reasonable. After all, Miss Chu has poured considerable effort into her creations. Setting the price too low would not align with her esteemed status, would it?" This, the shopkeeper, noticing the man in damp, Oppo's impoverished demeanor, smirked inwardly. Though his face remained cheerful, there are more affordable food and drink options available. If you do not wish to try Miss Chu's creations, perhaps you might consider something else? I have matters to attend to. I shall dine another day." The man, still pale, hastily departed. Following his exit, many others of similar financial constraints followed suit. What a joke! 136 taels of silver could sustain their families for years. Not only did they lack such funds, but even if they did, they would not squander it on frivolous snacks. Moreover, such treats were likely sickeningly sweet. What man would indulge in such things? Those were meant for women, and they would never spend 136 taels merely for a bit of sweetness. With that money, they would rather save it for an evening at the flower house, where the young ladies there would even permit a touch. Here, they could scarcely even catch a glimpse of Chu Yinluo. In no time, the tavern was left deserted, save for those in private rooms above. After all, those who could afford the private rooms were not deterred by a mere 100 taels. Watching the throngs of paupers depart, Chu Yinluo scoffed disdainfully. She had intentionally instructed the shopkeeper to set high prices, ensuring that such impoverished souls would retreat in defeat. What caliber of individuals dared to indulge in her culinary inventions, let alone aspire to her? However, the shopkeeper, witnessing the sudden drop in patrons, wore a troubled expression. He had invested a considerable sum to promote Chu Yanluo's creations, and today had prepared an abundance of ingredients, with the kitchen laboring since midnight to ready thousands of portions of her delicacies. Chu Yanluo had confidently asserted that they would sell out in no time, yet now he feared a loss that could not be reconciled with his employer. As he pondered his predicament, two diners in the main hall below suddenly remarked, "This snack seems familiar. I believe I've encountered it at Zhe Xianlu. It looks similar, and the taste is alike. Indeed, I dined there yesterday. They offer these very snacks, albeit without such extravagant names, and priced at merely 3 taels each. Far more affordable than at Xingyun Tower." Another patron immediately protested. "Shopkeeper, are you intentionally deceiving us? The snacks we had at Zhe Xianlu are identical to yours. Yet you claim they are the inventions of Miss Chu. Who are you trying to fool?" The shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried over. "That cannot be. My good sir, these snacks and treats are truly the creations of Miss Chu. Other establishments could not possibly offer them. How is that impossible? I had them just yesterday, and they taste the same as yours. No, they were even more delicious. They charge 3 taels, while you charge 30. I expected something exceptional, yet found it lacking." The irate patron slammed his hand on the table. "This is a fraudulent establishment. Refund me 136 taels for this pitiful fare? You dare to charge such a price? Refund me." This individual had come lured by the allure of Chu Yanluo's reputation. Although he was initially hesitant to part with 136 taels, he felt compelled to try her creations, believing they would be extraordinary. Little did he know, they were merely the same as the 3-tael snacks he had enjoyed the day before at Zhe Xianlu. Now, Chu Yanluo's name held no sway. 136 taels was no trifling sum, and he would not play the fool. As he caused a commotion in the hall, patrons from the 2nd and 3rd floors emerged from their private rooms to witness the unfolding spectacle. Shen Wantang remained seated, for she had caught the voice of Xiao Qingyuan. Even he, in all his opulence, found the pricing of these snacks rather steep. Before all, he voiced a fair observation. "Shopkeeper, your snacks are indeed priced rather high." At that moment, the shopkeeper was rendered speechless. "Young master, to which establishment do you belong?" Chu Yanluo's face darkened considerably. She had anticipated that someone might undermine her, but she never imagined that the one to do so would be Xiao Qingyuan. Chapter 83. Could it be Shen Mingxuan's doing? "My lord, the snacks and pastries I have created are not expensive at all." Chu Yanluo clenched her fists, raising her chin defiantly. "You casually drink a pot of wine, which costs over 100 taels of silver, yet my assortment of snacks and pastries is merely over 100 taels. How can you still claim it is exorbitant? Furthermore, these delicacies are unavailable elsewhere. Only at Xingyun Tower can one savor them. They are uniquely flavored and exquisitely presented. When hosting a banquet, serving such a collection will surely elevate both the event's substance and prestige." Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow. "The wine I drink, priced at 100 taels per pot, is a rare vintage aged for over a decade. Moreover, the gentleman downstairs has also mentioned that Zhe Xianlu offers similar pastries." Chu Yanluo was infuriated. "He speaks with no foundation, and you blindly believe him. The snacks and pastries I crafted were developed with immense effort. No one else could replicate them, least of all Zhe Xianlu. If they could, they would have already gained fame, instead of being overshadowed by Xingyun Tower." Xiao Qingyuan turned to the previous diner. "Sir, are you intentionally creating discord, or does Zhe Xianlu genuinely offer these dishes?" The diner's face darkened. "I would not jeopardize my reputation for a mere 100 taels. If you doubt Zhe Xianlu's offerings, let us send someone to procure some and ascertain the truth. If I am lying, I shall apologize to Miss Chu and Xingyun Tower immediately. But if my claims hold true, you must compensate me for my losses today. Those inferior items are hardly worth 100 taels." Chu Yanluo immediately turned to the manager. "Send someone to fetch some pastries. I want to see how Zhe Xianlu can possibly create pastries like mine." She firmly believed that Zue Xian Lu could not replicate her delicacies, as they would only gain popularity in the capital years later. In previous years, no one in the capital had even tasted such treats. Xiao Qingyuan observed her unwavering confidence, feeling that her previously aloof and proud demeanor was beginning to crumble. For the first time, he perceived her naivety and recognized the vast disparity in their backgrounds. She was not as worldly as he had imagined. The so-called innovative pastries she claimed to have invented were indeed uncommon, yet they were not beyond the reach of ordinary households. Crafting such exquisite delicacies required significant time and effort, along with ample fresh milk and honey, which were luxuries that common folk could scarcely afford. However, having been raised in the Ning Wang residence, Xiao Qingyuan could enter the palace at will. In both the palace and the Ning Wang residence, beautifully crafted pastries were commonplace, and he had long since grown weary of them. While Chu Yanluo's creations were indeed sweeter than those in the palace and Ning Wang residence, that was the extent of their distinction. Aside from the fruit and cream ice bowl, the other pastries bore little difference to those from Ning Wang residence, save for some minor variations in presentation, with Qingyuan Tower S being more ornate, often garnished with fresh petals. Charging 130 taels for such items was nothing short of a scam. Although Xiao Qingyuan was accustomed to spending lavishly, he had been instilled with a sense of justice by the Ning Wang Fei and did not wish for Chu Yanluo to engage in deceitful practices. He could not help but speak up. Yanluo, you were once indifferent to material wealth, showing no interest in money. Why now, in your quest for profit, do you set such exorbitant prices for ordinary pastries? Reassess your pricing. At such a rate, only the curious will attempt to sample them. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanluo and Oppo's expression soured further. His words implied she was akin to a greedy merchant. Was he deliberately undermining her ethereal image? And who was it that was so impoverished they could not afford a bowl of burdened Oppo's nest soup? Who had to grovel to Shen Wantang for a loan of a few hundred taels? She resided in the Wang residence, yet possessed neither respectable clothing nor jewelry. If she did not devise a way to earn money, she would perish from hunger in the Ning Wang residence. Her expression icy, she retorted. If you find it too costly, then do not partake. You know I have no interest in material wealth. The prices I set are not for profit. Rather, I aim to provide diners with both substance and prestige. Qingyuan Tower is the foremost restaurant in the capital. If the pastries are priced too low, it would diminish the dignity of our patrons. The manager concurred. Indeed, my lord. Qingyuan Tower symbolizes the status of the elite. Those dining here are either wealthy or noble. Naturally, our pastries must be both delectable and unique, unavailable elsewhere. This way, the distinction of dining at Qingyuan Tower is further highlighted. However, before he could finish his sentence, the attendant who had gone to Zue Xian Lu returned. The attendant's eyes flickered. Manager, I have brought back the snacks and pastries. Would you care to taste them? He deliberately emphasized the word taste, hoping the manager would refrain from sampling them inside. The manager sensed something amiss and was about to respond when Chu Yanluo, brimming with confidence, declared, "No need to taste inside. Let's try them here." I refuse to believe their pastries could surpass mine. With no alternative, the manager complied and tasted outside. Xiao Qingyan, along with others from the upstairs private room, also descended to sample the offerings. Their curiosity piqued. After tasting, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This ice bowl, is it not identical to that from Qingyuan Tower? The pastries may differ in appearance, yet the taste and texture are the same. What is happening? Have we been deceived by Qingyuan Tower? Oh, Miss Chu, did you not claim these were your exclusive inventions? How is it that Zue Xian Lu also possesses them, and they had them days prior, even before yours? Manager, refund us. This is nothing short of scam. Zue Xian Lu sells theirs for merely 3 taels, while you charge 30. Do you take us for fools? The manager's mind was in a whirl as he turned to Chu Yanluo. Miss Chu, what is the meaning of this? How is it that Zue Xian Lu also offers these pastries and snacks? Have you revealed the method for making the ice bowl to them? After tasting the ice bowl and the other pastries, Chu Yanluo and Oppo's face turned ashen. Impossible. How can this be? How can anyone else make the fruit and cream ice bowl? This was supposed to be introduced by 4 merchants years from now. Could it be Shen Mingxian? She has always claimed to be reborn. Did she teach the chefs at Zui Xian Lu to challenge her? That wretched Shen Mingxian, who had caused her demise in her past life, now sought to ruin her in this one. She had yet to seek revenge for her previous life's death. And now Shen Mingxian had preemptively set out to undermine her. Chapter 84. Gu Qianhan's lavish expenditure. Chu Yinluo's teeth were nearly ground to dust from her frustration. She endeavored to explain herself, yet no one heeded her words. Everyone began to cast blame upon her. Even the once supportive head steward displayed dissatisfaction. The commendable image she had painstakingly crafted crumbled in an instant. An increasing number of patrons demanded refunds. The diners in the second and third floor private rooms, despite their affluence, were not deterred by their financial means. After witnessing the exquisite fruit, ice bowls, and pastries from Zui Xianlu, they too clamored for refunds from Qin Yunlu. Chaos erupted within Qin Yunlu as the steward found himself besieged, unable to escape the onslaught of complaints. Chu Yinluo was publicly denounced, accused of hypocrisy and malevolence. The uproar in the first-floor hall was so pronounced that even Shen Wantang could not resist unveiling her face veil to witness the spectacle below. The commotion drew no attention to her presence on the third floor. JingCheng, who typically reveled in gossip, was less than pleased. "Your Grace, you have arrived at the tavern. Yet the young master remains oblivious to your presence. How peculiar. Look, he is still protecting that JingCheng. I cannot fathom why he would defend such a woman. She has become so unscrupulous, selling 2 pastries for 30 taels of silver, even more exploitative than those in the black market. Why does he fail to see through her fade? However, Shen Wantang was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, indifferent to whom Xiao Qingyuan chose to protect. Her sole concern was whether she might profit. Qin Yunlu is bound to suffer significant losses this time. Given this uproar, Zui Xianlu's reputation will surely eclipse Qin Yunlu in no time. Consequently, my share of the profits from Zui Xianlu will be substantial. As she mused, 3 figures entered through the tavern's main door, none other than Gu Qianhan and his 2 attendants. JingCheng quickly pointed them out to Shen Wantang. "Your Grace, the second young master Gu has arrived. Surely he is here to seek revenge after Chu Yinluo has so maliciously slandered him." Shen Wantang nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Chu Yinluo, besieged by insults on the first floor, felt the same upon spotting Gu Qianhan. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Gu Qianhan refrained from seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Instead, he proclaimed loudly, "Steward, I have heard that you offer a new variety of pastries and snacks, all invented by Miss Chu Yinluo. I have long admired her and have come here to show my support." This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the tavern. JingCheng's eyes nearly bulged from her head. What did he just say? He admires Miss Chu? He has come to show support? Du Juan was equally incredulous. Has the second young master Gu lost his senses? How could he possibly be enamored with Chu Yinluo? Shen Wantang was taken aback as well. She recalled that in her previous life, Gu Qianhan had never harbored feelings for Chu Yinluo, nor had he ever made such a grand confession. Chu Yinluo, too, was caught off guard by Gu Qianhan's public declaration of affection, especially considering his previous indifference toward her. Could it be that his aloofness was merely a facade? Had he indeed fallen for her at first sight? Regardless of the truth, Gu Qianhan and Appo's appearance alleviated her predicament. Finally, someone had come to support her. Chu Yinluo seemed to forget her earlier accusations against Gu Qianhan for bullying her, hastily approaching him with utmost courtesy. "Second young master Gu, please come in. I truly have invented some delightful new snacks and pastries for you to sample." The steward eagerly navigated through the crowd to curry favor with Gu Qianhan. "Second young master Gu, your visit is a rare honor. Please, allow me to serve you the pastries crafted by Miss Chu." Gu Qianhan appeared to have completely disregarded the injustice he had suffered, waving his hand towards his attendants. "Bring in the gold." Upon hearing his command, the 2 attendants promptly entered, carrying a heavy chest. When the chest was opened, it revealed an abundance of shimmering gold ingots. Chu Yinluo was both shocked and elated. "Second young master, is this for me?" Gu Qianhan nodded. I have heard that you are selling pastries here and have specifically brought 1,000 taels of gold to support you. Chu Yanluo was flabbergasted. 1,000 taels of gold. The second young master Gu is indeed wealthy, even more so than Xiao Qingyuan. The steward exclaimed in astonishment. Such generosity. Second young master Gu. Ignoring the steward, Gu Qianhan inquired, before I arrived. It seemed the patrons here were grumbling about the high prices of your pastries. Even Xiao Qingyuan found them to be exorbitant. Chu Yanluo glanced at Xiao Qingyuan, relishing in the satisfaction of seeing him publicly humiliated. Concealing her delight, she feigned sorrow. They simply do not recognize quality. The pastries I have invented are indeed worth their price. It appears that only second young master Gu possesses the discerning eye to appreciate them, unlike the others. Gu Qianhan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Xiao Qingyuan. The snacks invented by Miss Chu are worth any sum. If Lord Xiao is unwilling to cherish her, then I shall gladly take her, as I have ample gold and silver for her to spend. Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's brow furrowed deeply, just days prior. When he had gone to the Gu residence to apologize, Gu Qianhan had not exhibited such behavior. Why was he suddenly vying for Chu Yanluo and Appo's affections today? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her after being unjustly accused? Xiao Qingyuan sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy. Nevertheless, he had no intention of relinquishing Chu Yanluo. Qianhan, Yanluo is a living person, not an object to be traded, so there is no question of giving her up. You may not fully grasp the situation. While Yanluo and Appo's pastries are indeed commendable, they do not warrant such exorbitant prices. You should take your gold back. A few taels of silver would suffice for those pastries. Gu Qianhan, however, appeared utterly smitten. You may think Miss Chu's snacks are worth only a few taels, but to me, they are priceless. Steward, I will pay 1,000 taels of gold for just one snack. No more is needed. Upon hearing of such a generous patron, the steward's heart soared with joy. Excellent. Quickly, young man, fetch the finest fruit ice bowl for second young master Gu. The young attendant could not help but grumble internally. Aware that there was no such thing as the finest, they were all identical. However, he maintained a cheerful facade. Yes, steward. The other patrons in the tavern were left in stunned silence at Gu Qianhan and Appo's extravagant expenditure. Was the second young master Gu truly mad? 1,000 taels of gold for a single snack? Was the Gu family truly this affluent? Chu Yanluo had indeed become the center of attention. First with the infatuated Prince Ning willing to renounce the world for her, and now with the extravagant Gu Qianhan showering her with gold. Surely, she must be the most celebrated woman in all of Dafan. Just days ago, hadn't she claimed that Gu Qianhan had insulted her? It was hard to reconcile her previous vehement condemnation of him as a scoundrel with her current demeanor. What a shame. It was clearly due to the allure of wealth. As soon as Gu Qianhan unveiled 1,000 taels of gold, she had undoubtedly forgotten her previous grievances. Her fawning demeanor, suggesting she would welcome another round of humiliation from Gu Qianhan. Ugh, it appeared she was nothing but a shameless woman, pretending to be virtuous. When Gu Qianhan had withheld his gold, she had vehemently denounced him as a scoundrel, building a facade of integrity. Now that he had offered his gold, she was all too eager to flatter him, even inviting him to sample her pastries. It was clear she was utterly repugnant. Chapter 85. I, Gu Qianhan, will marry no one but her. Upon hearing the murmurs around her, Chu Yanluo and Appo's expression shifted slightly. However, she could not bring herself to dismiss the golden treasure bestowed by Gu Qianhan. 1,000 taels of gold. It was all hers. How many delicacies could she savor? How many exquisite garments and jewels could she acquire? With this fortune, she would no longer need to bow to anyone's whims. She could stride confidently through the Ning Wang Fu. Thus, she chose to ignore the chattering voices, leading Gu Qianhan upstairs. As for Xiao Qingyuan, she pretended he was non-existent. He had struck her earlier, and she had not forgotten that grudge. Today, he made no effort to defend her, but instead undermined her. He deserved to be left in the cold. Had Gu Qianhan not come to her rescue, she would have been scorned by that crowd. As Gu Qianhan followed Chu Yanluo to the private room, He glanced up and spotted Shen Wantang on the third floor. Although she wore a veil, he recognized her immediately. Her clear eyes held a hint of confusion, seemingly questioning why he had suddenly begun to elevate Chu Yanluo in public. "Young Master Gu, this way please. This private room has been reserved for me by Qingyun Tower. All others are occupied, so please use mine." Chu Yanluo and Appo's voice rang out, and Gu Qianhan withdrew his gaze. Entering her room, before stepping inside, he cast a glance at Xiao Qingyuan below. Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's expression was one of deep displeasure. It appeared he had not anticipated Chu Yanluo would abandon him to warmly entertain another man. Gu Qianhan inwardly scoffed. This was merely the beginning. Xiao Qingyan watched helplessly as Chu Yanluo ushered Gu Qianhan into the private room, the door closing behind them, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Gu Qianhan was dining within, and she remained by his side. Xiao Qingyuan's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly, unable to believe that Chu Yanluo had forsaken him for a mere 1,000 taels of gold, turning to curry favor with another man, especially one whom she had vehemently chastised just days prior. Surrounding them, subtle laughter echoed. They seemed to mock his infatuation and admiration for Chu Yanluo as an absurd joke. "Oh dear, is young Master Xiao about to weep?" He pursued Chu Yanluo for so long, even bringing her to the Wang Fu. Yet it seems futile. She treats him with less warmth than she does Gu Qianhan. How pitiful. Fear not, for young Master Xiao won't mind such trifles. After all, Chu Yanluo had been with another man before. Yet, young Master Xiao still cried out to marry her, even when the Ning Wang Fei opposed him. He accompanied her into the monastery, truly a fool in love. Indeed, how could young Master Xiao concern himself with these matters? Gu Qianhan had previously tormented Chu Yanluo in the Ning Wang Fu, and yet, young Master Xiao only threw a couple of punches at him, defending her honor. It is said even the emperor severely punished Gu Qianhan. Young Master Xiao likely didn't endamp. Appo's foresee that the two would reconcile so swiftly. Look at them, both ensconced in a private room for so long, not a single soul emerging. Who knows what they're up to in there? While he wallows in sorrow, he becomes the laughingstock. Isn't it the case that just days ago, Chu Yanluo shared a bed with Gu Qianhan? Young Master Xiao seems to act as if nothing transpired, still showering her with affection. Should they engage further, he would likely turn a blind eye. He is utterly smitten with her, after all. For her sake, he has yet to consummate his marriage with his own fiancée. The taunts persisted, and for the first time, Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of anger and embarrassment. "Silence," he bellowed, storming up to the second floor and bursting into the private room, seizing Chu Yanluo's arm and pulling her out. "Return to the Wang Fu with me, immediately." "Hold on," Gu Qianhan interjected, blocking their path. "Shun and Appo's young Master Xiao inquire whether Miss Chu wishes to accompany you before whisking her away? Is this not akin to abduction in broad daylight? Gu Qianhan, step aside. I care not what tricks you may be playing, but you had best keep your distance from Yanluo. She belongs to the Ning Wang Fu, and I shall take her back. You have no right to interfere." "I have no right. Does that mean you, Xiao Qingyuan, possess the right? The entire capital is aware you are already married. What purpose do you have in bringing Miss Chu back to the Wang Fu? To make her a concubine?" Gu Qianhan's expression turned frigid. For a woman as talented and beautiful as Miss Chu, to be made a concubine would be a grave injustice. Xiao Qingyuan felt as if he no longer recognized Gu Qianhan. This was the same second son of the Gu family he knew, yet he found no trace of the familiar man in front of him. He was uncertain of Gu Qianhan and Appo's intentions, but he knew they were far from benign. "I never stated I would make Yanluo a concubine. Gu Qianhan, cease your nonsense and step aside. Not make her a concubine? Then what do you intend for her?" Xiao Qingyuan managed only a single word, but the rest of his thoughts caught in his throat, unable to escape. Gu Qianhan smirked. "Why the sudden silence, young master? What, pray tell, do you wish to do with Miss Chu?" "What I wish to do with her is none of your concern." "How could it be none of my concern? You're already wed, yet I am not. Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory answer today, I will take Miss Chu with me. If you desire her as a concubine, I shall not allow it. I will ensure she marries into the Gu family as a legitimate wife." The declaration stunned everyone present in the tavern. Xiao Qingyuan was left in a daze, his mind swirling. What did you say? You intend to make Yin Luo your legitimate wife? Indeed, I, Gu Qianhan, will marry no one but her. His voice rang out with resolute authority. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. It appeared that yet another nobleman in the capital had lost his mind. Regardless of Chu Yinluo's tarnished reputation from bearing another man's child, even if she had a pristine name, she could never be deemed worthy of Gu Qianhan. He was the second son of the Duke of State, the nephew of the current empress, a prodigy of unparalleled intellect and talent from a young age. His father, the Duke, wielded great power, while his mother was the only female royal of a different surname within the realm. In contrast, what was Chu Yinluo? Merely the illegitimate daughter of a minor official. All eyes turned to Chu Yinluo, each person pondering the same question. What charm did she possess that could captivate the two most esteemed young gentlemen in the capital, compelling them to pursue her as a wife? Was it merely her beauty? Indeed, she was lovely, draped in white, resembling a delicate willow in the breeze. An ice mountain snow lotus. With the wind, her unbound hair danced freely, complemented by the fluttering sleeves of her gown and the flowing hem like rippling water, exuding an ethereal aura. Yet, that was where it ended. She was not so breathtaking as to render one utterly spellbound. Chapter 86. Dreaming of her every night at this moment, Chu Yinluo stood between Xiao Qingyuan and Gu Qianhan, caught in their rivalry. A wave of unprecedented satisfaction surged within her. In her 2 lifetimes combined, she had never experienced such splendor. Little did she know that Gu Qianhan had already fallen deeply in love with her, willing to spend extravagantly for her, and even seeking to take her as his wife. She glanced at Xiao Qingyuan and suddenly felt that he, the heir of the princely mansion, was not as remarkable as she had thought. He had neither lavished wealth upon her nor fulfilled his promise of making her his consort. Following Xiao Qingyuan offered no prospects. Turning to Gu Qianhan, she considered that if she married him, she would instantly become the legitimate wife, which was an enticing prospect. However, she did not wish to make it too easy for Gu Qianhan to win her over. With extensive experience in dealing with men, she understood that if she satisfied them too quickly, they would lose interest. She needed to keep him on his toes, to make him compete with other suitors for her affection, thus intensifying his desire for her. Feigning modesty, she said, "Second young master Gu, I am grateful for your affections, but I'm currently residing in the Ning Fu, so I must ask you to let me go." Gu Qianhan, with earnestness, implored, "Miss Chu, you must consider this carefully. If you return to the Ning Fu, the best outcome you can hope for is to become a concubine. You will never be the heir's wife, for Xiao Qingyuan cannot provide that." Chu Yinluo turned to Xiao Qingyuan, deliberately provoking him. "Is what second young master Gu said true? Can you truly not afford to give me the status of heir's wife? Were your previous words merely deceptions? Did you always intend for me to enter the mansion as a concubine? That is not the case." Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's complexion fluctuated, anger surging through him. In a moment of heated impulse, he exclaimed, "I can provide. Who says I cannot? I intended to bring you into the mansion as my heir's wife." Gu Qianhan would not allow him a moment, and Appo's hesitation and immediately challenged, "Then what of your current wife? Divorce her." A collective gasp echoed through the onlookers, and even Chu Yinluo was taken aback. Only Gu Qianhan appeared calm, his expression serene as he turned to the veiled figure on the 3rd floor. "Heir's wife. How do you perceive the heir and Appo's intention to divorce?" Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's face changed drastically. When he looked up, he saw a woman on the 3rd floor corridor, her features obscured by a veil, yet he recognized the 2 maidservants flanking her, Duan Wan and Qin Exent, the most trusted attendants of Shen Wantang. Chu Yinluo hastily looked up. Upon seeing Shen Wantang and her 2 maids, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Xiao Qingyuan had publicly declared his intention to divorce, and Shen Wantang's reputation was now tarnished. How could she maintain her heirs as the heir's wife? The others in the tavern followed their gaze, murmuring among themselves, "Is this the heir's wife of the Ning Fu? She seems quite ordinary. Why is she wearing a veil? Could it be that she is too ugly to show her face? No wonder the heir refuses to consummate with her. If it were me, I would pursue Chu Yinluo and never consider someone so unappealing. Why has she come to Qingyan Tower? Could she be pursuing the heir? Shen Wantang listened to the whispers with a soft sigh. It was all Gu Qianhan and Appo's fault. She had been enjoying the spectacle when he had to expose her identity, turning her into the one being watched. With graceful steps, she descended the staircase from the third floor, her two maids trailing closely behind. As she moved, the murmurs quickly faded, and the tavern fell into an expectant silence. Shen Wantang, taller than the average woman, exuded an unspoken pressure as she walked. Her hair was styled in the latest fashionable peach blossom bun, her locks elegantly swept up, revealing her slender neck. She wore a wide-sleeved dress in bright crabapple red, crafted from the most luxurious rainbow brocade, a hue so rare that it could only have come from the palace. Her gown, richly adorned, swayed gently with her movement. The delicate steps she took proving her impeccable grace. A golden hairpin adorned her hair, topped with a peony, the flower's heart glimmering with radiant yellow diamonds, while the tassels below were embellished with rubies, exuding opulence. Few could carry such lavish attire and jewels with poise, yet Shen Wantang did so effortlessly. The moment onlookers beheld her, their attention was drawn solely to her, for she resembled a blooming peony, exuding an extraordinary elegance and nobility. Those dining at Qingyan Tower were all of respectable means, well-versed in etiquette, and they recognized that Shen Wantang had undoubtedly received rigorous training in decorum. Even her few steps conveyed the composure of a true lady, in stark contrast to the unruly Chu Yanluo. The individuals who had earlier criticized Shen Wantang's appearance found themselves rendered speechless. Faced with her regal bearing, their previous remarks seemed shallow and juvenile. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Shen Wantang descended the steps with poise and calmness. Having endured greater scrutiny in her past life, she had faced the scorn and vitriol of thousands. This was but a trivial matter. Reaching Gu Qianhan, she spoke with serene confidence. Second young Master Gu. The heir's words were merely spoken in a moment of anger. There is no need to take them to heart. Her voice was as clear as a mountain spring, melodious and captivating, leaving the spectators in awe. Even Gu Qianhan momentarily lost his composure. She was so close that he could detect her faint, enchanting fragrance. Her voice was achingly familiar, stirring memories of his past life, particularly the moment of his demise. She had been the light in his final moments, illuminating the pitch-black confines of his cell and guiding him towards the afterlife without pain. He even suspected that his rebirth was somehow linked to her. Since returning to life, he found himself dreaming of her almost every night, where he could feel her gentle hand caressing his cheek, hear her soothing voice saying, "It will be over soon. There will be no pain." She had not deceived him. Indeed, he felt no pain. When he next opened his eyes, he discovered he had returned to a decade prior, to the pinnacle of the Gu family's prosperity. No one knew of the blood-soaked vengeance he carried from his past life, the massacre that had obliterated his family. Neither the Gu family, nor the emperor, nor the crown prince. Perhaps only the reincarnated Chu Yanluo and Shen Mingxian were aware, but they were of no consequence. Shen Mingxian had proclaimed her own rebirth, while Chu Yanluo had not. Yet her ability to create the fruit ice bowl that would not appear until 7 years later indicated her own rebirth. At this moment, Gu Qianhan was intensely curious to know if Shen Wantang had also been reborn. Chapter 87. Shen Wantang truly possesses exceptional skills. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the veil from Shen Wantang's face, which then gracefully fell away. At this moment, her visage was unveiled before the crowd. A hush fell over the throng, quickly followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Heavens, the heir's consort is extraordinarily beautiful. Who just claimed the consort was unattractive? Step forward. I assure you I shan't harm you. Could it be that the heir has such a stunning consort, yet refrains from consummating their union? Surely he must harbor some affliction? Is it not peculiar that the consort bears a striking resemblance to Chu Yanluo? If the heir favors Chu Yanluo, it stands to reason he would also find favor with his consort. Regardless of the heir's feelings, I have already taken a liking to the consort. Alas, even young Master Gu appears spellbound. Could it be that he too has developed an affection for the consort? Gu Qianhan, named in jest, was oblivious to the surrounding clamor. He gazed, transfixed, at Shen Wantang, now unmasked, and in that instant he found it difficult to discern whether this was a past life or the present. In her former life, she often donned male attire while frequenting the Dali Temple, only occasionally appearing before the public as Madame Liao, but each appearance captivated countless onlookers. She seemed to spare no expense on herself. Her garments and adornments were always the pinnacle of fashion, just as they were now. Xiao Qingyuan observed Shen Wantang, his throat heavy as if filled with lead, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Shen Wantang, how is it that you? Shen Wantang offered him a tranquil smile. A few days prior, the shopkeeper invited me to partake in some delicacies today. I never anticipated encountering the heir here. Xiao Qingyuan, recalling his earlier words of abandonment, felt a burning shame on his face. He was at a loss as to how he had spoken so hastily, his mouth racing ahead of his thoughts. In truth, he had already accepted Shen Wantang as his consort and had never truly wished to cast her aside. Fortunately, Shen Wantang seemed to bear him no ill will. She afforded him ample dignity, neither weeping nor protesting like other women might upon hearing of their impending dismissal. Instead, she gently inquired, "The hour grows late. I must return to the Wangfu. Will the heir accompany me?" Xiao Qingyuan, captivated by her grace and composure, instinctively nodded. "Yes, I shall return with you." Shen Wantang smiled softly. "Then let us depart." With that, she led her maidservant outside. Throughout the entire encounter, she offered Chu Yanluo not a single glance, as if she were merely an inconsequential passerby, unworthy of her time. Chu Yanluo watched in disbelief as Xiao Qingyuan followed Shen Wantang away, her expression darkening in an instant. The onlookers in the tavern mocked her with pointed remarks. "Oh dear, Miss Chu, why do you linger here? Should you not accompany the heir and his consort back to the Wangfu? Or do you intend to remain here at the Qingyan Tower? What nonsense! Miss Chu is neither a wife nor a concubine. Can she simply return to the Wangfu at her whim? She is hardly comparable to the heir and amp, Appo's consort, who is rightfully returning home. What is she? She is nothing. TSK. I thought the heir had truly lost his senses, forsaking such a splendid consort, but it appears he has been unduly influenced by Chu Yanluo's whispers, leading to his neglect of the consort. The consort is indeed a magnanimous woman. Even when the heir publicly declared his intention to abandon her, she remained composed, radiating grace and dignity. I have never encountered a woman of such poise. It is no wonder the Princess of Ning selected her as the heir's consort and entrusted her with household affairs. She is truly deserving. Such a woman is the ideal choice for a wife. Having her as the matriarch is a blessing for the entire family. Unlike certain individuals whose intentions are dubious, who find themselves entangled with one man and then another, shamelessly inciting abandonment. As for the latter type of woman, she may be amusing for a time, but she must never be taken as a wife. Otherwise, one would be in for a world of trouble. Chu Yanluo, listening to these remarks, felt her complexion oscillate between shades of green and white, her teeth nearly grinding to dust in her fury, her hands trembling with rage. Shen Wantang truly possesses remarkable skills. She feigned an air of generosity, effortlessly charming Xiao Qingyuan away, all the while revealing her visage to the crowd, establishing an admirable image of a dignified consort, completely eclipsing Chu Yanluo and Appo's glory while simultaneously tarnishing her own. Shen Wantang is far too cunning. No, she cannot be allowed to succeed so easily. It has always been others who suffered. There is no reason for her to escape unscathed. In her past life, she could force Shen Mingxian to kneel and plead for mercy. In this life, she would certainly ensure Shen Wantang and Appo's disgrace and downfall. Hastily bidding farewell to Gu Qianhan, she left the Qingyan Tower, heading towards the Wangfu of Ning. The onlookers gradually dispersed, but some kind-hearted individuals approached Gu Qianhan, cautioning him, "Young master, you must be wary. Chu Yanluo is no harmless character. It is said she is adept at manipulation, capable of ensnaring others with mere words. None in her family speak well of her, and even the nuns at Jisan Monastery have unfavorable opinions of her." Gu Qianhan nodded. "Thank you, I am aware." In a previous life, his arrogance would have dismissed such a warning, But after enduring the painful lessons of a family's ruin, he was no longer the naive young Master Gu. He had matured significantly, no longer looking down on those of ordinary intellect. Every ordinary person possesses their own strengths and merits. Take this individual before him, for instance, kind-hearted. Even though they shared no connection, they took it upon themselves to warn him to be cautious of Chu Yinluo. Gu Qianhan exited the Qingyun Tower and entered his carriage. His two attendants followed suit, one driving while the other took a seat beside him. The attendant, Ji Xiang, wore a troubled expression. "Young master, what is the meaning of this? Why did you suddenly present 1,000 taels of gold to Chu Yinluo? Have you forgotten her slander against you?" Gu Qianhan replied with calm detachment. "My memory is not so poor. Then why do this? Have you truly developed feelings for Chu Yinluo? My taste is not that poor." Ji Xiang, perplexed, asked, "Then why bestow such a generous gift upon her? To say you wish to take her as your legitimate wife? If word of this reaches the estate or the palace, the madam and the empress will surely scold you mercilessly. Let them scold. I find joy in hearing their reproaches. It is far better than being condemned as a ghost." Chapter 88. Preparing to raise a concubine tomorrow. You shall comprehend the intent behind my gift of 1,000 taels of gold to Chu Yinluo. At times, the act of bestowing money does not aid others, but rather brings them harm. As for my declaration of marrying Chu Yinluo as my legitimate wife, Gu Qianhan fell into a momentary silence before retrieving a piece of fine silk from his sleeve. Gazing at the delicate fabric, he murmured, "I owe her a favor, and thus I intend to assist her." At first glance, this may seem as though he owed a debt to Chu Yinluo. However, Ji Xiang understood better than anyone that the young master did not owe her anything. He had been by his side daily and had no contact with Chu Yinluo, save for the previous visit to the Ning Wangfu for a drink, where he had not even seen her. Perplexed, Ji Xiang inquired second master, "To whom do you owe a favor? Who do you intend to assist? Her? Who is she?" Lowering her gaze, she noticed her master clutching the piece of silk, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Isn't this the veil that Shen Wantang wore just now? I recall it being blown away by the wind. When did you find it? To take the veil of the heir and oppose as wife. Is that appropriate?" Though Ji Xiang felt uneasy in her heart, she dared not voice her concerns. The last time, her master had inexplicably ventured into the heir and oppose as wife and oppose as courtyard, and she had already sensed something unusual about him. Today, her suspicions deepened. He had never before taken a woman's personal belongings. However, since he had taken Chu Yinluo from Xiao Qingyuan, who would benefit the most? Undoubtedly, it would be the heir's wife. Xiao Qingyuan had yet to consummate his marriage with her due to his affection for Chu Yinluo. If the second master were to seize Chu Yinluo, Xiao Qingyuan might, in his despair, return to lead a proper life with the heir's wife. Moreover, it appeared that the heir had some fondness for his wife, contrary to the public and oppose, as perception of his disdain. He seemed to heed her wishes, as evidenced by his immediate return with her when she expressed a desire to go home, leaving Chu Yinluo behind. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter remained. Why would the second master assist the heir's wife? He owed her no debt either. Counting today, he had only seen her twice. Ji Xiang racked her brain, but could not decipher her master's intentions. She decided to abandon the thought, for she had other matters to worry about. At this moment, her head was spinning. "Master, you must not emulate the heir. You cannot truly bring Chu Yinluo into our household. Otherwise, I would surely face the wrath of the lady. The lady has stated that you are now 20 and should marry a young lady of noble birth. I must keep a close watch on you to prevent any indiscretions. If you were to bring Chu Yinluo home, how would I explain myself?" Gu Qianhan nodded. "It is indeed unwise to bring her back. It would not be worth it if it angers my mother to illness. I have heard that when Xiao Qingyuan brought Chu Yinluo home, it caused the Ning Wangfei to faint from anger, which is truly unfilial." Ji Xiang felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. "Yes, master is absolutely right. The lady and Oppo's health is already fragile. She cannot withstand such shocks. Your filial piety would surely please her." She thought to herself that her master was far more reliable than Xiao Qingyuan. He would never be so reckless as to cause his mother to faint over Chu Yinluo. As she contemplated this, she noticed her master producing several banknotes and handing them to her. What is the meaning of this, master? Procure a residence. One that is lavish and imposing, he instructed. Huh? Why the sudden need for a residence? What else could it be? To bring Chu Yinluo over. I intend to indulge in the extravagant lifestyle of the capital and raise a concubine. JingCheng felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath her. What? This is dire. It appears I will inevitably face a severe reprimand from the lady. Think carefully, master. If you pursue a concubine, your reputation will be ruined. No reputable family would allow their daughter to marry you. Gu Qianhan, however, remained resolute. Go and act swiftly. Chu Yinluo must be brought forth. Ning Wangfu, Xiao Qingyuan stood before the Ning Wangfei, enduring her scolding. How could you once again utter the words of divorce, and this time before so many onlookers? How could you be so foolish? Do you not realize how difficult this makes it for Tang? Go and inquire. Which wife suffers such indignities at the hands of her husband? No matter how the others behaved at home, they would grant their wives a measure of dignity when in public, for respecting a wife is tantamount to respecting oneself. A man who constantly speaks of divorce cannot be a good person. You promised me yesterday that you would treat Tang and Oppos, with respect and give her dignity. Why? After merely one outing with Chu Yinluo, have you changed your tune? Can you think of anything useful other than Chu Yinluo? Xiao Qingyuan felt a flush of embarrassment from his mother and Amp, Oppos, reprimand. Mother, I spoke in haste, a moment of impulse. Gu Qianhan, for reasons unknown, insists on competing with me for Yinluo. In my anger, I momentarily lost my sense of propriety. I assure you, I have no intention of divorcing Shen Wantang. She is an impeccable heir and Oppos, as wife. If I were to divorce her, who could possibly take her place? Zhu Danlu. I have come to realize she is not suited to be the lady of the house. Yet, his reasoning did little to quell the fury of the Ning Wangfei. She angrily smashed a teacup, her voice rising, a moment of impulse. Losing your sense of propriety? A contest of emotions? These are mere excuses. Let Gu Qianhan take Chu Yinluo if he wishes. For such a trivial matter, you casually speak of divorce. What of Tang and Oppos, What your mother? I have declared that I recognize only Tang as the heir's wife. I acknowledge no one else. If you wish to marry Chu Yinluo, it shall be over my dead body. The prohibition against divorce was the Ning Wangfei and Oppos' bottom line. Her son had repeatedly crossed this boundary for Chu Yinluo, and her suppressed fury erupted. Tell Chu Yinluo to leave. You wish to divorce? Then I shall ensure she never steps foot in the Wangfu again. Let her return to Jisin and to become a nun, and you may follow her to Fazed Temple to become a monk. The Ning Wangfei and Oppos' face turned pale with rage. I can always adopt a son from the collateral relatives to inherit the Wangfu. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback by her willingness to adopt. Mother, do not call me mother. I see that Chu Yinluo is your true mother. You obey her every command, and you harbor no regard for me or the Wangfu. As the Ning Wangfei spoke from a place of deep hurt, tears began to stream down her face. She was genuinely heartbroken, for her son, whom she had nurtured with such care, had become utterly unfilial. She had meticulously chosen a suitable heir's wife for him, yet he seemed determined to divorce her at every turn, showing no respect for her as his mother. Chapter 89. Men must be tamed at this moment. Shen Wantang could no longer remain an invisible presence. She had initially hoped to witness her mother-in-law reprimanding Xiao Qingyuan, but only if her mother-in-law did not become truly ill with anger. After all, she was the strongest pillar of support in her life, and Shen Wantang sincerely wished for her to remain healthy and live a long life. Her mother-in-law was a strong-willed woman, seldom prone to tears. The sight of her crying was undoubtedly a sign of deep distress. Shen Wantang promptly stepped forward, gently patting her mother-in-law's back to soothe her. Mother, why have you become angry again? The heir has acknowledged his mistake. Please do not be too harsh on him. I was present today when he mentioned divorce, and it was not his true intention, but rather a result of external provocation. Furthermore, he returned to the residence with me today and did not bring Miss Chu along. The cry of the Princess of Ning suddenly ceased. Is that truly the case? Shen Wantang, taking out a silk handkerchief, wiped away her tears and smiled. Indeed, it is true. The heir is quite discerning. Today, at Qingyan Tower, he fairly pointed out that Miss Chu's pastries were overpriced. Tell me, is he not more composed and sensible than before? When her mother-in-law quarreled with her son, the daughter-in-law's role was not to join in the censure, but to speak well of her husband, alleviating her mother-in-law as heir. After all, how could a mother and son harbor grievances that last beyond a single night? Even without her defense, the mother would eventually speak in favor of her son. A mother could never truly hold a grudge against her own flesh and blood. The bond of blood is profound, and maternal love has been celebrated throughout the ages for its purity and greatness. Cursing Xiao Qingyuan would serve little purpose, as he would not change. Thus, it was far more practical to seek her mother-in-law as favor. Indeed, upon hearing Shen Wantang praise her son, the Princess of Ning instantly forgave him to a significant extent, her tone softening. Look how magnanimous Tang Er is, enduring so much unfairness outside, yet still speaking on your behalf. To have such a daughter-in-law is a blessing you must cherish. If you fail to do so, I shall not forgive you. Xiao Qingyuan, realizing he had upset his mother to tears, felt flustered and unsure of how to proceed. Anything he said would only exacerbate the situation, as his mother was not receptive to his words. In his moment of confusion, Shen Wantang stepped in, with just a few words calming his notoriously difficult mother. A miracle! How could she be so adept? Xiao Qingyuan felt a surge of admiration. He looked at Shen Wantang and finally, in front of the Princess of Ning, offered her an apology. What I said at Qingyan Tower was indeed inappropriate, causing you embarrassment and subjecting you to gossip. I apologize for the distress I caused you. Shen Wantang did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, she provided him an easy way out. The heir returned home with me without hesitation today, which should silence many critics. Thus, today is not entirely negative. There is no need for you to dwell on it. My mother cares for me, and you respect me. I am already quite content. Her tone was sincere, yet the phrase "you respect me" made Xiao Qingyuan feel a pang of guilt. At that moment, he realized that Shen Wantang was truly easily satisfied. He had merely accompanied her home, yet she praised him repeatedly. It seemed that women, like all people, cared deeply about their reputation outside, and Shen Wantang was no exception. He resolved to give her more consideration in public from now on. Thus, this tumultuous scene was effortlessly diffused by Shen Wantang, earning her even more affection from the Princess of Ning, while Xiao Qingyuan apologized and the family returned to a harmonious state. After exiting the Princess of Ning's chamber, Xiao Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before accompanying Shen Wantang back to Wudong Garden. The inhabitants of Wudong Garden were astonished and delighted to see the heir escorting the heir's wife home. Once Xiao Qingyuan departed, Qin Xian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Heir's wife. The heir has escorted you home, which shows he truly cares for you." Shen Wantang, however, remained composed as she picked up a book, reading while responding. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps he simply regretted saying the wrong thing today, which prompted him to escort me. This was a classic example of giving a slap followed by a sweet date. Shen Wantang had mastered this tactic and was unlikely to be deceived by Xiao Qingyuan. Regardless of the reason, the fact remained that he had indeed spoken of divorce today. This was what enabled her to withstand such a humiliating ordeal, allowing her to deftly diffuse the doubts and jeers of others. Had she lacked this capability, Xiao Qingyuan's casual mention of divorce could have ruined her life. The world is unjust to women. Men may take multiple wives, easily remarry, and divorce at will, while women cannot. Dissolution and remarriage are not straightforward, leading many women to tolerate their husbands as long as the transgressions are not egregious. Shen Wantang had never contemplated divorce, nor would she allow herself to be cast into such a passive predicament, even if she could earn a living and was materially secure. Without the protection of the royal residence, she would become a fat lamb awaiting slaughter, with countless lurking to take a bite. Thus, she clung tightly to her mother-in-law's support. She needed a respectable man to shield her from prying eyes and societal gossip, even if he were merely a figurehead. Would a divorce and a new man solve her problems? Certainly not. Most men were similar. The difference lay in whether they possessed some sense of conscience, respecting their wives and contributing to the household, or lacked it entirely, favoring concubines and neglecting their spouses. Overall, Xiao Qingyuan was not among the worst, under her subtle guidance. He had gradually discerned who truly held authority in the household and who managed the finances. Men must be trained. If not, there will always be those who cannot distinguish between the major and minor matters. Despite appearing rebellious and tempestuous, Xiao Qingyuan was, upon closer acquaintance, quite malleable, easily swayed by a few well-chosen words. This was not entirely a flaw, as his softness towards others would extend to her as well. As long as she navigated him skillfully, he would heed her words. Seeing that Shen Wantang seemed downcast, and that even the heir's escort had failed to elicit a smile from her, JingCheng cautiously inquired, "Heir's wife, are you angry with the heir?" Shen Wantang shook her head calmly. Not at all. Before marrying into the family, she had anticipated such scenarios. Especially since in her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had frequently declared his desire to divorce Shen Mingxian. Had it not been for the princess's protection, Shen Mingxian would have long since been unable to remain in the royal residence. She held no expectations of Xiao Qingyuan, and thus was not disappointed. "So, should we invite the heir to dine with us tonight? The kitchen will not prepare meals for him unless invited, and if you extend an invitation, he would surely be pleased. If he is pleased, perhaps he might even consummate the marriage." Chapter 90. Have they quarreled? How splendid. Although JingCheng and Appo's words remained unfinished, Shen Wantang comprehended her intent. The matter of consummation indeed needed to be addressed. Otherwise, the outside world would continually use it as fodder for gossip, and her mother-in-law would undoubtedly voice her discontent. Her mother-in-law was, in fact, quite eager for her to consummate with Xiao Qingyuan, preferably with immediate success. However, Shen Wantang harbored no desire to engage in such a matter, and she was acutely aware that while Xiao Qingyuan had acknowledged her position as the young lady of the house, he had no intentions of consummating their union. She needed to find an opportunity to deftly maneuver past this issue, silencing all tongues, allowing her to comfortably assume her role as the head of the household. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "There is no need to summon the young lord. He will not come. He must be preoccupied with other matters today." JingCheng, though puzzled, refrained from further inquiry and quietly withdrew. Shortly thereafter, she rushed back in, exclaiming, "Young lady, that Chu Yanluo has returned to our estate once more. How shameless of her! The young lord did not bring her back. She came of her own accord." Shen Wantang was not surprised. It would have been more unusual for Chu Yanluo not to return. After all, where else could she find a man as foolish as Xiao Qingyuan? "Young lady, when you mentioned that the young lord had other matters to attend to this evening, were you referring to Chu Yanluo?" Shen Wantang nodded. "Indeed, that is precisely the case." JingCheng gazed at her with admiration. "You truly possess an extraordinary foresight. The young lord is currently embroiled in a dispute with Chu Yanluo, apparently over her acceptance of 1,000 taels of gold from young Master Gu. The young lord believes she should not casually accept gifts from other men. Yet Chu Yanluo insists that it was earned through her own abilities, claiming the young lord is undermining her and causing her to lose face." A smile finally graced Shen Wantang and Appo's face. "They are quarreling? Quite fiercely, I presume. Ah, splendide. How delightful." In high spirits, Shen Wantang hoped fervently that the pair of love-struck individuals would torment one another, refraining from causing her any troubles or spreading mischief elsewhere, particularly after their recent escapade that had embroiled her and her mother-in-law in a reprimand from the palace due to their antics with Gu Qianhan. Gu Qianhan was indeed a remarkable character. Only days prior, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Chu Yanluo, yet today he extravagantly squandered wealth on her, which was utterly unexpected. Nevertheless, his gift of 1,000 taels of gold was astutely given, elevating Chu Yanluo to an entirely new status. Once she accepted that gold, the consequences she would have to bear could far exceed its value. It remained uncertain whether Gu Qianhan acted with intent. His demeanor did not suggest that he was hopelessly infatuated with Chu Yanluo. Noticing her mistress's interest in the quarrel between the young lord and Chu Yanluo, JingCheng promptly reported the news and then swiftly left to seek out Mog, eager to gather more information while eavesdropping on the heated exchange unfolding in Xinghe courtyard. "Mog," she said, Surely the young lord can now see through Chu Yinluo's true nature? Not necessarily, Mog replied. What do you mean, not necessarily? You do not understand. The young lord's tolerance and affection for Miss Chu surpasses all expectations. She possesses a remarkable ability to persuade him, manipulating his beliefs with ease. Qin Exin nearly rolled her eyes. The young lord is truly. When will he awaken to the truth? Chu Yinluo parades her supposed superiority, claiming disdain for material wealth. Yet when young Master Gu presents her with 1,000 taels of gold, she eagerly accepts it, fawning over him and spending time with him privately. How shameless! Previously, someone had indignantly chastised young Master Gu for being a scoundrel, bullying this delicate flower. Mog shook his head, choosing silence as he attentively listened to the commotion, curious to see what arguments Chu Yinluo would employ to deceive the young lord this time. In Xinghe courtyard, however, Xiao Qingyuan displayed less tolerance for Chu Yinluo than his servant had anticipated. People are often vulnerable to comparison. When alone with Chu Yinluo, he had thought her to be the epitome of excellence. Yet now, with the young lady of the house by his side, who exuded grace and provided him with ample respect, alleviating one challenge after another, how could he continue to tolerate Chu Yinluo's antics? Her lack of regard for him, both in private and public, only served to create further complications. Xiao Qingyuan and Appo's expression turned cold. Return that 1,000 taels of gold to Gu Qianhan. My woman does not require other men to provide for her. Furthermore, the snacks you have devised cannot be sold at such exorbitant prices. They must be lowered to 3 taels of silver each. Otherwise, others will think I, Xiao Qingyuan, cannot support a woman and rely on her to extort money from patrons. Chu Yinluo, however, responded with haughty defiance. I do not require a man's support. I earned that gold through my own merit. He purchased my snacks, not me. Why should I return the gold? Doing so would only imply that my creations are inferior. I refuse to engage in self-deprecation. As for the prices of my snacks, do not concern yourself. I have clearly marked them. If one cannot afford them, they need not purchase them. Each delicacy represents my considerable effort in innovation. They are advanced and unique, and thus justifiably priced higher. Those who cannot even spare 100 taels of silver do not deserve to indulge in my treats, which are only for discerning patrons like young Master Gu. Ironically, at this moment, Xiao Qingyuan found himself unable to produce even 100 taels of silver. His pride was deeply wounded. Chu Yinluo, your snacks are not worth such a price. The palace chefs could easily replicate them. They are not innovations at all. Only the uninitiated would regard them as special. The palace chefs could replicate them? What nonsense! They could never replicate what I dreamt of and painstakingly created. Chu Yinluo could not fathom that the palace chefs would be capable of crafting snacks that would only gain popularity in the capital years later, for in her entire life, she had never seen such exquisite delicacies within the palace. She felt that Xiao Qingyuan was deliberately undermining her, and her discontent swelled. Xiao Qingyuan, you profess your love for me, yet you fail to acknowledge the value of my creations. You publicly disparage the prices of my snacks at Qingyuan Tower, leaving me utterly humiliated. Do you not feel you have wronged me? Should you not apologize? What have I done to wrong you? Your snacks are simply overpriced. Am I not entitled to express my opinion? Xiao Qingyuan believed he had nothing to apologize for regarding Chu Yinluo. His true grievances lay with Shen Wantang, who had not demanded an apology, while Chu Yinluo had the audacity to ask for one. Chu Yinluo and Appo's voice sharpened. You are indeed in the wrong. Gu Qianhan has spent extravagantly on me, yet you refuse to lift a finger for my sake. Chapter 91. The Allure of Shared Meals at this moment. Xiao Qingyuan could hardly bear to hear the name Gu Qianhan. He was consumed with fury. Gu Qianhan, that is all you ever speak of. Today, I have lavished wealth upon you, and you find yourself infatuated, do you not? What nonsense! How could I ever harbor feelings for Gu Qianhan? Zhu Zanlu, do you dare deny that your heart is stirred? Were you not the one who looked down upon material wealth? Were you not the epitome of moral integrity? Why then, for a mere 1,000 taels of gold, do you dine with Gu Qianhan? Xiao Qingyuan's pin-up rage exploded in the celebratory hall. You yourself confessed that he drugged and violated you, and now you act as if nothing transpired. Gu Qianhan never violated you, did he? You deceived me. The one who spent that night with you was not Gu Qianhan, but Yuan Zheng. He seized Chu Yinluo by the collar, gripping tightly, his hand constricting around her throat. Why must you deceive me? Why shield Yuan Zheng? Why slander Gu Qianhan? Why? Chu Yinluo, struggling for breath under his grip, displayed not a trace of fear or remorse, her pride and disdain unwavering, as if she found it beneath her dignity to argue with Xiao Qingyuan. As her complexion turned a shade of blue, he finally released her. His eyes reddened with anguish. Whom do you truly care for? Yuan Zheng or Gu Qianhan? Have you ever harbored feelings for me? Chu Yinluo gradually sank to the ground, gasping for air, tears streaming down her face like pearls released from a broken string. Does the heir suspect me to this extent? After all this time, you believe me to be a fickle woman? Besides you, my heart holds no one else. Do you not comprehend my feelings? I regarded you as a confidant. What do you see me as? A mere plaything to be scorned at will? Xiao Qingyuan, seeing her tear-streaked face, felt a pang of sorrow. I have never regarded you as a plaything. Then what were you just doing? Were you not trying to choke the life out of me? I did not seek to harm you. You deceived me first. Should I not be angry? Very well. I shall now reveal to you why I deceived you. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. You truly wish to divulge the reason? At this juncture, if I do not explain, you will forever harbor a thorn in your heart. I do not wish for discord between us. You are the closest person to me in this world, and I cannot bear to lose you. Chu Yinluo spoke with a tragic expression. Then her countenance shifted to one of fear. I cannot admit that young Master Yuan violated me, for he holds leverage over me. If I speak out, he would ruin my reputation. I cannot take that risk, so I had no choice but to falsely accuse young Master Gu. Xiao Qingyuan furrowed his brow. You mean to say that your accusation against Gu Qianhan was instigated by Yuan Zheng? Chu Yinluo nodded. Indeed, it was Yuan Zheng who commanded me to do so. He has harbored a grudge against Gu Qianhan for some time, feeling that all the glory has been snatched away from him, and thus he aims to tarnish Gu Qianhan's reputation. Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened. Yuan Zheng and Gu Qianhan had always been at odds, and while he had previously intervened to mediate, he had recently been preoccupied, allowing their conflict to escalate. Yet, for Yuan Zheng to manipulate Chu Yinluo in this manner was utterly despicable. Observing his expression, Chu Yinluo realized her gamble had paid off. She spun her half-truths with increasing ease. My lord, I was truly left with no choice. I did not wish to ruin Gu Qianhan and Appo's reputation. However, I know he will not hold it against me. His support today confirms my judgment was not in vain. But Yuan Zheng is different. He is ruthless. If I do not comply with his demands, he may very well take my life. Hearing her praise Gu Qianhan again, a discomfort stirred within Xiao Qingyuan, prompting a cold snort that betrayed his discontent. You seem to know Gu Qianhan better than I do. Chu Yinluo was no fool. She was aware that her flattery of Gu Qianhan would irk Xiao Qingyuan, yet she did it intentionally. By doing so, she aimed to instill a sense of rivalry between them, just as at the celebratory hall, when Gu Qianhan had pressured him to make a declaration. Xiao Qingyuan had reluctantly agreed to dismiss Shen Wantang, fearing the loss of her affection. She needed to stoke competition between Xiao Qingyuan and Gu Qianhan. Only then would he appreciate her value. Having previously revolved solely around Xiao Qingyuan, he had begun to take her for granted, treating her with less regard than before she had entered the royal residence. This could not stand. Suppressing his discomfort, Xiao Qingyuan replied coldly, Whether Gu Qianhan will take offense at your accusation is uncertain, but Yuan Zheng lacks the audacity to harm you. You are now a member of the Ning Wangfu. Chu Yinluo began to weep anew. You may regard me as part of the Ning Wangfu, but aside from you, who here or outside these walls sees me as anything but a laughingstock. I reside here without status, and others treat me as a joke. Why would Yuan Zheng dare to bully me under your nose? It is because he believes you do not care for me. Why does he not dare to bully Shen Wantang? It is simply because she possesses the title of the Ning Wangfu and Amp, Appo's, heir and Amp, Appo's, consort. And he would never risk such a transgression. Xiao Qingyuan's expression darkened further. Speak of Yuan Zheng as you will, but do not involve Shen Wantang. From now on, refrained from tarnishing her name with such remarks. Chu Yinluo fell silent, nearly choking on her indignation. How could Xiao Qingyuan so staunchly defend Shen Wantang? Had it only been a few days since he had despised her? Now he was championing her? Was she not merely an insignificant and neglected daughter of the Shen family? How had she gained such power? In her previous life, Xiao Qingyuan had never defended Shen Mingxian. The weight of anxiety in Chu Yinluo's heart magnified, prompting her to reassess Shen Wantang's influence. It dawned on her that she had underestimated her rival. Even with her rebirth and the innate ability to capture Xiao Qingyuan's heart, she stood no chance against Shen Wantang. Shen Wantang did not even require Xiao Qingyuan's love to utterly vanquish her. In that moment, Chu Yinluo was suddenly reminded of Shen Wantang from her past life. In that era, everyone believed Shen Wantang to be exceptionally fortunate, the envy of countless women in the capital, a figure so radiant that even princesses dared not overshadow her. She had a husband who loved and cherished her wholeheartedly, a husband so accomplished, so refined, and so handsome that he never cast a glance at any other woman, not even a princess. He had even rejected an imperial marriage proposal in the Grand Hall for Shen Wantang and Appo's sake. Chapter 92. What leverage do you hold over him? In the capital, there once existed a widely circulated ballad. When marrying, choose a Liao, for fortune, health, and enduring affection shall follow. This melody was penned by countless forlorn women who envied Shen Wantang's fate. It was said that Liao Yoha possessed wisdom and composure, courage and insight. Even the most perplexing cases, once entrusted to him, would unveil their truths within a week. He was hailed as the foremost magistrate among the citizens of Dafan, and after rebuffing marriage proposals, he was praised by the emperor as a man of unwavering integrity. However, in her previous life, Chu Yinluo had also encountered Liao Yoha. At that time, he was in the zenith of his prominence, with a princess enamored by him, insisting on marriage, even leveraging her royal status to compel him to divorce and wed her. Naturally, Chu Yinluo was intrigued by such a man, prompting her to orchestrate a chance encounter to draw closer to him. It was true that he was not a lecherous man, and his handsomeness was indeed evident. Yet, his wisdom and courage seemed less formidable than the tale suggested. In fact, Chu Yinluo found his thinking to be less nimble than her own. Back then, she was perplexed, believing Liao Yoha to be concealing his talents. Today, however, a sudden realization struck her. Perhaps Liao Yoha was not hiding his abilities at all. Perhaps he was, in truth, rather inept. The one truly concealing their shortcomings was Shen Wantang. Chu Yinluo felt a chill run down her spine. If, in her previous life, all of Liao Yoha's accomplishments stemmed from Shen Wantang, then how formidable must Shen Wantang's capabilities be? No, that cannot be. How could Shen Wantang possibly possess such prowess? Quickly, she dismissed this notion within her mind, realizing that she had been horrified by Shen Wantang to the extent of undermining her own stature. It wasn't Shen Wantang. It was rumored that Liao Yoha had an advisor who provided counsel. Yes, it must have been that advisor aiding Liao Yoha, with no connection to Shen Wantang whatsoever. Thoughts swirled chaotically in Chu Yinluo's mind, her nails digging deep into her palms. She pinched herself fiercely, striving to maintain her composure. The sharp pain caused her parched eyes to brim with tears once more. Shen Wantang could be dealt with later. For now, she needed to stabilize Xiao Qingyuan, for the man was her greatest reliance. As she wept, her voice tinged with jealousy, she remarked, "The heir only cares for Shen Wantang's reputation. Have you not inquired what leverage I hold over Yuanzheng? Does the heir still harbor feelings for me? What leverage do you possess over him?" Chu Yinluo curled into herself, trembling uncontrollably, her voice laden with profound fear. "The child I previously carried was Yuanzheng's." "What?" Xiao Qingyuan staggered back in shock. "This is impossible. That day Yuanzheng came to drink. He clearly stated it was his first time meeting you. How could you possibly be carrying his child?" Chu Yinluo clutched herself, her pain evident. "He deceived you. He had actually known me all along. He fell for me at first sight. But I have no affection for him. Hence, I never reciprocated his advances. I never anticipated that he would audaciously scale the walls of the Chu residence at night, drug my maid, and then force himself upon me. Xiao Qingyuan felt a mix of heartbreak and rage. It was he. But did you not tell me you were unaware of who had wronged you? Did you not know whose child it was? At that time, I truly did not know. I am not lying to the heir. It was the day you invited him to drink that he tormented me again, and that was when I recognized him. Tears streamed down Chu Yinluo's face as she recounted. He warned me that if I dared to disclose his transgressions to you, he would smear my name and spread rumors that I had seduced him. He would also reveal to everyone that the child I once carried was his, thereby ruining your reputation and mine. I fear losing my own reputation, yet I have already seen the world for what it is. Death is but a release from this tainted existence. However, I cannot be so selfish. I cannot allow you to be ridiculed by all of the capital because of me. Hence, I must heed Yuan Zheng's demands. If he forbids me from speaking of his wrongdoing, I shall remain silent. If he instructs me to slander young Master Gu, I shall comply. Do you think I find your actions lacking in integrity? I apologize. My strength is limited, and this is all I can do for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyuan felt a constriction in his throat, a sensation akin to a painful thorn. After all this, why have you borne this burden alone? You have endured such tremendous injustice. Why did you not inform me? Chu Yinluo lowered her gaze. I dared not speak, fearing you would be angry or misunderstand me, leading you to cease your affections for me. Xiao Qingyuan gazed at the trembling Chu Yinluo. His heart softened. He shed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders, lifting her into his arms and striding into the inner chamber, laying her gently on the bed. Yinluo, rest well. I shall confront that scoundrel Yuan Zheng, he declared. If I do not end his life today, I shall not bear the surname Xiao. Chu Yinluo urgently grasped his arm. Do not go. Why? Do you not desire retribution? I crave vengeance, yet I do not wish for you to bear the weight of a life taken. Do not worry. I shall not truly seek his life. I will render him half dead, leaving him a breath to ensure I can strike again in the future. Chu Yinluo shook her head. If you spare him within 3 days, rumors will spread throughout the capital that I am a loose woman who seduced Yuan Zheng. The truth of my past with him will become public, leading to my disgrace and your ridicule. Xiao Qingyuan, now irked, replied, Then what shall we do? Shall we simply let this pass? Shall I stand idly by as that scoundrel bullies you? Letting it go is the only option. What good will it do to strike him? The harm he has inflicted upon me cannot vanish. They say that death clears debts. Perhaps only in death can he repay what he owes me. As Chu Yinluo spoke, she seemed to realize the gravity of her words, quickly covering her mouth. What am I saying? Do not take my words to heart. My mind is clouded with fear from Yuan Zheng's threats. He mentioned he would return to torment me when you are absent. I am truly terrified. Hence my words may be disjointed. Seeing her face awash with fear, Xiao Qingyuan and Amp, Appo's handsome countenance darkened with fury. Yuan Zheng, a shameless scoundrel unworthy of life. Yinluo, rest assured, he shall never approach you again. With that, he turned and exited. As Chu Yinluo watched his figure fade, the terror that had gripped her dissipated, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yuan Zheng held many love letters she had penned, and he was aware of numerous secrets. He was a significant threat. It would be best for him to perish. Chapter 93. Chu Yinluo's fall from grace. Xiao Qingyuan had not returned home for an entire night, and in her heart, Chu Yinluo felt a surge of joy, convinced he must have gone to kill and bury someone. However, the following morning, instead of the anticipated news of Yuan Zheng and Appo's demise, she was met with the devastating revelation of her own public disgrace, accompanied by the scorn of countless individuals. She overheard the maids and servants of the Wang residence gossiping about her, no matter where she went within the estate. She could see those lowly servants pointing fingers in her direction. Overwhelmed with indignation, she exited the Wang residence and made her way to Qingyun Tower, intent on reclaiming the 1,000 taels of gold she had invested, while also checking on the sales of her pastries that day. Yet, before she could reach Qingyun Tower, she found herself encircled by a throng of people. Come and see. This is the shameless harlot, Chu Yinluo. My heavens, how does she still have the audacity to show her face outside? If I were her, I would have found a rock to bash my own head in. How could I bear to live? Her blatant lack of shame allowed her to continue living, and her theatricality was starkly evident. Just days prior, she had vehemently accused young Master Gu of assaulting her, labeling him a scoundrel who preyed on vulnerable women. Yet, upon witnessing young Master Gu's extravagant spending the previous day, she had swiftly altered her demeanor, inviting him to dine privately in her elegant chamber. Ugh, truly shameless. Before encountering her, young Master Gu had enjoyed an impeccable reputation. How was it that after crossing paths with her, he was suddenly deemed a rogue? Perhaps she had seduced him. If she had truly been violated by young Master Gu, could she have so readily greeted him with a smile? Previously, she had portrayed herself as the epitome of innocence and righteousness, even joining forces with young Master Xiao to confront young Master Gu at Qingyun Tower. I was misled into believing young Master Gu was a villain, and I chastised him, viewing Chu Yanluo as a heroine fighting for the rights of women. It turns out she was nothing of the sort. We were all deceived. Indeed, we were all deceived. She was merely a woman blinded by greed. The pastries she sold at Qingyun Tower were priced at 20 to 30 taels each, while the same delicacies at Zhuai Xian Tower were a mere 3 taels. What a heartless swindler, charging 10 times more than Zhuai Xian Tower. Why doesn't she just resort to robbery? Qingyun Tower, in collusion with such a woman, shall never again receive my patronage. We shall henceforth dine at Zhuai Xian Tower. Have you heard? It appears that Chu Yanluo has an entangled relationship with the eldest son of the One family, Yuan Zheng. Qingyun Tower is backed by the Yuan family, which explains their collusion with Chu Yanluo in their unscrupulous pursuit of profit. Is she really attempting to seduce 3 men at once? ISN, T Yuan Zheng soon to be wed? How shameful! She has brought disgrace upon all women. The cacophony of insults was relentless, and Chu Yanluo could scarcely fathom how her situation had devolved into such chaos. Desperate, she pushed her way through the crowd, seeking refuge in Qingyun Tower. But in her haste, she accidentally shoved someone, causing them to fall. This was akin to stirring a hornet and ant, Oppo's nest. How dare this harlot strike someone in broad daylight? By what right does she presume to look down upon us ordinary folk, simply because she juggles 3 men? Utterly shameless. Chu Yanluo, leave the capital. We do not need a woman of your caliber here. Do not think you can bully us with your connections. So what if young Master Gu lavishly spent on you? You shall never enter the gates of the Duke's estate. Begone. Take your ill-gotten 1,000 taels of gold with you. How dare she think she can walk away with that gold? Chu Yanluo, if you still possess an ounce of dignity, return that 1,000 taels. Her insatiable love for wealth made it impossible for her to part with the gold. Having ensnared young Master Gu's affections, she would undoubtedly continue to manipulate him for more riches. She was the most unprincipled and shameless woman I had ever encountered. As the crowd hurled rotten vegetables and foul eggs at her, those without projectiles resorted to picking up stones. Enraged, yet fearful of tarnishing the image she had painstakingly crafted, she refrained from retaliating. After all, she could not possibly contend with so many voices. With her head bowed, she scurried into Qingyun Tower. On a day when business usually thrived, Qingyun Tower found itself eerily desolate. No patrons sought a meal. Only the raucous crowd had arrived, some demanding refunds, others berating Chu Yanluo, vowing to never return if the establishment continued to associate with her. As the disheveled Chu Yanluo entered, the commotion ceased, and the crowd closed in around her. Ah, is this not Miss Chu? Why aren't you dressed as the white-robed fairy today? Look at you, covered in rotten vegetables and foul eggs. It's truly repulsive. Chu Yanluo, yesterday you deceived us with your stale pastries, and you even extorted 1,000 taels from young Master Gu. Today, you cannot even afford a new outfit. She must be desperate for coin, concocting all sorts of schemes to swindle money. I've been to Zhuai Xian Tower. Their pastries taste just as good, and they only charge 3 taels. Who does she think she is? Chu Yanluo, your prices exceed even those of the courtesans at Wanhua Tower. How could young Master Gu possibly pay you 1,000 taels for a single night? You are no virgin. Where do you find the audacity to demand such a sum? Chu Yanluo felt a mix of terror and fury. Her reputation had crumbled overnight. Was it really just 1,000 taels? Did it carry such weight? The gold had been given by Gu Qianhan, not by these people. Why were they so indignant? Why did they have to insult her? Gu Qianhan admired her and willingly lavished her with gifts. What was it to the onlookers? Grinding her teeth, she spoke. Do not slander me and ruin my reputation. The 1,000 taels from young Master Gu was merely for pastries. Our relationship is not what you believe. We are completely innocent. As she uttered the final word, her voice faltered. Just days ago, she had publicly accused Gu Qianhan of assault. Now to claim innocence would invite disbelief. How foolish she had been to cast blame upon Gu Qianhan. Had she known, she would have attributed it to Yuan Zheng instead. Now, she had severed her own escape route. The young masters surrounding her erupted into laughter. Did you hear that? She claims she and young Master Gu are innocent? Oh, what innocence! Did you not declare he had violated you? Young Master Xiao even fought young Master Gu on your behalf. Now you say you're innocent? Do you think we are as foolish as young Master Xiao? Easily deceived by your words? Chapter 94. The Return of 1,000 Taels of Gold, Chu Yanluo. If you and that Gu heir are truly innocent, how could he possibly deliver 1,000 taels of gold to you without reason? Just for a mere pastry? Only someone as foolish as Xiao Qingyuan would believe that. By the way, is Xiao Qingyuan unable to support you? Does he not provide you with silver to spend? So when Gu heir presents you with 1,000 taels of gold, you eagerly invite him into your private chamber, practically undressing to serve him? That cannot be true. Young Master Xiao is not a miser. He can easily spend thousands of taels on a casual meal and is generous with his rewards, treating gold and silver as if they were mere dirt. Thus, is this woman simply debased? Does she sleep with whoever gives her gold? Certainly. Otherwise, how could her attitude towards Gu heir change so swiftly? Gu heir himself must be a fool for thinking that 1,000 taels of gold is worth such a woman. The Duke and Appo's residence will surely be entertaining in the future. Chu Yanluo had never endured such humiliation. Anger surged within her, causing her heart to ache and her vision to blur. How could things have devolved to this state? If she allowed these people to fabricate their narratives, she would never be able to navigate the capital again, drowned in their spittle. After all her efforts to build her reputation on the esteem of Gu Qianhan, garnering admiration from countless men and respect from countless women, overnight, she had become the most reviled figure for accepting 1,000 taels of gold from him. Chu Yanluo keenly discerned the root of the problem, the gold. It was all because of that 1,000 taels of gold. She swiftly maneuvered around the group of young masters and called for the manager to come upstairs. The sense surrounding her was overwhelming, causing the young nobles to disdain her presence. Hence no one attempted to stop her. Even a manager kept his distance, standing a full 10 paces away when he entered the chamber. Miss Chu, our establishment has suffered greatly because of you. Not only did we fail to earn silver yesterday, but we also lost over 1,000 taels, and today our reputation is also tarnished. You. Before he could finish, Chu Yanluo interrupted. Where's my 1,000 taels of gold? Bring it out. The manager, hearing her demand for gold, felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Truly, a product of a humble household, short-sighted and exceedingly materialistic. If she had not wanted that 1,000 taels, she would not have found herself in this predicament, dragging the Qingyun Tower down with her disgrace. However, he recognized that Chu Yanluo had connections with Yuan Zheng. Thus he dared not offend her. He summoned a young servant to retrieve the gold from the storeroom and carried it into the private chamber. Upon seeing the gleaming gold ingots, Chu Yanluo's mood lifted slightly. What did it matter if she was scolded? The gold she held was tangible and valuable. She picked up a heavy ingot, examining it closely before asking the manager. This 1,000 taels of gold, it is all here, is it not? Rest assured, Miss Chu, it is all yours. No one in the establishment would dare touch it. Chu Yanluo nodded in satisfaction, reluctantly placing the gold ingot back into the box. Return this gold to me. The manager was taken aback. Return it? Yes. Return it to young Master Gu heir. What? You do not want this 1,000 taels of gold? Chu Yanluo declared with firm pride, I do not want it. The manager was astonished by her decisiveness. His previous disdain for her softened considerably. Yet, he soon heard her instruct. Find a reliable person to convey a message to young Master Gu heir, telling him to hold onto this 1,000 taels of gold for me until the uproar subsides. I will retrieve it later. The manager nearly choked on his breath. So she intended for Gu Qianhan to safeguard her gold? Yet moments ago, she had declared she did not want it? What was she so proud about? How infuriating. The manager, suppressing his urge to roll his eyes, maintained a cordial demeanor. Miss Chu, rest assured, I will convey your message. Make sure to clarify that it's merely a request for safekeeping. Inform him that I am currently residing at the Ning Wangfu and have no place for such a large sum of gold. Additionally, ensure that this is communicated privately to young Master Gu heir, away from prying ears. The manager, stifling his incredulity, nodded. Miss Chu, I understand. She was intentionally crafting a false narrative, making others believe she was returning the gold. This way, she could cleanse her image, claiming she had never accepted Gu Qianhan's gold, thus establishing herself as a noble and money-free spirit. How cunning she was! Seeing that the manager grasped her intent, Chu Yinluo finally relaxed. Oh, and please ensure that the person delivering the gold creates quite a spectacle. It would be best to arrange for a few bystanders to inquire about the situation, ensuring my act of returning the gold spreads far and wide. Understood. We will proceed as you instruct, Miss Chu. The manager complied readily, recognizing that a restored reputation for Chu Yinluo would also benefit the establishment. Although he looked down upon her character and methods, he was now tethered to her fate and had no choice but to assist her, even shielding her when necessary. Soon, the box of gold was carried out of the tavern. For individuals, all clad in the Qingyun Tower and Appo's uniform, bore the box. To enhance the spectacle, the manager had even hired guards from a security agency for escort. Under the manager's careful orchestration, the news of Chu Yinluo's return of the gold swiftly spread throughout the capital like wildfire. The 1,000 taels of gold, intact and unscathed, were returned to the Duke's residence. In the Duke's residence, Gu Qianhan sat in a grand chair made of golden silk nanmu, sipping tea while casually glancing at the returned gold. A young servant approached, whispering a few words in Gu Qianhan's ear. Upon hearing, Gu Qianhan smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Understood, you may leave now. The servant, mission accomplished, departed with the tavern staff and security personnel. The young servant Jixiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young master, you truly have insight. You predicted that Chu Yinluo would return the gold, and she actually did. Gu Qianhan nodded indifferently. Indeed. Were you aware that she would be scolded so fiercely today when you sent the gold? That was evident. Jixiang scratched his head, baffled. But it wasn't an Appo's obvious to me. At least I didn't foresee Chu Yinluo would be berated so badly. She probably didn't expect it either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared accept that 1,000 taels of gold. Jixiang recalled the tavern servant's whispers and could not help but ask, Young master, what did that servant say? Did Chu Yinluo truly intend to return the gold? Gu Qianhan chuckled coldly. If she truly intended to return it, she would not have accepted it in the first place. She instructed the Qingyun Tower's servant to inform me that the gold is to be temporarily held by me for safekeeping until she comes to retrieve it later. What? Jixiang was speechless. She is truly cunning and shameless. I thought she genuinely wanted nothing to do with that 1,000 taels of gold. Young master, you cannot truly agree to safeguard it for her. You must not become such a fool. Safeguard? That gold was mine to begin with. Its return means it remains mine. Stored in the storeroom. Jixiang was elated. Yes, young master. He was certain his master, with unparalleled wisdom, would never be taken in like Shao Qingyuan. Chapter 95. The importance of choosing the right partner. The drunken immortal tower was bustling with activity, a vivid scene of liveliness. The kitchen was in a frenzy, with the head chef and assistants overwhelmed, and even the waitstaff were in short supply. Li Yao had summoned the servants from her household to lend a hand, her delight evident as she beamed from ear to ear. The establishment had never enjoyed such prosperity. If this continued, it would not be long before the drunken immortal tower surpassed the celebratory Fortune Tower to become the largest tavern in the capital. The chief steward was also glowing with joy. Our young master truly possesses remarkable foresight. This time, it was celebratory Fortune Tower that faced defeat. Our reputation has soared, and the influx of patrons has made it impossible to accommodate everyone. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Yao replied with a smile. This isn't my foresight. Your flattery is misplaced. It is thanks to a certain individual, and I must express my gratitude to her in due time." The chief steward was unaware of whom she referred to, although he knew that the heir of the Ning Prince had dined at their establishment. He was oblivious to the fact that the improvements and new dishes were largely her idea. He had assumed they were all Li Yao's initiative. Given her previous penchant for experimenting with new concepts, albeit with little success, regardless of who the young master speaks of, we certainly owe her our thanks. You have no idea. The pastries priced at 30 taels at Celebratory Fortune Tower taste identical to ours, which are only 3 taels. Their reputation has taken a hit, and many patrons are expressing their displeasure. The chief steward was exceedingly pleased. His rival had finally stumbled, and he found a sense of vindication in it. Celebratory Fortune Tower foolishly allied with that Chu Yenluo, cheating their customers. Today, their reputation has plummeted, and their business is suffering. They lost several thousand taels yesterday, and will continue to incur losses today. Liao smiled so broadly that her cheeks ached. Serve them right. Celebratory Fortune Tower was blind to choose that Chu Yenluo as a partner. With her poor reputation, it was only a matter of time before they faced misfortune. I just didn't expect it to happen so swiftly, the chief steward sincerely remarked. Indeed, they chose the wrong partner, leading to their current predicament. Unlike us at the Drunken Immortal Tower, who have selected a reliable partner and achieved a resounding victory. Now, who in the capital does not praise our tavern for its excellent quality and reasonable prices? The chief steward had flattered her correctly this time, and Liao nodded in agreement. Yes, choosing the right partner is crucial. Now, please attend to your duties. I must reach out to that partner to maintain our rapport, lest she think we have become aloof with our newfound success. Though the chief steward was curious about this remarkable individual who had aided them in surpassing Celebratory Fortune Tower, he was a man of discretion. Not asking what he shouldn't and not hearing what he shouldn't was the key to survival. Once he departed, Liao instructed her subordinates. Go, deliver some pastries to the heir of the Ning Prince. Ensure they are freshly baked, and include our signature drunken crab. I noticed she particularly enjoyed it. So choose the largest and finest ones to send her. Yes, young master. To maintain discretion, Liao also arranged for some pastries to be sent to several regular patrons of the Drunken Immortal Tower, ensuring that even if someone sought to uncover the tavern secrets, the identity of Shen Wantang would remain concealed. The waitstaff quickly delivered the pastries and drunken crab to Ning Wangfu. Shen Wantang was pleasantly surprised that, despite the bustling activity at the Drunken Immortal Tower, Liao had thought to send her a gift. She instructed JingCheng to accept the items and generously rewarded the waitstaff, saying, Your young master is quite thoughtful. Please tell her that I will visit again when the Drunken Immortal Tower is less busy. The waitstaff hurriedly complied and exited respectfully, excitement bubbling within as he weighed the pouch in his hand, which contained at least 10 taels of silver. It was well known that the newly married Lady Ning was exceedingly generous and kind to her servants, and this visit confirmed the rumors. After working tirelessly for a month at the tavern, he had barely earned 3 taels, a substantial amount compared to others who earned merely 1 or 2 taels. To receive 10 taels in a single trip to Ning Wangfu was truly remarkable. Indeed, Lady Ning embodied grace and generosity worthy of her title. It was no wonder that the Ning Prince favored her, and even the heir, Xiao Qinyuan, had begun to heed her words. Just yesterday, he had abandoned his infatuation with Chu Yenluo and returned to the residence with the heir. Many patrons dining at the Drunken Immortal Tower that day were discussing this matter, speculating that the capital's most notorious romantic, Xiao Qinyuan, had likely grown wiser since marrying the heir, seemingly losing interest in Chu Yenluo and intending to lead a good life with his spouse. Unaware of the waitstaff's thoughts, Shen Wantang savored a few pastries before sharing the remainder with her maids. She kept 2 drunken crabs for herself and sent the other 4 to the Ning Wangfei's courtyard. As JingCheng expertly cracked the crab shells, she animatedly recounted the events occurring outside. Lady, you would not believe it. Chu Yenluo and Oppo's reputation has been utterly destroyed. She is being reviled by all, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, with people hurling rotten vegetables and foul eggs at her. She must have reached her breaking point, as she has returned the 1,000 taels of gold to young Master Gu. Oh, what a spectacle it was. The bodyguards escorted her, as if trying to ensure everyone knew she was returning the gold. Why did she not do this sooner? She only acted after incurring such disgrace. Now, who doesn't end amp? Oppos. He recognized her true nature. The prince has been absent for a night, and he surely understands what kind of person Chu Yanluo is now, which is why he has distanced himself from her, choosing not to return to his courtyard. As Shen Wantang enjoyed the crab meat and fresh fruit puree sent by the drunken immortal tower, she listened to the gossip surrounding her, finding life quite delightful. She did not believe that Xiao Qinyuan's absence was due to a disdain for Chu Yanluo. Although they had quarreled the previous day, he had still allowed her to stay at the palace. If he truly loathed her, he would have expelled her long ago. His failure to do so indicated lingering feelings. It was far more likely that he had been preoccupied with other matters, which explained his absence. Otherwise, given the turmoil surrounding Chu Yanluo, he would not have stayed away. As for why Chu Yanluo chose to return the gold only after facing such backlash, she mused softly, clearly. Miss Chu does not possess the lofty ideals she pretends to uphold. She too is fond of wealth. Seeing young Master Gu's extravagant gift of 1,000 taels, she could not resist her greed and accepted it. Although returning it now may be somewhat late, it might salvage a bit of her dignity. Chapter 96. The disappearance of Xiao Qingyuan. Xian sat on a low stool, gazing up at Shen Wantang, who was seated calmly in her chair. She marveled at the unflappable demeanor of the noble lady. When Chu Yanluo provoked her, she did not succumb to anger or despair. She never sulked alone or shed tears in solitude. Instead, she delivered a calm yet decisive response. Even when Chu Yanluo faced disgrace and defeat, she did not gloat or revel in her opponent's misfortune, remaining serene and composed as ever. Xian genuinely admired the steely resolve of the noble lady. In another's shoes, one would likely burst into laughter upon learning of the downfall of their husband's most beloved woman. Yet the noble lady did not even smile, appearing more pleased when receiving gifts from the Zue Xianlu. She even selflessly sent the 4 largest crabs to the princess. Fully aware that the princess could not consume so much, yet she still offered them. In terms of honoring her mother-in-law, the noble lady's efforts were commendable. Consequently, the princess grew increasingly fond of her, nearly willing to give her everything she possessed. Regardless of any friction between the noble lady and the heir, the princess would always chastise the heir first, believing that her daughter-in-law, so virtuous, would never cause trouble. The troublemaker must be her son. After finishing one crab, JingCheng began to peel another and softly inquired, "Noble lady, do you not wish to know where the heir is gone?" Shen Wantang turned to her. "What? Do you know where he is gone?" The maid replied, I overheard some conversation last night, and might have an inkling." Shen Wantang smiled, recognizing her maid's talent for gathering information. Were JingCheng a man, she might have thrived in the Jingyi way, achieving great feats. "Share what you have deduced." The heir quarreled with Chu Yanluo for a long time last night, questioning her about why she deceived him. She had insulted his man, claiming it was not young Master Gu, but rather young Master Yuan. Why did she choose to cover for the latter? In a hushed tone, JingCheng continued then. Chu Yanluo stated that it was young Master Yuan who threatened her. The child she bore previously was indeed his. If she dared to expose the humiliation she suffered at his hands, he would spread rumors that she seduced him, ruining her reputation. Shen Wantang raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected revelation. In her previous life, Chu Yanluo had never disclosed the identity of the child's father. To learn it was Yuan Zheng was indeed shocking. The heir was very angry and intended to confront young Master Yuan, but Chu Yanluo stopped him. However, I believe his anger will not easily subside. Even if he has grown weary of Chu Yanluo and no longer desires her, he will not simply swallow this indignation. He may indeed seek out young Master Yuan. Shen Wantang nodded, praising JingCheng's analysis. "You are quite perceptive. It is indeed likely that the heir has gone to confront young Master Yuan. Xiao Qingyuan must not only have sought him out, but has also encountered obstacles, for otherwise he would have returned by now." After finishing the drunken crab and cleaning her hands, Shen Wantang contemplated her next move and decided to visit the courtyard of Princess Ning. "Mother, the sky is darkening, and the heir has yet to return. Should we send someone to search for him?" The princess responded irritably, Search for what? That scoundrel has already formed a family. How dare he stay out all night? It would be better for him to meet his demise out there. Shen Wantang understood this was merely the princess venting her frustration. When it came to caring for Xiao Qingyuan, few could rival the princess's devotion. Mother, we should still send someone to look for him. Regardless of the circumstances, we must find the heir first. The princess did not take it too seriously, recalling that Xiao Qingyuan often stayed away for days. He had been infatuated with Chu Yanluo to the core, believing her claims of being forced into pregnancy, and devotedly protected her for many days, ensuring she was safe from harm. However, it was peculiar that despite Chu Yanluo being in the palace last night, Xiao Qingyuan had not returned. The princess nodded. Tanger, you may arrange it as you see fit. If we can find that scoundrel, it would be best. If not, it matters little. He has no money and cannot enjoy himself for long. He will eventually realize his plight and return. Having received her mother-in-law's consent, Shen Wantang exchanged a few more words before swiftly leaving Shaoguang courtyard to return to her own Wudong courtyard, where she began organizing a search for Xiao Qingyuan. Though they were not intimately connected as husband and wife, he remained her husband, and it would be strange not to seek him out if he were missing. Moreover, she genuinely hoped that no harm had befallen him. Quickly, waves of guards and servants were dispatched to search for him. Upon learning of Shen Wantang's extensive mobilization, the princess remarked, "The noble lady truly cares for Yuan, sending so many people to find him. It seems that my husband and I have been rather neglectful." Old Madame Quan interjected respectfully. The princess and the prince certainly cherish the heir the most. The noble lady's concern is indeed a testament to what a wife should be. That Chu Yanluo has deceived the heir so thoroughly, now that he is missing. She shows no concern and is reported to be selling her pastries at Qingyan Tower. Hearing Chu Yanluo's name, the princess's expression darkened. That shameless creature. One moment she flirts with Yuan, the next with Gu Qianhan, and now rumors swirl about her involvement with young Master Yuan. Yuan has done so much for her, yet she cannot even offer him a modicum of concern. Such a woman deserves to perish. Old Madame Quan paused before quietly suggesting, "Shall I have someone deal with her?" Keeping her around poses a constant threat. The princess's eyes flickered with interest but soon dimmed again. She shook her head with difficulty. "No, we cannot harm her. If she were to die, Yuan would likely never forgive me, and our bond would be severed. It is not worth it for such a wretched creature. Rest assured, madam, I will handle it discreetly. The heir will never know it was us," old Madame Quan assured. The princess smiled bitterly. "Madam, there are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. Some actions, once taken, will inevitably leave traces. We may have to weave more lies to cover this one. It is not a matter of being indecisive or cruel. I simply cannot bear to see Yuan suffer. If Chu Yanluo were to vanish, who knows what foolishness he might resort to? I cannot take that risk, madam. Let's wait a while longer. Since marrying the noble lady, Yuan has indeed changed. He has quarreled with Chu Yanluo several times and even resorted to violence. Perhaps he will come to realize what she truly is and will drive her away himself." Old Madame Quan sighed, understanding the princess's maternal instinct, unwilling to excise the malignant growth from the heir's heart for fear of harming him. "Madam, please send someone to inquire about what Chu Yanluo is doing at Qingyan Tower. I refuse to believe she is there, dutifully selling pastries. Just yesterday, she was flirting with young Master Gu. Let us see who she has entangled herself with today." "Of course, princess. I will dispatch someone immediately." At Qingyan Tower, Chu Yanluo was in her private room, calculating the accounts. The shopkeeper claimed she had lost 2,000 taels the previous day, which she found utterly unbelievable. Her pastries were all the rage with the latest styles and flavors. How could there possibly be a loss? The shopkeeper must think her a naive young woman, trying to cheat her out of her share. While she pondered, the door to her room was suddenly pushed open. Chu Yanluo looked up, her heart racing, only to pale in shock. Yuan Zheng. Chapter 97. I've already killed Xiao Qingyan. Yuan Zheng leisurely closed the door, observing the pallor of Chu Yanluo's face, a bloodthirsty smile unfurling upon his lips. "What's the matter? Are you surprised to see me? Did you think I should be dead by now?" Fear gripped Chu Yanluo and Appo's heart, yet she endeavored to maintain a gentle facade. "What are you saying, young Master Yuan? How could I possibly think you were dead? I merely find it curious that you have come at this time. Did you not mention being preoccupied with wedding preparations? Yuanzheng advanced step by step, and upon nearing her, he kicked her to the ground. Chu Yanluo let out a cry of anguish, a metallic taste filling her throat as she spat a mouthful of blood. Terrified, she gazed at Yuanzheng. Young Master Yuan, what are you doing? Have I offended you in any way? Yuanzheng seized her hair, yanking her up from the floor, and delivered a resounding slap. Are you still pretending? Another scream escaped Chu Yanluo and Amp. Appo's lips as she shielded her face, pleading for mercy. Please, young Master Yuan, spare me. I have suffered enough at your hands. You have left me with child, yet refused to marry me, leading to my disgrace throughout the capital. The Chu family has cast me out. Is that not sufficient? Do you intend to kill me as well? Why should that concern me? Is it not your own degradation that compelled you to seek my bed? Did you think that bearing my child would grant you a place as my legitimate wife? Yuanzheng and Appo's tone dripped with disdain. Dream on. I will marry a pure maiden of respectable standing, not you. You sought me out with intent, more brazen than the courtesans of the Orchid Pavilion. You think yourself worthy of the Yuan family? No, those women only approach for silver. You approach with nothing but desperation, dragging me to your bed. Naturally, I cannot refuse. Your expulsion from the Chu household is well-deserved and of no concern to me. I have never promised to marry you. You are merely a pastime. With her hair roughly gripped, Chu Yanluo felt the sting on her scalp, tears streaming down her cheeks. Young Master Yuan, if you do not desire me, there are others who do. Release me. If the young master of the Ning family learns of your treatment towards me, he will not let this pass. Suddenly, Yuanzheng erupted in laughter. Huh, you are counting on Shaoqing Yuan to rescue you? Do not dream. I've already killed him. Chu Yanluo and Amp, Appo's heart plummeted. What did you say? I said, Shaoqing Yuan is dead. Impossible. Why is it impossible? Yuanzheng and Amp, Appo's demeanor darkened. Is it because you believe it should have been me who died? I did not mean that. I only, before she could finish, Yuanzheng delivered another kick. Listening to her wails, a fraction of his anger dissipated. Did you think Shaoqing Yuan could stand against me? Huh, to attempt to kill me with just a servant? Who do you think you are? I have a legion at my command, with 20 guards alone. Chu Yanluo trembled, both in pain and fear. No, that cannot be. You would not dare touch Shaoqing Yuan. He is the young master of the Ning family, the emperor's own nephew. If you kill him, you will not survive either. You are lying. Yuanzheng sneered. I am not so foolish as to dirty my hands directly. I orchestrated his demise. Shaoqing Yuan is dead. Let us see how brazen you remain now. You, a wretched thing, dared to incite him against me. You truly seek death. However, killing you would be too mundane. I intend for you to live, groveling like a dog, begging at my feet daily. Let me ponder whether to break your legs first or your arms. Chu Yanluo trembled even more violently. Could it be that Shaoqing Yuan was truly dead? Otherwise, he would not have remained absent for so long. And Yuanzheng would not dare to treat her this way. In her heart, she cursed Shaoqing Yuan for being all facade. Weak enough to be killed by Yuanzheng and then slain in return. Yet without Shaoqing Yuan, she still had Gu Qianhan. Desperately, she declared, Yuanzheng, you dare? You cannot harm me. I tell you the truth. I am now under Gu Qianhan's protection. He intends to marry me, and if you harm me, he will not let you go. Yuanzheng's smile turned sinister. Chu Yanluo, you might deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. I do not believe you. I speak the truth. Gu Qianhan himself declared yesterday that he would take me as his wife. Many heard it. Inquire as you wish. He has spent lavishly for me. He truly cares for me. Yet Yuanzheng remained unmoved. I do not dispute your words. I merely assert that Gu Qianhan and Appo's claim to marry you is false. You should abandon that hope. Confusion clouded Chu Yanluo and Appo's mind. Why would he not marry me? Because you are unworthy. Yuanzheng regarded her as one with a simpleton. Do you genuinely believe Gu Qianhan has feelings for you? Do you think he is as foolish as that Shaoqing Yuan? Do you think Gu Qianhan's title as the greatest prodigy of Dafeng is mere flattery? His intelligence is astoundingly high, his schemes deep as the ocean. Do you not realize this? Even in her current predicament, Chu Yanluo held her head high. Throughout history, Heroes have faltered before beautiful women. No matter how clever Gu Qianhan may be, he cannot resist my allure. What is title as the greatest prodigy? I am Dafeng and Apos, S greatest beauty. He must love me. He will marry me. Yuan Zheng once found her self-admiration charming, but now, hearing her claim to be the greatest beauty, he found her utterly absurd. What nonsense! Have you been spoiled by Xiao Qingyuan's attention? How many times have you even met Gu Qianhan? I have known him for far longer. Do you think you know him better? You dare to assert he fancies you? The last time he saw you, he did not even glance your way. Cease your delusions. You sound deranged. Chu Yanluo protested. Then tell me, why would Gu Qianhan squander wealth on me? Why would he declare before so many that he intends to marry me? Yuan Zheng's temper flared. How would I know? If I could decipher Gu Qianhan's thoughts, I would be the greatest prodigy, not him. Yet you just claim to know him well. I mean, I know him better than you do. He would never fancy a fool like you. He is not the sort to be swayed by mere beauty. Do you think he is like me, a man of base desires? He prefers intelligent women. I possess intelligence. You possess nothing of the sort. If you truly had wisdom, you would have secured your position as the young master of the Ning family's wife long ago. How is it that you remain in the Ning residence, still unclear of your status? Chapter 98. My son is still alive, isn't he? Yuan Zheng, after berating Chu Yanluo, seized her waist belt and bound her tightly, dragging her out with little regard for her dignity. Chu Yanluo was unwilling to be humiliated in such a manner. She clung desperately to the leg of a table, refusing to let go. Yuan Zheng, release me. Even if you do not believe that Gu Qianhan has affections for me, you must acknowledge my skills. I possess an array of pastries and delicacies you have never seen, which I can teach the chefs at Qingyan Tower to prepare, ensuring that your establishment will prosper immensely. Her mention of this prospect only incensed Yuan Zheng further. He turned back and delivered a ruthless kick to her, exclaiming, "You wretched harbinger of misfortune! My Qingyan Tower was once thriving, raking in thousands of taels of silver daily, and now you have led it to financial ruin. Had I